If, in the year that Harry Potter was to commence his studies, the first in line to the throne, the Crown Prince were also to become a young wizard, entering Hogwarts with the King's support, who could have foreseen that this Muggle royal, born to protect, would be dubbed the third-generation Dark Lord? Chapter 1. The Destruction of the Dark Lord. The days of midsummer are invariably long, with the sun lazily descending, and the deep blue night sky finally replacing the lingering hues of twilight. The night sky of the Muggle world is refreshingly cool, adorned with countless stars. However, the sky over Godric's Hollow is anything but cool. Rather, it is shrouded in an oppressive gloom, foreboding a storm. At this moment, a visitor arrives. Polished, expensive dragonhide shoes tread upon the pathway. A simple yet subtly magnificent black wizarding robe drapes over his well-proportioned frame, and in his right hand he clutches a white wand. His hair, sleek and obedient, shines like black jade, swept back to reveal an astonishing visage. His cold demeanor does little to diminish his allure, while his dark crimson eyes lend him an air of eerie charm. Undoubtedly, the young man is captivating, yet he emanates a chilling aura that dissuades any from meeting his gaze directly. Presently, he fixes his eyes upon, or rather scrutinizes, the small cottage opposite him. This cottage is exquisite, its white painted door contrasting vibrantly with the red brick walls, exuding vitality. The meticulously trimmed flowerbeds and lawns release a fragrant aroma into the cool night air. Warm, amber light spills through the curtains, casting shadows of a man, woman, and child upon the wall. The man hoists the child onto his shoulders, and the family shares hearty laughter. Soon, their silhouettes gradually withdraw from the window, seemingly retreating into the house. The young man squints slightly, taking graceful strides toward the cottage, each step reminiscent of one attending a grand ball. He does not falter, casually flicking his wand, causing the white door to creak open a mere crack, and as he approaches, it slowly swings wide. The threshold reveals scattered shoes and an array of baby items strewn about. The door now fully ajar. James Potter, his hair a disheveled mess, stands alertly at the entrance, eyes widening in shock at the sight before him. Voldemort. In an instant, his mind seems to freeze. Years of combat against Death Eaters have honed his instincts, prompting him to instinctively reach for his wand, only to find it absent. He had left it on the sofa while playing with Harry moments ago. Without a moment's hesitation, he spreads his arms to shield this dark figure, hoping fervently that Lily and Harry can escape. He turns and shouts upstairs, his voice strained, "He's here! Lily! Run! Take Harry and flee!" Voldemort watches the man's panic with keen interest, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. Potter is unarmed, feeling a sense of ennui. He raises his wand, a sinister green light emanating from its tip as it penetrates the man's body. The man's expression freezes in place before he collapses with a thud. Lily Potter, having just placed Harry in his crib, turns pale as a ghost upon hearing the commotion. Grasping the railing of the crib, she quickly reacts, rushing to close the door and desperately pushing furniture against it. Her wand lies below. Lily Evans is a remarkable witch, so say all her professors. Thus, realization dawns upon her: their secret keeper, Peter Pettigrew, has betrayed them. Her frantic stacking of furniture suddenly halts as she grabs a red crayon that Harry had been playing with, vigorously scribbling a few words in a hidden corner behind the door. Gazing at her son, she understands this is their final moment together. She does not wish to squander it on futile attempts to barricade the door. A wave of bitterness engulfs her. She has yet to witness Harry grow up, attend Hogwarts, join Gryffindor, play Quidditch, find a girlfriend, marry, and have children. Little Harry appears confused, wondering why his mother, who had been singing softly moments ago, is now piling up furniture and playing with his crayon. Yet he senses her fear, extending his tiny hands, his eyes like pure emeralds, searching for comfort. Lily crouches before the crib, clutching it tightly, their emerald eyes meeting hers, brimming with sorrow. Softly she whispers, "Harry, you are so loved. Mom loves you. Dad loves you. Harry, be safe, be strong." Voldemort lifts his gaze, stepping over the man's lifeless body. He has come for the infant. The Dark Lord's decisiveness is legendary as he strides leisurely toward the second floor. His demeanor elegant and unhurried, he observes the tightly shut door, sensing the mass of furniture barricading it, and finds amusement in the thought that this foolish woman believes mere objects can hinder the Dark Lord's advanced. Is it any wonder that Gryffindors are often deemed lacking in intellect? He flicks his wand, and the door, perceived by Lily Potter as a shield, collapses with a thunderous crash, the furniture behind it shattering into splinters. Lily shields Harry in the crib, watching the handsome wizard approach step by step, her complexion growing paler by the moment. Voldemort regards her. Is this truly the woman's severest fancies? With a flick of his wand, he casts Lily aside. The Dark Lord never hesitates to bestow favors upon his subordinates in trivial matters. Voldemort refrains from killing her? Lily's eyes widen as she witnesses the Dark Lord raise his wand toward Harry. She lunges in front of her son, blocking the tiny crib, her expression pleading. In this moment, as a mother, she would relinquish everything if only Harry could survive. "Please don't kill Harry, take me instead. Spare Harry." Voldemort furrows his brow, brushing Lily aside once more, yet she again throws herself in his path, imploring him relentlessly. Finally, he grows impatient. A killing curse is unleashed, and he aims his wand unimpeded at the infant. The tiny child, drooling at the corners of his mouth, tears streaming from his eyes, stares unblinkingly at Lily's lifeless body, as if grasping the horror of what has transpired. Voldemort smirks. Does this infant pose a threat to him? Possessing a power the Dark Lord cannot comprehend, he cannot help but laugh uproariously. Absurd. The Dark Lord is invincible. He shall see who dares to challenge his might after this night. With a slight curl of his lips, he utters the incantation he has long awaited, Avada Kedavra. In an instant that ominous green light rebounds, enveloping him like a shroud. His body feels as though it is being torn apart, and Voldemort emits a piercing scream, dissipating into a cloud of black smoke as he exits the dwelling. In a fit of rage, he nearly demolishes the structure. Yet, his strength has waned, and his soul has become fragile. He can only retreat for now. Very well. Harry Potter, a mere infant, has vanquished the Dark Lord. Prepare to bear the wrath of the Dark Lord. The swirling black mist howls as it departs. Chapter 2. Proclaim to the world. Bellatrix Lestrange hurriedly dashed to Malfoy Manor. Her youthful and delicate visage bore a hint of anxiety as she burst forth from the fireplace, exclaiming, "Sissy, Sissy, where is Lucius?" Narcissa was seated gracefully in an armchair, gently cradling a small, platinum-haired bundle, and looked up in surprise. Bella? Opposite her, Lucius wore an expression of displeasure. Among the current generation of the Black family, only Regulus and Narcissa had managed to navigate through life with some semblance of normalcy. The rest were either rebellious like Sirius, or deranged like Bellatrix. Having mused silently, Lucius elegantly set down his teacup, revealing a disingenuous smile that barely reached his eyes. Is there something amiss? Bellatrix had always held a disdain for Malfoy, not only due to his hypocrisy, but also because it baffled her that he could earn such esteem from the Dark Lord despite it. However, her current state of distress left little room for banter as she anxiously tugged at her left sleeve, her gaze fixed on Lucius. The dark mark has faded. Lucius's expression shifted dramatically. He momentarily abandoned the decorum of his noble lineage and rolled up his sleeve. Indeed, the once vibrant dark mark had dulled, now merely a faint outline, reminiscent of a pencil sketch. Narcissa, too, noticed, her countenance shifting as she regarded her husband with concern. Lucius lowered his sleeve and rose, grasping his cane which concealed his wand, and stated to Bella, "We must find Severus." He then turned to peck Narcissa gently on the cheek. "Sissy, do not fret. I shall manage this." Bella swiftly turned towards the fireplace, nearly stumbling in her haste. Lucius maintained a steady gait. As they emerged from the fireplace in Spinner's End, the swirling dust choked them into a fit of coughs. Lucius waved his wand, incanting, "Cleanse anew." The two purebloods banished the accursed dust, yet the acrid scent lingered. A careless kick sent a wine bottle clattering, producing a sharp sound. Lucius glanced down, observing the scattered empty bottles, and frowned. His gaze swept across the dimly lit room, landing on Severus Snape, who lay inebriated in an armchair. The man wore a furrowed brow, his wand carelessly tossed aside, cradling a half-empty bottle of liquor. His eyes bloodshot and exuding a heavy scent of alcohol, utterly despondent. Lucius felt a slight pang of concern. He had never witnessed his friend in such a state. Was it possible that something had transpired with the Dark Lord? Intent on gently rousing his friend, Bella had already stormed past the littered bottles, splashing water from a nearby basin onto Severus's face. She shook his shoulders vigorously, prompting Lucius to intervene, swiftly pulling her hands away from Snape's clothing. Nonetheless, the commotion succeeded in awakening Severus. Just as Lucius prepared to don a polite smile and inquire, Bella energetically rolled up her sleeve and thrust it before Snape, nearly colliding with his nose, and urgently questioned, "The skull has reappeared, and the mark has faded. Do you know the reason? What has happened to our master? He hasn't summoned even a single Death Eater in days." Snape, jolted awake, still reeling from the effects of excessive sorrow and a hangover, found himself inundated with questions, particularly from the one responsible for Lily's demise. Anguish swelled within him, and his simmering rage, combined with the remnants of intoxication, fueled a bitter retort. The Dark Lord is gone. He was vanquished by that boy from the prophecy. Bella stood frozen. Her breath caught in her throat as she sank to the floor with a thud. Lucius too was momentarily stunned. His mind raced blankly before his gray-blue eyes sharpened with resolve, calculating how much wealth he would need, and what excuse he could fabricate to extricate the Malfoy family from the Dark Lord's shadow. Snape, disinterested in entertaining the two, scoffed. "I presume the esteemed purebloods, trusted subordinates of the Dark Lord, possess the capability to stand on their own without requiring the assistance of a pitiful half-blood, who is utterly inebriated and bereft of his beloved." Lucius, regaining his composure, took Bella by the arm and made his exit. The boy who had survived the grave peril had indeed defeated the Dark Lord. The following day, the Daily Prophet emblazoned this news across its front page, igniting a tumult within the wizarding community. Innocent folk observed with eager anticipation, pondering whether the most cruel dark wizard in history, the one who valued human life as mere fodder, had truly been vanquished. Had he indeed perished? The Death Eaters stirred restlessly. The Ministry of Magic, long oppressed under their heel, began a vigorous collaboration with the Order of the Phoenix to apprehend them en masse. The Dark Lord remained ominously silent. The dark mark upon their arms had ceased to stir, as if this terrifying symbol was merely a child's prank. Soon the Death Eaters split into two factions. One, led by Bellatrix, remained steadfast in their unwavering loyalty to Voldemort, convinced that he would return one day. The other faction, typified by Lucius Malfoy, claimed to have been ensnared by the Dark Lord's imperious curse, unable to control their actions, striving to distance themselves from Voldemort. Ultimately, due to his continued silence, many began to believe that the devil had indeed perished. Those unwavering in their allegiance to Voldemort were all cast into Azkaban, where they were guarded by the Dementors that had once thrived during Voldemort's reign. Meanwhile, some aristocrats diligently distanced themselves from Voldemort, donating vast sums of wealth to ensure their safety and continued prominence. In the Muggle world, an elderly man, a lady, and a half-giant left a small infant at the doorstep of a household. They whispered softly, "This child shall be recorded in history." Chapter 3. The Crown Prince's Honors. On July 13, 1980, the entirety of Britain was enveloped in immense jubilation. The Queen had given birth to a small prince. That day, His Majesty the King stood before Buckingham Palace, clad in formal grey, cradling the infant prince alone amidst the incessant flashes of the media. Subsequently, the royal family released the first photographs of the young prince. In the images, the baby sat demurely, adorned in a soft white infant garment with a grand ruffled collar, his fair skin glowing, a focused expression gracing his features, and a head of golden hair gently resting upon his forehead, resembling an angel. Most astonishing were his eyes, a soft sea blue hue surrounded by an ethereal halo, reminiscent of sunlight shimmering upon the ocean's surface, casting a mesmerizing array of colors. His name was Alan Cornwall Windsor. He was destined to be the next king of this nation. The entire country erupted in excitement. On that day, viewership ratings soared to unprecedented heights, and newspapers sold out completely. Many citizens meticulously cut out the infant's photograph from the papers, preserving it with care in their albums. The following day, the royal family announced the Queen's passing. The nation, having just reveled in joy, sank into sorrow. Although few knew who the Queen was, this did not hinder the public's reverence for the royal family. An outpouring of condolences echoed across the internet, lamenting for the little prince who had lost his mother at birth, and for their noble and gentle king. Edward held the small prince, witnessing the grand funeral, watching as his wife's coffin was laid deep within the church's earth. The Queen's demise brought immense grief to the king. Edward withdrew from public life, neglecting his meals for days, leaving the royal staff in a state of anxiety. However, soon Edward had little time to mourn his departed beloved. His only son, Alan, began to exhibit extraordinary abilities. As the most legitimate heir to the throne, Alan was naturally afforded meticulous care. However, despite the utmost caution, lapses were inevitable. One evening, it was reported by the butler that Alan narrowly escaped a fall from his crib. The maid, filled with trepidation, rushed to the bedside, fearing for the prince's safety, only to witness the young royal levitate gently and descend onto the carpet. This extraordinary ability left the maid utterly astonished, prompting her to resign in a firm manner to the king. Edward, skeptical yet observant, only conceded to Alan's uniqueness upon witnessing his powers firsthand. Consequently, His Majesty reluctantly took it upon himself to acquire various infant care techniques and knowledge, personally attending to the young prince. The king had to admit that this was a prudent decision. Alan's remarkable abilities manifested not just once, but increasingly as he aged. At 8 months, a maid accidentally shattered a tea set. Just as scalding tea threatened to splash upon Alan, he unexpectedly rolled over, his cerulean eyes shimmering with depth. In that instant, all toys, porcelain, and glass items in the room shattered. Yet Alan remained unscathed, not even a trace of the tea's splash upon him. A few months later, at just 1 year old, Alan was capable of articulating complete sentences. This was deemed a sign of genius, meriting an entire page in the newspapers. Since the conclusion of the war, the royal family had not witnessed any significant events worthy of reporting. It had been years since a new member had joined the family. The king's engagement and subsequent marriage, which should have been widely celebrated, had not materialized, and the expected presence of the Queen was conspicuously absent. For an extended period, Only His Majesty, the King himself, had remained the sole active member of the royal family in the media's spotlight. With the arrival of a young prince, the media was eager to document his every move. However, a constant presence was unattainable. The king had skillfully concealed Alan's unusual abilities. Thus, the official narrative celebrated the young prince's intelligence, charm, and grace, winning the adoration of the public. It is noteworthy that the king had once topped the list of most desired bachelors in the nation, not merely due to his noble demeanor, gentlemanly conduct, and a perfect physique, but also because of his strikingly handsome features that captivated both men and women alike. It was evident that the young prince's looks would not fall short, especially with his pair of enchanting eyes, exuding warmth and nobility. Under the scrutinizing gaze of the nation, Alan thrived in health and excellence. The public had long recognized Alan's brilliance. However, the Prime Minister was privy to even more. Perhaps out of nostalgia for his late wife and a deep regard for the young prince, upon discovering Alan's genius, the king scheduled a full itinerary for him, demanding attendance at various events and diplomatic engagements, as well as a rigorous daily curriculum. Fortunately, the prince was an eager learner. Otherwise, he might have developed a rebellious disposition under such pressure. The king's expectations for Alan were exceedingly stringent, with standards of etiquette and knowledge set at a collegiate level. Even bringing Alan along to cabinet meetings, this was tacitly understood by all. Fortunately, the young heir did not disappoint his reputation for brilliance. Whenever the king and the prime minister conversed privately, Alan was often able to offer constructive insights. As Alan matured into his 11th year, he blossomed into a polite, elegant young gentleman. During this time, there were several changes in the prime minister's office. Despite not being intended to engage in politics, Alan became a subtle advisor to each successive prime minister. The king turned a blind eye to this, feigning ignorance. On July 13, 1991, the decor at Buckingham Palace was particularly grand, and the entire nation was abuzz with excitement. Prince Alan was to be officially bestowed with a title. Adorned in a duke's attire, the deep blue hue lent him an air of gravitas, while the golden sash gleamed with honor, perfectly complementing his regal demeanor and striking eyes. He wore a noble hat adorned with a black feather, draped in a knee-length fur cloak, and donned polished black leather boots. As he descended from a gilded carriage alongside the king, following the king's lead, he entered the opulent hall, receiving the blessings of the assembled guests. Clad in resplendent garments, Alan knelt gracefully on a soft cushion, placing his hand over his heart. As he removed his feathered hat, his golden hair shimmered under the lights like sunlight. The king, crowned and robed, personally placed the princely crown upon his cherished son. Subsequently, the king raised a sword and rested it upon the young prince's shoulder, solemnly urging him to vow for the future. The young heir raised his gaze, locking eyes with his father, proclaiming, "I, Prince of Cornwall, shall forever be loyal to the king, the law, and my people, until death takes my life." He took his father's hand to rise, standing upon the dais, crowned and gazing down at the subjects below. Having stood for an entire day, his 11-year-old frame was beginning to tire, yet he turned with poise, bowing graciously to the crowd and the journalists. The thousands watching from their televisions were profoundly moved. Their young prince had grown, resplendent in formal attire, exuding nobility and grace, his youthful visage imbued with a calm yet confident presence. This was the demeanor befitting an heir apparent. The media's flashes illuminated his face, as journalists looked on with admiration, discussing Alan's eternal gentlemanly elegance, a testament to his father's direct tutelage. Alan smiled at them, allowing the cameras to capture the brilliance reflected in his eyes. This was a reality he had grown accustomed to. As an heir, he was required to maintain an air of elegance and propriety, never allowing the public to witness any folly. From birth he had been under scrutiny, not only due to the royal lineage, but also because he was the first prince in a century to be cradled and photographed by the king himself outside the delivery room. His mother, the rightful queen, had never appeared publicly, not even at the wedding. For a royal family that was often under the public eye, this was indeed a remarkable anomaly. Furthermore, King Edward was rumored to harbor deep affections for the concealed queen, yet had never addressed inquiries regarding her. Aside from a sudden announcement of the queen's existence, her pregnancy, and the queen's passing 3 days after Alan's birth, the royal family had issued no further statements regarding her. Even Alan himself had never seen a portrait of his mother. This led to a plethora of conspiracy theories among the media and the public. While Edward meticulously gathered every piece of information related to the queen, yet never made any public comments. Since his birth he had participated in various royal political, diplomatic, and noble events, mastering the required etiquette. As the grand doors of Buckingham Palace closed behind him, he let out a gentle sigh. Edward's expression softened as he seated himself in a high-backed chair, watching as attendants removed Alan's crown, cloak, and outer garments, beckoning him closer. Alan, somewhat puzzled, took a seat beside his father. Edward inquired, "Are you tired today?" Alan chuckled lightly. "I am not weary, merely the crown is heavier than I anticipated." "To wear a crown is to bear its weight," the king replied. "That is our responsibility. Once you become king, you will bear an even heavier crown and greater responsibilities." Alan responded dutifully, and noticing his father's demeanor had softened, pointed to his knee, reminding, "Do remember to have Triss apply a warm compress for you. You knelt for quite some time today." "Indeed, father," Alan replied earnestly, embodying the poise expected of an heir. The following day, father and son relocated to Balmoral for summer duties, as the sun rose and set, fulfilling their responsibilities with diligence. Until one day, an owl tapped on the window. Chapter 4. The Kidnapped Owl. Within the hallowed halls of Balmoral Castle, Alan found himself in Edward's study, diligently attending to affairs of state under his father's guidance. The striking resemblance in both temperament and appearance between the two men lent an air of solemnity to their discussions. Suddenly, a series of sharp raps echoed against the window, causing both to pause and furrow their brows as they turned toward the source of the sound. Initially, they suspected it was merely a cleaning staff member who had mismanaged the timing for window washing. To their astonishment, they beheld a plump owl, laboriously clutching a letter nearly its own size, pecking insistently at the window pane. "Alan, Edward, father." With the owl's increasingly fierce gaze fixed upon him, Alan inquired, "Shall we allow it entry?" Edward glanced at him, pressed the security bell, and instructed the staff to capture the owl outside the study on the 3rd floor. They presumed it was a trivial incident. However, the following day, the owl and its letter reappeared. The king commanded once more that the creature be apprehended, perplexed by the nocturnal habits of these beings. When the owl returned yet again on the 3rd day, even the most oblivious among them could sense that something was amiss. Alan and Edward personally investigated the matter, and after staff conducted various tests on the peculiar letters, they were presented with the strange correspondences for the first time. Alan, intrigued, followed closely behind the king, carefully maintaining the boundaries befitting his royal status. Upon seeing the envelope, Edward's expression shifted dramatically. It bore the inscription, "To Alan Cornwall Windsor, residing in the rightmost bedroom on the 3rd floor of Balmoral Castle." Alan's countenance changed instantly, and when he looked up, he saw the king's face darkening like a stormy sky. In a voice strained with suppressed rage, the king commanded, "Fetch the Prime Minister." The moment the Prime Minister laid eyes on the letter, his demeanor altered. He regarded Edward with uncertainty, tentatively suggesting, "Your Majesty, do you mean to apprehend the courier?" Edward's deep azure gaze questioned him. "Or do you, Prime Minister, believe that the precise revelation of the heir's residence is merely a trivial matter?" The Prime Minister, increasingly bewildered, glanced at the emblem on the envelope, finally comprehending why no one dared to disclose the intricacies of the wizarding world to Alan. The king's demeanor was indeed peculiar. He bowed slowly, placing a hand over his heart, and respectfully replied, "As you wish." The military intelligence unit swiftly mobilized, erecting layers of protection around the venerable castle of Balmoral. The latest military weaponry and defenses encircled Balmoral like a fortified bastion, poised for the arrival of a 4th owl. Meanwhile, the king and the heir had relocated to Windsor Castle, both having perused the letters in silence. Edward pondered. Surely no one would dare play such a jest upon the royal family. Moreover, the inclusion of numerous school supplies within the letters seemed far too authentic to be a ruse. Yet the notion of a wizarding school was exceedingly bizarre. He returned the letter to Alan, who, after reading it once more, appeared to arrive at a significant conclusion. "Alan, should we capture the 4th owl, you shall respond to this school, requesting that they send a teacher to elucidate the matter, after which we shall deliberate further." Alan met his father's gaze, suddenly grasping the king's intent, and offered a reassuring smile full of trust. "Father, I understand completely." Thus, Edward's worries and explanations remained unspoken. The military intelligence unit stood vigilant at Balmoral. Meanwhile, the watchful yet expectant owl flew directly to Windsor Castle, pecking insistently at the window of the study where Alan and Edward were situated. The two exchanged glances, and Alan pressed the security bell. Following the revelation of the heir's exact location, a cadre of protective agents entered in quick succession. The owl was soon captured, confined to a cage, and presented before the king. The letter underwent the usual scrutiny before finally reaching Alan's hands. Alan swiftly read the letter. It did not require much time, for the contents were identical. He gazed at Edward, then at the raucous owl within its cage, hesitating before asking, "Do you wish for me to respond?" The owl gradually calmed, nodding its head, feathers gently cascading within the confines of the cage, appearing rather comical. Edward observed the owl with a mixture of incredulity. Alan then accepted a steel pen from an attendant, took a sheet of royal stationery embossed with the royal crest, and inscribed, "I am Alan Cornwall. It is an honor to receive an invitation from the magical school. However, as the heir to the throne, I cannot respond to this invitation without full verification, nor would the king permit it. I kindly request that your esteemed institution send a teacher to clarify the relevant facts." With that, Alan folded the magical correspondence, sealing it within the royal envelope, affixed with the royal wax seal. Edward silently acquiesced to this course of action, understanding that his son was signaling to that world the importance of treating a royal heir with the respect he deserved. Alan took care to inscribe the recipient's address on the envelope. Hogwarts School, Headmaster Albus Dumbledore. After completing the letter, Alan gestured toward the cage containing the owl, prompting the attendant to bring it closer. Alan shook the envelope before the beleaguered owl, eliciting a sharp cry from the creature. Strangely, Alan felt as if the owl was demanding a tip or food, suggesting it expected an apology from him. This absurd notion brought a smile to his face, yet he instructed the attendant to prepare food for the owl, and also requested a pound note. The owl haughtily accepted the food but scoffed at the pound note. It kicked the bill away with a disdainful gesture, turning its rear towards the pitiful currency, and leaving behind a droppings of yellow and white. Edward turned his head away, his expression stoic as he leaned back against the high-backed chair. The attendants promptly moved to remove the owl's cage, but Alan raised a hand to halt them, contemplating before saying, "Bring me a diamond." A diamond the size of a pea was delicately placed into the cage by an attendant. The owl regarded the gem, tilting its head in contemplation. After a moment, it begrudgingly nodded and extended its right foot, indicating it wished for the diamond to be placed into a small pouch tied to its leg. The attendant complied, and the owl nodded in satisfaction. It pecked at the cage, glanced at the letter, and signaled for the cage to be opened, eager to commence its task. Alan chuckled softly, instructing a servant to open the window, watching as the owl seized the letter, nearly its own size, and soared into the brilliant sunlight. Edward's expression remained impassive. His dark azure eyes clouded with concern as he waved his hand, commanding, "You all may leave." The attendants and agents filed out, and Alan turned to his father, offering reassurance. "Father, do not worry. If this headmaster is truly willing to come in person, then the magical realm is relatively safe." "I know," Edward replied, gazing at his son, "but I must let you face such an unfamiliar world alone." Alan chuckled, "If you are concerned, allow me to bring a camera." Edward disregarded his jest, casting a glance at the sky outside. Was it truly reliable for an owl to deliver messages? If magic existed, would a camera truly be of use? The reliability of the owl as a messenger was evident, having accurately located Alan on 4 consecutive occasions. Nevertheless, Edward remained apprehensive regarding his son's safety. An unfamiliar world could indeed be perilous, especially one imbued with powers unknown to them. Edward regarded Alan, stating as the heir, "Alan, you possess the right to enter that world. Therefore you must go, for the sake of our people." He surmised that if the unique abilities Alan had exhibited since birth were indeed magic, then there must be others with similar circumstances. Such individuals might be few, yet their power should not be underestimated. Thus, it is the duty of the Crown Prince to understand that world, and to have a relative grasp of the populace endowed with extraordinary powers. Alan evidently shared this sentiment. A glance exchanged between the two spoke volumes. "I comprehend. Should we truly venture into that realm, I shall meticulously examine every aspect and compile a report to present weekly." Edward hesitated momentarily. Alan interjected with a smile, assuring that he would also safeguard himself, avoiding unnecessary peril, diligently recording his actions daily and sending letters to you. Only then did Edward nod in agreement. Chapter 5. The Envoy from the Magical World. That afternoon, the two received a reply from the magical world. The letter stated that the esteemed Headmaster Dumbledore would arrive the following morning at 10 o'clock. The next day after breakfast, Alan took his leave of his father, and they each proceeded to their respective studies. The king had some official matters to attend to, while the Crown Prince needed to complete his homework. Alan's study was adjacent to his bedroom. Balmoral Castle, steeped in over a millennium of history, had undergone multiple renovations without compromising its original charm, and both the study and bedroom retained the echoes of yesteryears. The furnishings in the study were crafted from precious walnut, their surfaces radiating a rich luster. With 3 tall rows of bookshelves brimming with volumes, the air infused with the beauty of knowledge. At that moment the curtains were drawn wide open, allowing ample light to flood in, and 3 elegantly bound books lay neatly stacked on the desk. Alan was tasked with completing an essay on his understanding of quantum mechanics to submit to his physics teacher. He sat upright in a high-back chair. A book spread out beside him, a fountain pen poised in hand. Even when it concerns a guide to the magical world, one cannot neglect their assignments. At 9:30, Dumbledore arrived at Alan's study, concealing his presence as he observed the diligent young prince with a smile. He took note of Alan's meticulous excerpts, finding himself somewhat perplexed by the dense cloud of physical terminology, and ultimately decided to cease his observation. After jotting down the titles, he returned to the door, dispelled his concealment charm, and gently knocked on the inner side of the door. An elderly man, with silver hair and beard cascading to his waist, suddenly materialized in the study. Alan, startled, instinctively reached for the security bell on the desk. However, the old man moved swiftly, appearing at Alan's side and intercepting his hand before it could reach the button. With a playful raise of his eyebrow and a wink at the wary Alan, he reassured, "Do not be alarmed, my child. I am Albus Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts, here to guide you into the magical world. I thought, given your status, it might be rather inconvenient for me to knock on the castle door, so I opted to come directly to your study." Alan studied him for a few seconds, then relaxed, half raising his hand in acknowledgement. Simultaneously, the elder released his grip. Alan straightened his posture, adjusted his collar, and rose to pull out an armchair for Dumbledore. "Sir, please take a seat." Dumbledore appeared momentarily taken aback, then smiled warmly. It has been many years since anyone has offered to pull out a chair for this old man. "Thank you, my child. Please wait a moment." Alan slightly inclined his body towards Dumbledore, moving to the low cabinet beside the study sofa, where he prepared tea in cups. Soon, he returned with a tray bearing 2 cups of black tea, a bowl of sugar cubes, and a plate of exquisite pastries. He set down the tea and treats, placed the tray aside, marked his place in the book with a bookmark, and carefully set the book and notes aside before turning to Dumbledore with a gentle smile. "Please forgive my earlier rudeness, Headmaster Dumbledore." Dumbledore waved his hand dismissively, appearing somewhat reflective. "It is quite all right. If rudeness is to be measured, I am the greater offender. In this age, there are few young people like you who cherish books so dearly." Alan's eyes glimmered with appreciation. "Thank you for your kind words. This is the finest black tea from the Far East. I hope you enjoy it." The elder's azure eyes, behind his crescent-shaped spectacles, sparkled with clarity, and as Alan gazed into them, he found them unfathomable. Dumbledore smiled slightly, adding 5 sugar cubes to his cup, and graciously lifted the teacup to sip. With genuine enthusiasm, he sampled a pastry, commenting, "The flavor of the finest black tea is indeed unparalleled. I must admit I have a penchant for sweet treats. If only this pastry were a tad sweeter, it would be perfect." Alan was momentarily taken aback by the elder's unabashed indulgence in sugar, glancing at his own teacup. Then, listening to his remarks about the pastries, he began to question whether he had mistakenly chosen the wrong delicacies. He took a bite of one and found it to be satisfyingly sweet and familiar, leading him to admire the elder's unabashed love for sugar. Out of concern as a younger individual for an elder's health, he remarked, "Sir, consuming too many sweet treats is not good for your health." Dumbledore playfully winked at him. "Those who know me always say the same, but I have the dental draft from the potions master, so there's no need for concern." He held up the pastry. That potions master is Severus Snape, the potions professor at Hogwarts. Though his words can be sharp, he is a remarkably brave and respected individual." Alan's eyes widened slightly in admiration for the elder's robust health and growing curiosity toward Professor Snape. However, he refrained from further comment, patiently waiting for the elder to finish. The two maintained a respectful silence until Dumbledore had consumed his pastry and finished his tea. Yet the guest still seemed reluctant to speak. As the host, Alan could not allow this situation to persist and finally inquired, "Might I request you to introduce me to the magical world?" Dumbledore leaned forward, intrigued. "Child, why do you wish for me to introduce the magical world rather than Hogwarts itself?" Alan smiled. "Hogwarts is a school that teaches magic. A place that cultivates talent for the magical world, is it not? Of course, if you prefer to discuss Hogwarts first, I would be more than willing to listen." Dumbledore briefly outlined the wizarding world and elaborated on Hogwarts, winking at Alan. "Hogwarts is the finest magical school in England. Here, children grow and traverse their youth." The elder transformed his teacup into a goblet, then into an owl, subsequently turning it into a spider, a mouse, a book, a cat, and finally back to a teacup. Alan watched in astonishment and delight as the transformations unfolded, sitting up straighter. "You truly amaze me, sir. I must say this completely exceeds my expectations." Dumbledore nodded. "So, my child, do you wish to attend Hogwarts?" Alan's eyes narrowed in thought as he replied, "Sir, you are aware of my status, and therefore, You must understand that my consent cannot take effect directly. All decisions ultimately reside in the hands of His Majesty. However, you have yet to inquire about my parents since your arrival. Oh child. Dumbledore exaggeratedly leaned back. You see, convincing adults is always more challenging than persuading children. Alan chuckled and shook his head, rising to approach Dumbledore's side. Then may I have the honor of introducing you to His Majesty? It would be my privilege. Dumbledore replied with a smile. Chapter 6. The King's Gambit. The two exited the study walking ahead. Alan intermittently answered Dumbledore's inquiries about various items. They encountered a young maid, who curtsied to Alan and inquired curiously, "To whom is His Highness speaking?" Alan turned to where Dumbledore had stood, only to find the elder had vanished. Suppressing his surprise, he maintained a calm demeanor, replying, "I was merely talking to myself a moment ago. Please do not inform His Majesty, Sister Triss." Triss shook her head with a smile. "I shan't, Your Highness, but do refrain from such behavior in the future." Alan nodded obediently, watching as Triss turned the corner before hesitantly calling, "Sir?" Dumbledore, with a twinkle in his eye, patted him on the shoulder. Startled, Alan took 2 steps back, managing a wry smile before resuming his role as a guide. His curiosity piqued as he inquired, "How did you vanish into thin air just now?" Dumbledore, with an air of mystery, extended a single finger, exclaiming, "Ah, the wonders of magic." Observing his reticence, Alan refrained from pressing further and clarified, "Originally, I was to escort you to the reception room, where a servant would announce your presence to the king. However, given the peculiarities of the magical world, it is more prudent to take you directly to His Majesty's study." Dumbledore nodded in understanding. As they approached King Edward's study, Alan leaned towards Dumbledore, gesturing towards the door. He took 2 steps forward and knocked thrice, pausing for 2 seconds before knocking 3 more times. A gentle yet authoritative voice beckoned from within, "Please enter." Upon receiving the king's consent, Alan pushed the door open and stood at the threshold, announcing, "Father, I have brought Mr. Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry." Edward had already set aside his documents. Upon hearing this, he capped his pen and urged, "Please come in." The visitor was an elderly man clad in a somewhat informal crimson robe, topped with a red wizard's hat, his long white beard and hair cascading to his waist. He wore half-moon spectacles, and his azure eyes seemed capable of seeing through all, exuding a sense of reliability. As Edward appraised Dumbledore, the latter reciprocated, scrutinizing the beloved king. Edward bore a striking resemblance to the prince. His golden hair, meticulously styled with gel, framed a countenance characterized by long features and a resolute expression. He possessed a dignified presence, with a well-proportioned figure and fathomless sea-blue eyes, betraying no hint of age. Both father and son donned nearly identical white long-sleeve shirts and trousers, unbothered by the heat, even adding vests. After a moment of mutual appraisal, Edward, in his capacity as king, remained seated, embodying the stillness of a mountain, arching his brows to warmly welcome Dumbledore. Receiving the unspoken cue from his father, Alan guided Dumbledore to sit across from Edward. The king offered a gentle smile, greeting, "Good day, sir. Alan, please prepare some tea." With a subtle nod, Alan approached a cabinet at the side of the study to retrieve the tea set. Dumbledore observed the serene act of tea preparation with a fond smile, then turned to Edward, sitting up straight to explain, "Yesterday, I received a letter from Alan, which made me realize the inappropriateness of this arrangement. Allow me to elucidate the rules regarding Hogwarts admission notices. Each young wizard's name appears on Hogwarts' magical parchment list upon their birth, Mr. Cornwall included. When they turn 11, Professor McGonagall, the deputy headmistress, compiles the admission notices and entrusts them to owls for delivery. As for young wizards from Muggle backgrounds, if they respond, the school will dispatch a professor to assist them in acquiring the necessary school supplies." Edward narrowed his eyes, concealing the emotion swirling within. "Are you suggesting that since we have not responded, Hogwarts cannot send a professor?" Dumbledore shook his head. "Not at all, Your Majesty. In fact, after we compile the list of Muggle-born wizards who have not responded, we still send professors to persuade their parents. You may not be aware, but if young wizards cannot control their magical abilities, it could lead to catastrophic consequences. I presume you have witnessed some unusual occurrences caused by the young prince's uncontrolled magic?" Edward remained silent, his mind racing to recall the moments of Alan's magical outbursts. Alan gently placed the tray on the table, arranging 2 cups of red tea, a sugar bowl, and a plate of exquisite pastries. "Please enjoy." He settled into an armchair beside the king and asked, "Sir, what would happen if I failed to master my magical control?" Dumbledore regarded him kindly. Young prince, I do not wish to evade your question, but the answer is not definitive. The repercussions of uncontrolled magic entirely depend on the young wizard himself, his innate talent, and whether he is in perilous situations. Among other factors, the elder added 5 or 6 sugar cubes to his cup of red tea, and took a gentle sip. Edward hesitated, grappling with his thoughts before finally stating, "Sir, excessive sugar is detrimental to one's health." Dumbledore chuckled, "Truly, the apple does not fall far from the tree. Fear not. Your Majesty, I possess the Master Potioneer's tooth enamel potion." He winked at Edward. Alan smiled softly, returning to the previous topic. "Thank you for your explanation. However, as the Crown Prince, I doubt I would ever find myself in a situation of complete peril." Edward chuckled lightly in agreement. Dumbledore soon discerned the king's regard for his heir. He fell into a contemplative silence before letting out a deep sigh. "I had not intended to disclose this fact to either of you. Alas, even if I remained silent, the young prince would likely uncover it upon entering Hogwarts." "Danger?" Edward's blue eyes stormed with concern. "Indeed, I fear so," Dumbledore replied. "According to regulations, we should not reveal these matters to Muggle parents. However, your unique statuses allow for a slight disclosure." "Oh." Edward's expression was a blend of amusement and skepticism. "Yes," Dumbledore confirmed, seemingly oblivious to the king's doubts, continuing. "You must have heard of our world. After all, every prime minister has been aware of our existence." Father and son remained unfazed, prompting a measure of respect from Dumbledore for their composure. The elder continued, "Decades ago, a dark wizard emerged in the magical realm." "A what?" Alan asked incredulously. "A dark wizard, my child," Dumbledore replied calmly. "His reign of terror plunged the entire magical community into chaos and suffering, significantly impacting the Muggle world too. He ruthlessly slaughtered Muggle-born wizards, and eventually encouraged his followers to massacre Muggles." Dumbledore glanced at the stoic king. "I believe, Your Majesty, you experienced that tumultuous period when the Muggle world was also in disarray." The elder's azure gaze held a probing quality. Alan cast a worried glance at Edward, who raised a hand, signaling his intent to pose further questions. Edward's eyes sharpened. "So, this dark wizard intends to return?" Dumbledore met his gaze directly. "Personally, I believe he did not perish. He merely vanished." "And how did he disappear?" Dumbledore sighed, acknowledging the formidable nature of Muggle elites, realizing he had to tread carefully. He believed in a prophecy that foretold his downfall at the hands of a child born at the end of July. Consequently, he sought to eliminate this child. But that child's mother fiercely protected him, and the power of love caused the dark wizard's death curse to rebound. From then on, he vanished. These facts can be found in the annals of the magical world. A silence enveloped father and son as Alan cleared his throat to inquire, "What became of this infant?" "He is well. I placed him with his aunt and uncle. You will come to know his name in due time, so allow this old man to interject. Harry Potter. He is also set to enroll this year." The elder gently guided. "Thus, would you be inclined to attend Hogwarts?" Alan smiled warmly, restraining himself from leaning back. "Sir, you are aware of my status. Therefore, you must understand that, concerning the Crown Prince, all decisions rest in the king's hands." Dumbledore exaggeratedly reclined. "Ah, adults are always more challenging to persuade than children." The king chuckled, his demeanor softening. "Mr. Dumbledore, in my 38 years of life, I never envisioned the existence of a magical world. When I saw owls in those letters, I nearly believed it to be a prank. More so, which audacious terrorist would dare to assault my son within the royal castle?" "Oh, I apologize for the misunderstanding." Dumbledore's white beard quivered slightly. Edward, smooth of tongue, remarked, "Forgive my candor, but I cannot send the heir to this nation to a school based solely on a letter of dubious authenticity and a fairy tale like old man. How might you prove the existence of magic to me?" For a brief moment, Dumbledore fancied he beheld Lucius, amused by his own thoughts. He sought the king's consent and winked at Alan, transforming the teacup before him. Indeed, it was wondrous. Edward spoke in a subdued tone. "Is this what my child is to learn? It appears inadequate for self-preservation against that dark lord." Dumbledore nodded, smiling benevolently. "This is merely transfiguration. Its offensive capability is rather limited. I suspect you would not feel at ease even if I were to demonstrate offensive magic." The old man retracted his wand and delicately savored a piece of confectionery, discussing its flavor with Alan. Edward, courteous and gentle, nodded. "Sir, I have a question." Alan raised his teacup, mentally retracing the earlier conversation, striving to discern what he might have overlooked, and what insight his father had gained. Dumbledore lifted the sweet he held, gesturing to indicate he was listening. "Please speak, Your Majesty." Edward hesitated before uttering the term wizard. "Certainly not." The old man chuckled kindly. "In truth, I have not guided young wizards in quite some time. An old man's time is never sufficient. Edward, with a dignified yet gentle inquiry, pressed. Yet, what makes Alan so exceptional that you must come personally, rather than delegate the task to a deputy headmaster? Dumbledore gazed into those cerulean eyes, gently placing down the confection. Before he could respond, the king continued, I mean no offense, but as a father, one cannot help but worry about placing Alan in a completely unfamiliar world. Of course. The magical realm indeed possesses an allure for us. I surmise that is precisely why you have come, Edward stated, his ocean blue gaze steady and solemn. Thus, for the sake of our shared stability and peace, for the ordinary young wizard studying in the magical world, and to allay this old father's concerns, I implore you to consider allowing the royal family to become a board member of Hogwarts. Dumbledore's white brows knitted together, clearly feeling the weight of the request. Although you have not articulated it, I can surmise that there are many young wizards of ordinary descent, Edward asserted seriously, yet for all these years, we have heard naught of the magical world. This illustrates that the idea of harmonious coexistence with ordinary people has not taken root. Therefore, as king, I must ensure a prosperous life for these children. Becoming a board member would be the most effective means to achieve this. Dumbledore's sharp blue eyes scrutinized Edward, and after a moment he gently clasped his hands together and said slowly, Yes, but it poses a challenge. The magical world has never had Muggle investments, let alone Muggle board members. It is merely a challenge, Edward replied, his expression unwavering. You are surely a venerable figure in the magical realm. If you wish to undertake this task, how could you possibly fail? Alan was profoundly moved. Although he had always known his father to be wise and capable, he was still deeply impressed at this moment. When Edward ascended to the throne, the nation was in turmoil, and the political system demanded that the monarch remain uninvolved. However, non-involvement was impossible. It could be said that the country's stabilization was due to the joint efforts of Edward and the Prime Minister during that tumultuous time. In comparison to the smooth-sailing Alan, the cunning of this battle-hardened king was incomparable. Dumbledore sighed. You are truly deserving of your title as king. Very well. Let this old man give it a try. Now regarding the enrollment, Edward felt that he had sufficiently conveyed his point and could agree. Thus he gently nodded and took a sip of tea. Alan interjected, Esteemed Headmaster Dumbledore, it is a great honor. Dumbledore managed a rueful smile, producing a letter from his robes and handing it to Alan. Here is the enrollment notice, Mr. Cornwall. By the way, I hope to take those 3 poor owls, who have been cooped up, back to our hunting grounds. They have lamented to me several times. Alan chuckled, Of course. He hesitated, Sir, regarding enrollment. I find myself in a bit of a predicament, and wish to seek your assistance. Oh, Dumbledore inquired. You may not be aware, but in the ordinary world, every action of mine and my father's is captured by the media. Alan admitted sheepishly, I see that there are supplies listed in the letter, but we are unaware of where to procure them, and find it quite difficult to avoid the media. Thus, we require your assistance with that magic you just demonstrated. Dumbledore chuckled heartily, his beard shaking. No problem, my child. Chapter 7, Diagon Alley. Alan turned to Edward, bowing. Please, your majesty, remain seated. I shall return shortly. The two exchanged glances, and Edward understood Alan's intent. Should anything amiss arise in the magical realm, the king and the heir could not both be ensnared. Edward smiled gently as he rose, navigating around the table and chairs, ruffling Alan's hair. It is quite all right. There are many nobles in England. The throne shall always have a successor. I cannot let my child face those risks alone. The implication of his words caused Dumbledore to glance askance. The old man's expression momentarily appeared vacant, as if lost in thought. The king's gaze darkened slightly, yet he chuckled. I have yet to visit the magical world. It is high time I take a look. He patted Alan's back and turned to Dumbledore. Headmaster Dumbledore, I appreciate your assistance. Alan thought to himself that there was perhaps no one luckier than he to have such a father. Dumbledore gently wiped his eyes, exclaiming, How enviable! Few in this world possess such fortune. The old man extended his hand, nodding to both gentlemen. Please grasp my arm tightly. As they did so, a soft pop echoed as flames erupted. Alan felt as though he were being stuffed into a slender tube or swept into a whirlwind, his stomach churning violently. Upon landing, he nearly stumbled, gripping Edward's arm with one hand while covering his mouth with the other to prevent any unwelcome display in this strange place. Edward patted his back, encouraging him to steady himself while discreetly surveying their surroundings. He had not anticipated the existence of an invisible wizarding pub. After a while, Alan regained his composure, releasing Edward's arm, and feeling somewhat bashful at his father's unwavering demeanor. Dumbledore stood by with a twinkle in his eye, conversing with the proprietor. Alan. The first experience of apparition can be quite disorienting. You will acclimatize in due time. Dumbledore chuckled. Child, Would you care for a drink? The somewhat disheveled proprietor inquired warmly. Thank you very much, sir. But no, I wish to procure my school supplies as swiftly as possible, Alan replied with a smile, politely declining the gentleman's kind offer. He surreptitiously surveyed the surroundings, maintaining a composed expression while feeling an indescribable sentiment. Did wizards truly live in such poverty? Not even a respectable entrance. Then let us be off. Farewell, Tom. Dumbledore led the two fathers toward the courtyard behind the leaky cauldron. Arriving at a brick wall, the old man produced his wand, tapping various bricks in a peculiar rhythm, and the bricks appeared to spring to life, parting to reveal a narrow pathway for the three. Dumbledore stretched out his arms and playfully declared, Your Majesty, Alan, welcome to Diagon Alley. Our first stop is Gringotts, a bank run by goblins just ahead. Gentlemen, you must first exchange your currency at Gringotts before you can purchase anything. They navigated through the shops lining either side, sidestepping the bustling crowds. Dazzled by the myriad of wares on display, Dumbledore seemed to relish his role as a guide, enthusiastically relaying the various goods found in the shops to Edward and Alan, sharing their histories and tales. Alan listened with rapt attention, occasionally revealing a hint of astonishment, and posing questions from unique perspectives. Dumbledore, amused by his curiosity, responded earnestly to his inquiries. Edward, who had previously dominated the conversation, fell silent upon entering Diagon Alley. Alan understood this was a test of his ability to navigate the magical world independently. Thus he took the initiative to engage with Dumbledore. Rest assured, he was not captivated by the novelty of the magical realm. Stealing a glance at his father, he noted the man's serene demeanor. Had he not known that his father was a pureblood Muggle, he might have been deceived by his composed appearance. The trio arrived at Gringotts, where Edward displayed a keen interest in the operations of the Wizarding Bank. The first door they approached was a resplendent bronze gate, guarded by a goblin in a scarlet and gold uniform, who bowed in greeting. Alan made a concerted effort to refrain from scrutinizing the goblin. The second door was silver, inscribed with the following warning. Enter, stranger, but beware of the fate that greed may bring. Those who take without toil shall face the severest of penalties. If you seek to pilfer from our underground vaults treasures that were never yours, thief, heed this warning. What you summon may not be riches but retribution. Edward nodded appreciatively, commending the wisdom of the message, while the goblin regarded him with a mixture of pride and condescension. They proceeded through the silver door into a spacious marble hall, where approximately 100 goblins busily recorded transactions behind a long counter. Some weighed coins on scales, while others inspected gems through magnifying glasses. Dumbledore explained that the goblins' vaults were the safest in the world, second only to Hogwarts, as they housed a dragon to guard the underground treasures. The central platform allowed for the exchange of Muggle currency for wizarding money, and they could even open a vault here. Approaching the counter, Alan inquired of the goblin, Good day, sir. I wish to exchange for wizarding currency and establish a vault at Gringotts. The goblin set down his quill and acknowledged Dumbledore with a nod. He adeptly introduced the wizarding currency system and asked, Opening a vault requires 80 galleons. How much do you intend to exchange? With a charming smile, Alan asked, May I inquire how much gold Gringotts currently holds, excluding customer deposits? The goblin straightened in his seat, glanced at him, and upon realizing he was a Muggle, slowly replied, 500,000 galleons, roughly 26 million pounds. However, a Muggle may only exchange a maximum of 100 galleons per year. Alan furrowed his brow and asked, How much does a first-year student at Hogwarts require in galleons for a year? The goblin, puzzled by his question yet recalling Alan's Muggle heritage, answered, Under normal circumstances, 100 galleons would suffice. Pureblood families may use over 500 galleons in a year. Alan narrowed his eyes, revealing a striking resemblance to Edward during negotiations with Dumbledore. With a polite chuckle he inquired, And how many galleons could a board member exchange for pounds? The goblin regarded him thoughtfully and replied, There is no precedent for this. I have never heard of any board member engaging with Muggles. Alan sighed, nodding, I understand. Please exchange 100 galleons for me. Chapter 8. The Robe Shop, a first encounter with Draco. The trio stepped out of Gringotts, officially commencing their shopping adventure. After pondering for a moment, Alan requested Dumbledore to take them to a magical supplies store. He scanned the myriad of price tags and purchased a suitcase enhanced with expansion and weight reduction charms for 30 galleons. Given the nature of space-enhancing items, the suitcase was quite a bargain, albeit with a modest capacity of 2 cubic feet. Fortunately, it was not only practical but aesthetically pleasing. After all, families willing to spend 30 galleons on a suitcase were rare. Edward observed his son with a hint of amusement, noting how quickly Alan adapted to the magical world and made the most of it. He thought to himself that he could trust his son to navigate the school alone. Dumbledore and Edward watched Alan as he inquired of the shopkeeper. Do you have any magical items that render the user invisible? Of course, the shopkeeper proudly declared, puffing out his chest. We boast the most comprehensive selection of magical items in all of Britain. This is an invisibility cloak, made from the feathers of an invisibility beast, for 300 galleons. This is a cuff enchanted with a disillusionment charm, for 500 galleons. And this thank you for the recommendations, sir, Alan interjected, a hint of exasperation in his voice. I will not require them for the time being. For the first time in his life, Alan experienced the pangs of being financially constrained, his smooth cheeks flushing slightly. He sheepishly approached Edward, who affectionately ruffled his hair. Edward felt a mix of sympathy and helplessness. Even as a king, he could not offer much assistance in the magical realm. However, he smiled at his son and said, Alan, have you perhaps forgotten something? Alan looked up in confusion, mentally retracing his steps, and hesitantly shook his head. Edward replied, precious metals are the universal currency. Alan bit his lip in frustration. You are right. Dumbledore chuckled, watching Alan grasp his father's hand like an ordinary child, and exchanged a knowing nod with the king. He patted Alan on the shoulder, reminding him, we must procure your school supplies before the crowds swell. The shopkeeper turned to Dumbledore, intending to greet him, but momentarily lost his train of thought, and returned to his tasks. Very well, Mr. Dumbledore, Edward mused. Under Dumbledore's guidance, the two navigated their purchases with ease, avoiding any unnecessary detours. At the bookstore, Alan and Edward eagerly examined every book on the shelves. They intentionally bought several history books, along with a few volumes detailing the everyday knowledge of the magical world, before reluctantly making their way to the robe shop. As they expressed their gratitude, Dumbledore winked. After all, I have spent half my life at Hogwarts. If you were to spend half your life there, you would know this place as well as you do your own castle. The bell chimed as they entered the shop, where they spotted a pale-faced boy with platinum hair standing on a stool, having his robe adjusted by a seamstress. Mrs. Malkin, upon seeing Alan, warmly welcomed him. Child, please wait there for a moment while I fetch a new soft measuring tape. The boy, noticing Alan, raised his chin haughtily and deliberately drawled, You're also a first year at Hogwarts? Alan, accustomed to dealing with arrogant and difficult nobles, recognized the boy's tone immediately, discerning him to be a spoiled young master. Unfazed by his arrogance, Alan nodded politely and replied in a similar drawl, Indeed, I am Alan Cornwall, and this is my father. When he mentioned His Majesty, Alan proudly lifted his chin slightly before asking, What may I call you? The boy, taken aback by his tone, scrutinized him for several moments before offering a slight nod towards Edward as a form of greeting, and then slowly replied, Malfoy. Draco Malfoy. Alan and Edward exchanged surprised glances upon hearing the surname, realizing he was a scion of the Malfoy family. In the 11th century, Armand Malfoy rendered an obscure yet monumental contribution to William the Conqueror, thereby securing a vast estate in Wiltshire. Although he was not formally knighted, he undeniably enjoyed the privileges of nobility. However, his descendants remained largely hidden, leading many to believe that the Malfoy lineage had nearly vanished. After a moment's pause, the young Malfoy could not suppress his curiosity and inquired, Are you a noble? I do not recall any pureblood surname from Cornwall. Alan responded with a gentle smile, his eyes veiling a hint of inquiry. Indeed, I hail from the ordinary world. To put it in your terms, I am of Muggle heritage. Draco blinked in surprise. Pursing his lips, he found this boy rather likable, especially for being of Muggle descent. The boy's expression was unmistakable, and Alan quickly discerned that wizards here were not particularly welcoming to those of Muggle origins. His gaze darkened momentarily before brightening with a smile. Wasn't this precisely the reason he had come? Just then, Madame Malkin emerged with a measuring tape to fit Alan for his robes. Draco's demeanor softened a little, and he continued the conversation. My father is a governor. Alan realized that this young master was merely seeking someone to boast to. Draco, with a touch of pride, declared, I will certainly be sorted into Slytherin. If I am not, I will withdraw. They are being utterly ridiculous by not allowing first years to bring brooms. You know how exhilarating Quidditch is. Dumbledore, cloaked in a disillusionment charm, stood nearby, observing the children as they forged friendships. He had not anticipated that the first peer Alan would encounter would be Draco Malfoy. Nevertheless, this unexpected twist could yield a favorable outcome if the two children were to become friends, and subsequently influence the Malfoy family. He withdrew his gaze and suggested to Edward that they wait for Alan at the tea shop across the street. The two establishments were directly opposite one another, visible through the windows, and Edward nodded in agreement, calling out to Alan to inform him of their destination. Alan placed his hand over his heart in a gesture of respect and nodded to Dumbledore. Father, do not rush. There is no need for haste. Once the robes are ready, I shall seek you out. Draco, observing Alan's formal bow, momentarily paused before hesitantly saying, Goodbye, Uncle. Edward smiled and nodded in response. Then deliberately advised Alan, Since you wish to make friends, be sure to get along well. This is your first friend. And I do not wish to hear any bad news. Alan seemed poised to retort but ultimately complied with a respectful bow. Yes, Your Majesty. Though that comment was clearly directed at Draco, the king was indeed concerned. From a young age, Alan was a prodigy, and the curriculum at the public school could not keep pace with him, necessitating private instruction from renowned masters within the castle. He had scarcely interacted with peers of his own age. One common flaw among prodigies is their innate tendency to look down upon ordinary people, a form of arrogance that is almost instinctive. Despite Alan's gentle demeanor cultivated under the king's tutelage, the king was acutely aware of his son's nature. Should Alan attend Hogwarts, in light of his responsibilities as the Crown Prince, he would undoubtedly exhibit kindness and tolerance towards all wizards of Muggle heritage. However, this would also dictate that he would never forge friendships with them. Parental concern for a child's social interactions is entirely natural, and even a king cannot escape this norm. With a silent sigh of worry regarding his son's friendships, the king turned and left with Dumbledore. Draco felt a surge of happiness upon hearing Edward's words. As Alan was also his first friend, he watched Edward leave, then turned to Alan. Be honest. Alan regarded this proud boy, clearly curious yet deliberately raising his chin to maintain his haughty demeanor, eliciting a bemused smile from him. Adopting the poise of a prince, he said, Let us reintroduce ourselves. I am Alan Cornwall, the Prince of England, bestowed with the title of Duke of Cornwall. It is an honor to meet a descendant of the Malfoy family. Draco, puzzled, hesitated. Have you heard of the Malfoys? Alan briefly recounted the Malfoy family's ties to the royal lineage, which, despite its brevity, left Draco feeling exceedingly uncomfortable. Who could have imagined that their noble lineage was conferred by a Muggle king? He looked at Alan awkwardly, feeling inexplicably inferior due to this status. After a brief pause, Alan chuckled lightly. In his time, Mr. Armand Malfoy made significant contributions to the royal family, and we have always remembered him. If I recall correctly, the royal family still possesses some of Mr. Malfoy's manuscripts. Should you wish to reclaim them, please do not hesitate to inform me. Draco's expression turned serious. He understood all too well the significance of his ancestor's manuscripts. In that moment, all thoughts of Muggle heritage were cast aside. He eagerly extended his hand to Alan, gripping it firmly. You are my friend, and I am determined to keep you. Alan smiled warmly. Then at our next meeting, I shall bring the manuscripts as a gift for the current head of the Malfoy family, shall I? Of course. We shall meet on the Hogwarts Express. My parents will be there to see me off. Draco haughtily adjusted his collar, feeling that he had accomplished something grand for the Malfoy family that day. The delicate young master's robes were fastened properly, and he glanced at Alan with reluctance. I must take my leave now. My mother is still at Ollivander's waiting for me. Alan chuckled softly. I shall see you on the train. Draco rummaged through his pocket for a moment, pulled out a piece of candy, and thrust it into Alan's hand before hastily exiting. Chapter 9. Harry Potter and the Muggle Prince. Not long after Draco departed, Alan had just descended from the small stool when the doorbell chimed lightly. A bespectacled, diminutive boy wearing oversized clothing shyly pushed the door open, appearing somewhat lost and alone. Upon seeing Alan's face, the boy exclaimed in astonishment, Prince Alan. Alan stiffened, feeling a twinge of annoyance at having forgotten to conceal his identity when stepping outside. He turned, nodding courteously at the boy. Greetings. Are you also headed to Hogwarts? Noticing the boy's dazed nod, he inquired, What is your name? The boy, somewhat apprehensive and visibly excited at encountering the prince, stammered, I am Harry Potter. Harry Potter? Before Alan could respond, Madame Malkin rushed out from behind, her excitement palpable. Harry Potter? She exclaimed fervently, grasping Harry's hand with wide, eager eyes brimming with affection. There was a hint of something akin to the public's frenzied desire to see pandas at the National Zoo. Harry Potter. What an honor. You have no idea how grateful we are to you. Alan observed Madame Malkin's exuberant reaction, nodding in understanding. He recognized this spectacle. It was reminiscent of the attention he and his father received during their public appearances. Clearly, this so-called savior held a significant reputation. Harry, clearly unaccustomed to such adoration, had experienced a taste of it earlier at the Leaky Cauldron, but standing next to Alan, who was after all Prince Alan, was an entirely different matter. He had been celebrated and cherished by the entire nation since childhood. A prodigy who was the only one to eclipse Dudley in the eyes of Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia. But just a few days ago, the prince had been bestowed the title of Duke of Cornwall, and now he could be addressed as His Royal Highness. The Crown Prince stood beside him. Though Harry seemed to possess a certain renown within the wizarding world for reasons unknown to him, he was acutely aware that, in comparison to Prince Alan, he fell short in every aspect. Prince Alan was the idol of all children. The pressure of having people clamoring to shake hands with him in the presence of the Crown Prince was overwhelming. Feeling somewhat guilty, Harry glanced at His Royal Highness, only to find that the prince appeared merely curious about the situation, which relieved him immensely. He thought the most awkward moment had passed, only to be taken aback as Madame Malkin promptly disregarded the presence of the Crown Prince, fervently measuring Harry with a soft tape. A blush crept across his face as he stole an embarrassed glance at Alan. Fortunately, Alan seemed entirely unperturbed. After adjusting the fit of his attire, he gracefully descended from the footstool and seated himself in the waiting area, exuding gentlemanly elegance while awaiting Mrs. Malkin to finish measuring Harry, finally persuading Mrs. Malkin to proceed to the back to prepare the garments. Harry exhaled in relief, shifting closer to Alan and softly apologizing. "Your Highness, I am truly sorry." Alan chuckled lightly. "Mr. Potter, I fail to comprehend the reason for your apology." Harry hesitated. "Didn't that lady offend you by bypassing you to shake my hand?" Alan, bemused, admitted that he actually relished this feeling of being unrecognized in his royal capacity. With a smile and a shake of his head, he reassured, "Not at all, Mr. Potter. You need not apologize, nor should you worry." As Harry relaxed, he dared to scrutinize Alan openly. The prince before him was clad in a meticulously tailored white shirt and suit trousers, his polished shoes spotless, radiating a gentle and forgiving demeanor that instilled a sense of security akin to that of an adult. Harry's mind wandered back to the day Alan was bestowed his title. That day, Uncle Vernon, Aunt Petunia, and Dudley were huddled around the television, engrossed in the live broadcast. Dudley occupied a single sofa all to himself, mindlessly stuffing cookies into his mouth, his body leaning forward, eyes gleaming at the opulence displayed on screen. "What's that? The thing on the prince's chest?" he queried. "Oh dear, Dudley," the slender lady beside him remarked with a peculiar smile. "That is Prince Alan's Duke's insignia. How splendid it is. Is Prince Alan now officially the heir apparent?" Dudley mumbled through his cookie. "Oh Dudley," the hefty gentleman next to the lady exclaimed, picking up a tiny biscuit. His face flushed. "You must understand, His Highness has always been the first in line for the throne. It is safe to say, as long as he lives, he shall be the next king." "Oh no, Prince Alan must remain safe and sound, God bless." The television host's calm and composed voice resonated. "Now, let us welcome His Majesty the King to deliver a speech." Aunt Petunia, her eyes gleaming with joy as she watched the screen, suddenly scrunched her nose and barked towards the kitchen. "Harry Potter, mind the fire. Don't burn my cookies. If you make me miss His Highness's ceremony, you better watch out." Uncle Vernon echoed her sentiments with a coarse shout towards the kitchen. Harry, clad in ill-fitting, oversized garments, adjusted his glasses held together with tape, rolled his eyes discreetly, and hurried into the kitchen. Moments later, he emerged carrying a plate, placing it on the coffee table. "Uncle Vernon, Aunt Petunia, the cookies are ready," he announced, his gaze already drifting back to the television, where the prince, adorned in splendid garments, knelt on a cushion, hand over heart. Harry adjusted his black, round glasses, which perpetually slid down his nose, and gazed enviously at the prince. On account of Prince Alan, Uncle Vernon muttered, not bothering to acknowledge him. The black feathered top hat was removed, golden hair gleaming like sunlight under the lights. As Alan half knelt on the cushion, his eyes cast downward, allowing the king to place the crown of heir apparent upon his head. Dudley stared at the crown upon Alan's head, while Harry's attention was fixed on the soft cushion beneath the prince. Even amidst such honor, one couldn't help but wonder if this brief kneeling would cause discomfort to the prince. On screen, Alan grasped the king's hand, rising to stand upon the platform, crowned and gazing down at the subjects below. "Oh!" The family beside him dramatically clutched their hearts, their expressions akin to having struck a lottery. Harry discreetly wiped his eyes, concealing the unexpected tears that had welled up, wistfully observing the father-son duo as they advanced together. Soon, the broadcast reached intermission, and advertisements filled the screen. Aunt Petunia, as if suddenly recalling something, shot Harry a glare. "What are you still doing here? Go fry some bacon. Have you forgotten it's lunchtime, you arrogant little brat? Don't you know we're supposed to be watching the television to learn something from Prince Alan?" Turning away from the woman's biting tirade, Harry cast a disdainful glance at Dudley, unable to suppress the retort in his mind. How could Prince Alan possibly be making lunch? After that day, Aunt Petunia continued to mock him using Alan as a reference, but he bore no ill will towards the prince. After all, Alan was oblivious to such trivialities. He pursed his lips, quickly fixating his gaze on Alan's eyes. "Your Highness, your eyes are truly beautiful, even more so than in the official photographs." As the wait stretched on, tedious and dull, Alan, intrigued by the boy who had stirred such a commotion, willingly engaged him in conversation. "Your eyes are lovely as well, resembling the most exquisite emerald on the king's crown." Suddenly receiving praise from his idol left Harry somewhat dazed, at a loss for words. Alan smiled gently, perceptively adding, "I can imagine you are quite astonished to learn you are a little wizard?" Harry nodded vigorously, immediately launching into a torrent of words, recounting how he discovered Hogwarts, detailing the various obstacles imposed by his uncle, and narrating his experiences with Hagrid, who had come to escort him to Diagon Alley. Alan listened attentively, his smile unwavering, offering gentle reassurances. "Is it overwhelming to have become a savior all of a sudden?" Harry's nose tinged with emotion. In the past 11 years, no one had ever listened to him with such earnestness. Not only that, but there was no hint of impatience, nor disregard for his trivial grievances, and such concern for his well-being. He believed he had discreetly wiped his eyes, but his tears flowed freely down his cheeks. Alan, silently offering a handkerchief, observed as the frail boy hastily dabbed at his face. This was the life of the magical world's savior. He sighed inwardly, sympathizing with the boy's plight. Harry quickly regained his composure, looking gratefully at Alan. "Your Highness, thank you for sharing this with me." Alan gently shook his head, smiling warmly. "Do not worry, Mr. Potter. Soon, you will be off to Hogwarts, the only magical school in Britain, where many will surely recognize your parents. You can ask them for photographs of your mother and father." The emerald-like eyes of Harry sparkled with newfound hope, his spirits lifted, and he smiled brightly at Alan, nodding emphatically. "You're right. Thank you so much, Your Highness." Alan, donning a patient and gentle smile, replied, "It is my pleasure, Mr. Potter. I am delighted to alleviate some of your worries." Harry scratched his head. "If you don't mind, you can call me Harry." Alan paused, realizing how easily his actions, driven by responsibility and curiosity, had endeared him to the savior. With a hint of regret, he nodded kindly. "Harry, will you be returning to your aunt's house before school begins?" Harry's demeanor drooped, and he nodded. Alan gazed at him, wishing to bring a glimmer of joy to the forlorn child. After a moment's contemplation, he inquired, "Harry, which professor escorted you to Diagon Alley?" Harry looked up in confusion but replied, "It's Hagrid. He's enormous. By the way, who brought you here?" "It was Professor Dumbledore." Alan chuckled. "He's currently in the tea shop across the street. Would you like to meet him soon?" Harry's excitement surged once more. He hadn't forgotten that Alan had mentioned earlier that it was Dumbledore who spoke of his parents. Before Alan could respond, a knock at the window interrupted them. He looked up to see a half-giant, towering like a building, bending down to peer at them. Instinctively, he shielded Harry behind him, eyeing the giant warily. Harry felt warmed by Alan's protective gesture, and laughed as he patted Alan's arm. "Your Highness, that's Hagrid, the one who brought me." "Indeed." Hagrid greeted them with a friendly wave, holding a pristine white owl and exclaiming, "Happy birthday, Harry." Chapter 10. The King's Benevolence. Upon Alan's invitation, Hagrid stepped into the shop, holding the owl cage. He hesitated, observing Alan, whose tidy attire and golden hair reminded him of Malfoy. "Oh, Harry, is this your new friend?" Harry looked at Alan uncertainly, but upon seeing Alan's gentle nod, he joyfully declared, "Yes. This is the prince from our Muggle world." Hagrid sighed in relief, muttering something under his breath. Alan caught snippets of Hagrid's words, which seemed to express relief at not encountering another troublesome pureblood. He chuckled and extended his hand towards Hagrid. "Hello, Mr. Hagrid. I am Harry's new friend." Regret washed over him quickly, as Hagrid's hand was larger than his chest. Noticing Alan's hesitation, Hagrid kindly patted his shoulder, nearly sending him to the ground. Shortly after, Madame Malkin emerged with a bundle. She kindly informed Harry, "Your robes will take a little longer, Harry." Then she handed the wrapped package to Alan, smiling brightly. "Young man, I have prepared 5 sets of robes for you." The school mandated only 2 robes, but Harry thought it only fitting that Prince Alan should possess several. Alan accepted the package, purchasing a simple adult wizard's robe with a hood and a matching smaller size, settling the bill before joining Hagrid at the side while they awaited Harry and the others, who were to meet Dumbledore shortly. Before long, Harry's robes were ready. Alan stood and performed a heartfelt bow, saying, "Thank you very much, beautiful lady. We look forward to seeing you again." Madame Malkin, who had previously overlooked Alan, chuckled with delight. "You truly know how to speak, young gentleman." With graceful ease, Alan completed the courteous farewell ritual, and turned to exit with Harry and Hagrid. His commanding presence was so natural that by the time Hagrid comprehended what was happening, he found himself standing before Dumbledore. Alan presented the robes to Edward, bowing, "Your Majesty. Allow me to introduce." He turned around, only to find Harry missing, and curiously glanced to the other side, where he spotted the bewildered savior lingering at the entrance. "Harry, come here." Alan beckoned. Harry hurriedly adjusted his appearance, his steps unsteady as he approached. His gaze was unfocused, causing him to overlook Dumbledore beside him. The prince had mentioned taking him to the tea shop. The prince had said Dumbledore was across the street, but the prince hadn't mentioned that the king was also present. Harry swallowed hard, and as Alan gently patted his back, he snapped back to attention, standing tall, faintly hearing Alan's introduction. "This is Harry Potter, as Professor Dumbledore has mentioned." Harry was softly tapped on the shoulder, finally looking at the king, who bore a striking resemblance to Alan. "This is my father, Edward," Alan explained, noticing Harry's unease. Edward smiled warmly and extended his hand in a gesture of greeting. "Hello, Harry." Dazed, Harry shook hands with the king and then greeted Dumbledore, feeling as if he were dreaming so vividly that he could not believe he was shaking hands with the king. Alan cleared his throat twice, observing Harry's lingering confusion and prompting, Harry, don't you have questions for Professor Dumbledore?" Startled, Harry finally shifted his focus from the king to Dumbledore, hesitantly stammering, Professor Dumbledore." The elderly man's blue eyes regarded him with warmth and patience as he replied, "Yes, Harry. Do you have any questions?" Summoning his courage, Harry asked, "Do you know about my parents? Could you tell me about them?" Dumbledore gazed at him with a blend of sadness and kindness, nodding gently, "Of course. How reminiscent of days gone by, Harry. You bear an uncanny resemblance to your father, save for your eyes, which are just like your mother's. Merlin knows how much trouble your father caused the professors in his pursuit of your mother. He certainly had a knack for getting into mischief." Dumbledore feigned a sigh of relief, prompting Harry to chuckle softly. "However, we cannot deny that your father possessed an extraordinary magical talent, excelling in Quidditch as well. His medals are still preserved within the castle. You may explore them upon your enrollment." Dumbledore winked. "And your mother, Harry, had remarkable skills in potion making, being the favorite student of Professor Slughorn back in the day. Is that professor still at the school?" Harry asked eagerly. "Sir, I would like to request some photographs of my mother." Dumbledore shook his head gently. "No, he has retired, Harry. Currently, no one knows of his whereabouts." Harry's spirits sank as he asked, "Then who is the current potions professor?" Dumbledore playfully blinked. "Oh, it's Severus Snape. Does he know my mother?" Dumbledore paused for a moment before responding softly, "Yes." "Then may I ask him for some photographs of my mother?" Harry exclaimed, filled with joy. Dumbledore remained silent. Hagrid cleared his throat, his sound akin to a motorcycle horn, capturing everyone's attention. "Harry, I can reach out to your parents' friends and create an album for you." Seeing that Harry had finally ceased his inquiries on the topic, everyone exhaled in relief. When they looked over, they found Edward and Alan, mirroring each other's movements as they savored their tea, conversing quietly. Dumbledore chuckled, lifting his teacup. "Oh, please excuse the king and the young prince. It's quite all right, Professor Dumbledore." Edward nodded gently, glancing toward Harry, who was engaged in conversation with Alan, and lowered his voice. "I have a modest request." The elderly man's gaze sharpened, yet he leaned forward slightly, signaling his attentiveness. "Rarely do we encounter a young wizard from the ordinary world. I sincerely hope he can accompany Alan." Edward raised an eyebrow delicately. "Will it affect anything?" Dumbledore sipped his tea and inquired, "Will it impact the royal family? The media will not be aware of this." Edward raised his teacup as well. "Then it is a matter of concern for His Majesty." The elder smiled as he lifted his cup, receiving his father's signal. Alan inclined his head slightly and casually remarked to Harry, "Harry, if your relatives are unkind to you, would you like to spend a few days at Balmoral?" Harry's mouth fell open in surprise. Alan feigned distress. "Usually, I have no one to talk to, let alone a friend from the magical world." A surge of courage welled up within Harry, and he declared, "I would love to. Only, well, my aunt and uncle." Hagrid patted his chest forcefully, and Alan looked at his massive hand with trepidation as he boomed, "This burden is on me." Thus, with Dumbledore's tacit approval, Harry's journey to Balmoral Castle was firmly established. Chapter 11. The Great Significance of the Armand Manuscript. Edward held a neutral stance on the matter, content to see his son's wishes fulfilled, and he ceased to pay further attention. Just as he was about to suggest visiting the next shop, a thought struck him, and he inquired Alan, "How have you fared with that young lad you met previously?" Alan smiled, "Quite well, Your Majesty." He caught a glimpse of Dumbledore leaning in and asked, "Professor Dumbledore, are you also acquainted with Malfoy?" Dumbledore winked at him and enigmatically replied, "All wizards in Britain graduate from Hogwarts, so naturally, I am familiar." "Oh." Hagrid sniffed Alan. "How could you possibly get along with the Malfoys? Their family are all rogues. Utterly detestable." Harry gazed at them in bewilderment as they debated. Alan straightened his lips and gently chuckled. "Hagrid, have you ever met young Mr. Malfoy? In truth, he is not a bad sort, merely possessing a touch of aristocratic arrogance." Hagrid was about to say more when Dumbledore shot him a glance, prompting him to close his mouth. Alan suddenly realized that perhaps Malfoy did not share the same allegiance as the esteemed headmaster. Yet, the fact that Draco managed to carry himself with such pride indicated that the Malfoy family's influence was not to be underestimated. He turned to Edward and said, "Your Majesty, I have promised young Mr. Malfoy that upon our next meeting, I shall present the Armand manuscript as a gift." Edward nodded approvingly, a satisfied smile gracing his face. By making this declaration in front of the old gentleman, Alan was conveying that their royal family had already invested something of great value for the sake of mutual stability and peace. Thus, a reciprocal gesture was expected. Dumbledore appeared oblivious to the underlying implications and remarked, "I never would have anticipated that the Muggle royal family has preserved such an ancient magical manuscript." He added, almost inadvertently, "This artifact holds more value for the Malfoy family than half of their estate. The young prince is indeed generous. Greater benefits arise from substantial investments." Alan mused indifferently, for he regarded the manuscript as little more than scrap paper. He presented the king with a robe, watching as his father examined it with keen interest, explaining, "Earlier in the robe shop, Harry recognized me immediately." Harry's face flushed with embarrassment. "Compared to me, perhaps you should keep yourself better concealed." The king grunted in agreement, donning the robe and pulling up the hood. The simple garment took on an air of bespoke elegance on him, prompting Alan to smirk proudly as he donned his own robe. Dumbledore beamed in admiration of their attire, before leading them to the wand shop. The two groups merged into a harmonious procession. As they passed a pet store, Alan, at Hagrid's suggestion, purchased 2 snowy owls for communication purposes. The shopkeeper cast several curious glances, bemused by their overly concealed appearance. Fortunately, the box enchanted with a space charm could accommodate living creatures. Otherwise, parading about with 2 owls would hardly be deemed graceful. Meanwhile, Draco, having reunited with his mother, acquired a wand measuring precisely 10 inches, crafted from hawthorn wood and featuring unicorn hair, with acceptable flexibility. The wand's rather mundane materials were a disappointment for Draco, who had long anticipated the moment he would receive his wand. Both mother and son regarded it with disdain, yet it was evidently the wand most suited for Draco. Ollivander repeatedly emphasized that the best wand is the one that fits perfectly, leaving them no choice but to purchase it. Draco waved the wand, feeling the exhilarating sensation of unity, which somewhat alleviated the discontent within him. Not wishing her son to be unhappy, Narcissa shifted the topic. "All right, little dragon. Let us indulge in some treats at the Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor. What of your father?" Narcissa took Draco's hand. "Your father is at the bookstore. He will join us shortly. Shall we?" A sudden excitement flickered in Draco's eyes as he exclaimed, "Hurry, hurry. Mother, let us go. I have something to share with both of you." Seated by the window in the ice cream parlor, Draco's gaze wandered eagerly outside, his spoon aimlessly poking at the raspberry peach ice cream, until he finally spotted a striking platinum-haired figure approaching. As Lucius entered, he immediately caught sight of his son's bright, eager eyes. Narcissa, both amused and exasperated, waved for him to come over. Once both parents settled into their seats, Draco cleared his throat, a proud smirk gracing his lips. "Father, mother, I just met a new friend at the robe shop. His name is Alan Cornwall, the heir to the Muggle realm. Though he is of Muggle descent, his status is quite fitting for a friendship with me. Oh, and he mentioned that upon our next meeting, he intends to present us with the manuscript of our ancestor Armand as a gift." Draco feigned nonchalance, his eyes sparkling as he regarded Lucius and Narcissa. Lucius and Narcissa exchanged a glance. As Draco had stated, although he was of Muggle lineage, the title of heir certainly justified a friendship. It is well known that the purebloods in the wizarding world claim nobility, due to the recognition bestowed by the Muggle royal family, such as the Malfoys. Although they later severed ties with the Muggle realm, the noble titles originating from the Muggle royalty remain an undeniable truth. Upon hearing that Alan intended to bestow the Armand manuscript, the scales in their minds began to tip towards establishing a connection. Lucius smirked, nodding in approval at Draco's enthusiasm and remarked, "Well done, Draco. You shall be rewarded with a Firebolt 2000. Draco cheered, promptly straightening himself under Lucius's approving gaze, and eagerly resumed enjoying his ice cream. Chapter 12. The Wand. As Draco basked in his father's praise, Alan and his companions arrived at Ollivander's wand shop. The establishment was small and dilapidated, the gilded sign above the door peeling, revealing the faint inscription, Ollivander, crafting exquisite wands since 382 BC. In the dusty window display, a solitary wand lay atop a faded purple cushion. Upon entering, the tinkling of bells echoed throughout the cramped space. The shop was indeed tiny, lined with thousands of slender boxes that nearly reached the ceiling, giving it an even more claustrophobic appearance. Aside from the counter, there was only a long bench for patrons to wait. Hagrid ushered Dumbledore and Edward to the bench while he stood, a mountainous figure blocking one side. The two children exchanged glances, striving to suppress their strange feelings. "Good afternoon." A gentle voice startled Harry and Hagrid. Alan, maintaining his composure, merely glanced up. An elderly man stood on a ladder, gliding almost silently to the counter. Before them stood an old man whose pale, large eyes shone like two luminous moons in the dim shop. He appeared somewhat disheveled, with untamed white hair and casual attire, yet his eyes radiated brightness and clarity, resembling two shining orbs. He scanned the shop, a smile curling on his lips. "Ah, Dumbledore." "Hagrid." Dumbledore returned the greeting. "Garrick. I've brought these two children to purchase wands." Edward, adhering to his principle of remaining uninvolved, sat politely to the side, fulfilling his role as a statue. Alan lowered his hood and, with a gentlemanly bow, announced, "Pardon the intrusion, sir, but Harry and I are here to procure wands." Ollivander's gaze shifted to him, quickly spotting Harry standing beside him. The intensity of his gaze made Harry feel self-conscious, prompting him to utter a greeting hello. "Ah, yes," Ollivander replied at last. "I have the pleasure of meeting you, Harry Potter. You possess the same striking eyes as your mother." He continued, "It feels as though it were just yesterday when she purchased her first wand here. I still remember it vividly. It was a wand crafted from willow, producing a delightful swish when waved, measuring 10¼ inches in length, a truly remarkable wand." Mr. Ollivander fixed his gaze intently upon Harry. "Your father, however, was quite different. His wand, made of cherry wood, was exceptionally supple and perfectly suited for transfiguration, measuring 11 inches. He added, "Remember, Mr. Potter, it is the wand that chooses the wizard." Mr. Ollivander leaned closer to Harry, his eyes nearly reflecting Harry's own image, as he extended his pale fingers to gently caress the lightning-shaped scar on Harry's forehead. This was clearly beyond the bounds of social propriety, accompanied by an odd, scrutinizing gaze. Alan abruptly pulled Harry back a few steps, restraining himself. "Mr. Ollivander, may we select a wand now?" Harry cast a grateful glance at him. Ollivander turned his attention to Alan without a word, swiftly returning behind the counter. "So, who shall go first?" Alan and Harry exchanged glances, and Alan spoke up. "I shall go first." "Oh, what is your name?" Ollivander inquired, somewhat chagrined, realizing he did not yet know the child's name. "Alan Cornwall." "Ah, young Mr. Cornwall. Which hand do you favor?" "The right hand, sir." Ollivander produced a soft measuring tape, allowing it to flit around Alan's body, measuring his dimensions. Although Alan did not comprehend the relevance of these measurements to wand selection, he cooperatively completed the process. The eccentric Mr. Ollivander had retreated to the back, searching for wands. He tremulously offered a wand to Alan. "Try this one?" But before Alan could take it, Ollivander snatched it back. This occurred over 30 times, with Alan resignedly repeating this rather absurd motion. Edward squinted, somewhat displeased. Yet Mr. Ollivander grew increasingly exhilarated, exclaiming, "Ah, a discerning customer." He paced about, muttering to himself, until suddenly his eyes lit up, and he hurried into the back room. Are all people in the magical world this mad? Edward began to worry whether Alan could cope with these slightly unhinged wizards. Harry glanced at the pile of discarded boxes beside him, swallowing hard, uncertain of what to expect when it came time to test a wand. Dumbledore kindly explained, "The Ollivander family has been crafting wands for generations, and they are quite passionate about it. I must also congratulate you, Alan. You possess remarkable innate magical talent, which often requires more time to select a wand." The eccentric Mr. Ollivander soon returned, bubbling with excitement. "This one. It must be this one." He produced a slightly curved wand from a box, carefully handing it to Alan with palpable anticipation. "Try this one?" Alan was taken aback by his demeanor, but cautiously accepted the wand. As his fingers made contact with it, it felt as though he had reunited with a long-lost half of himself. A warm, powerful energy surged through him as he gently waved the wand in accordance with his heart's desire. The wands scattered throughout the shop, haphazardly left by Ollivander, seemed to spring to life, returning to their original places in their boxes. Alan was astonished by this effect, hesitantly gazing at the wand in his hand. Edward was equally taken aback. Despite having witnessed Alan's uniqueness, he had never felt it so viscerally. His son, the crown prince of this nation, was indeed a wizard. Mr. Ollivander appeared deeply moved, removing his glasses to wipe away tears. This wand has been here for nearly 1,000 years, and has finally found its rightful owner. Child, you shall undoubtedly achieve great things. Perhaps one day, you will surpass all your predecessors. Dumbledore observed quietly, his expression inscrutable behind his half-moon spectacles. Alan examined the wand. It was smooth and beautifully maintained, with subtle wear on the handle, as if bearing the marks left by its previous master. Edward felt a tumult of emotions. Firstly, Alan had acquired a second-hand wand that had remained unsold for a millennium. Secondly, Alan seemed to resonate profoundly with this wand. Yet Ollivander's words did not sound frivolous. Could it be that this second-hand wand was once owned by a particularly powerful wizard? Contemplating this, he inquired, "Is this wand truly from a formidable predecessor?" Ollivander looked surprised and affirmed, "I know little more. This wand has been in my shop since the time of my great-grandfather. All I know is that its previous owner was extraordinarily powerful." He paused, emphasizing very powerful. Edward replied, "Your certainty makes it hard to believe you know nothing else." Ollivander glanced apologetically at Alan, saying, "Ah, child. For every wand I sell, I inform its owner of the wand's material. I am serious. This one is unique and immensely powerful. I do not know its composition, but perhaps one day you will discover it through your bond with it. Remember, it is the wand that chooses the wizard. 7 galleons, Mr. Cornwall. Now, Mr. Potter, if you would." Alan, somewhat dazed, stepped aside to make room for Harry. Harry took a deep breath and stepped forward. The measuring tape immediately flew towards him, gliding over his body to take measurements. Mr. Ollivander darted between the shelves, retrieving numerous new long boxes. "Now, Mr. Potter, try this one, a wand of beechwood with a dragon heartstring core 9 inches long. It is quite flexible." Harry took the wand, feeling somewhat foolish with the action. Why couldn't it be seized from his grasp like Alan's? He thought sulkily, waving the wand with a flick. No sooner had he done so than Ollivander snatched the wand from him. What followed felt like time reversing, as Ollivander incessantly handed wands to Harry, only to take them back repeatedly. The wands Harry had tested began to pile up on the bench, reaching ever higher. Ollivander grew more and more animated. Another discerning customer. He circled the counter, muttering to himself, "All right. Try this one." Harry took the wand, feeling a gentle warmth radiate from his fingertips. He raised the wand and, with a swift motion, sent it slicing through the dust-laden air. A jet of red light burst forth, followed by a shower of golden sparks, illuminating the walls with dancing light. It was truly marvelous, an extraordinary combination. An 11-inch wand of holly with a phoenix feather core was indeed remarkable. Hagrid applauded in admiration, and Dumbledore blinked in appreciation. In this celebratory atmosphere, Edward and Alan felt like mere bystanders, calmly seated aside, observing this extraordinary exchange. Amidst the excitement, Harry timidly asked, "Excuse me, sir, but what precisely do you find so remarkable?" Ollivander fixed his gaze upon Harry. His eyes were pale and cloudy, yet seemed capable of seeing right through a person. "I remember every wand I have sold, Mr. Potter," he replied softly. Dumbledore knew that it was his phoenix, Fawkes. One of Fawkes's tail feathers had been used to create Harry's wand, while another resided in a different wand. Ollivander glanced at Dumbledore, a frown of pity forming on his brow. It was its brother, the wand of purple wood, measuring 13.5 inches, that bestowed upon you that scar. Harry gasped. "I believe you will achieve great things, Mr. Potter. Regardless of how it may seem, that mysterious figure, whose name cannot be spoken, did indeed accomplish something significant, albeit terrifying." Alan grew somewhat impatient, thinking, perhaps he is merely an old madman. Ollivander cast a sidelong glance at Alan and softly stated, 7 galleons. Mr. Potter. Chapter 13. Life and Death Speed. The group bid farewell to Mr. Ollivander and exited the shop. Dumbledore turned to Hagrid, saying, "Hagrid, thank you for accompanying Harry on this shopping trip. I shall take care of the rest." Hagrid gazed longingly at Harry, affectionately patting the boy's head. The half-giant bid farewell to Harry and Alan with a heavy heart, glancing back thrice as he left. Alan found it perplexing why this half-giant possessed such profound affection for another's child. Were giants not known for their cruelty and bloodlust? Dumbledore extended his hand toward him. "Alan, take hold of me." Alan snapped back to reality, grasping Edward's hand before firmly holding onto Dumbledore's arm. A familiar sensation of compression enveloped them as they returned to Edward's study. Edward set down the suitcase and instructed Alan, bid farewell to the headmaster and arrange accommodation for Harry. Though the words were directed at Alan, His gaze remained fixed on Dumbledore without faltering. Alan shifted his eyes between the two, bowed his head, and responded, "Yes, Your Majesty." Harry's eyes sparkled as he beheld the royal study, reluctantly bidding Dumbledore farewell, and following Alan outside. Alan tilted his head, his gaze downward as he recalled their actions in Diagon Alley, feeling somewhat disheartened. Had he overlooked something once again? Harry, brimming with excitement, admired the opulent interiors of the royal castle, but sensed Alan's unease. He gently tugged at Alan's sleeve, concern evident in his eyes. "Your Highness, are you unwell?" Alan was taken aback, not expecting Harry to be so perceptive. His emotions were typically restrained. Even Edward, with whom he spent every day, might not have discerned them. Yet this savior had managed to notice. He feigned a frown, patted his chest, and deftly fabricated an excuse. "The Portkey travel is rather uncomfortable." Harry immediately accepted this, as if having found common ground, and eagerly began recounting his initial experience with Portkey travel. As Alan engaged in conversation, he led Harry to his study and pressed the summoning bell on the desk. "Sister Triss, please bring 2 servings of afternoon tea." Harry was once again astonished by the royal opulence. This was no mere study, but a miniature library. Alan chuckled, "You know, Your Majesty has quite strict expectations of me. Harry, with a month left before school begins, you may join me for activities if you don't mind." Harry jumped up in excitement, exclaiming, "Of course I don't mind." A quick knock at the door was followed by Triss entering with an afternoon tea cart. The moment she laid eyes on Harry, this gentle housekeeper's expression sharpened. Her gloved hand had already reached for the cutlery on the cart, her thumb pressing against the blade. She positioned herself strategically to obstruct Harry's view of the door. Harry, taken aback, awkwardly stood from the armchair and stammered, "Hello?" Alan emerged from between the bookshelves, holding several tomes, and smiled. "Sister Triss, you're here. No need to be tense. This is my new friend." Triss's gaze remained vigilant, not acknowledging his words. "Your Highness, does His Majesty know of this?" "Indeed. This has received His Majesty's approval." Alan placed the books on the desk and pressed the dedicated communication button for Edward. "Alan, what is it?" The voice of the king resonated through the receiver, and Alan replied with a smile. "Father, Sister Triss wishes to confirm Harry's guest status with you." "Yes, Triss. This is Mr. Harry Potter, a young wizard who will be enrolling alongside Alan. I have invited him to stay at the castle." Triss cast a cold glance at Harry, paused for a moment, and replied, "Understood, Your Majesty." She returned the knife to the cart, turning to Harry with a gentle smile returning to her eyes. "Hello, young Mr. Potter, please forgive my rudeness." Harry's eyes widened as he stared at the cart, convinced he had just witnessed this gentle lady put down the knife. His complexion fluctuated between pale and flushed as he nervously assured her it was of no concern. Seeing him flustered, Triss finally relaxed. The boy appeared quite obedient and honest. She smiled as she wheeled the cart over to the guest area opposite the desk. "Your Highness, Mr. Potter, please enjoy the afternoon tea." Alan seated the restless Harry on the sofa, offering him a slice of cake. Triss subtly shifted, retrieving a slender communication device from her waist, typing swiftly and silently. "Threat neutralized, retreat." The agents stationed outside the study received the command, disarming and departing silently and orderly, as if they had never been there. Unaware that he had once again experienced a life-or-death scenario, Harry settled down, eagerly savoring the cake, while listening to Triss elucidate the intriguing regulations of the royal family. "Sister Triss, I noticed you moved the knife just now?" Harry inquired cautiously. "Indeed," Triss replied, her smile concealing a blade. "Previously, an owl delivered a letter, the envelope explicitly detailing the residence of the Crown Prince." Harry understood that the addresses for Hogwarts were indeed very precise. Consequently, the royal security suspected the possibility of terrorists targeting the royal family, hence the heightened vigilance recently. Sitting up straight, Harry protested, "But I mean, I'm not a terrorist. I'm only 11. Triss regarded him with a perfect smile. "Yes, and thus this is indeed a misunderstanding," she insinuated. "After all, the information His Highness provided via the communication bell was rather vague." Out of concern for his safety, the humble housekeeper had no choice but to act decisively. Ahem. Alan was caught off guard, choking on his tea, and hastily set the cup down. Triss chuckled as she dabbed a handkerchief on Alan's face. "Your Highness, how careless of you." Alan dared not protest, allowing her to somewhat roughly wipe his mouth. Harry stared in astonishment at Alan's submissive demeanor, murmuring, "The staff recruited by the royal family are quite impressive." "Indeed, Mr. Potter. We only hire graduates from Cambridge and Oxford." This weighty pressure from an academic prodigy caused Harry's hand, poised to fork the cake, to hesitate. "Then you are a graduate student in sociology from Cambridge University," Triss replied with a flawless smile. Harry, meanwhile, As this comical misunderstanding unfolded, Edward was engaged in a cordial discussion with Dumbledore. The king chuckled softly. "Headmaster Dumbledore, you are indeed a wise elder. Thus, you might sense that Alan possesses his own standards of judgment regarding certain matters." Dumbledore nodded with a smile. "Indeed, the young prince is a truly unique genius." Edward lowered his voice, his eyes glinting with warning. "Alan is a well-behaved son, a qualified heir. As a father, I wish for my child to merely glimpse another world and return safely. As a king, I am aware that my heir must shoulder some responsibilities, such as understanding the wizarding world." He did not articulate everything, but Dumbledore comprehended his implications. He was conveying that Alan would not stray from the right path. "In whatever capacity, I do not wish for Alan to be manipulated." He paused, locking his gaze with Dumbledore's. "I know you, as a headmaster, personally welcoming students, are likely prioritizing the heir's status, seeking some leverage. A king should indeed prioritize his subjects above all. Yet there are many nobles. I am not the only one who can assume the throne. Should you dare to harbor any intentions of exploiting Alan, I shall relinquish my kingship. Then there would be nothing left for you to manipulate." His words were veiled, yet the elder fully understood. Dumbledore was momentarily taken aback by the veiled threat in the king's words, remaining silent for a long while. Finally he stated, "I will do my utmost to ensure the young prince's safety, while making arrangements." The two exchanged glances, both recognizing the other's bottom line unyielding, and thus simultaneously eased the tension in the atmosphere. Edward spoke up, "Then let us have a pleasant collaboration." No sooner had he spoken than the elderly gentleman vanished from the room. Edward approached the desk, lightly tapping its surface, and after a lengthy pause, he summoned the old steward. He picked up a fountain pen, and inscribed something on a card before passing it over. This contained Alan's academic assignments for the forthcoming fortnight, urging him to be mindful of time, and not to slack off due to the presence of guests. Chapter 14. A heartwarming deception targeting the savior. In a month, Hogwarts would commence its new term. Despite his composure, Alan was merely an 11-year-old child, confronting the unfamiliar wizarding world with a palpable sense of insecurity. In a bid to bolster his leverage, Alan audaciously invited outsiders into Balmoral. This royal estate had never before welcomed such extraordinary guests. Edward, recognizing the potential challenges of forming a closer rapport with the savior, permitted Alan's actions. Yet, when they witnessed Harry's unaware trust and Dumbledore's concessions regarding Harry's friendships, smiles involuntarily graced their faces. The aroma of black tea wafted gently through the quaint tea house. They felt victory was within their grasp. Alan acknowledged that his actions were somewhat unscrupulous. This half-sympathetic, half-exploitative approach had effortlessly earned the savior's trust. However, for a child who was orphaned and living under the roof of others, even a modicum of kindness and tolerance was tantamount to salvation. Out of a twinge of conscience, Edward and Alan were more than willing to share some insights of royal education with Harry. That very evening, they organized a simple birthday celebration for him. In comparison to Alan's lavish birthday feast, this gathering was rather modest, even somewhat austere. In the dining room of Balmoral, pristine white tablecloths adorned the walnut dining table, and everyday silver cutlery was neatly arranged. Tris approached, pushing an 8-inch birthday cake adorned with 11 flickering candles. Behind her, attendants carried plates laden with steak, sandwiches, and milk. Alan expressed a hint of regret. "Please forgive me, Harry. Due to the hurried preparations, the dinner is a bit ordinary, though it may be late. It's better than nothing. Happy birthday." Harry shook his head, tears glistening on his new glasses, which he quickly wiped away, donning the comically damp frames. Edward, adopting a gracious demeanor, sat at the head of the table with a warm smile. "Happy birthday, Harry. Make a wish." With his eyes shut during the attendant's rendition of the birthday song, Harry earnestly made his wish. "I hope this is all real. Oh God, please." From that moment on, Harry became utterly devoted to Edward and Alan, and when he learned that they wished for him to join in their studies, he eagerly agreed. Until that is, Harry found himself once again toppled to the ground by his combat instructor, gasping heavily as he watched Alan sparring with another teacher. His hair was disheveled, his black combat attire soaked with sweat, and damp strands clung to his forehead as he simply collapsed onto the ground. "Smith, I can't do this anymore." For a fleeting moment, Alan was distracted. Cook's fist landed squarely on his face. He swiftly turned his head to evade it, lowering his body for a sweeping kick. The instructor lost his balance and fell hard to the ground, swiftly rolling to dodge Alan's punch. Just as Alan's fist was about to strike the ground with all its might, Cook hurriedly slid over, extending his palm to absorb the blow. Alan paused, a hint of embarrassment washing over him as he retracted his fist, watching Cook grimace as he rose. Cook let out a sharp breath. Well, the strength training is commendable. But you need to be more agile. Alan nodded in agreement, and moved to help Harry to his feet. Harry, feeling like a lifeless fish, lamented. Do I really have to participate in these trainings, Your Highness? Alan chuckled lightly, shattering his illusions with a single statement. Yes, Harry. Your situation is even more perilous than mine. You must understand. You are facing a Dark Lord who kills without hesitation. Harry struggled to muster a smile, responding weakly. You're right. I'll go take a shower. Alan glanced at Triss, who nodded in understanding. Evening classes begin at 6:30. Please remember to come down for dinner by 5:30. There are still 30 minutes left, Alan reassured him. Plenty of time for a wash and some rest. Harry's eyes were vacant. He finally grasped the extent of Alan's usual hardships. He glanced at Triss, recalling how she had effortlessly knocked down that instructor Smith during their initial training. When they descended for dinner, Edward was just making his way down as well. Your Majesty, he greeted with a smile. How is your combat training progressing? Alan replied with a grin. Quite well, actually. Cook says my strength training is yielding excellent results, and Harry's strength and agility have improved as well. Harry nodded, his still damp hair hanging slightly, looking a bit disheartened. Cook is incredibly tough. After all this time, I still can't last more than 10 exchanges with him. Alan chuckled. But you've made significant progress. At the beginning, you could only evade 2 strikes. In just a week, you can now evade 7. Edward concurred. As long as you are improving compared to before, there's no need to feel pressured. You are indeed quite clever. Suddenly receiving dual compliments, Harry's cheeks flushed, and his eyes sparkled as he flashed a thumbs up to Triss. She beamed back, offering an encouraging gesture. After dinner, Alan and Harry returned to the study to review their textbooks. This constituted their evening lessons, as Muggles lacked access to the appropriate instructors, thus necessitating self-study. Fortunately, they had each other for companionship, allowing for the exchange of insights from their reading. The magical tomes were fascinating, and both were engrossed in their studies. In the practical application of spells, Alan demonstrated a profound understanding of magical energy flow, executing simple spell experiments with remarkable ease. It seemed almost second nature to him. He could accomplish effects effortlessly, merely by visualizing his desires without the need for incantations. Harry, while slightly less adept, still made commendable progress, requiring the incantations for guidance, but showcasing his notable talent. However, he fell considerably behind in the theoretical aspects of magic, as Alan diligently immersed himself in a substantial tome. Contemplating the deeper meanings of magic, Harry began to feel drowsy. This was the daily routine in the month leading up to the school term. Edward had suspended many ordinary courses, intensifying combat practice while requiring Alan to thoroughly familiarize himself with his textbooks. Consequently, Harry was also thrust into a rigorous learning regimen, albeit without needing to attend certain activities. Thus, during Edward's engagements, Harry remained at Balmoral, either learning ordinary Muggle subjects under Triss's attentive guidance, or indulging in playful antics around the estate. The azure sky, meticulously manicured lawns, and the grey castle nestled among lush woodlands and rolling hills made Harry swear that this was undoubtedly the finest place on earth. Triss dutifully reported these observations to Alan. The Crown Prince's cerulean eyes, backlit by the sun, appeared somewhat opaque. Alan smiled gently, his long, fair fingers lifting a rose from a vase, his golden hair shimmering brilliantly. Then let him revel in it. This is for a greater purpose. In just half a month, Harry had made astounding progress. If Uncle Vernon were to see him now, he would undoubtedly be astonished by Harry's transformation. The once brash and reckless child had, through exposure and experience, developed a semblance of composure, moving and sitting with a hint of nobility. Alas, his untamed locks remained unchanged. Alan had sighed countless times and glared sternly at that messy mane. Having nurtured Harry to this point, Alan felt he had sufficiently counterbalanced his initial exploitation. Thus he withdrew some of his energy, allowing Triss to guide Harry in Muggle studies while he attended to Edward's busy schedule of activities. Chapter 15. Becoming a school governor. Recent engagements had kept both Edward and Alan exceedingly busy. However, the king remained dutiful in overseeing his son's academic progress. According to his random checks, Harry had memorized the majority of his lessons. His Majesty the King harbored no doubts regarding his son's remarkable memory, a gift that bordered on photographic recall. Although this occasionally resulted in minor lapses of memory for Alan, the impact was nearly negligible after engaging in meditation and regularly organizing his recollections. Apart from Edward, the old butler, Trix, and the examining physician, no one was privy to this, nor could anyone discern it. Therefore, even if Alan had memorized his textbooks, it was likely that he had merely glanced at them once or twice. What Edward truly needed to assess was Alan's magical practice. He regarded Alan's textbook with a complex expression, resolved to witness a few spells, such as the enchantment that could transform a matchstick into a needle. This pure-blood Muggle boldly issued a request that would leave an ordinary young wizard breathless: to transmute the table into a sofa. Such a demand was akin to compelling a child, just learning single-digit addition and subtraction, to tackle arithmetic involving 4-digit numbers. It was an unreasonable expectation. Fortunately, Alan was no ordinary young wizard. He was a concealed, die-hard paternal devotee who obeyed his father's every word. He gave little thought to the absurdity of his father's request, and after a brief moment of contemplation, produced the exceedingly powerful wand. Closing his eyes in silence, he devised a transformation strategy, and with a mere flick of his wand, without uttering a single incantation, he directed it at the table. Under the watchful gaze of His Majesty, the table began to morph. The smooth surface bulged in the center, its corners drew inward, the base spun rapidly, and ultimately, it assembled into a remarkably simplistic wooden sofa. Edward couldn't help but chuckle softly. The sofa bore the remnants of the table's original patterns, albeit in a haphazard manner. One design was awkwardly positioned on the seat while another was embedded within the inner side of the sofa. Alan stood obediently, his face tinged with embarrassment. The king was quite gracious, circling the sofa to inspect it before sitting down. The rigid texture was apparent, and he remarked, acceptable. Should the professors at Hogwarts learn of Alan's genius, they would undoubtedly be astounded. Even Dumbledore would marvel at this innate mastery of magic. It is crucial to note that the difficulty of transfiguration is directly proportional to the size of the object. Although Alan did not alter the material, and the sofa he conjured was unremarkable, even unattractive, the sheer magnitude of transformation he achieved without uttering a spell or receiving any guidance from a teacher was a testament to his extraordinary talent. A comparison with ordinary young wizards would illuminate this fact. They, after perusing their textbooks, listening to their teachers, and waving their wands while reciting incantations, would still struggle to convert a matchstick into a needle. However, the Muggle King was unaware of the intricacies of magical difficulty levels. While he believed that Alan had performed admirably given the textbook's trivial requirements, he felt the sofa lacked aesthetic appeal. After a moment of contemplation, the king inquired if Alan could transform the sofa into a cushion version. He suggested they give it a try. Even though this principle of transformation was mentioned only briefly in the textbook, Alan scrutinized the sofa, for the first time feeling that his father's expectations might be too lofty. Nevertheless, he voiced no objections and began to recall the textbook's passing description. He opened his eyes and waved his wand. The entire sofa hesitated momentarily. The wooden seat began to convulse violently and transformed into a pile of cotton. Alan furrowed his brow, his other hand gently caressing the wand as he circled the sofa. He closed his eyes and carefully recalled the textbook's wording. With resolute fingers he waved his wand. The sofa quivered once more, ultimately morphing into a wooden sofa adorned with leather cushions. Alan's eyes sparkled as he turned to Edward. "Would you like to try?" Edward sat upon the sofa, as though sinking into a heap of wood shavings. He hesitated for a moment, maintaining his expression as he praised his son, ruffling Alan's hair before gesturing at the sofa. "Change it back." The owner's delight transferred to the wand, amplifying the transformation effect. With a light flick of his wand, Alan reverted the sofa to its original, serious form as a table. Just days after classes commenced, Dumbledore sent a letter detailing matters concerning the school board, along with a confirmation document from the Ministry of Magic, the joint signatures of the board members, and a representative ring belonging to Alan. The old man thoughtfully noted that due to Alan's unique status, he had specially summoned a master alchemist to craft this board member ring into an invisibility device for Alan's outings. By pressing the gem at the center of the ring, he could activate or deactivate the invisibility state. Edward pressed the ring, promptly vanishing from Alan's sight. Startled, Alan reached out and managed to grasp the king's arm. Edward reappeared, casually handing the ring back to Alan. "The board needs to establish a vault at Gringotts and deposit 50,000 galleons as operational funds for the school. You go ahead. And remember to bring some pounds." Alan's name was inscribed on the board member list, for the magical world forbade a Muggle or Muggle institution from holding such a position. Alan complied, slipping the oversized ring onto his left pinky. To his surprise, the ring instantly resized, fitting perfectly on his finger. He looked up. "Rest assured, Your Majesty. I will place the pounds and gold bars in that suitcase." Edward nodded and settled into the high-backed chair, casually remarking, "You seem to have spent little time with that savior lately?" Alan, sitting in the adjacent armchair, replied, "Sister Trix is accompanying him. You need not worry. Harry is kind-hearted and considerate of his friends." Indeed, Edward nodded, pondering. He is, after all, a pitiable child. Exercise some restraint when you make plans. I know. Alan lowered his gaze, emitting a soft hum tinged with sarcasm. How could I forget about this savior? Tomorrow, I will handle the board matters in Diagon Alley. I remember to take him out for some fresh air. The child seemed to be harboring some jealousy. Edward chuckled, leaning forward to ruffle Alan's hair. It seems I misspoke. My Alan is the cleverest, isn't he? Alan, suppressing a pout, leaned in to embrace him. Good night, father. Edward gently wrapped his arms around his son, watching Alan leave the room with a sigh of resignation. Alan seldom displayed affection. Having grown up under the spotlight, he learned early on to control his emotions. In 5 days, the wizarding school would commence. It appeared that Alan was not as composed as he seemed. He too harbored worries and fears. Edward retrieved a small box from a hidden compartment in the bookshelf, extracting a lengthy silver chain. The chain appeared unremarkable, save for the peculiar pendant. It was a sleek equilateral triangle, with a line running through its center, intersected by a circle tangent to the triangle. Edward cherished it in his hand, murmuring, Elixia. Please protect our son. Chapter 16. A grand purchase in Diagon Alley. Alan lazily nestled in the high-back chair, dialing Harry's number. Your Highness? Came the Savior's puzzled voice. Alan snorted softly through his nose. Yes, Harry. Would you like to join me in Diagon Alley? What? Alan held the receiver slightly away, envisioning the Savior leaping with excitement. He said, I need to open a vault at Gringotts. Would you care to join in the fun? That sounds splendid. Harry exclaimed, swiftly bounding toward the castle. Your Highness. Wait for me. I'm in the study. I'll be there shortly. Alan languidly hung up the phone, lowering his gaze to the window. Soon enough, the Savior, breathless, knocked on the study door. Alan rose, smoothing out the wrinkles in his suit, donned the wizard's cloak that had been set aside, and picked up the suitcase enchanted to hold pounds and gold bars. Good afternoon, Harry. Alan offered him a cloak. Let us depart. Harry jubilantly accepted the cloak, hastily throwing it on as they prepared to set off. Alan cleared his throat, casting a meaningful glance. The Savior let out a dry chuckle, immediately smoothing his cloak in front of the full-length mirror. Only then did Alan nod in satisfaction. With the aid of the Invisibility Board of Governors ring, they arrived at Diagon Alley. Alan found it rather intriguing that the people on the street seemed utterly oblivious to their presence. He and Harry took the subway and then switched to a bus. The ever-present gaze that usually shadowed him had vanished, causing Alan to frown in discomfort, only to break into a resigned smile. Humanity is indeed a peculiar creature. When brilliance and scrutiny are inseparable, people grow weary. Yet, should they abruptly fade away, they yearn for their return. Armed with the necessary documentation from the Ministry of Magic, Alan smoothly accessed a vault at Gringotts. Thanks to his status as a board member of Hogwarts, he was granted a vault located deeper underground, second only to the most confidential vaults and those belonging to pureblood families. He converted his cash and gold bars into galleons, amounting to a considerable sum of 200,000, creating a small mountain within the vault. Alan allocated 50,000 to Hogwarts and withdrew 5,000 galleons, exchanging some for silver sickles and bronze nuts, which he packed into a small bag gifted by Gringotts. Harry was not present. Having heard about the paperwork he needed to handle, he had implored Alan to let him visit the broom shop for some fun. They agreed to meet at the ice cream shop at 6 o'clock that evening. By now, Harry must be having the time of his life, after all. It was a rare occasion with money to spare, and no one to impose restrictions. Alan, too, felt a similar thrill, albeit with a facade of restraint. With ample funds at his disposal, he headed straight to the magical goods store to purchase a pair of silver gem cufflinks for Edward. These cufflinks cost a staggering 800 galleons, but fortunately, they could activate their invisibility feature without the need for magical energy. He also bought 5 large space spell boxes, 2 to accommodate his father's occasional whimsical outings, 2 for constructing a small magical library, and the last to gather the hearts of the Savior and Dumbledore. Subsequently, he acquired various everyday magical items, such as a crystal ball that maintained a comfortable room temperature, a silver ring with protective properties, and a magical quill that could automatically write and refine text. After this shopping spree, half of his galleons had already been spent. Alan made his way to the bookstore, instructing the staff to package 2 copies of each book available in the store. The staff, incredulous, stammered, "Young sir, do you truly wish for so many books?" Alan smiled gently. "I am here on my father's behalf. A few days ago, our family library suffered a fire, resulting in the loss of many essential books." He offered an awkward smile, and the staff member immediately understood, scratching his head in embarrassment. "Ah, so you wish to have a backup? Then please, young sir, have a seat while I fetch the owner." The staff member kindly invited him to sit on the second floor, offering him a serving of ice cream and a drink. I'll report this to the owner right away. This transaction was evidently going well. Alan lifted his ice cream cup, gazing down at the bustling crowd on the first floor, quietly awaiting developments. Soon the owner, guided by the staff, strode confidently upstairs. Even among pureblood families, such large-scale book purchases were rare, making this a unique opportunity. He sensed the scrutinizing eyes upon him, and looked up to meet the gaze of a blonde youth observing him from a higher vantage point. He was momentarily taken aback, scrutinizing Alan in return. The other boy stood tall, draped in a standard wizard's robe over a tailored suit, exuding an air of grandeur. His left elbow rested on the railing, holding an ice cream cup, and his expressionless demeanor unexpectedly stirred a sense of trepidation within Alan. The blonde youth, noticing Alan's gaze, offered a gentle smile, his azure eyes shimmering with authority. He lowered his head and quickened his pace to the second floor. Though the boy was young, he emanated a formidable presence, suggesting he was either affluent or noble, one to be treated with the utmost respect. Good day, young sir. The owner seated himself across from Alan. You mean to say you wish for 2 copies of every type of book in the store? Alan nodded slightly, placing his ice cream cup on the table and folding his hands. Indeed, I believe that gentleman has already informed you. He produced a pair of 2 space suitcases. The 2 sets of books will be placed in these. I shall take them with me. That is not a difficult task, the owner, sensing Alan's reasonableness, relaxed however. Regarding the price. How much? Approximately 6,000 galleons. The owner smiled. How would you like to pay? Alan pondered for a moment, then asked. Could you withdraw directly from my vault at Gringotts? Certainly. The owner perked up. As long as you sign our invoice, we can retrieve the funds from Gringotts directly. Then please bring me the invoice. Alan politely nodded, and once the invoice was presented, he swiftly signed his name and returned it. By the way, should your store acquire any new books, please reserve 2 copies for me, one in my name and one in Edward's, to be sent directly to me. On the 25th of each month, I shall settle the accounts. Excellent. The owner's eyes sparkled with delight. Shall we also reserve 2 copies of the newspaper for you? Alan considered for a moment. That would be appreciated. The owner, feeling triumphant for having successfully secured a significant sale, hurriedly directed the staff to pack the books for Alan, and graciously escorted him out of the store. Chapter 17. The Hogwarts Express. On the eve before the start of the school term, Edward summoned Alan to his study for repeated admonitions. Harry was well accustomed to this routine. Each evening, the father and son would review the day's events, and he saw nothing amiss in it. Edward ruffled Alan's hair. Tomorrow, I cannot accompany you to see you off. From 8 to 9 in the morning, King's Cross Station will be closed for an hour, and a driver will take you there. Alan nodded obediently. Edward's gaze was complex. Alan smiled. You have nearly packed everything I own into my suitcase. What else is there to worry about? Edward playfully tapped his forehead. Rest assured. A hint of mischief danced in Alan's smile. If anything is missing, I shall seek out Headmaster Dumbledore. I am certain he would be more than willing to assist his students. The following morning after breakfast, the car awaited at the castle's rear entrance. An agent stood by the car door, ready to serve the prince. Alan was dressed in a long white shirt, black trousers, and matching shoes. Topped with a requisite black school suit, and a mechanical watch adorned his left wrist. His brilliant golden hair was slicked back, revealing a fair forehead and renowned eyes. He appeared entirely the part of a student, save for the Board of Governors ring on his right hand. Harry, too, had been dressed in school attire under Tilly's watchful eye. Edward gazed at Alan with a reluctant expression. If mobile phones are prohibited at school, remember to send me a letter each night, and let Tilly carry the messages back. Should I have anything to send to you, I shall have Celine deliver it. Alan smiled, his demeanor gentle in the crisp air. Yes, Your Majesty. Please take care of yourself until I return for the Christmas holidays. Edward then turned his attention to Harry. You too, Harry. If you encounter any troubles, feel free to write to me or ask Alan for help. Do not hesitate. Harry nodded earnestly. Of course, Your Majesty. Alan's cheeks subtly puffed out as he glanced at the butler and Tilly behind Edward. I entrust his care to you both. The butler and Tilly solemnly affirmed their commitment. Edward, hearing this, displayed a gentle yet helpless smile as he saw Alan off, watching the car disappear from view. After a moment he suddenly inquired, will Alan manage alone? He has never been apart from me. The butler respectfully replied. His Highness is quite astute and capable of handling many matters. Edward fell silent once more, casting a final glance towards the spot where the car had vanished before turning back towards the palace. The butler exhaled a silent sigh. The Fates, known as the Moirai in Greek mythology, were depicted as goddesses adorned with crowns, safeguarding every individual and family. The sovereign yearned for His Highness to become the favorite of the goddess of destiny. Meanwhile, Selene, the moon goddess of Greek lore, represented the nightly correspondence the king anticipated receiving from his son. The butler observed the steady stride of the man ahead, having watched the king grow from childhood, witnessing his solitude until he fortuitously encountered the queen and welcomed their little prince. Now, the prince was to journey to a realm as foreign and intangible as that of wizards, surely a source of great concern for the sovereign. To be candid, given Prince Alan's capabilities, there should be no cause for worry. Yet, it is difficult for outsiders to offer counsel on such matters. One can only hope that the young prince remembers to write each night. As the car departed Buckingham Palace, Alan activated the invisibility feature of the Chancellor's ring, remaining motionless as a mountain within the vehicle. Harry, brimming with excitement, leaned against the window, seemingly affixed to his seat. Were it not for his consideration of Alan, he would have rolled about in delight. Before long, the car smoothly pulled into the station. Alan exited under the watchful protection of agents, accepting the briefcase handed to him by the driver with a gracious nod of thanks, and stepped into King's Cross Station alongside Harry. For reasons of confidentiality, the station was devoid of staff. Alan and Harry slowly navigated to the platform, only to find themselves perplexed between platforms 9 and 10. They rechecked their tickets. Indeed, it was platform 9 3/4. This left the pair feeling quite at a loss. Alan, typically composed, now exhibited signs of agitation as he paced around a pillar. With the minute hand already pointing to 9, the station would reopen in 15 minutes. Alan furrowed his brow and raised his hand to steady himself against the wall. To his astonishment, his hand met no frigid barrier. Instead, it passed through the wall as if the air itself had yielded to him. He hesitated for a moment, tilting his body, and peered through to behold the gleaming Hogwarts Express. Magic! Alan marveled. Your Highness! Harry exclaimed, his eyes wide with shock as he witnessed Alan's half-formed silhouette vanish into the wall. Hesitantly, he reached out to touch the wall, soon discovering the hidden mechanism, and excitedly leaping through. Darkness enveloped him momentarily, only to brighten as he entered his own world. Ignoring Harry, Alan swiftly retrieved his phone, intending to message Edward, but was met with a barren signal bar, compelling him to return to King's Cross Station to inform the sovereign. At last, he traversed the wall and entered the magical realm. Chapter 18. First encounter with Lucius. Harry, over here. Alan beckoned, regaining the attention of the savior. He displayed the Chancellor's ring to the train crew and boarded the still-preparing train, guided by the staff to the Chancellor's carriage at the forefront. Choosing a compartment, he placed the briefcase at his feet, a wave of melancholy washing over him. Upon entering the wizarding world, he would have to rely solely on himself. Observing the disdain with which wizards regarded Muggle-born wizards, he knew he must become a guardian for those of ordinary origins, striving to bridge the divide between purebloods and their kin, thereby protecting the Muggle community. Harry, seated, could not suppress a yawn. The intensity of his recent studies had thoroughly exhausted him, leaving no time for respite. Alan, aware of Harry's struggle with such rigorous demands, gently suggested, "If you are weary, do rest." Harry reclined on the couch, swiftly succumbing to slumber. With nothing to occupy him, Alan retrieved his half-read copy of A History of Magic, immersing himself in another realm. Soon, the clamor outside grew increasingly raucous, disturbing the prince's quietude. He glanced out the window to see a throng of bustling individuals, the station clock indicating 10:30. The train would be departing in half an hour. No wonder. Harry, jolted awake by the cacophony, rubbed his eyes, donned his glasses, and observed the jostling wizards outside, rising in excitement. Your Highness, I'm going to explore downstairs for a bit. Alan's expression reflected an understanding of Harry's eagerness as he closed his book. Go ahead, but do return before departure. Harry, both thrilled and exasperated, pondered why Alan always regarded him as a child. Dismissing his thoughts, he nearly skipped out of the compartment. Alan shook his head, stowing the book and stretching. He drew out his wand, attempting to magically smooth the wrinkles from his clothing. However, the spell lacked precision, compelling him to smooth his attire by hand. Mother, I understand now. A haughty voice rang out from outside the compartment. Alan lowered his gaze, a smile gracing his lips. At last, the little peacock had arrived. A gentle female voice offered tender admonitions, occasionally interrupted by a somewhat aloof male voice laced with concern. The little peacock, likely irked by the endless chatter, responded with impatience. Having anticipated the arrival, Alan remained unhurried. He leisurely settled into his seat, retrieving the carefully prepared gift and placing it upon the table, reopening A History of Magic, adopting the demeanor befitting a crown prince as he awaited the guest's entrance. Sure enough, within moments, the compartment door swung open. Draco surveyed the interior, and upon spotting Alan, his eyes lit up with excitement. The manuscript of our ancestor, the Malfoy family treasure, the future Nimbus 2000 for the Quidditch team, Draco exclaimed, exhilarated, striving to maintain composure as he raised his chin with a touch of arrogance. Oh, Alan. So it is you. He could no longer contain himself and swiftly dashed to Alan's side, grasping his hand tightly. I've missed you terribly. Alan remained composed, allowing Draco to hold his hand as he replied with a warm smile. I have missed you too, Draco. After all, you are my first friend. And I have been counting the days until school begins. It was then that he noticed the couple accompanying Draco and stood, offering a slight bow, his expression a touch sheepish. Draco, may I inquire as to who these two are? Oh, these are my parents, Draco proclaimed, pulling Alan forward. Father, mother. This is the Muggle Crown Prince. In a matter of moments, Lucius had scrutinized Alan thoroughly. The child before him possessed striking features, exuding an air of regal composure. His demeanor both dignified and imposing, attired in well-tailored garments, the Chancellor's ring adorning his right hand. Everything about him, his status, poise, and conduct, was impeccable. The Grand Peacock shifted his gaze from the ring on Alan's hand, donning the quintessential Malfoy smirk. He stepped forward, placing a hand over his heart in a noble gesture, his voice melodious. Prince Alan Cornwall, it is a pleasure to meet you. Draco often speaks of you. Draco, initially eager to behold the ancestor's manuscript, followed Lucius's gaze to the ring on Alan's hand. As Lucius bowed, Draco's brow furrowed slightly, seemingly discontent with his father assuming a subservient stance. Alan cast a smile at Draco before slightly inclining his body in return for the noble's greeting. I too am delighted to meet you, Mr. Malfoy. He then turned to the quietly observant Narcissa, offering a subtle nod, madam. His unassuming yet poised demeanor earned Lucius's quiet admiration. Thus Lucius remarked, Draco has mentioned that you and he share a wonderful rapport. Alan nodded with a smile. Indeed. Draco and I are quite compatible. He is my first friend. Ah. Lucius replied, a genuine smile beginning to form. How fortuitous. For you are also the first friend of our little dragon. Little dragon? Alan inquired, intrigued. Draco interjected, you shall not call him that. Lucius shot a stern glance back at Draco. Draco, that is exceedingly rude. With a smile, Alan deftly smoothed over the moment. Not at all, Mr. Malfoy. Draco's character is a product of immense affection. Who wouldn't envy that? He gestured towards the two beautifully wrapped gift boxes on the table, raising his wand to cast a levitating charm. The spell was remarkably simple. He had successfully performed it with just a single attempt on a book. The two gift boxes floated gracefully between him and the elder Malfoy. A small token of our meeting. I hope you and your wife will not find it lacking. Lucius, observing Alan's adeptness with the levitation charm, narrowed his eyes, swiftly appraising the other's potential utility. Simultaneously, he donned a feigned smile as he accepted the gift and began to unwrap it, his gray-blue eyes revealing a flicker of excitement. This, Mr. Armand Malfoy had made significant contributions to Emperor William, thereby being granted vast estates in Wiltshire. Alas, before the title could be conferred, Mr. Armand vanished without a trace. Alan displayed a genuinely regretful expression. This is a manuscript belonging to Mr. Armand, preserved in the National Museum, seemingly concerning the Malfoy family. Yet, due to the indecipherable language used, it has long been overlooked. I believe, gifting it to you is its rightful destiny. Lucius wholeheartedly trusted Alan's words, for he recognized the script, which indeed bore resemblance to the existing portions of the Malfoy manuscripts. He could almost sense a flow of magic emanating from it. Cradling the box delicately, Lucius regarded Alan with a measured gaze. Thank you for your generosity. Alan feigned ignorance, smiling. I am glad you like it. As for your wife, I was unsure of her preferences, so I chose a brooch resembling a lady's coronet, hoping she would find it to her liking. Narcissa, momentarily surprised by the manuscript Alan had so generously presented, then turned her attention to unwrapping her gift. Upon revealing it, she beheld a peacock feather brooch crafted from diamonds and emeralds, glistening upon the black velvet fabric. The Malfoy family crest featured a white peacock, and given their long-standing association with Slytherin, the brooch was a perfect match for the Malfoy lineage, showcasing the thoughtfulness of its selection. Narcissa's eyes sparkled as she slightly lowered her elevated chin and curtsied. Thank you, young prince. I adore it. Draco, not one to be left out, tugged at Alan's sleeve. What about mine? Alan paused. What? My gift. Draco's frown deepened, emphasizing the word gift. Alan's gaze flickered momentarily, yet he smiled without faltering. With a wave of his wand, a beautifully crafted box leapt from his suitcase, I prepared a fine watch for you, an exquisite timepiece from the Muggle world. I intended to present it to you after bidding farewell to your parents. His smile was sincere. It is truly magnificent. I deliberated for quite some time. Do take a look and see if it pleases you. Draco glanced at him, stifling a huff, and begrudgingly opened the box, quickly captivated by the exquisite craftsmanship. He immediately fastened the watch onto his wrist, meticulously adjusting the strap. Lucius and Narcissa exchanged glances, observing the interaction between their son and Alan, and felt a modicum of relief as they prepared to take their leave. Lucius reminded his son Draco, "Remember my words. Do not be willful when in the company of His Highness." Draco pouted slightly. Alan chuckled resignedly, addressing the Malfoy couple, "Do rest assured, we shall assist one another." Chapter 19. Friendships. Draco naturally remained in the compartment, grumbling, "School is finally starting. You cannot fathom how dull it was at home. Though Quidditch is indeed thrilling, you know. My broomstick skills are exceptional. I once evaded Muggle helicopters while riding my broom," the little peacock boasted subtly. Regrettably, from Alan's perspective, the spoiled young master's facade was woefully inadequate. He retrieved an array of delectable snacks from the snack compartment of his suitcase. Truffle chocolates, macarons, lemon sherbet candies, and cranberry cookies. Each treat remained obediently nestled within their exquisite packaging. The little peacock's voice gradually faded as curiosity washed over him. Gazing at the unfamiliar assortment of food, Alan chuckled. "Muggle sweets. Would you care to try?" "Oh." Draco frowned. He acknowledged his curiosity but deemed it far too impure-blooded. Alan unwrapped a truffle chocolate, focused intently on the foil, casually adding, "The finest, the most expensive, exclusively for royalty." Barely had he finished speaking when Draco's expression brightened, clearing his throat awkwardly. "Well, since you insist, I shall reluctantly give it a try." With that, he eagerly unwrapped a macaron and took a bite. Alan, smiling, lifted his gaze to observe the platinum young master, who, with an air of pride, sampled the confections. "How is it, Draco?" Alan asked, unconsciously infused with a touch of arrogance. "Do you enjoy it?" Draco slowed his chewing, letting out a soft hum. After swallowing the last morsel of the macaron, he raised his chin defiantly and, with a hint of insincerity, replied, "It's acceptable. I wager that once you experience magical confections, you shall truly understand what it means to love." Draco elevated his chin, a hint of regret flashing across his features as he lamented not having brought any wizarding snacks. However, he quickly realized that such treats were available for purchase on the Hogwarts Express, and a slight smirk crept onto his lips. Such poor acting. Alan saw right through his thoughts, nodding nonchalantly as he produced another box of macarons and gently pushed it across the table. As they engaged in amicable snack diplomacy, Harry, too, encountered new friendships. After exchanging greetings with Alan, Harry disembarked from the train. Contrary to Alan's expectations of wild revelry, he quietly stood in a corner of Platform 9, observing the comings and goings of wizards with a somewhat foolish smile. Every individual here was just like him. They were all wizards. Though the royal castle was opulent and grand, and Edward and Alan were exceedingly kind to him, he felt gratitude towards them. Yet it was not truly his. But here, this place was his world. Here, everyone was just like him. Lost in his thoughts, he was suddenly jolted from his reverie by a tall, red-haired boy who playfully patted him on the shoulder. "Hey kid, why are you standing there looking so dazed? Did you lose your mum?" Two identical red-haired boys chimed in harmony. "But you really ought to step aside," Fred advised. "You'll get bumped into here." "Indeed," George echoed. "Thank you." Harry shyly expressed his gratitude, curiosity piqued. "Who are you?" "Oh, Fred." "George." The twins pointed at each other, then turned to Harry. "You'd best move aside a bit. Those coming in will surely be in a hurry." Before the twins could finish their warning, they were abruptly shoved aside by a cart that had just entered. Turning to see who had arrived, they teased, "Look who it is. Fred. Our dear little brother Ron." Following their gaze, Harry spotted a small boy with red hair, his freckled face smudged with dirt, currently being teased by his brothers, his face turning as red as his hair as he protested, "Fred. George. What are you up to now?" A red-haired lady ushered a small girl into the area, glaring fiercely with her hands on her hips, resembling an irate lion. "Fred. George. Get on the train this instant. It's about to leave," she scolded. "And you're not helping your brother." "All right, Mum," Fred and George shouted in unison. "We're hurrying." They dashed towards the train, while the small red-haired boy called out, "Fred. George. I'm still here." Receiving no response from his brothers, he couldn't help but stomp his foot, his face reddening once more. He withdrew his gaze, only to lock eyes with Harry. Harry pointed to his suitcase. "Need a hand?" "That would be brilliant, mate." The boy beamed. By the way, I'm Ron. Ron Weasley. The train departed amidst the children's hurried scramble for seats. A prolonged whistle echoed, and billowing clouds of white steam mingled with the air, infused with the joyous laughter of the young wizards. Chapter 20. The tumultuous train ride. The jolt of the train's departure prompted Alan to realize something. He furrowed his brow slightly, puzzled. Where is Harry? Draco raised an eyebrow nonchalantly. Yes, probably in another compartment. Surely, no one is foolish enough to forget to board. By the way, who is this Harry? Alan smiled and lifted his gaze, discreetly observing Draco's expression. I thought everyone knew him. Draco looked perplexed for a moment before a flicker of recognition crossed his face, and he sat up straight in astonishment. Is it the savior Harry Potter? Alan remarked with a playful tone. Moments later, Draco reclined arrogantly against the back of his seat, still clutching a half-eaten pink macaron. What a rare opportunity to get acquainted. He swiftly popped the macaron into his mouth, attempting to nonchalantly adjust his robes. Alan raised an eyebrow gently, a smile playing on his lips. By the way, how do you know him? Draco feigned casualness. Oh, we met in Diagon Alley, and I invited him to our estate. Alan replied casually. Draco blurted out, does he really have that lightning-shaped scar on his forehead? Alan paused briefly before nodding yes. You'll meet him soon enough. As he unwrapped a piece of chocolate, he added, you can confirm it for yourself then, can't you? Draco nodded enthusiastically, his eyes sparkling. Noticing that a certain peacock was lost in thought, Alan ceased speaking until the sound of a vendor's call broke the silence. Dear children, would you like some snacks? Upon hearing this, Draco immediately leaped up, prompting Alan to suspect that the excitement of potentially meeting the savior had spurred him to action. He retrieved a handful of galleons from his pocket, exclaiming, I'll take one of everything. He turned and dumped a heap of snacks onto the table. Let me show you the delights of wizarding treats. Meanwhile, Harry and Ron were struggling to navigate through the train. Ron looked somewhat dejected. Oh, it seems there are no empty compartments left. Oh Merlin, why is it all full? Harry hesitated. If you don't mind, you can join me in the front compartment. Ron paused, surprised. The front? That's where the prefects and the headmaster are. Harry scratched his head awkwardly, uncertain if he had offended Ron, but Ron exclaimed with excitement. Cool. That's fantastic. I was worried you wouldn't want to. Harry replied, I have a friend in that compartment too. But he's really nice and won't mind. Ron clapped him on the shoulder, his face alight with excitement. Come on, the front compartment is super cool. Harry sighed in relief. By the way, I still don't know your name. Oh, I'm Harry Potter. Ron's eyes widened in shock. Meanwhile, Draco had begun animatedly introducing Alan to wizarding snacks. He handed Alan a chocolate frog, looking expectantly. Open one. Let us see if I can collect the few cards I'm missing. Alan had never partaken in such childhood games, and didn't he understand the allure of collecting cards. However, he was more than willing to oblige his new friend's request, and delicately opened the intricately designed box along the perforated line. Suddenly, a chocolate-colored frog, exuding the rich aroma of chocolate, unexpectedly leaped into his hand. Alan's hand jerked, reflexively flicking the chocolate frog away, and the entire box tumbled onto the table. Draco swiftly caught the airborne chocolate frog, which now lay still. He looked at Alan with a gleeful smirk. Oh? Is the Muggle Prince frightened of a chocolate frog? He deliberately broke the chocolate frog in half before Alan's eyes. Its legs still twitching, see? It's quite lethal. Just like a real frog. Alan regarded him helplessly. Draco, I simply wasn't prepared. Draco dismissed him, gleefully examining the card. Gryffindor. This one is notoriously difficult to unwrap. Alan glanced at the card's content and saw a blank portrait, with Gothic script beneath stating Gringotts, established by goblins in 1474. He was aware that the portraits in the wizarding world were animated. Casting a sidelong glance at Draco, he smiled. People in the Muggle world don't move in photographs. Sure enough, the little peacock's eyes widened in surprise. What have you done to your photos? Why don't they move? Alan stifled a laugh as he explained the workings of a camera, the principles of convex lens imaging, and the assembly of cameras, leaving the little peacock utterly bewildered. He couldn't help but chuckle, seizing the opportunity to pass Draco a chocolate ball while he was fuming. Draco, the Muggle world is quite fascinating. Although Muggles lack magic, we have created wonders more extraordinary than magic itself. Strange machines that move, airplanes that soar through the skies, and weapons that rival meteors. Draco's eyes widened, slightly furrowing his brow. I know about your Muggle helicopters, but weapons that rival meteors are impossible. Alan teased him with a smile. Well then, when you come to my castle as a guest, I shall showcase them to you. Draco hesitated, seemingly concerned about Lucius's willingness, but curiosity ultimately prevailed, and he nodded in agreement. The Malfoy heir was rather easy to persuade. Alan mused to himself, wondering how someone like Lucius could raise such an innocent son. Just then, the compartment door was yanked open, and Harry's excited voice rang out. Your Highness. Alan looked over helplessly. Why are you only just returning now? He paused, noticing the red-haired boy beside Harry. Harry appeared somewhat bewildered as he excitedly opened Alan's compartment door, only to find a platinum-haired boy already seated inside. The boy's pallor made Harry slightly concerned for his health. Who is he? Harry inquired, oblivious to Ron's distressed expression. Oh. Alan adjusted his academic robes and stood up. He smiled brightly at Harry, pulling the proud little peacock closer. Harry, this is our new friend, Draco Malfoy. Draco. This is the savior you've been longing to meet, Harry Potter. Just as Draco was about to extend his hand to Harry with a haughty demeanor, he shot a glare at Alan and snapped, Shut up. He cleared his throat and extended his hand. Hello, Harry Potter. Harry, still somewhat confused, shook his hand. Alan turned to Harry's side asking Harry, who is this? Harry perked up, ready to introduce Ron, but was abruptly interrupted by Draco's arrogant remark, Humph. There's no need for the savior to introduce him. He lifted his chin. Red hair, second-hand robes, obviously a Weasley. Fire ignited in Harry's green eyes, and he regretted shaking hands with this arrogant boy. Alan frowned slightly. Oh, Draco. Ron's face flushed crimson once more, and he shouted angrily, Malfoy. If you say one more word, I'll throw you into a pile of trolls. Draco merely scoffed, turning away haughtily. What's wrong, Alan? Don't tell me you wish to associate with such a person? The Muggle Prince is just so. His last words faded from Alan's view. Years of composure allowed Alan to refrain from an ungraceful reaction, instead redirecting the conversation. Draco. Why do you dislike the Weasleys? Draco sneered. Why else? They're purebloods yet so close to Muggles, and their family is so impoverished. It's a disgrace to purebloods. Ron drew his wand, shouting Malfoy. Draco clearly dismissed him. Does that second-hand wand of yours really work, Weasley? As the tension in the compartment escalated, Alan sighed softly and grasped Draco's wrist, which effectively shifted everyone's attention to him. Draco, I think you may have forgotten. Alan murmured softly. I am the Muggle Prince, a veritable embodiment of Muggle heritage. If your association with the Weasley family brings you disdain, then why, pray tell, do you wish to befriend me? Chapter 21. Can a prince also be a green tea? Draco's complexion fluctuated between crimson and pallor, and he opened his mouth, at a loss for words. He could hardly utter, Oh, I approached you solely for the royal ancestral manuscripts. Even Gryffindors would not be so foolish. Such a statement would bring shame to the Malfoy name. The heads of his lineage would be mortified. Alan gently lowered his gaze, a subtle furrow forming between his brows, giving him a somewhat pitiable appearance. He spoke softly, In truth, you are the first young wizard I have encountered in the magical realm. The inexplicable anger within Harry dissipated gently, and he looked at Alan with a pang of sympathy, attempting to offer comfort, Your Highness. Yet he found himself at a loss for words. Much like his immediate fondness for Hagrid upon their first meeting, he felt justified in believing that Alan could feel similarly. Alan continued, Harry's friendships are his own prerogative. I simply did not anticipate that you and Mr. Weasley had a strained relationship. I apologize for the resulting discord. Your Highness, Harry exclaimed, agitated. It is not your fault. Ron glanced between Harry and Alan, tugging at Harry's sleeve, hesitant to speak. Finally, Draco broke the silence, his words awkward and hesitant. You are certainly not the same as him. In what way are we different? Alan raised his eyes, his sea blue irises dimmed. Draco, feeling flustered, had just taken the treasured ancestral manuscript, and now he had unwittingly caused distress. It was terribly ungentlemanly. Struggling, he said, Muggle, I mean. Merlin. Draco grimaced, visibly pained. Alan inquired, Are you suggesting that you do not harbor aversion towards me, even though I am of Muggle lineage? This time, it was Ron who appeared pained. Merlin's suspenders. The Malfoys do not despise Muggles. That is the most ludicrous jest I have ever heard. He subtly tugged at Harry's sleeve, whispering, Harry, your prince hasn't he been deceived by Malfoy, has he? Who doesn't he know that their family detests Muggles? Harry ought to trust his new friend. Yet he found himself more inclined to believe in Alan's discernment, casting a skeptical glance at Draco and shaking his head in unspoken doubt. Draco forced a semblance of the classic Malfoy smirk, though it appeared somewhat peculiar. He declared, Of course, Alan. You are also my first friend. Alan raised his gaze slightly, offering a smile that seemed to barely convince him of Draco's words. Draco was at a loss, for as the heir of the Malfoy legacy, he had never had to placate anyone. Turning to Harry, Alan said, Oh Harry, do invite this friend in to sit with us. The four of them sat in the compartment, exchanging glances. Ron insisted on sitting opposite Alan, nudging Harry toward the inner side, as he was determined to avoid sitting across from Malfoy. This arrangement suited Draco just fine. Under normal circumstances, Draco would have taken the opportunity to mock the Weasley for his lack of awareness, but he found himself devoid of the inclination to do so. Maintaining his proud demeanor, his peripheral vision continuously strayed toward Alan. Alan remained warm and graceful, seemingly unaffected by the earlier dispute. He gallantly offered Ron a taste of Muggle sweets and called over to Harry. The sweet and tangy flavor spread across Ron's palate, his eyes lighting up. "What is this, Alan?" "It's delightful." Draco snorted softly. Understandable, Weasley. After all. He fell silent under Alan's gaze, a hint of irritation flickering within him. Ron immediately broke into a broad grin. Harry observed this, realizing that perhaps young Malfoy wasn't as intolerable as he first appeared. After all, he was willing to endure for the sake of his friend. Finally, Alan turned his attention to Draco, tapping his wand lightly, causing a book to leap from the compartment's trunk. "Draco, I understand that you are unacquainted with the Muggle world, and may hold some misconceptions about Muggles. Therefore, I wish to present you with this book. Great Inventions of the 20th Century. You deserve it." Draco stared at him in disbelief, then at the thick tome murmuring, "Merlin, are you a devil?" "Clearly not." Alan maintained his gaze, extending the book toward him. Draco reluctantly accepted it, huffing in indignation as he stood up, tucking the book under his arm and pushing Alan gently. "Come with me. To my compartment." Alan managed to call back to Harry, "Do take care of your friend," before being ushered out of the carriage. Draco had little interest in the savior and the foolish Weasley, seizing Alan's wrist and leading him into the exclusive Malfoy compartment. He tossed the book into his own trunk, muttering, "I sincerely hope you are not sorted into that bookworm academy." "Never." The little peacock scrutinized Alan with unspoken judgment. "As long as it's not Hufflepuff." "I'm fine." After a moment he added, "Gryffindor is also unacceptable." Alan chuckled softly. "Then that leaves only Slytherin." Draco lifted his chin, a smile breaking through. "Now that is correct." "But I cannot decide this," Alan replied. "You know, the sorting depends on them." Draco scoffed lightly, gripping his hand with a hint of anticipation. "Alan, was that the levitation charm you just performed?" "What?" Alan was momentarily taken aback. "The magic that made the book jump." The little peacock struggled to tolerate Alan's slow comprehension. "Oh." Alan understood, hesitating. He had been engrossed in history books lately, and in terms of spells, he had only perused the first-year textbook. He hesitated. "In fact, Draco, I have discovered a principle of spellcasting. As long as you are sufficiently composed, focused, and determined, you can naturally perform magic with your wand." He offered a piece of chocolate. Draco, with a blank expression, stuffed it into his mouth. "For Merlin's sake. For the sake of that ancestral manuscript. I will endure this Muggle for one more minute." "You weirdo," he gritted, crunching the chocolate with its walnut filling. Alan smiled at him. "A weirdo's friend is also a weirdo." Draco let out a soft huff, a trace of a smile finally gracing his lips as his brow relaxed. He raised his chin slightly, displaying an air of pride. A Malfoy's friend must inherently possess nobility. The atmosphere in the compartment grew harmonious once more. Soon two rather large boys, portly boys, were sent off to another compartment by Draco. Draco enlightened Alan on some common knowledge of the wizarding world, while Alan shared with Draco some newly developed technological marvels and weaponry from the Muggle realm. They astonished each other, agreeing to visit one another at a later date. Draco was particularly eager to witness the wonders of Muggle weaponry. Ever since Draco had resigned himself to soothing Alan, his tolerance for Muggle matters had seemingly increased somewhat. Suddenly, the compartment door swung open, and a somewhat haughty girl's voice called out, "Has anyone seen a toad?" "Neville Longbottom lost one." Draco frowned. "Who permitted you to enter?" Alan placed a hand on Draco's arm, signaling him to remain calm, turning to the young lady. "Madam, we have not seen a toad. Perhaps you might search in other compartments." The girl caught sight of Alan, her eyes widening in surprise. "Prince Alan?" Instantly, she subdued her voice and demeanor, clasping her hands behind her back, fidgeting nervously, her cheeks flushed. "Thank you for the reminder, Your Highness. I apologize for the intrusion." Alan offered a gentle reassurance. "It is quite all right." The girl shyly nodded, taking a step back to close the compartment door. Draco, bewildered, was about to complain to Alan when the girl abruptly opened the door again. Her face was flushed, and she kept her head down. "Your Highness, I forgot to mention. The train will be arriving shortly. Do remember to change into your robes." Draco impatiently remarked, "Understood. I shall remind him." The girl shot Draco a glare, resembling a lion in her fierce demeanor. Alan, taking on the role of peacemaker, responded, "Very well, miss, I appreciate your thoughtful reminder." The girl curled her lips into a gentle smile and softly bid farewell to the prince before exiting and closing the door behind her. Draco wore an expression of incredulity. This Muggle-born girl possessed two distinct facades. Moreover, throughout his life, who dared to show disdain to the heir of the Malfoy family? Draco seethed with anger, prompting Alan to push a chocolate frog toward him. Draco shot him a glare, then viciously bit off half of the chocolate frog's head. Chapter 22, Hogwarts Castle. The two had just donned their school uniforms when the train emitted a long whistle. Alan and Draco disembarked together, amused by Draco's still fluffed demeanor. "Come now, don't be angry. I'll apologize to them on your behalf." Draco huffed in a proud manner, casting a sidelong glance at him. "You'd better keep your word. First-year students. First-year students, this way. Hurry." A towering half-giant bellowed from the train platform, holding a massive oil lamp. "First-year students, assemble." Yet many among the crowd were looking around, seemingly in search of someone. Suddenly, a voice called out, "The prince is over there." A throng of young wizards excitedly converged toward that direction. Another group of young wizards appeared intrigued and followed suit, leaving the half-giant somewhat at a loss. "It truly is the prince. The prince is attending Hogwarts as well?" The Muggle-born young wizards' faces flushed with excitement. Alan observed the increasing number of first-years gathering, his eyes calm. He was adept at handling such situations. With a gesture of his hands, he quieted the young wizards, who promptly shut their mouths, gazing with bright eyes at Alan. Draco stood behind Alan, thoughtfully watching him with crossed arms. Once all was silent, Alan spoke gently. "I believe you are all young wizards from the ordinary world. It is a pleasure to see you all here, and I look forward to being classmates with you over the next 7 years." The young wizards stirred with barely contained excitement. However, Alan's demeanor shifted to seriousness as a hint of disapproval flickered in his azure eyes. "As students, we must obey the school's directives. Mr. Hagrid is here to guide us to Hogwarts, and we ought to heed his instructions. Yet you have crowded around me, causing significant disruption to this gentleman's work, which is inappropriate." Hagrid felt a twinge of gratitude upon hearing this. Noticing the young wizards bowing their heads in shame, Alan's expression softened again. "I understand your eagerness to see me, but we have 7 years ahead of us together, so there's no need to rush. Now, shall we follow Hagrid's arrangements?" The young wizards nodded in agreement. Hagrid, casting a grateful glance at Alan, called out, "First-year students, over here." The pureblood young wizards observed the scene with indifference, curiosity, or eagerness. However, their curiosity had been satisfied, and upon hearing Hagrid's summons, they began to cluster together and follow him. Alan keenly spotted Harry and Ron, who were with the girl that had reminded him to change clothes. He waved at them, signaling that they should follow Hagrid. Seeing the Muggle-born young wizards hesitating, Draco pouted. He nudged Crabbe and Goyle, instructing them to secure a spot while he remained behind to observe the influence of the prince. Alan took charge personally, guiding the young wizards. The path was slippery and uneven in the night, but Alan walked steadily until they turned a corner. At the end of the narrow path, a vast black lake suddenly unfolded. The Muggle-born young wizards gasped in awe. On the opposite shore, a majestic castle loomed atop a high hillside, its spires reaching for the stars, with windows twinkling beneath the night sky. It was undeniably beautiful, a different kind of splendor from royal castles. It seemed to encapsulate countless wondrous spells and enchantments. Standing there, it resembled a giant. Sensing the magical essence in the air, Alan felt the dormant magic within him awaken, and the chill of the wind was instantly replaced by warmth. He admired the scene and organized the young wizards into groups of 4 to board the boats. Once he had settled the young wizards and turned back, he encountered Draco's teasing gaze. So the Muggle prince wields such influence. Alan was somewhat surprised that this Malfoy heir had waited for him, and he smiled helplessly in response, acknowledging the corresponding responsibility. Draco scoffed, "Saint Prince, just make sure you don't get sorted into Hufflepuff. Having a fool for a friend from that house would be quite the embarrassment." Hagrid patted his shoulder. "Thank you earlier, Alan. Now, what are you waiting for? Hop on the boat." With only the two of them left, Alan and Draco boarded the vessel. Draco grasped the oil lamp post, shrinking his neck against the chilly evening breeze. He muttered, "If only Crabbe and Goyle were here. Their hefty frames could surely shield us from this annoying wind." Alan hesitated for a moment before gently advising, "Perhaps it would be best to show them a bit more kindness." Draco rolled his eyes. "Shut it, Saint." Alan fell silent. Historically, those who mistreated their subordinates often faced betrayal. Initially, he had merely intended to offer a friendly reminder, but given the circumstances, it seemed prudent to let things unfold. As long as this little peacock did not falter before he could use him, all would be well. Too many admonitions could lead to resentment, driving a wedge between them. Harry disembarked early, being tugged along by Ron as they followed the queue, occasionally glancing back in search of Alan. Ron patted his shoulder. Don't worry, Harry. Alan seems quite reliable. This Weasley clearly did not understand why Harry did not take pride in defeating the Dark Lord, yet idolized Alan. While Alan was indeed commendable, Harry was the savior. Their conversation gradually drifted toward the back of the line. Draco followed Alan at a leisurely pace, unhurried. Knowing that Goyle and Crabbe would secure their place, the line paused momentarily at the castle's grand entrance. Spotting them, Crabbe bulldozed through the crowd. Alan caught sight of this and firmly gestured for him to halt, turning to Draco to ask, "Would you mind lingering at the back of the line for a moment?" Draco reluctantly nodded. Alan signaled Crabbe to retreat while quietly speaking to Draco. "I appreciate the consideration of the Malfoy heir. Yes, you. I will prepare a perfect gift as compensation." Draco regarded him with a complex expression. "Do you realize that in just this brief moment, you already owe me 2 gifts?" Alan did not respond directly, merely smiling. Gifts can be designated. Although his initial intention had been to leverage the Malfoy name to gain some standing within the pureblood circle, he found this Malfoy heir to be quite kind-hearted. For such a tolerant and cooperative new friend, he ought to be sincere. As for certain notions and behaviors, they could be corrected gradually. After all, altering the pureblood perspective to accept Muggles was one thing. Reforming the young master's bad habits was merely a matter of convenience. The doors swung open, and the line continued forward. They traversed the entrance hall, winding through corridors, until they ascended a flight of stairs. Seizing the opportunity, Draco pulled Alan up the left staircase, quickly reaching the front row already occupied by Crabbe and Goyle, halting before a door that loomed nearly as high as the ceiling. Moments later, a stern witch emerged from the doorway, her hair tightly pinned up, clad in a dark green robe and a pointed witch's hat. Her demeanor was grave, silencing the young wizards into submission. "Welcome to Hogwarts. Shortly, you will pass through the grand doors and meet your fellow newcomers. However, before you take your seats, it is imperative that you determine your house: Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, or Slytherin." At the mention of Slytherin, Draco proudly nodded at Alan, firmly grasping his wrist. His eyes gleamed as he gestured to Alan, who smiled knowingly in response. The stern witch cast a glance at them and continued, "Now that you are here, you must regard your house as your home. Exemplary conduct will earn points for your house, while any breach of discipline will result in deductions. At the end of the academic year, the house with the highest score will be awarded the House Cup. The sorting ceremony will commence shortly." Chapter 23. The sorting having concluded her speech, the witch strode back into the hall, and the doors closed behind her. Harry turned to Neville, but was unexpectedly drawn to Alan on the left side of the queue. "Your Highness, you finally made it. I've been searching for you in the line." Alan maintained his previous smile, replying, "Thank you for your concern, Harry." Ron continued to glare at Draco, and they exchanged hostile looks before simultaneously turning their heads away. "Your Highness, which house do you think you will be sorted into?" Harry asked, his voice dry with evident nerves. Alan shrugged. "Anywhere is fine. Hogwarts is the finest magical school in Britain, and each house has its own merits." Draco snorted disdainfully, frowning as he interjected, "How can you think that? I've told you, Slytherin is the best house." Ron, with a slight flush to his freckles, retorted, "Gryffindor is a bunch of foolish and reckless lions." Draco muttered, "A pack of cunning snakes." Ron shot back. Seeing the situation escalating, Alan quickly interjected, "Listen. They are discussing the upcoming sorting ceremony." A brown-haired girl piped up, "My brother said we have to take an exam to be sorted. Otherwise, they'll send us back." This statement sent a wave of agitation through the young wizards. "Oh no," exclaimed the girl who had just mentioned Alan's attire, nervously biting her fingers. "I've only flipped through my textbooks a few times. What was unicorn horn powder for again?" The pressure from the overachievers heightened everyone's anxiety. Ron gulped. "Fred and George said they would make us fight a troll." Even Draco's face turned pale at this. As their discussions grew increasingly absurd, Alan sighed. "How could that be? We are merely first-year students, knowing nothing yet. They cannot use an exam to determine admission standards. And as for trolls, that is even more implausible. This is the opening ceremony. How could the professors allow dangerous creatures to appear?" The young wizard seemed to understand, murmuring in relief. Draco's expression softened, and he feigned nonchalance as he adjusted his robes, slowly declaring, "Indeed, Weasley, only your troll-sized brain could believe such nonsense." Before Ron could retort, a throng of pearlescent ghosts drifted through the walls, causing a commotion. A rotund ghost in colorful attire emerged from the ground, laughing heartily as he playfully touched the students' feet. eliciting cries of alarm. A ghost resembling a gentleman reprimanded in annoyance. "Oh, Peeves! You insufferable poltergeist, do not bully the first years." The stern witch from earlier stepped forward, her face stern as she admonished, "Peeves." The rotund ghost stuck out his tongue and fled laughing. The witch huffed in irritation, surveying the shivering young wizards. "The sorting ceremony is ready. Follow me." The doors creaked open, revealing 4 long tables filled with upperclassmen, while a space was left near the professor's table for the first years awaiting their sorting. Countless lit candles floated in midair, and the ceiling sparkled with stars, faintly revealing the stone arches of the night sky above. Draco gazed up at the ceiling in awe. It appeared that this little peacock, no matter how proud, was still eagerly anticipating Hogwarts. Alan drew his gaze away to find his upperclassmen Muggle-born peers discussing him with astonishment and excitement, and he smiled warmly at one of them. A familiar voice rang out from the line. "The ceiling isn't real, it's just enchanted to look like the night sky outside. I read about it in Hogwarts, a history." Alan glanced at her. She seemed to be a rare studious peer. The line halted in front of an empty space where an ancient-looking stool sat, atop which rested a hat that appeared to have not been cleaned for centuries, adorned with many folds. Draco frowned. "They can't possibly expect us to wear that hat, can they? Merlin, it's filthy." Alan looked up and spotted Dumbledore in the middle of the staff table. The old man mischievously winked at him, and Alan nodded in return. At that moment, the largest fold of the hat split open to reveal a mouth. The upperclassmen instinctively covered their ears, while the inexperienced first years were not so fortunate. The hat took a deep breath, seemingly pausing as it sensed a familiar presence. However, what mattered now was the sorting. The enchanted hat opened its mouth and began to sing. "Place me upon your heads, and I shall tell you which house you belong to. Gryffindor, brave and daring, with courage and chivalry. Hufflepuff, loyal and true, steadfast and honest. Ravenclaw, clever and wise, with a thirst for knowledge. Or perhaps you will enter Slytherin, where you may find sincere friends. Yet beware of the cunning and devious who will stop at nothing to achieve their goals." Alan raised his gaze slightly, the depths of his azure eyes reflecting contemplation. "Come wear me. Fear not. You are entirely safe with me. I will guide you to your house." Once the hat finished its song, the hall erupted in applause. The hat bowed to each of the 4 tables before falling silent. The first years seemed to exhale in relief. Alan heard Ron mutter, "I'm going to kill Fred. He tricked me again." The elder nodded to the witch, signaling Professor McGonagall to commence the sorting. The witch unfurled a parchment scroll, its end dragging upon the ground. With a serious tone, she declared, "When I call your name, step forward, and the sorting hat will reveal your house. Hannah Abbott, Hufflepuff." The sorting hat swiftly announced, and applause erupted from the second table on the left. "Hermione Granger." Alan glanced at the girl who had reminded him earlier. "Gryffindor. Ron Weasley. Gryffindor." The sorting hat worked efficiently, swiftly assigning nearly half of the students to their respective houses. Draco Malfoy. Draco tugged at Alan's sleeve and approached the stool. "Slytherin." The hat had barely touched Draco's hair before it shouted. Applause erupted from the far right table. Draco wore a satisfied smile as he gracefully rose, casting a glance at Alan, his eyes silently urging, "You better join Slytherin," as he walked towards the rightmost table, which clapped reservedly. Harry Potter. Dumbledore, who had been leaning against the stool, straightened, his expression focused. A buzz filled the hall as everyone craned their necks to observe the boy who lived. The sorting hat was placed upon Harry's head, and it became perplexed. Difficult. Very difficult. He appears brave, with a good heart, quite talented, and eager to prove himself. But where should I place you?" Harry, sweating nervously, recalled Ron's words. "The vast majority of dark wizards hail from Slytherin, including the very one who killed his parents." Despite being influenced by Alan, who believed that not all Slytherins were malevolent, he still harbored some reluctance. Therefore, he declared, "I shall not go to Slytherin." The sorting hat's subtle voice echoed in his mind. "Have you made up your mind? Slytherin could lead you to greatness if you are willing." "Very well then. Slytherin." It shouted. "Gryffindor." The hall erupted in applause, with the Gryffindor lions joyfully exclaiming, "We have Potter! We have Potter!" Dumbledore, observing Alan with a smile, felt an inexplicable pressure, and calmed the excited Gryffindors before continuing with the sorting. "Alan Cornwall Windsor." The Muggle-born wizards from the 3 houses immediately cast aside thoughts of Harry Potter. Slytherin had no pure Muggle-born wizards. They fell silent, clasping their hands together, silently mouthing prayers to God and Merlin, beseeching that their prince be placed in their house. After all, Harry Potter was the savior of the wizarding world. But for them, those of Muggle descent, their own prince held far greater significance. Alan stepped forward, ascending to the platform where the sorting hat rested, turning to sit upon the chair. Dumbledore straightened, his azure eyes fixed intently on Alan's back. Harry and Draco craned their necks to observe the scene. As the hat was placed atop Alan's head, a familiar magical aura enveloped him. It paused, feeling the essence. Pondering deeply. Which house do you wish to join, child? The muted voice finally emerged. Alan, astonished, inquired, Isn't that your decision to make? The Sorting Hat remained silent for a moment before replying, Very well, a calm demeanor, decisive action, an astute mind, and a kind heart willing to employ any means to achieve a goal. Have you truly no inclination towards Hufflepuff or Ravenclaw? Alan chuckled lightly. What do you think? Sensing a hint of defiance, the hat squinted, contemplating the familiar magical essence. Very well, indeed. It lifted its brim and proclaimed, Slytherin. Chapter 24. A Lavish Feast. The hall fell silent, the young wizards taken aback. The Muggle-born wizards shared a moment of turmoil. How could their prince have been sorted into the elitist Slytherin? Pure-blooded wizards were equally astonished. A Muggle-born in Slytherin? The Slytherin wizards were even more bewildered. How had this Muggle-born found a place in their house? Harry looked on. Hesitant to voice his thoughts, lips pressed together. Ron gaped, incredulous that Alan had been sorted into Slytherin. He gently patted Harry's shoulder. Moments ago, Harry had fervently hoped that Alan would join Gryffindor. Harry, take heart. The only ones seemingly pleased and unsurprised by the outcome were Draco and Alan. As the hat was removed, Alan revealed a perfect smile and strolled toward the Slytherin long table. Draco promptly nudged Crabbe aside, clearing a space for him. Alan lifted his robes and seated himself beside Draco. The Slytherins cast him complex and perplexed glances. Well, this mudblood was a board member. But to see him getting along so well with Malfoy, were they still half asleep? Dumbledore was the first to regain his composure. A prince naturally accustomed to hierarchy, valuing decorum, privacy and practicality, it seemed Slytherin was indeed a fitting choice. Moreover, this prince was on a mission. Navigating the relationship between purebloods and Muggleborns would undoubtedly be more convenient as a Slytherin. The old man's expression grew intricate. His azure eyes scrutinizing as they observed the golden-haired figure conversing closely with the platinum-haired boy. He had formulated countless theories in his mind while maintaining a composed exterior. Once all the students had been sorted, Dumbledore stood, announcing, welcome to Hogwarts. Before the delectable feast fills your minds, I must impart a few words. First-year students. Heed this. It is strictly forbidden for any student to enter the Forbidden Forest. Additionally, Mr. Filch, our caretaker, has requested that I remind everyone that those who do not wish to suffer torment and death should refrain from entering the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor. Now let the feast commence. As Dumbledore's words echoed, the previously empty plates were suddenly filled with an abundance of food. Roasted beef, roast chicken, pork chops, lamb chops, sausages, steaks, boiled potatoes, baked potatoes, chips, Yorkshire pudding, pea shoots, carrots, gravy, and ketchup. There were even mint humbugs. The young wizards gasped in delight, eagerly reaching for their preferred dishes while occasionally glancing towards Alan. Slytherin remained notably quiet, observing in hushed tones. Even the sudden appearance of a feast did not provoke rudeness. Alan felt satisfied. He nodded at Harry, who was watching him, and began to dine with grace. At that moment, numerous ghosts emerged from the walls, some floating jubilantly, others more reserved, drifting through the hall or settling at their respective house tables. Nearly headless Nick glided to the Slytherin long table, his gaze vacant as he sat beside Alan. His robes were stained with blood, creating an unappealing impression. A chill ran through Alan, as if a mobile icebox had taken a seat beside him. Mr. Nick? He gently called. Nearly headless Nick turned to him, his gaze unfocused, replying in a chilling tone. What? Draco stared at Alan with admiration for daring to engage with nearly headless Nick. The other Slytherins cast furtive glances in their direction. Alan sipped his hot tea, feeling a bit warmer. Do you join the students for meals every day? He inquired. Nearly headless Nick regarded him coldly. Alan raised an eyebrow in surprise. Oh? I thought you chose to sit with us because you enjoy our company. Nick scoffed and drifted away, having successfully driven away the ghost. Alan took another sip of hot tea, comfortably continuing his meal under the admiring gazes of his fellow Slytherins. He paid no mind to the subtle scrutiny from the young wizards, selecting a sandwich and some lamb chops while engaging Draco in conversation. Once everyone had nearly finished their meals, the table was suddenly cleared, replaced instantly with an array of sweet desserts. Draco, rubbing his stomach, murmured, Merlin, I'm already full. He gazed at the small cakes on the table, but still reached for a portion. Alan felt the same. No one could resist dessert after a meal, could they? Alan mused about the chefs behind Hogwarts' culinary delights, considering he would gladly pay double to hire them. After unknowingly consuming 2 helpings of pudding, He reluctantly set down his fork. Realizing how difficult it was to find a dessert in England that wasn't overly sweet, he elegantly retrieved a handkerchief to dab at the corners of his mouth, then took out another to meticulously wipe his fingers. His gaze drifted towards the staff table, landing on a professor adorned with an enormous purple turban. Even in the wizarding world, the professor's attire seemed rather peculiar. The adjacent professor clad in black robes was no better. However, the gentle witch seated farthest to the left captivated him. She wore a plant-woven wizard hat and bracelet, exuding an aura of warmth and acceptance. Just as he intended to divert his gaze, he locked eyes with Dumbledore. Alan smiled, nodding slightly, then turned to Draco, inquiring, "Do you know which one is Professor Snape?" Draco, engrossed in a battle with a cream cake, swallowed his mouthful and lifted his chin slightly. "It's that one in all black," he added in a hushed tone. "He's very strict in potions, so you might want to worry in advance. And he doesn't hold back. The venom of a Serpent King is not to be trifled with." Alan couldn't help but chuckle. Perhaps it was due to Dumbledore's words that he held a favorable first impression of the professor. Despite his heavy attire and unremarkable appearance, he remained a formidable figure in the eyes of many students, like a Serpent King spitting venom. Yet, Alan still perceived him as a brave and respectable individual. At that moment, Snape finally shifted his gaze from Quirrell and Harry to coldly glare at the Muggle Prince seated at the Slytherin table. The boy's golden head was strikingly conspicuous, gleaming under the light, which only deepened Snape's weariness. Another one of Dumbledore's little protégés, he thought bitterly, a savior who bore an uncanny resemblance to James Potter. And it was already enough to exhaust him. This old bee truly had no fear of an untimely demise, arranging for yet another troublesome Muggle-born giant. A Muggle-born, one who had entered Slytherin. Merlin above. The poor potions master could already foresee the multitude of troubles he would have to address because of this Muggle prince. How much precious research time would be consumed? A wave of fatigue washed over him, and he averted his gaze, continuing to glare at Harry at the Gryffindor table. Chapter 25. The Slytherin Common Room. Once everyone had their fill, Dumbledore clapped his hands, and all the food on the table vanished without a trace. The prefects led the young witches and wizards toward their respective common rooms. Alan strolled along, gently massaging his protesting stomach, solemnly reflecting on his promise to himself to refrain from overreading in the future. Before long, they arrived in the dimly lit underground, which was quite damp and chilly, with serpentine sculptures adorning the walls and faint green light emanating from the mouths and eyes of the snakes. Alan felt a twinge of regret. The pampered disposition he had been accustomed to began to surface as he gazed at the dark ambience before him. Had he known, he would have chosen Ravenclaw. He had heard their common room was located in a tower with splendid lighting. However, he was relieved he hadn't opted for Hufflepuff, whose common room was also in the cellar, right next to the kitchen. How dreadful! He could have easily gorged himself there. Directly opposite them was a stone wall, and the prefect stood before it, uttering the password, "Pure Blood." As soon as the words left his lips, a door appeared in the wall, slowly swinging open, and the little snakes followed the prefect in single file. The common room, situated beneath the lake, radiated an eerie green glow, with windows that reached almost to the ceiling. A massive squid waved its gigantic tentacles, casting deep shadows on the glass panes. In the center of the room were several sofas, while on the other side stood numerous tables for the young witches and wizards to study. The floor was adorned with luxurious carpets, soft and plush underfoot. The prefect was not at all aloof. Rather, he appeared quite lively as he stood before a medieval tapestry, his expression relaxed. "Congratulations on joining Slytherin. Our house emblem is the serpent, the smartest of all creatures, and our colors are emerald green and silver. People often harbor misunderstandings about Slytherin. I do not deny that our house has produced a few dark wizards, but the other 3 houses have as well. They just refuse to acknowledge it. You will also find many half-bloods among us, so do not worry. We will not expel you for having Muggle blood." At this point, he cast a meaningful glance at Alan. While Slytherin was known for its tolerance of half-bloods, a pure Muggle-born was a first. He withdrew his gaze and continued. "The purpose of Slytherin is victory. We uphold the honor of Slytherin and take pride in it. Although outsiders often fear us due to our association with dark magic, we are not villains. Slytherin is more like a family. Alright, remember, freshmen. The password to our common room will change every 2 weeks. So pay attention to the notice board. Do not share our password with students from other houses. And it has been 700 years since anyone outside our house has entered." The prefect turned to the entrance of the common room, his demeanor sobering as he softly uttered, "Headmaster." Snape strode in, his black cloak billowing behind him, an aura of dread enveloping the young witches and wizards, resembling a great dark bat. Draco seemed quite familiar with this atmosphere, but still couldn't help but shrink back slightly. Alan was unfazed. He had encountered more daunting situations, and focused intently on Snape's words. The Serpent King ascended the platform where the prefect stood, his black eyes resembling hollow corridors as they coldly scrutinized them. After a lengthy pause, his deep, stern voice resonated. I am truly displeased to see a horde of first-year giants crowding the common room once again. In my capacity as headmaster, I am here to convey some important information. Manage yourselves, do not embarrass yourselves, do not lose points, and do not cause me trouble. We have won the House Cup 6 times in a row, and I do not wish to see it slip from your grasp. The young witches and wizards nodded earnestly, while the older students remained silent. Very well, Snape declared coldly, before sweeping away. Until Snape departed, no one dared to speak in the common room. The prefect instructed, all right, the girls' dormitory is to the right, and the boys' dormitory is to the left. The names are posted on the doors, and your luggage has already been delivered to your rooms. Good night, everyone. The little snakes dispersed, heading off in groups to find their respective dormitories. Alan wandered past each room until he found the door bearing his name on a plaque. Ah, and there was a certain little peacock's name as well. Indeed, they were to share a dormitory. Draco sauntered over, raising an eyebrow at him. Alan couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed that Lucius had indeed orchestrated this arrangement, and the little peacock had unwittingly sold out his father. He sidled up to the door, his long fingers resting on the handle. His sea-blue eyes flickered, appearing somewhat profound in the dim light. Lucius had time to arrange school dormitories, but failed to inform pureblood families. Either the Malfoy family lacked the influence, but Draco had already hinted that the Malfoys were the leading pureblood family at present, or Lucius had no intention of paving the way for himself, perhaps wanting to observe not only powerful magic, but also the abilities of leadership and coordination. After all, the Malfoys had once served under the Dark Lord, whose fate was uncertain, and it was indeed inappropriate for him to befriend a Muggle prince so openly. Yet he seemed comfortable placing the heir and this Muggle prince together, subtly courting Dumbledore's favor, hedging his bets on both sides. Truly, a master of navigating through complexities. As thoughts swirled in his mind, reality unfolded in an instant. His long fingers pressed against the handle, and he pushed the door open. Chapter 26. The Demanding Little Peacock. The dormitory that Lucius had arranged for Draco and the future of the family was evidently quite splendid. The room was spacious, complete with a private washroom. The two entered, and directly opposite the door was a massive round window, through which the great squid could be seen drifting by, and the floor was covered with a soft, dark green and silver carpet. Along the central axis against the right wall stood a wooden low cabinet, with two desks flanking either side of two four-poster beds. Dark green silk curtains hung by the beds, the soft bedding already made up, with silver-threaded embroidery adorning the bed covers. On the opposite side of the beds were symmetrically arranged large wardrobes, providing them with a dressing room-like experience. Against the wall on the other side of the room stood a towering wooden bookshelf, split in the middle and adorned with silver patterns. At present, the bookshelf was empty, awaiting the placement of their books. In front of the bookshelf was a set of leather sofas and a coffee table, classic in style and exceedingly comfortable. Medieval tapestries depicting the renowned adventures of Slytherin adorned the walls, and silver lanterns hung down from the ceiling, faintly resonating with the gentle sound of waves lapping against the window from the depths of the lake. Both young wizards nodded in satisfaction as they located their belongings in front of the low cabinet. Draco snapped his fingers, and a grotesque creature clad in a tattered pillowcase materialized in the room, squeaking a high-pitched greeting to Draco. Dobby has seen the young master. It chirped. Time to tidy up. Draco pointed to a corner by the window, issuing his command with an air of arrogance. A house elf? Small, with oversized ears and a shrill voice, wearing a worn-out pillowcase. Alan immediately associated the creature before him with the house elves mentioned in his books. Draco nodded and, noticing Alan's keen curiosity as he scrutinized Dobby, explained, "They are inherently bound to serve wizards. The master's orders are paramount. Any family with a touch of history possesses them, with the exception of the Weasley clan." Alan chose to disregard the latter remark and asked inquisitively, "Are they considered possessions of wizards?" "Indeed," Draco responded haughtily. "Would you like it to assist you with tidying up?" "No, thank you," Alan replied with a light chuckle. "I can manage on my own." As he spoke, he drew his wand and waved it. The wardrobe opened by itself, and clothes and shoes floated out of the suitcase, arranging themselves neatly within the wardrobe. Books also soared from the suitcase to the shelves, consisting of essential tomes on magical knowledge and required coursework from the Muggle world, quickly filling half of his shelf. Draco stared in astonishment as Alan effortlessly wielded his wand, and before he could express his admiration for the boy's proficiency in spellcasting, He noticed the shelves brimming with books. The little peacock's face contorted in disbelief. How did you acquire so many books? Alan, holding a transparent cabinet filled with luxury watches, pondered where to place it. Upon hearing the question, he returned to reality. These are assignments my father assigned me to complete before Christmas. Draco's expression was blank. He had thought the Malfoy family had stringent expectations for their heir. But in comparison to this boy, he felt his own father had been remarkably lenient. Alan, oblivious to Draco's thoughts, set the watch cabinet on his bed. He casually transfigured a goblet into a waist-high podium-like piece of furniture, and placed the watch cabinet atop it. The luxury timepieces glimmered against the black velvet fabric. Draco, initially captivated by Alan's transfiguration, found himself drawn to the watches instead. Alan handed him one, urging him to freshen up. Alan retrieved his phone, only to find an empty signal bar. He sighed and sat at the desk, picking up a fountain pen to compose a letter to Edward. After finishing, he sealed it with wax, imprinting the royal crest, and instructed Tita to fly off with the letter. When he returned to the dormitory, Draco had just finished washing up and approached the desk to write his own letter. Seeing Alan, he inquired, "Where did you go?" "Sending a letter to my father." They exchanged a knowing smile, recognizing their remarkable resemblance. The following day, Alan awoke at 6 o'clock, gazing at the unfamiliar bed curtains as his thoughts gradually came into focus. He rose from the bed, washed up, and dressed in his uniform. One of the few advantages of school was the absence of the hassle of choosing outfits. He adjusted the magical window to let in the morning sunlight, skillfully organizing his schedule for the day, and pulling out his Muggle coursework to begin his studies. Alan assumed Draco simply rose a bit later, and would be ready by 8 o'clock before he headed out for breakfast. However, to his surprise, by 7:40, while Draco was still preparing his school supplies, there was no sign of movement from him. Realizing that further delays would disrupt his meticulously arranged plans, he could not bear to part ways with the Malfoy heir right at the start of the term. Thus, the noble prince begrudgingly approached, lifted the curtain of Draco's bed, and began to rouse him. The little platinum peacock lay peacefully, his golden hair cascading over his forehead, sunlight illuminating his face and revealing fine down, resembling a perfect doll. It was indeed a lovely sight, if only the young master would rise more promptly. Alan rubbed his forehead. The previous night, they had engaged in a lively discussion about Hogwarts, with the little peacock excitedly recounting tales of the school's legends and the histories of various pureblood families. Transitioning from the Quidditch team to the Quidditch World Cup, Draco had grown increasingly animated, and it had taken multiple reminders from Alan about their transfiguration class at 9 in the morning before he reluctantly ceased his chatter at midnight. As for why their conversation had spiraled into such a lengthy discourse, Alan sighed, rubbing his temples. It was indeed his doing, as he had inadvertently guided the conversation to extract various pieces of information. Finally managing to rouse the little peacock from his slumber, Alan nudged him towards the washroom before stepping out. He swiftly and methodically organized their class materials into 2 classic handmade Cambridge backpacks, then settled onto the sofa, pulling out Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration to pass the time while waiting for Draco. Once Draco was dressed, he applied hair gel, still somewhat groggy as Alan stuffed the backpack onto him. Upon leaving the dormitory, he made an effort to appear alert, following their prefect to the dining hall. Upon arrival, students were seated in small groups, and Draco, drowsily munching on a sandwich, suddenly jolted. "Draco, what's wrong?" Alan asked. "My books." Draco grimaced, whispering, "I didn't bring my books." Alan chuckled lightly. "If you didn't bring your books, then what's in your bag?" Draco paused, confused. "When did I have a bag?" Following Alan's gaze, he looked down to discover he was indeed carrying a finely crafted brown leather bag. Opening it revealed textbooks, parchment, ink, quills, and an exquisite fountain pen, all meticulously organized. Draco exhaled in relief. "Thank goodness you helped me pack, or I would have brought shame upon the Malfoy name." Alan smiled. "Just this once, don't expect it to happen again." He lowered his gaze, sipping his milk. Besides, it's not Draco who would be embarrassed. You'd just be taking Crabbe or Goyle's books, causing them to get scolded. Alan was astonished to realize how well he had come to understand this finicky little peacock. Chapter 27 Ding. Professor Cat's Genius Experience card has been credited. Although the notion of siblings within Slytherin may be somewhat exaggerated, it was well executed during their time at school. The prefect escorted the little snakes to their transfiguration classroom, before departing to attend to his own classes. The class bell rang abruptly. Professor McGonagall called the roll and, upon noticing Ron Weasley and Harry Potter's absence, displayed a hint of displeasure. This stern which expressed strong dissatisfaction with her house's students for being late on their first day. With a stern expression, She assigned them preparatory tasks before transforming into a gray tabby cat and leaping onto her desk. The cat sat elegantly, its paws poised, while its tail demurely coiled around its feet. Alan noticed that the markings around the cat's eyes resembled Professor McGonagall's glasses. This unusual classroom experience intrigued Alan, who watched the gray cat with great interest. Soon, however, he found himself receiving a sharp glare from the feline, prompting him to obediently lower his head and turn his attention to the beginner's transfiguration, which he had already committed to memory. He certainly did not wish to offend a professor on his first day of school. Before long, Harry and Ron arrived, panting and laden with textbooks. Hermione glanced back and shook her head. Alan sat upright, brimming with energy, having already reviewed the textbook. With keen ears, he sensed the heavy footfalls of the two boys approaching, his gaze fixed on the book as if he were engrossed. Though part of his attention was diverted to their direction, Draco shot a glance at the pair, wrinkling his nose in distaste. Ron, oblivious to Professor McGonagall's irritation, nudged Harry and asked, "What do you think Professor McGonagall's reaction would be if she saw us late?" Harry looked at him incredulously, speechless. In the periphery of Alan's vision, a calico cat twitched its nose, squinting its eyes as it leapt from the desk and transformed into a woman with her hair tightly coiled in a bun. Regarding the two tardy little lions with a stern expression, Ron, wide-eyed with admiration, exclaimed, "That was utterly impressive." Professor McGonagall, her face impassive, responded, "Thank you for your compliment, Mr. Weasley. Perhaps I should transform you or Mr. Potter into a pocket watch, so at least one of you could attend class on time." Alan casually glanced in their direction, exchanging a knowing look with Harry. Thus, what was intended as a defense morphed into a sincere apology. "I'm sorry, Professor." He noted the glare from Alan and, inspired, added, "I will familiarize myself with the castle's layout and assure you that I shall never be late again." Professor McGonagall regarded him for a moment, and then declared, "That would be best, Mr. Potter. Now do be quick and take your seats." Once the two lions had slumped into their respective places, Professor McGonagall officially commenced the lesson. She transformed the lectern into a pig, shocking everyone before reverting it, admonishing, "To achieve such a feat, you still have a long journey ahead. Now I shall elucidate the key points of transfiguration, which are foundational to your understanding. I expect you to pay close attention." Alan unscrewed his fountain pen, occasionally jotting down a couple of words on parchment. Draco, engrossed, scribbled furiously with his quill. After the theoretical portion concluded, Professor McGonagall produced her wand and intoned a spell. The tip of an ordinary matchstick sharpened, revealing a silver sheen as it transformed into a fine needle. She distributed a matchstick to each student, instructing them to wave their wands and attempt the transformation. The young witches and wizards expressed mild disappointment, striving to adjust their mindsets as they waved their wands at the matchsticks. The classroom echoed with the incantations of the little sorcerers, while Alan fixed his gaze on the matchstick, internally affirming that the wizarding world was rather impoverished. Just then, as Professor McGonagall passed by him and noticed his lack of movement, she gently tapped his shoulder. Alan raised his eyes to meet her gaze and, taking up his wand, tapped the matchstick. Instantly, the matchstick morphed into a slender, sharp needle. This delighted Professor McGonagall, who leaned in slightly to inquire, "Mr. Cornwall, have you mastered the silent spell?" Alan straightened a bit, uncertain, replied, "I'm not sure, Professor." He sought guidance from her, earnestly stating, "I've discovered that as long as one remains composed, focused, and determined, one can naturally perform magic with the wand. In fact, for me, silent casting is more convenient than vocalizing the incantation." Draco, momentarily pausing in his wand movements, resumed fervently reciting his spell. Professor McGonagall appeared quite astonished, seemingly grasping the significance of Albus's summoning them the previous evening to highlight Alan's prodigious talent. Such a young child, contemplating the essence of spellcasting upon their initial encounter with magic. She nodded affirmatively, "Indeed, Mr. Cornwall. However, we advocate for the usage of incantations to channel magical energy because, at your age, most young witches and wizards struggle to control their magical power. Incantations assist you in casting spells while simultaneously helping you regulate the flow of your magical energy, and before you realize it, you will find your control over magic has strengthened. This is the reason why the occurrence of magical surges diminishes as witches and wizards mature. Of course, if one completely neglects spell practice, the magical energy within a young witch or wizard may atrophy, or worse, spiral out of control, resulting in irreversible harm, or may become so feeble that only minor spells can be performed." Alan's eyes brightened with understanding. "I see. Thank you for your guidance, Professor." Professor McGonagall nodded in satisfaction and proclaimed, "For Mr. Cornwall's impeccable transfiguration, Slytherin receives 5 points." The half-blood snakes exchanged glances, their expressions somewhat peculiar. The Muggle-born lions were astounded, cautiously giving Alan a thumbs up while avoiding other Gryffindors. Observing Alan's brightening demeanor, Professor McGonagall felt a surge of joy. After a moment's contemplation, she brought him to the front of the classroom, instructing him to transform the lectern into a wardrobe. The young sorcerers all ceased their activities to observe. This request seemed absurd. Professor McGonagall had just stated that larger objects were more challenging to transform. The pure-blooded young wizards watched with curiosity, while the Muggleborns felt concern for their housemate. Draco recalled the watch cabinet from the previous night, pondering the possibility that this fellow might actually succeed. Harry, filled with a sense of pride, alone knew that Alan was truly capable. Ever since Edward had tasked Alan with transforming the desk into a sofa, he had been dissatisfied with the unsightly outcome of his initial attempt. He had practiced repeatedly during evening lessons, analyzing the magical theories that could result in catastrophic failure, which had led to the progress he had made thus far. Harry could not help but admire this perseverance. Alan assessed the lectern and promptly devised a method. He waved his wand, causing the base of the lectern to bulge outward, then expand, as a seam formed in the wood, and a small protrusion emerged to serve as a handle, ultimately transforming into a classic double-door wardrobe. Professor McGonagall opened the wardrobe doors, revealing a complete set of rods and compartments, which only heightened her astonishment. The young sorcerers were left agape. Harry and Hermione were particularly dumbfounded. They knew the heir was gifted, but they had not anticipated his brilliance to such an extent. Hermione glanced at her unchanged matchstick, recognizing that the top spot in their year was beyond her reach, though with effort, she might still secure the second position. Professor McGonagall, her surprise unabated, retrieved a book and handed it to Alan, gently stating, "Alan, your spellcasting proficiency has far surpassed the requirements of your first year. You need not refer to first-year texts any longer. Here is the textbook for second-year studies. Have a look." Alan accepted it with gratitude, bowing slightly to Professor McGonagall before returning to his seat. Draco pouted, poking Alan. "How on earth did you manage that?" Alan pondered before articulating. "I envisioned the structure in my mind, waved my wand, and let it channel my magical energy to envelop the object." The eavesdropping young witches and wizards were left perplexed. It seemed they partially understood, yet were still bewildered. Draco, with a long face, prompted Alan to elaborate. "When casting a spell, you must remain composed and confident, believing in your ability. Strive to feel the magic within your body, allowing it to flow. Using your wand as a focal point will significantly enhance the success rate of your transformation." The surrounding eavesdroppers furrowed their brows in confusion. They comprehended the first part but struggled to grasp the latter, racking their brains yet yielding nothing. Wasn't magic supposed to be as omnipresent as air? The young sorcerers were baffled, yet Professor McGonagall recognized the refinement of his insights. She gazed at Alan with delight, gripping her wand tightly, proclaiming, "For Mr. Cornwall's eloquent summation, Slytherin earns 10 points. She regarded Alan with warmth. "Mr. Cornwall, please stay after class." Without a doubt. Even the usually slow-reacting Neville recognized that Alan had captured the affection of the notoriously strict witch. Chapter 28. In the Name of Genius. Following the conclusion of the class, Professor McGonagall assigned each student a 10-inch essay on the foundational theories of transfiguration. Naturally, Alan was the exception. After class, Draco appeared somewhat dejected, for his matchstick had barely transformed. Alan, perceiving him as a once proud peacock with its tail drooping, offered a sympathetic smile, and, as if performing a magic trick, retrieved a chocolate ball from his pocket and handed it to him, managing to restore some vitality to the platinum-haired peacock. After swallowing the chocolate ball, Draco huffed. "I will definitely outperform you in potions this afternoon. I started learning potions when I was 5. Alan chuckled, as he too believed his potion-making skills were lacking. The heir required more theoretical knowledge, and being young, he had never been permitted by Edward to engage in chemical experiments. He could only observe in protective gear. He had no idea how adept he was with practical tasks. After hearing this, Draco's mood visibly brightened. "Mr. Cornwall." Professor McGonagall beckoned to him from the lectern. "Draco, please proceed to the Great Hall," Alan remarked. "I estimate I shall be a while longer. I will save you a seat." Draco stuffed his books into his backpack, noting that it was already 11 o'clock. The students who had practiced all morning were ravenously hungry, and soon most of them would be departing. Professor McGonagall stood at the edge of the podium and addressed Alan. "Mr. Cornwall, before the start of term, Headmaster Dumbledore specifically summoned us to impart certain matters, with particular emphasis on you." Noticing the flicker of surprise on Alan's face, she chuckled softly and patted his shoulder. "Do not be anxious, my dear. In fact, Albus has entrusted us with the responsibility of nurturing your talents, for your genius requires further cultivation. I was initially skeptical, but now I am thoroughly convinced. She produced several manuals, casting a duplication charm to hand a copy to Alan. These are my insights on transfiguration. I hope you will study them diligently. You need not write a paper for transfiguration class. I have assigned you a special task to compose an essay on the theory of magic. Indeed, indeed. McGonagall observed Alan's hesitation and continued, this topic is grand. It can be both easy and challenging. Do not feel pressured, simply express your thoughts. Merlin, I can scarcely wait to impart more knowledge to you. But alas, the start of term is quite busy, and Albus has suggested you familiarize yourself with the curriculum first. He should speak with you over the weekend. We shall commence our small classes next week. What do you think, Mr. Cornwall? The Sirius which seemed somewhat eager. Though she felt the timing was rather rushed. Young wizards are always so lively, often lacking enthusiasm for their studies. Alan had no intention of declining. He responded enthusiastically. It is an honor, Professor. I am aware of your remarkable prowess in transfiguration. I attempted to transform my teacup into a mouse at home, but regrettably, my mouse never seems to move. He allowed a hint of frustration to surface, which elicited a chuckle from Professor McGonagall. Oh, that is material covered in 7th grade. The fact that you can transfigure a teacup into a mouse is already quite impressive. Before 5th year, students are tasked with learning to transform animals into objects, such as changing a mouse into a snuff box. As Professor McGonagall guided him towards the Great Hall, she continued, as for transforming objects into living creatures, that is part of the upper-level curriculum, when students have sufficiently mastered their magical abilities. She grasped his shoulder earnestly. Therefore, Mr. Cornwall, do not recklessly attempt these spells. It could lead to a loss of control over your magic and result in harm to yourself. Alan nodded thoughtfully. Professor, I understand. Should I wish to experiment with advanced transfiguration, I will consult you. The noble young master was quite adept at self-preservation, let alone a prince with the responsibilities of a kingdom. Professor McGonagall nodded in agreement as she led Alan into the Hogwarts Great Hall. The Gryffindor lions gazed in astonishment, noticing that their head of house's wrinkles were not as pronounced, and they felt an overwhelming sense of joy. They quickly sought out friends to inquire, soon unraveling the details of the events. The Muggle-born wizards puffed out their chests with pride, and soon, news of Alan's talent in transfiguration spread throughout Hogwarts. The upperclassmen soon heard of these developments from the younger students. Excelling in transfiguration is not particularly rare. Every year has its standout students in various subjects. However, successfully transforming using a silent spell is indeed a feat that commands respect. The upperclassmen exchanged glances, slightly lowering their reserve as Alan took his seat. No longer as frosty as before. Though they remained observant, they were careful not to offend. Taking advantage of his position, the prefect sat beside Alan and nodded in approval. Mr. Cornwall, I heard you earned Slytherin 15 points in your first class. You did exceptionally well. Alan nodded lightly, his smile composed. As a member of Slytherin, it is my duty. Very good. The prefect praised. Keep it up. Slytherin respects the strong. As long as you remain formidable, there will always be a place for you here. Alan smiled gently, raising his cup towards the Muggle-born wizards at the other 3 long tables, whispering, Thank you for your guidance. He must find a time to meet these Muggle-born wizards. At this age, children possess simple minds. A friend of a friend is a friend, while an enemy's friend is an enemy. It's black and white, with no shades of gray. They struggle to comprehend differing opinions, often exhibiting a naive cruelty that leads to acts of bullying. The Muggle-born wizards rejoiced in his achievements, which was not misplaced. However, given the circumstances, where Slytherin had nearly become the pariah of Hogwarts, they would undoubtedly face ostracization from some of their peers. This was not the outcome he intended to foster. Chapter 29. The Prince's Press Conference. After lunch, Alan turned to Draco and bid him farewell as he departed from the Slytherin table. His gaze swept across the other 3 long tables, quickly spotting a few Muggle-born students gazing at him with admiration. The young prince gestured towards the large doors behind him, and soon, a dozen students from various years and houses followed suit. Your Highness, Prince Alan. The young wizard stood before Alan, flushed and flustered, their words tumbling over one another. We had no idea you would also be attending Hogwarts. God knows, we are at a loss for words. Does His Majesty know? Has he allowed you to come? We are simply overjoyed. We hardly slept last night. Alan clasped his hands together and led them into an empty classroom while responding. Thank you for your affection. I did not anticipate so many young wizards of ordinary descent at Hogwarts. Once all the students had entered, he closed the door and stood at the front of the room. First and foremost, I sincerely appreciate your trust and admiration. I would like to address the matters of concern you all have. His formal tone silenced the young wizards, who listened attentively. Alan nodded, a gentle smile gracing his face. On the day I was bestowed the title of prince, I received a letter from Hogwarts, which His Majesty was also informed of. After deliberation, we responded to Hogwarts and received a reply from Headmaster Dumbledore. He briefly recounted the events of that day, chuckling wryly. Our people could never have imagined. How does that phrase go? A Muggle king met with the most powerful white wizard in a historic meeting. The young wizards erupted in laughter. Once they had calmed down, Alan continued, I have always known of your fondness for me and the royal family, and both the king and I hold that in our hearts. However, at Hogwarts, I am not a prince. Rather, I wish to be your friend. The young wizard's eyes sparkled with excitement as they clenched their fists in exhilaration. Yet, Alan furrowed his brow in distress. However, I am troubled by how much attention you all pay to me. It is indeed a sweet burden. As you know, I have been sorted into Slytherin. The young wizards fell silent, suddenly realizing something, and an angry voice rang out. Have they bullied you? Others quickly recognized the gravity of the situation, their expressions darkening with indignation. Alan chuckled softly. How could that be? Would the Sorting Hat place someone unsuited for Slytherin into this house? He gazed at the young wizards below him. Since we are friends now, there is something I wish to share with you. I come bearing the mission to mend relations between Muggleborns and purebloods. Ultimately, it is for the peaceful and harmonious development of both the Wizarding and Muggle worlds. You have spent some time at Hogwarts. With your wisdom, I trust you have observed that some wizards harbor intense disdain and hatred towards Muggles. This segment poses a significant threat to our world. Even their descendants, influenced by their forebears, harbor disdain for us ordinary folk, loathing our parents and our very lineage. Alan, filled with trepidation, pressed his hands against the lectern, leaning forward. For I have come to guide this segment of young wizards who can still be swayed, to illuminate the truth of our existence, to better safeguard our families. He smiled, surveying the faces before him, bestowing upon them his full attention, and rallied, You are my comrades. The young wizards, brimming with enthusiasm, eagerly proclaimed, Your Highness, whatever you require. Just say the word. Indeed, we shall never cower before Slytherin. A little lion roared. Alan chuckled, nodding in admiration at the courage displayed, Sir. He gently remarked, Transformation of thought necessitates time. I implore you all not to act with haste, nor to seek trouble with Slytherin on my behalf, lest my task be rendered even more arduous. I now entrust you with a significant mission. He encouraged each young wizard before him, Please inform all the Muggle-born wizards to refrain from focusing too intently on me, until I request your assistance. A quill and notebook floated from his backpack into his hands. I shall record your names, should there be any developments or inquiries, or if you wish to convene, please dispatch an owl to deliver your message. Sunlight streamed through the high windows, the blonde prince appearing as a seraphic being gracing the realm. He stood upon the dais, akin to occupying a throne, poised to dispel all misfortune and usher in everlasting radiance. In the reverent gazes of the assembly, he placed his hand upon his heart and bowed, his voice warm and clear. And I await the good news. Chapter 30. Your loyal subjects. Grateful for these Muggle-born wizards, who faithfully executed Alan's commands, he enjoyed a most delightful 2 days thereafter. He disregarded the scrutinizing gazes of the Slytherins, attending classes and frequenting the library to offer Draco some guidance on his essays, leading a life that was remarkably tranquil. Although he spoke kindly of the interests of Muggleborns and the desire to befriend them, he harbored no intention of seeking assistance from this group of Muggle-born wizards. That simple press conference was merely to alleviate a bit of concern. However, it was these overlooked Muggle-born wizards who bestowed upon Alan an immense surprise. On Wednesday morning, Alan endured the herbology class with patience. Even though he held a fondness for Professor Sprout's gentleness, he could not tolerate the disarray of young wizards, the filthy mandrakes, and the absurdities of horticultural studies. Indeed, in Alan's eyes, it was merely a horticulture class. As the Crown Prince, he indeed needed to comprehend the myriad species of flora in the world, and learn the growth characteristics and theoretical uses of these plants. But this was solely to ensure he did not falter in conversations with the elite, and to showcase the royal demeanor. If he desired, he could establish a luxurious greenhouse, sipping afternoon tea amidst exotic blooms while engaging in jovial discourse with dignitaries. Yet, he had never envisioned himself tending to them, only to be soiled by the dirt of their roots. Even with gloves and protective clothing, even understanding that this was merely a mundane aspect of life for the populace, he diligently studied, striving to present his father with an impressive report card to uphold his reputation as a genius in the eyes of the world. God knew what scornful looks would be cast upon him should he fail herbology. Well, I digress. Following the conclusion of this herbology class, Alan and Draco arrived at the Great Hall with their backpacks, ready to indulge in a sumptuous lunch. At that moment, a strange owl flew directly toward Alan, delivering an exquisite envelope. Alan, intrigued, observed as the owl extended its leg toward him, allowing him to retrieve the letter, and he casually tossed a silver sickles into its pouch from his pocket. The envelope was a misty blue, inscribed in elegant script with the words, "To His Royal Highness. His Royal Highness the Prince of Cornwall." The reverse side bore a simple seal of a common rose. Odd. This was neither a royal seal, nor that of any illustrious family. The distinctly structured format resembled that of an admiration letter from an ordinary person. Draco glanced at it, noting the neatly arranged titles, and assumed it was a letter from his Muggle parents, paying it no further mind. Alan lifted his gaze to find several upper-year Muggle-born wizards at the 3 long tables looking at him with a mix of anticipation and nervousness, attempting to convey their thoughts through their expressions. The mystery was unraveled. Alan chuckled softly, nodding gently toward them, gliding past a serene and elegant Ravenclaw lady before lowering his head to open the letter. The edges of the letter mirrored the misty blue of the envelope, exuding a distinctly Victorian charm, with graceful script traversing the white portion of the page. Alan admired the fluidity of the calligraphy before turning his attention to the content of the letter. "Your Highness, good afternoon. We are your loyal subjects, and we sincerely apologize for any inconvenience caused by our previous excessive attention. We hope you do not take offense. In light of your desire for us not to intervene, we wish you all the best at Hogwarts. We apologize for this unsolicited letter, and kindly request your patience in reading it." Alan possessed ample patience, however. The lunch on the table had been cleared, and dessert was now being served. He took a discreet deep breath, thanking Draco for the reminder about dessert, and glanced down at the distant expectations of those Muggleborns. At the suggestion of Miss Diana Sharp from Ravenclaw, we convened on Monday evening, gathering all Muggle-born wizards from the 4 houses to discuss matters concerning your interaction with us. A list of Muggle-born wizards is attached. Alan was taken aback. He straightened in his seat slightly, pushing aside the mango pudding Draco had nudged toward him, and read carefully. "We have chosen a rose motif from the royal crest as our contact seal, and have selected 3 representatives from the respective houses. Ravenclaw, Diana Sharp, 6th year, Prefect. Gryffindor, Algie Phillips, 6th year. Hufflepuff, Valentine List, 6th year. All queries and feedback from each house will be consolidated by these 3 individuals, and sent to you every Friday. We hope to alleviate your burden. Your loyal subjects." Alan gently set down the letter, gazing at the bright-eyed Muggle-born wizards at the 3 long tables, and unconsciously revealed a genuine smile. How could they be a burden? He mused. They were all his unwavering subjects, and he would lead these subjects as they navigated the unfamiliar wizarding world, cutting through thorns until they achieved the ultimate victory. They would forge a new future for the wizarding realm. Chapter 31. The hellish commencement of Potions class. Potions class took place in the afternoon, and due to the infamous reputation of the Serpent King of the Dungeons, everyone settled into their seats 10 minutes prior to the lesson. Alan and Draco occupied the front row, greeting Harry as he entered. Upon sighting Harry, Draco's demeanor transformed, his lips curling into a classic Malfoy smirk as he mockingly remarked, "Oh, look who it is. The savior of Gryffindor." Harry attempted to ignore him, but after a moment, his frustration erupted. "Malfoy, I have done nothing to provoke you." Draco scoffed, reminding him, "I must warn you, Potter. Professor Snape is not like those other incompetent old fools. He will not regard you with awe simply because of your savior title." He glanced at Ron beside him, feigning a dramatic collapse as he called out Harry Potter, mimicking Professor Flitwick. Harry's face flushed with anger as he glared fiercely at Draco, casting a shameful glance at Alan. "Draco." Alan felt a surge of exasperation. Over the past 2 days, the Muggle-born wizards had restrained themselves from focusing on him. However, Draco, fueled by the indignation of having his friendship rejected by the savior, seized every opportunity to needle Harry with his rich vocabulary, sardonic expressions, and splendid anecdotes, prompting one to wonder just how much time he had invested in crafting his barbs. He turned to the crimson-faced savior and advised, "Harry, if you don't mind, please take Mr. Weasley with you." Ron shot a glare at Alan, furrowing his brow as he exclaimed, "Malfoy, shut your foul mouth. Everyone knows you are the son of a Death Eater. Your father, Lucius Malfoy, is notorious for his hypocrisy and ambition." This statement drew the attention of the entire classroom. The Slytherins wore expressions of cold disdain, while some of the Muggle-born Gryffindors exchanged bewildered glances. Draco's expression gradually faded, and Alan quickly grasped Draco's arm, signaling Harry to escort Weasley away from the fray. However, the savior, consumed by fury, disregarded the plight of the unfortunate heir of the Malfoy family, who in turn shoved Alan aside. Crabbe and Goyle, two hulking figures, swiftly followed suit, and it was unclear who threw the first punch as both sides soon became embroiled in a scuffle. The Slytherin snakes watched with detached amusement, but the Gryffindor lions quickly joined the fray, prompting some snakes to retaliate in kind. Those Slytherins who wished to maintain their aloofness were inevitably drawn into the chaos. And soon, even the once cool serpents were thrust into the fray, wielding cauldrons with fury. The potions classroom descended into utter chaos, with cauldrons and potion ingredients strewn about. And amidst the din, a young witch's tearful shriek could be heard. "Stop it at once. Class is about to begin. You will lose points for your houses." Alan found himself at the center of the tumult, unable to even raise his wand before being jostled about. Furious, he stomped his foot, seizing the moment to weave out of the melee, and stood atop a table, waving his wand in a bid to separate the combatants. The classroom remained a cacophony of insults and shouts. Alan's mind raced with the incantations, his wand moving elegantly as he finally declared, "All of you freeze." Instantly, the potions classroom fell silent, the young wizards immobilized in various peculiar poses. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Alan breathed a sigh of relief, lowering his wand to his side. Necessary composure and appropriate courage were far wiser than engaging in a brawl. He stated coolly, "I shall fetch a teacher. I hope you all remember this lesson." Before he could descend from the table, the classroom door was suddenly kicked open. Snape stormed in, his black robes billowing, and his deathly gaze swept over the entangled young wizards, his expression as dark as the depths of a stormy sea. The professor coldly surveyed the chaos. With lions and snakes intermingled in disarray, wizarding hats and scarves from different houses tangled haphazardly. Some were pulling at hair, others were piled atop one another, and one unfortunate creature had its head stuck in a cauldron. He fixed his icy stare on Alan, who stood on the table, a small troll disheveled and waving a wand beside him. "Cornwall, explain." Alan, feeling utterly disheartened, climbed down from the table and succinctly recounted the events. Snape let out a cold laugh and waved his wand to release the immobilization spell on the young wizards. Under the crushing gaze of the subterranean Serpent King, the young wizards trembled into formation, resembling quail. Among the crowd, the sounds of young witches sobbing could be heard. "A most astonishing start. Should I thank you for not breaking any limbs?" Snape remarked icily. The Serpent King hissed softly. "So who instigated this? Need I say? What could a Gryffindor with a head full of chaff possibly do? 50 points from Gryffindor." The Slytherins smirked with schadenfreude, but quickly lowered their heads under Snape's piercing gaze. The Gryffindors were left seething in silence. Yet the savior, the true scion of two lions, dared to meet the black-robed professor's gaze, his emerald eyes glimmering with rage. "Professor, it was Malfoy who provoked us first." "Oh." Snape scoffed with a sardonic chuckle, his gaze momentarily colliding with Harry's before curling into a disdainful smirk. "I wondered who it was. Turns out to be our illustrious newcomer. Perhaps this foolish and arrogant troll, under the professor's heightened scrutiny, felt overly confident due to his status as the savior, and thus was impatient to showcase his uniqueness?" He strode forward, leaning over the table to lock eyes with those piercing green orbs, and said slowly, "Isn't that so, Mr. Potter?" Alan could almost sense the gritted teeth in Snape's voice. Harry glared back at him, seething. Moments later, Snape straightened nonchalantly, distributing ice packs to everyone, seemingly resolved to impart some lessons. He yanked the bruised Draco from the fray and tossed him in front of Alan, coldly instructing, "Cornwall, take him to the hospital wing." Such blatant favoritism. Alan firmly sealed his lips, hastily leading Draco out of the classroom. The two made their way quietly to the hospital wing, where Madame Pomfrey looked at them in shock. "I have never seen a young wizard get himself into such a state in the first week of school." Alan dared not mention the impending arrival of more young wizards. She chattered incessantly while deftly tending to the wounds on Draco's small peacock-like face. "You boys are always such a handful. All right, boys. Wait here a moment while I fetch some potions." As soon as she exited, the ward fell into a sudden hush. Alan let out a gentle sigh, moving to sit beside Draco, patting his shoulder softly. Draco's eyes were red-rimmed, struggling to hold back tears. Alan could only gently pat his back in comfort. This gesture of solace caused the little peacock to begin to sob, his pale face contrasting sharply with his reddened eyes, rendering him quite pitiable. "It's all right." Alan softly reassured him. "That insufferable git, that detestable Weasley." Draco muttered through gritted teeth, "How dare they insult my father? Every child can relate to such feelings. If someone were to speak ill of Edward in his presence, Alan too would be unable to contain his scornful retorts. He internally sighed, wondering if his troubles stemmed from having become a young wizard, forsaking the new teachings in God, leading to an unending series of predicaments. Alan felt helpless. Draco, you clearly wish to befriend Harry. Why do you persist in this? Draco abruptly shot his gaze up, glaring fiercely at him, enunciating each word. Who said I wanted to be friends with him? Alan sighed. I misspoke. He pondered before continuing. The Savior embodies a quintessential Gryffindor. Befriending him using Slytherin methods is futile. I disagree, Draco attempted to counter. Alan handed him a piece of chocolate, nodding. I understand, young Master Malfoy. Anyone who does not wish to befriend you is truly missing out. Wouldn't you agree? The little peacock raised his chin with a huff. If you dislike them, then stop wasting time arguing with them. It only burdens you. Alan glanced at the little peacock, exasperated. Do you not find your Slytherin classmates satisfactory? Draco hesitated, casting a reluctant gaze his way, before finally uttering a truth. But he is the Savior. I've grown up hearing tales of his exploits, envious of the immense glory he has held since childhood. Although my father seems to harbor a dislike for him, which young wizard hasn't imagined being friends with the Savior? Alan regarded him thoughtfully, gently coaxing. Would you care to hear my advice? Draco's gray-blue eyes narrowed reluctantly as he awaited his words. When interacting with Harry, simply adhere to one principle. Be straightforward. Draco furrowed his brow, incredulous at the notion that such simplicity could earn the Savior's friendship, having experienced Harry's lack of appreciation firsthand over the past few days. Alan chuckled, raising his hands in exasperation. In truth, it is that simple. Harry has shared with me the hardships of his upbringing. His relatives have not treated him well. Thus, Harry is indeed a child starved for affection, yearning for care and weary of mockery. Draco let out a derisive snort, yet his expression softened, though his words remained as unyielding as ever. What does it have to do with me? Alan raised an eyebrow, choosing to remain silent. At that moment, Madame Pomfrey returned, and he rose to accept the potion, listening attentively as she instructed him to apply it to the wound every night, assuring him it would heal within 2 or 3 days. Thank you. Your efforts are much appreciated. It's nothing, Madame Pomfrey replied sternly, ushering the two of them out of the infirmary. If you can avoid causing me trouble, that would be a great help. Draco reveled in the moment. See? The prince's sweet words have fallen flat. Potions class isn't over yet. Alan ignored him, pulling him along as they hurried to the classroom, disregarding the commotion caused by the little peacock. They braced themselves for Snape's venomous tirade, swiftly returning to their seats amidst a gaggle of young wizards clutching ice packs. Alan nodded towards Harry from afar, then turned his attention to the potion ingredients before him. Deep in thought, the crimson quills of a porcupine, the curved and sharp fangs of a venomous snake, and 4 wriggling horned slugs. Alan's throat constricted, and he expressionlessly covered his mouth. Draco glanced curiously at the slugs and then back at him. Unable to stifle a laugh, his mood considerably lifted. Well, cough. I'll handle the slugs, and you can prepare the potion. He took the initiative to sort out the various ingredients and presented the book to Alan. Alan waved his hand dismissively, pushing the book aside as he timed Draco to hand him the materials. His hands were remarkably steady as he stirred with a glass rod. Soon, a flawless blue potion was contained within a small vial. As they exchanged the potion, Snape glanced at Draco, who appeared less disheveled after treatment, nodding in approval. An exceptionally perfect potion for scabies. 5 points to Slytherin. He marked Draco's score with a flourish. The handling of materials was exemplary, Mr. Malfoy. The potions master paused, eyeing Alan. Mr. Cornwall, your technique in brewing potions is commendable. He noted Alan's slightly pale complexion. But Mr. Cornwall, you seem hesitant to touch the potion ingredients. Alan recalled the sight of the slugs, suppressing a nod. Very well, Professor. At 6 o'clock this evening, come to my office. Alan nodded in agreement. Suddenly, a loud explosion erupted from the back of the classroom, and Draco, observing the potion spilling at his feet, quickly pulled Alan onto a stool. Snape strode towards the rear, waving his wand to clear the potion from the floor. Neville Longbottom, did you add porcupine quills without removing the cauldron from the fire? Potter, why didn't you remind him while standing beside him? Does that display your cleverness? 5 points deducted from Gryffindor. Chapter 32, The Art of Winning Hearts. After potions class, the first-year Gryffindors and Slytherins ambled towards the infirmary in small clusters. Draco, reluctant to display his bruised visage in the Great Hall, and Alan, lacking an appetite, decided to return to the common room together. Alan, why are you afraid to touch the slugs? Draco inquired, puzzled. Alan chuckled softly, his pale countenance exuding an unusual gentleness. Perhaps this is the drawback of being a Muggle-born wizard. Draco, don't you find these potion ingredients somewhat repulsive? Draco was baffled. Why would you find the slugs disgusting? They aren't meant to be eaten. Einhaltet. Suddenly remembering that the potion Madame Pomfrey had given him was still in his bag. He was uncertain if the potion contained any peculiar ingredients. The area of his waist and leg that touched the bag felt searing, and he stiffened, gritting his teeth. Thank you for the reminder. As they reached the entrance to the common room, an owl and a resplendent golden eagle swooped down, landing on their shoulders, delivering letters and newspapers. Alan removed the envelope, while Tita nestled on his shoulder, affectionately nuzzling his neck. The snowy owl curiously regarded the proud eagle beside it, hooting at it, only to be startled back by the eagle's flapping wings, burying its head tightly in Alan's neck. Draco chuckled mischievously, playfully lifting the eagle's chin. They sat before the sofa, feeding their pets some treats, wiping their hands clean before opening the letters. Alan broke the wax seal, extracting a sheet of stationery bearing the royal crest, written in familiar ornate script, containing only 2 brief sentences. I am aware. Take care of yourself. Your father, Edward. September 1st, 2328. Upon noticing the time, Alan gazed at his plump, adorable snowy owl. Tita, the monarch replied last night. Why did you only bring it to me now? Tita tilted her head, hooting curiously. Alan tapped her head. From now on, the king's letters must be delivered to me first thing in the morning. Understood? Tita widened her eyes, seemingly comprehending, and squinted as if smiling while hooting softly. Draco found it amusing. This fellow, seemingly so composed, had such a childlike side. He tapped his wand on the table, causing 2 dinner plates to materialize. Eat something first. You still have to visit the headmaster's office later. Alan shook his head, setting aside the rolled-up newspapers as he stood. No, I must make another trip to the infirmary. For what purpose? You have no injuries, Draco questioned, his expression darkening as he closed his mouth. Alan chuckled, adjusting his robe. To comfort my subjects. Draco was momentarily speechless, slowly replying, You truly are a saint. Alan refrained from responding. Draco was still too young. If he were a seasoned politician, he would understand how rare such opportunities to win hearts could be. The infirmary was filled with the scent of disinfectant, and a majority of young wizards had been treated with potions, obediently seated on their beds. Alan arrived at a fortuitous moment. Madame Pomfrey was too preoccupied to acknowledge him, allowing him to enter the infirmary without pretense, tilting his head to observe the young wizards. The Slytherins remained eerily silent, maintaining their usual Slytherin stoicism, until the older students accepted this Muggle prince. By then, everyone would be amicable, and the Muggle Prince of Slytherin would not hold today's cold reception against them. In contrast, the Gryffindors exhibited a far more animated range of expressions. Some pure-blooded and half-blooded lions, upon spotting Alan, poked their Muggle-born friends and whispered, Isn't that your Muggle prince? Harry and Ron exchanged glances while Hermione, having been vexed by them over the recent deduction of points from Gryffindor, turned her attention sharply, nervously addressing him. Your Highness. Alan nodded gently, approaching them. Harry. Are you feeling better? Harry's face flushed, a mix of grievance and joy, tinged with a hint of irritation and jealousy towards Alan and Draco's camaraderie. Hermione paused, looking at Alan with a similar expression of discontent. The Muggle-born lions gradually turned to face Alan, unable to contain themselves, as if they had just encountered a parent after being bullied. Your Highness. The Muggle-born lion sniffled. It was not long before Harry, pouting, hugged Alan. His face contorted in distress. Draco hit really hard. Your Highness, you weren't there, so you wouldn't know, but Snape is targeting me. Alan gently patted his head. You've endured much. I heard he asked you questions, and you answered them all? Harry's face flushed again, this time with a blend of shyness and pride, nodding earnestly. Of course. I prepared diligently under your scrutiny. The Muggle-born lions were taken aback, gaping as they witnessed Harry receiving a hug from Alan. Alan regarded the poor Muggle-born lions with sympathy, patting Harry's back, signaling him to rise. Let us meet this weekend and share about your life? Harry was acutely aware that Alan's visit was not solely for his sake, and with a tinge of melancholy, he released his grasp on Alan, only to be invigorated once more by the words he heard, magnanimously stepping aside to allow the others to experience the prince's concern. After all, he had plans with the prince for the weekend. A brave little lion, still bearing traces of tears on his face, suddenly sprang into Alan's embrace with a loud cry, prompting a flurry of 5 or 6 small lions to rush over and surround Alan. They remained silent, clinging to his arms or tugging at the hem of his clothes. Hermione, maintaining her composure, refrained from joining them, though she regretted her decision as she watched the scene unfold. stamping her foot in frustration. Alan found himself nearly immobilized. The faint scent of antiseptic and medicinal aromas wafting through the air. Does it hurt terribly? He comforted. The small lions nodded, sniffling. Alan chuckled softly. First, let me go so I can examine your injuries. Reluctantly, the little lions relinquished their chance to embrace the royal prince, obediently lining up in a queue. After inspecting each one, Alan exhaled with relief. Their wounds were not severe, mostly just bruises, though Mr. Green's was somewhat more serious, while Miss Granger had the lightest injury. You must diligently heed Madame Pomfrey's advice and apply the ointment properly, understand? Hermione, blushing, nodded, but the other little lions were less compliant, pouting as they lamented. But those potions smell so awful. Alan pondered for a moment and suggested, how about I write to my father and have him send some ointment over to share with you? The little lions' eyes lit up, and they erupted into cheers. As if their pain had suddenly become inconsequential, the other small lions looked on enviously. Even the little snakes gazed with admiration. This prince genuinely cared for his subjects. Madame Pomfrey poked her head out, her expression serious as she glared at Alan. Out with the idle chatter. No noise. The little lions hurriedly closed their mouths, while Hermione shot a fierce glare at the boys. However, Alan had already been discovered, and they could only watch with tearful eyes as he bid farewell to Madame Pomfrey. Turning back to them, Alan chuckled. I'll have the ointment for you by noon tomorrow, so make sure to apply it properly. Madame Pomfrey strode over, appearing intent on grabbing Alan by the collar and tossing him out. Unperturbed, Alan looked up at her, presenting a perfect smile. Madam, would you like to learn about Muggle wound ointment? Madame Pomfrey regarded him with a hint of skepticism, but paused her advance. I promised these children I would bring it to them. If you require it, I could ask my father for an additional supply to donate to the hospital wing. Muggle ointment? Madame Pomfrey murmured hesitantly. Perhaps I could take some to compare with our potions. Very well, madam. Alan replied obediently. I shall not disturb you any further. Thanks to the Muggle ointment, their prince was able to exit the hospital wing with poise. After all, Madame Pomfrey was the hidden queen of Hogwarts. Chapter 33. The tutoring of the Serpent King in the dungeon. Alan made his way toward Snape's dungeon, inquiring of the portraits along the way. This place, far removed from the throngs of people, delved underground, damp and chilly, with wall sconces emitting an eerie green glow, resembling the lair of a villain from a tale. A small snake charm on the doorknob flicked its tongue, coldly regarding Alan. Professor Snape sent me, Alan stated, glancing at his watch to show it was 5:57. The snake rolled its eyes, its tail swaying as it opened the door. Alan murmured his thanks as he entered the subterranean office. Before him stood rows of jars. Various unidentified animal corpses suspended in green solutions, casting an unsettling aura in the dim light. The Serpent King sat behind the desk, grading assignments, and impatiently commanded, What are you dawdling for? Come here. Only then did Alan notice the cauldrons and potion ingredients neatly arranged on the floor. The black-robed professor coldly remarked, You should remember the steps for the scabious potion. Alan stared at the unprocessed slugs, attempting to negotiate. Before he could utter a word, there was a knock at the dungeon door. He looked toward the entrance, eagerly hoping a professor would enter, preferably with an urgent matter to discuss, so he could justifiably escape this place, away from that infernal bucket of slugs. Unfortunately, contrary to his hopes, a timid little lion stepped inside. Judging by his height, the poor creature was in his 3rd or 4th year. Clearly, even Gryffindor, renowned for its courage, did not dare face the Serpent King alone. He nearly curled into a quail, stammering, Professor, I've come for detention. Snape let out a mocking low laugh, impatiently replying, Mr. Cook. Your task for today is to skin those 2 buckets of toads. He gestured toward the 2 large buckets nearby, his voice cold as he added, Cornwall. What are you waiting for? Alan, still reeling from the shock of those 2 buckets, quickly snapped back to reality. I'll get started right away, sir. Comparison always brings a sense of happiness. Resigned, he sat on a small stool, meticulously grinding the snake fangs while casting glances at the 4 slugs beside him. The mollusks were entwined, leaving a foul-smelling slime in their wake. The aforementioned Mr. Cook, with a woeful expression, positioned his stool at the edge of the office and began dealing with the toads. He did not react much to Alan, likely a pureblood or half-blood. Alan met his gaze for a brief moment, and they shared a look of sympathy. Good heavens! Those are 2 enormous buckets of toads. Merlin! I'm so close to that dark, brooding bat. How tragic! They instinctively averted their gazes, immersing themselves in their tasks, fearful of drawing the ire of the black-robed professor. An hour later, Snape, wearing his usual stern expression, uttered the password for the lemon drops, entering the headmaster's office. Severus, you've had a hard day. Dumbledore greeted him with a warm smile, nudging the candy dish. Would you care for a piece of lemon drop? He withdrew his hand, regretting the attempt under the Serpent King's piercing gaze, and continued, so, how did our little prince perform? Snape paused for a moment, tapping his temple with his wand. The inky threads of memory began to unfurl in the pensive. An hour ago, Alan had been meticulously grinding snake fangs, occasionally casting a pale glance at the bucket containing slugs. Dumbledore observed the memory with a subtly nuanced expression. The black-robed professor carelessly tossed aside the assignments he held, flicking his wand so that the bucket flew in front of Alan. Mr. Cornwall, I expect you to handle these slug materials properly. His deep, silky voice paused for effect. Hogwarts has a strict examination policy. It will not change for you alone. Dumbledore discreetly glanced at the black-robed professor beside him, who indeed intended to make a change. Even if your mind isn't filled with a plethora of knowledge, I will ensure that a student who cannot even handle potion ingredients becomes a troll. Alan's mind translated this automatically. Even if his brewing technique were flawless, failing to handle potion ingredients personally would result in a grade of 1 at the end of term. This was utterly intolerable. Thus, he stepped forward, pallid and with a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, as he approached the bucket purportedly filled with potion ingredients. His expression growing even grimmer. Slowly, he reached into the bucket, and upon feeling the slimy, slippery texture, he jerked his hand back, hastily pulling out a handkerchief to wipe his fingers clean in a flurry of panic. His face was a picture of distress as he turned away, taking a deep breath, desperately trying not to look at the bucket. However, as soon as his long fingers grazed the wooden rim of the bucket, he couldn't help but withdraw his hand again. Before the Serpent King could unleash his venomous reprimand, it seemed that Alan was already on the brink of losing control. He hastily seized an object, his fingers trembling as he swiftly drew his wand and pointed at it, transforming it into a bucket in an instant. Dumbledore had yet to voice his admiration for the proficient transfiguration when he witnessed the ever-gentle and graceful prince, now holding the bucket, retching. In the depths of Dumbledore's memories, Snape observed as Alan expelled the acidic contents of his stomach. Even in such a dire situation, the golden-haired prince remarkably maintained his posture, striving to uphold the dignity of his royal image. Reluctantly, he contorted his facial expression and picked up a slimy worm, his complexion pale, as if it were the crumbling plaster of a wall. Dumbledore and the two professors clad in black robes silently watched as Alan struggled to finish an entire bucket of the slimy creatures. By the end, Alan's face was as white as paper, his hands trembling uncontrollably as he accomplished his task. After a few moments of respite, he steadied his shaking right hand and deftly brewed a potion for scabies with remarkable speed and precision. After a brief silence, the black-robed professor finally spoke. You may leave now. Alan inclined slightly, his gaze earnest, expressing gratitude for the guidance he received. As the memory froze, Dumbledore stepped forward to inspect the results of the scabies potion, unable to suppress his admiration. The headmaster's office materialized before him, and the elderly man murmured in astonishment, reflecting on the unimaginable willpower displayed by a mere 11-year-old boy. How many individuals in this world could conquer their fears to such a flawless extent? Snape maintained a stoic demeanor, his silence betraying a semblance of acknowledgement. He twisted his lips in a manner that suggested a hint of disdain. The poor potions master had originally planned 2 lessons, only to have them disrupted by this delicate little prince. Dumbledore, regaining his composure, glanced at Snape and said, "Do not be overly harsh, Severus. In fact, I believe we can certainly revise the examination system for Alan." "Oh, Severus, do not deny it. I am well aware that you hold a deep fondness for this student. He possesses an impeccable memory for textbook content, and although his brewing technique is somewhat raw, he shows rapid improvement. Despite his trepidation towards potion ingredients, he handles them with care and comprehends your noble intentions." Dumbledore, moved, gently dabbed at the corners of his eyes. "Indeed, the youth is formidable. Now, Severus, might I request that you offer some additional tutoring? For a prodigy, a step-by-step approach may prove to be rather mundane." Snape's expression darkened as he roared, "Dumbledore! Chapter 34 Ding. Your golden finger has been credited." At 7:30 in the evening, Alan returned to the Slytherin common room, his complexion pale and his steps faltering, as if severely dehydrated. Draco lay languidly on a long sofa, engaged in lively banter with a girl seated across from him, the atmosphere vibrant and animated. Crabbe and Goyle stood like silent sentinels behind him, saying nothing. Upon hearing the door to the common room open, Draco glanced up, spotting Alan's wan face and unsteady gait. He promptly sat up, concern etched across his features. "Alan, are you all right?" The girls, displeased, tugged at him. Draco turned to them, gallantly urging them to return to their dormitories. However, This display of gallantry was short-lived. He quickly grew impatient and brushed aside the entangling girls, striding towards Alan. The girls stomped their feet in frustration, retreating angrily to the dormitory. With most of the common room emptied, older Slytherins burdened with assignments often frequented the library, while younger ones wished to avoid provoking Malfoy and had long since sought refuge elsewhere. The remaining girl was also sent away by Draco. Once Alan confirmed that they were alone, he weakly grasped Draco's hand, using the other to support himself against the wall. The textured sensation of the wall was akin to an oil painting, and his wand, nestled within the inner lining of his robes, began to pulse excitedly, momentarily startling him and interrupting the words he had yet to utter. Draco followed his gaze but only saw the dark wall, confusion evident in his expression. Alan bent slightly, his legs quivering, but he squinted, meticulously observing that section of the wall. With both hands touching it, he turned to Draco and said, "Could you please fetch me a lamp?" Though puzzled, Draco called out to Crabbe, requesting a lamp. Utilizing his height advantage, Crabbe retrieved a lamp from the bookshelf behind him and handed it over. Alan attempted to take the lamp, but Draco, frowning at Alan's trembling fingers, pressed his hand down with disdain, lifting the lamp closer to the wall. "This lamp would likely be dropped if I handed it to you. It's not cheap," he remarked, his awkward concern eliciting a soft chuckle from Alan. "Thank you for your concern, young master," he replied, his gaze still fixed on the wall. After examining it thoroughly, he straightened, declaring, "This appears to be a painting." "A painting?" Draco furrowed his brow. Alan remained silent. Ever since his fingers had made contact with the wall, his wand had been quivering in delight. As the wand's master, he could feel its exuberance. He reluctantly drew out his wand, compelled by an unseen force, and almost eagerly touched the painting. The indistinct object began to peel away before their eyes, falling directly into Alan's hands. Draco instinctively yanked Alan back, his face contorted with anger. "You Muggleborn! Has no one ever told you not to touch strange objects?" A warmth spread through Alan's chest as he chuckled softly. "It should be fine. My wand discovered it. And it's quite pleased right now. Besides, am I not fine?" He raised the piece of cloth he held, unfurling it to reveal a dark expanse, as though the artist had merely painted a simple black curtain. Draco scoffed, preparing to leave, yet he begrudgingly dragged the pallid Alan back to the dormitory, tossing him onto his bed with a mocking tone. "I never would have guessed that His Royal Highness could stand for so long in such a state of exhaustion. Are you up for a duel?" Alan looked at him helplessly. "A duel is out of the question. Young master, spare me." Draco huffed softly, pouring him a cup of warm milk to compel him to rest before gently closing the door as he exited. Alan leaned against the headboard, sipping most of the milk, which finally alleviated his discomfort and his complexion improved somewhat. He spread out the painting that Draco had previously set aside with his wand, tapping it with his wand and exclaiming, "This truly seems to be nothing more than a black background." He glanced at his wand. "Why are you so excited?" Had there been anyone else present, they would surely have been terrified by this ominous scene. By the emerald green bed curtains, the golden-haired boy rested against the headboard, unfurling a black canvas while hissing at his wand. As if summoned, a figure gradually emerged from the dark fabric, smirking at the wary boy. Chapter 35. Salazar Slytherin. The sudden appearance of a figure from the black canvas, smiling at you. What a peculiar sensation. If he hadn't witnessed the moving portraits and ghosts of Hogwarts, he might have been tempted to set the place ablaze. There were no royal agents here. Alan inhaled deeply, maintaining his composure, releasing his grip on the painting, which he tossed onto the bed before swiftly rolling off, and gripping his wand defensively. The portrait depicted a young gentleman of noble attire, with black hair and brown eyes, strikingly handsome, and exuding an air of authority. Upon seeing Alan, he expressed mild surprise. "A golden-haired boy with blue eyes? You are not my descendant. How is it that you speak Parseltongue and possess my wand?" Alan, his caution palpable, inquired, "Who are you?" "Salazar Slytherin." Alan narrowed his eyes, studying the youthful and handsome visage within the portrait, then reflecting on the aged depiction he had encountered in the school's history, his expression shifting. Out of respect for the founder, he inclined his body slightly and placed a hand over his heart. "I am Alan Cornwall, a first-year Slytherin student. It is an honor to meet you, esteemed ancestor." Salazar nodded in acknowledgement of his courtesy, marveling, "My wand has chosen a Muggleborn?" This statement ignited a flicker of wariness within Alan, prompting him to discreetly step back. After all, it was well known that Slytherin valued blood purity. To his surprise, the esteemed ancestor merely shook his head and curiously inquired about the current state of the wizarding world. Alan paused for 2 seconds, then from an objective standpoint, recounted what he had observed. Salazar sighed. "It appears that Muggleborn wizards and purebloods coexist peacefully after all." Alan paused and remarked. With the international confidentiality law and the enforcement of the Aurors, the wizarding world is exceptionally well concealed. Those young wizards of Muggle descent are actively safeguarding our realm. Salazar did not respond to his statement. Rather, he scrutinized him with keen interest. Speaking on behalf of Muggles, what is your status? Alan's gaze sharpened, and he remained silent. If you are unwilling to share, that is quite all right. Salazar waved his hand dismissively. Just drop a drop of blood onto my portrait. Alan grew increasingly wary. Senior. As far as I am aware, most spells involving blood are rather perilous. Salazar chuckled heartily. I merely wish to ascertain whether you possess my lineage. Besides, I would never harm the newly recognized master of my wand. Alan's wand gently swayed up and down, seemingly affirming Salazar's words. This method of testing lineage was quite popular among pureblood wizards. Otherwise, you could inquire with your pureblood roommate. Platinum hair and gray blue eyes, surely he is a Malfoy. Alan fell silent for 2 seconds before bowing slightly. Please wait a moment, Senior. Golden hair danced in the dim corridor, as someone who should have been resting in bed reappeared in the common room. Draco frowned, anger flickering in his gray-blue eyes. Alan Cornwall. Alan smiled softly, his face pale as if translucent. Please, Draco, I only wish to ask you something. Alan raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, offering a smile to the scattered little snakes in the common room, and pulled Draco into a corner. It's just one question, and once I get my answer, I'll return. Draco regarded him skeptically and nodded for him to proceed. I discovered in my reading that pureblood families, due to intermarriage, generally share blood ties, which has led to many peculiar methods of identifying lineage. Indeed, Draco tilted his head. There are numerous blood-related spells, including family tree confirmations, bloodline magic, and ancestral portrait validations. Portrait? Alan's gaze darkened for a moment, a curious smile forming on his lips. Can that really identify lineage? Of course. The little peacock nodded. All you need to do is drop a drop of blood onto the ancestral portrait, and it will reveal whether you share blood ties. Is it not dangerous? Alan sidestepped slightly, unintentionally concealing his expression. Draco scoffed, poking his forehead. How does your brain function? You're cautious when you shouldn't be, yet reckless in trivial matters. I see. So that is the bloodline magic. Alan pondered, then caught sight of Draco's irritable demeanor, and he chuckled, raising his hand. No more questions. I'm heading back to my dorm. He had already gleaned the essential answer. He lifted the bed curtains, revealing a handsome wizard with black hair and black eyes in the portrait, who smiled. Little one. Have you confirmed your lineage? Alan placed his hand over his heart and bowed. I apologize for my earlier impudence, Senior. Please do not take offense. He picked up his wand and tapped a nearby pen, transforming the small square portrait into a framed piece. The transfiguration is rather crude. I beg your pardon for that. I shall have a proper frame made for you. Salazar was quite pleased, feeling a fondness for this young lad. To possess such powerful magic in your first year, and to perform such commendable transfiguration, this truly represents the future of the wizarding world. Alan gazed at the portrait now adorned with a frame, and retrieved a silver knife from his desk, pricking his finger. A drop of blood flew from his fingertip, swiftly merging into the portrait. Silvery rays of light danced across the canvas, and Salazar closed his eyes, feeling the blood's lineage and magic before opening them in astonishment. He began to emit a series of hissing breaths. Alan was taken aback. He recognized this as another language, yet found he could understand it, even producing such sounds himself. Senior? Salazar surveyed him from head to toe before bursting into laughter, clearly delighted, hissing, I never imagined I would encounter a descendant of my sister one day. Sister? Alan's heart raced. His father was a pure-blood Muggle, with a meticulously maintained family tree, which meant this ability must have originated from his mother. In other words, Salazar's sister was an ancestor of his own mother. Salazar nodded. My sister's name was Sivia Slytherin. She fell in love with a German and moved to Germany. Later, when wizards were being hunted down, everyone was preoccupied with fleeing, and I was busy founding Hogwarts with Godric, Rowena, and Helga, losing contact with her. The serpent ancestor's eyes glimmered with nostalgia as he looked at Alan with warmth. Since you are my sister's descendant and wield my wand, I shall take it upon myself to teach you well. Alan felt a surge of emotion, but suddenly heard Salazar ask, What was your name again? Alan Cornwall. Very well. Young Alan, let us discuss our familial ties, Alan watched as Salazar began to calculate their relations with utmost seriousness, suppressing a smile. I shall simply call you Ancestor from now on. He hesitated before asking, Do you recall the surname of the German man whom Ancestor Sivia married? Salazar pondered for 5 minutes. It seems to have begun with Giari or something similar. I cannot quite recall. Alan felt a twinge of disappointment. Salazar reassured him. Even if I remembered, a millennium is ample time for surnames to change multiple times. Observing Alan's crestfallen expression, the serpent ancestor began to console him. However, you could start with the pure-blood families that have endured for 1,000 years. Those that have lasted such a duration are often quite notable, making them relatively easier to trace. You make a valid point. Alan nodded gently, glancing at the frame, which was not large yet not insignificant, beginning to search for a place to hang it. However, the dormitory was quite small, and he could survey it all at a glance. To avoid Draco's notice, he fixed his gaze on his bed and hung the portrait above his head. Salazar squinted, surveying the area from left to right. This seems a bit peculiar. Alan focused on adding a curtain around the frame and suggested, you see, I have a roommate. This is the most fitting place. Starting tomorrow, when you go out, be sure to take me with you. Salazar observed Alan, who seemed hesitant to speak. Draw your wand. I shall teach you the space charm. Chapter 36. The Serpent Ancestor's Genius Experience. What is it like to have an exceptionally talented, intelligent, and low-maintenance descendant? Salazar, nestled within the outer pocket of Alan's cloak where he had cast the space charm, felt he had ample grounds to comment. The space charm, also known as the undetectable expansion charm, allows one to create a vast space within a small area. This spell is not difficult. Rather, its complexity lies in the theoretical aspects, making it challenging for many to grasp the logic behind it. However, in merely half an hour, Alan successfully opened a small space. Initially, it was only the size of a fist, but soon that space expanded rapidly as if inflated, growing to the size of a hat, then a chair. Within an hour, Alan was adept at creating a space of 1 square meter. This descendant possessed extraordinary theoretical aptitude. Salazar mused. The child had intuitively grasped the essence of space, and summarized the folding and unblocking of spatial energy fields. The wisdom that stemmed from Muggles is indeed astonishing, Salazar thought. Or perhaps it is more accurate to say, it is a threat posed by Muggles. A millennium ago, he had staunchly advocated for pure bloodlines precisely because he recognized the threat posed by Muggles. Nevertheless, even in the tumultuous times of 1,000 years ago, this spell had been strictly regulated to maintain order among wizards. As the heir apparent, Alan had adhered to various rules since the day he was born, encompassing both laws and royal protocols. Consequently, he had long understood the significance of rules. Among the numerous books he had purchased in Diagon Alley, he had specifically ensured that he acquired various regulations from the Ministry of Magic's departments. The undetectable expansion charm was heavily restricted, permitted only for the production of specific approved items. It is abundantly clear that Alan is fully aware. Yet he remains indifferent. Who could substantiate his illicit usage? The Slytherins, ever cautious, would remain silent even if they stumbled upon the truth, intimidated by his formidable prowess. The wizarding world is far removed from that of Muggles. In the mundane realm, even with a privileged elite, a fade of equality cloaks them, bound by laws and morality, or quietly thriving in the shadows. However, in the wizarding domain, the only undeniable truth is the pursuit of power. The formidable Grindelwald, who once dominated Europe, and Voldemort, whose ominous shadow loomed over the British wizarding community for half a century, alongside the current guardian of Hogwarts, Dumbledore, are they not testament to this principle? Alan must concede. He finds himself enticed. He is loath to have politicians dictate his every move, to wield the king's authority, yet merely sign the appointment papers of every fool, letting them plunge the nation into chaos. Alan fixated on the ghostly professor with a monotonous voice, lowering his gaze to mask the emotions swirling within his eyes. He must proceed cautiously. Patience is essential. He absently stroked his quill, continuing to take notes on the lesson. Unlike the sparse notes from other classes, intelligible only to himself, these notes were meticulously organized, highlighting key points and difficult concepts, complete with annotations. After all, the young wizards were not fond of this subject. He had to consider their end-of-term evaluations. Salazar had not anticipated that this was the former Professor Binns. He had attended a few classes when Rowena invited Binns to Hogwarts. This Professor Binns exhibited profound dedication and enthusiasm for teaching, his explanations lively and engaging, his research substantial and enriching, even capable of recreating the scenes of yore, immersing students in that era. A millennium has passed, and Binns has now become a ghost. Just as Salazar was lost in nostalgic reminiscence, a wave of frustration from the Defense Against the Dark Arts class shattered his reverie. Who could enlighten him as to why Hogwarts had descended into such mediocrity? In his time, such a professor would have been cast into the depths of the Slytherin dungeon. Alan silently rolled his wand. casting a freshening charm to shield himself from the noxious blend of garlic and decay. He listened impassively as Professor Quirrell stuttered through the textbook, deeply yearning for the gentle, succinct words of his esteemed instructors. In this moment, not only the other young wizards, but even he was at a loss for what notes to take in this Professor's class. Thus, he resorted to merely marking the chapters Quirrell stumbled over. Quirrell, stammering through the text, noticed the young witches and wizards losing interest, their eyes drooping, but suddenly, an anxious glance shot towards the shining golden locks. Even in the dimly lit classroom, that golden hair remained undimmed. The prominent figure at the back murmured, his voice piercing directly into Quirrell's mind. The freshening charm was indeed a rare talent. I wonder how Dumbledore will handle this Muggle prince. Quirrell failed to comprehend the Dark Lord's unusual fixation on the Muggle prince. Even if this prince possessed remarkable talent, it was Harry Potter who stood as the Dark Lord's true adversary. What do you know? The voice sharpened, sending a jolt of pain through Quirrell's head, causing his words to stumble even more. This change only heightened the impatience of the young wizards, who anxiously awaited the end of class. Alan curiously glanced up, noting Quirrell's pallor, as if he were enduring tremendous agony. He raised his hand. Professor, are you unwell? Would you like to visit the hospital wing? Quirrell paused, stammering, Oh, Cornwall, Before he could finish, he was enthusiastically interrupted by the Gryffindors. Yes, Professor. You should go to the hospital wing. Hurry. Confused, he was ushered out of the classroom by the children, who rushed to pack their bags, including Harry Potter. The platinum-haired Malfoy strode out with determination, turning back to beckon the leisurely prince. Alan sauntered to the doorway, expressing concern. Professor, would you like me to escort you to the hospital wing? Quirrell shook his head, stuttering no. Alan nodded gracefully, intending to circumvent him and leave, only to be suddenly seized by the arm. Quirrell gazed at him in terror, stammering, Alan. In the pocket, Salazar, who believed he had found respite. Chapter 37 The Dark Lord's Temptation. Draco burst into laughter, maliciously quickening his pace, exclaiming, Crab, Goyle, we're heading to the Great Hall. We need to eat up before flying class. For the first time, Salazar pondered if this young scion was overly lenient, foolishly allowing such mediocrity to squander his time. This was hardly Slytherin. Surely the Sorting Hat hadn't erred. Perhaps this little fellow should have been placed in Hufflepuff. Quirrell too wished to distance himself from the Muggle prince that Dumbledore was fixated on, drawing unnecessary attention. Yet, just as he was about to refuse, the Dark Lord's voice sharply commanded from behind, Agree to him. Take him to an empty classroom. The Muggle prince that Dumbledore is concerned with? Then let me lead him astray. We shall see what face that old bee has to sing praises of righteousness. Alan felt equally helpless. Who would have thought that his mere polite inquiry would lead to such an outcome? A mere gesture of courtesy. Professor Quirrell, do you understand the meaning of polite discourse? With no other choice, Alan maintained the freshening charm and accompanied Quirrell towards the hospital wing. Little did he know, Quirrell merely led him to an empty classroom on the 6th floor. This classroom was situated in a peculiar location, accessible only by 2 staircases, one leading to the library, the other from the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. Should anything transpire, it would take a while to summon aid. Alan's gaze darkened. Professor, this does not seem to be the way to the hospital wing. Quirrell, on the verge of tears, lamented his predicament. He was undertaking this venture right under Dumbledore's nose. To make matters worse, his master insisted he deal with this entirely unnecessary Muggle prince. Fool. What do you know? Alan observed Quirrell, who had shrunk back in the classroom, cautiously retreating further, becoming stuck in the doorway. Professor, is there something you wish to discuss with me? Quirrell trembled, his face contorted. Alan had discreetly gripped his wand. Should Quirrell make any sudden movements, he would cast a Tarantallegra followed by a Levi Corpus, then make a swift exit. Suddenly, Quirrell calmed, lifting his gaze to meet Alan's with an air of elegance and composure. He adjusted his robe and perched himself on a desk in the empty classroom, beckoning to Alan. Come here, Alan. Alan remained vigilant. Professor? Is this a case of dual personality? He mused internally. The person across from him chuckled softly, lowering his arms. I understand your wariness towards me, but fear not. What could I possibly do to you under Dumbledore's watchful eye? He toyed with his wand. If I were to make a move against you, I would be expelled from Hogwarts in an instant. Alan forced a smile. What motive would you have to act against me? Quirrell laughed heartily, though devoid of any genuine mirth, instead emanating a sinister and terrifying aura. Alan, you are the most talented individual I have ever encountered. So intelligent, adored by all professors, and well-liked among your peers. I was once the same. Yet all I gained was endless suspicion and wariness. You have never truly connected with them, have you? Rather than being gentle and accommodating, you excel at leveraging your princely status to manipulate others. Alan's hand, clutching his wand, grew stiff. You misunderstand me. Doi. Quirrell interjected with a smile. Look at those foolish individuals. They suspect you simply because you were sorted into Slytherin. Even if you are a Muggle prince, even if your position has been etched in stone from the very beginning, they will still harbor doubts. Do not tell me you have not felt Dumbledore's gaze following you like a shadow. The golden-haired prince remained impassive, steadfast as a mountain. Truly, I find it admirable. The man sighed. Alan. Why do you not struggle? Are you content to drift in the whirlpool of your identity, sacrificing everything for them, only to have your loyalty constantly questioned? Alan retorted coldly, you are not Chilo. Who are you? The man laughed joyfully. I once stood at the pinnacle of the world, commanding the winds and rains. You and I are of the same ilk, Alan. Do not squander your inherent advantages. Use your power, use your identity, to seize true authority. Alan remained silent. The classroom walls obscured the light, cloaking half of his form in shadow, rendering his expression inscrutable. Consequently, the other party's demeanor grew increasingly composed, their smile brimming with the confidence of assured victory. You are mistaken. I am not of your kind. Alan stepped back, retreating to the doorway of the classroom. Without the wall's concealment, light cascaded down, sending a slight shiver through him. My Lord Voldemort, I shall always adhere to the position of the prince, uphold the law and morality, and remember the mission I am sworn to protect. Alan declared, after all, I will always have a place to return to, while you have no one to accept you. Voldemort scoffed. What genius requires the acceptance of the mundane? Under the Dark Lord's influence, Chilo's voice was smooth and elegant. Your Highness, you will eventually realize that only power is everything, and those emotions are but illusory phantoms. Alan replied coldly, think as you will. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. He exited through the door, turning away. In the classroom, Voldemort observed Alan's composed departure, fading from Chilo's form. Chilo no longer stuttered, smoothly inquiring, Master, why did you let him leave? Will he not reveal your identity? Voldemort's hoarse voice resonated in his mind, a tone filled with delight, even less sharp. He is simply as he is, requiring no coaxing from me. Chilo's eyes widened in shock. You mean? Voldemort softly replied. Let us patiently await the surprises this Muggle prince shall bring us. Chapter 38. This peacock tail cannot be raised every day, can it? Alan's mood was decidedly gloomy. The facade of weakness that Chilo wore, under Voldemort's influence, attempted to lure him into the darkness of the Dark Lord. Is this Hogwarts truly the safest place in the world? What is Dumbledore doing? The golden-haired prince's gaze darkened, his expression grim, silently exuding an aura of oppression. This side of him had never been revealed to others and must never be. Alan took a deep breath, nearly swayed by Voldemort's influence. He was the prince, burdened with the duty of guardianship, cherished by his father, adored by the people. Even if he tread carefully within the wizarding world, it was for the peace between two realms. How could he be akin to this terrorist? Alan halted, adjusting his smile, glancing at his watch before turning towards the great hall. It was nearly noon. The king's owl was about to arrive. He still needed to distribute the healing ointment to the young wizards. In the great hall, the 4 long tables were laden with food, while the young wizards clamored and tore open letters at the dining table. Draco, noticing Alan's late arrival, mockingly jeered, well, Saint Prince? Looks like karma has caught up with you. Enough, Draco. Alan ignored his taunt, petting the eager Celine that rushed towards him, sitting beside Draco and opening an exquisite box. This was the royal supply of ointment, beautifully packaged and remarkably effective, of course at a rather lofty price. The box was approximately a 20-centimeter cube. Alan untied the ribbon atop and estimated the quantity. Inside were 3 individually packaged gift boxes, each containing 20 small packages, with a splendid instruction manual placed atop. It appeared to be sufficient. Alan chuckled lightly. Draco leaned over in curiosity. What's this? Healing ointment, Alan replied with a smile, glancing at the faint bruise on Draco's forehead, before scanning the eager faces of the first-year students and handing him a box. Draco, please distribute these to the first-year students. Draco raised an eyebrow, deftly taking a small box, then passed the larger box to Crabbe and Goyle, commanding, go distribute these. The proud Malfoy heir would never stoop to perform such menial tasks. He quickly opened the small box, observing the sleek, intricately designed black glass bottles inside, suppressing a smirk. Oh, this seems decent. Alan restrained the impulse to retort and emphasized royal supply, highly effective. He no longer engaged with the arrogant young lord. And amidst the expectant gazes of the first-year Gryffindors, he picked up a box and approached the Gryffindor table, Nodding gently, apologies for the wait. He handed the exquisite box to the bright-eyed Harry. My esteemed assistant, Mr. Savior, would you kindly distribute these for me? Harry beamed, proudly lifting his head in the gaze of the young lions, only to be nudged down by Hermione's quiet urging. Alan chuckled softly. Each small box contains an instruction manual. Please ensure to apply it on time. I hope to see you all healthy and handsome, and enjoy a beautiful weekend. With that, he turned to leave, only to be met by Dumbledore's gentle gaze. The elder raised his goblet in a toast, winking lightly. Alan nodded, concealing the emotions beneath his gaze. This headmaster, indeed, paid him considerable attention. Upon returning to his seat, Alan scribbled a note for Tita to deliver the remaining box of ointment to Madame Pomfrey. He had no desire to ascend to the 8th floor again. It is worth noting, the magical world has no elevators. During Draco's incessant chatter throughout lunch, flying class finally arrived. Alan felt a sense of defeat as he realized that riding a broomstick truly depended on talent. He began to comprehend how the children usually felt towards him. As Harry effortlessly grasped his broomstick at the call, and Draco succeeded on his second attempt, Alan, expressionless, called out for the 10th time. Yet the broom remained unmoved. Draco gazed at him with malicious glee. The Muggle Prince is unaccustomed to broomsticks. It's only natural. Alan narrowed his eyes. He had trained for 30 minutes daily under Edward's supervision since childhood, and as he grew older, he trained at the military base every summer, handling cars, military trucks, tanks, speedboats, yachts, and even helicopter controls. Of course, Edward would never allow him to pilot. He merely toyed with them under the watchful eyes of the staff. Yet he had ended up on the broom. Taking a deep breath, he glared at the crooked broomstick. If you don't rise, I shall set you ablaze. The broom trembled slightly, obediently jumping into his hand. Draco shot him a peculiar glance, thinking this Muggle Prince was merely a softy, yet he also had some temper. Salazar, lying in his pocket, felt greatly reassured upon hearing those words. He had worried that his young descendant was too gentle. Now he could finally rest easy. As everyone grasped their broomsticks, Madame Hooch declared next upon hearing my whistle. You will push off the ground with force, maintain your balance, and then lean slightly forward to return to the ground. Listen for my whistle. 3, 2, 1. However, before she could blow the whistle, a round-faced boy lifted off the ground, seemingly panicking as the broom continued to ascend. Madame Hooch shouted, Longbottom. Harry yelled, Neville. Alan straddled his broom, glancing sideways. He had memorized the 28 pureblood surnames, and Longbottom was among them. Since he is neither a Muggle nor a little wizard, he has nothing to do with him. Thus, he merely cast a fleeting glance at Neville, who was ascending ever higher, watching as he spun in midair, colliding against the wall like a hula hoop, and ultimately becoming ensnared on the spear of a castle statue. Soon, the weight of his wizarding robes proved too much, and Neville plummeted to the ground. Alan calmly averted his gaze. He glanced at the trembling broomstick he had carelessly discarded on the ground, deeming it a far more perilous object than any helicopter. Poor Neville was whisked away to the infirmary by Madame Hooch, prompting Alan to seek a shaded spot to escape the commotion. In the brief moment of his inattention, trouble erupted nearby. Draco picked up the memory orb that Neville had dropped, taunting, Did you see that foolish expression on his face? If that chubby boy had remembered to squeeze this memory orb, he would know what it feels like to land on his fleshy backside. Harry's green eyes flared with anger as he stepped forward, exclaiming, Give me the memory orb, Malfoy. Draco turned with a frown, retorting, No way. I'm contemplating where to hide it for Longbottom to find. When Alan looked over, he witnessed Draco skillfully launching himself into the air by stepping onto the upright broomstick. This little peacock soared gracefully, effortlessly stabilizing himself mid-flight. Alan was astonished. It appeared that Draco truly possessed talent with a broomstick, and his boasting was not entirely unfounded. The little peacock arrogantly tossed the memory orb in the air, calling, How about the roof? What's wrong, Potter can't reach it. Harry glowered at Draco in the sky, disregarding Hermione's warnings as he ascended into the air. Indeed, the savior seemed to possess some exceptional aptitude. Alan narrowed his eyes dangerously at the broomstick beneath him. He needed to search for some flying spells. Meanwhile, in the air, Draco flung the memory orb away. A chorus of gasps arose from the young witches and wizards. However, to everyone's astonishment, Harry dove 50 feet to catch the memory orb. He brandished it triumphantly as he flew back towards the group, resembling a victorious general, seeking praise from Alan. Alan smiled from afar, nodding in affirmation. The tale of that particular savior was surely poised to rise. Draco's expression darkened. During lunch, he had boasted about his broomstick skills, and nearly everyone was aware of it. Yet in the very first flying lesson he had been surpassed by Harry, who had never even touched a broomstick before. It wouldn't be long before the entire Hogwarts would learn of this. Crabbe and Goyle kept their mouths tightly shut, fearful of upsetting their young master. Soon, Professor McGonagall sternly called Harry away, further souring Draco's mood. After all, he was merely a spoiled child, not entirely malicious. Though he didn't wish to be outdone and humiliated, he also didn't want Harry to be expelled. Alan offered him a piece of chocolate, and then indulged himself as well. It would be beneficial for this young master to learn a lesson. After all, that peacock's tail couldn't be allowed to remain raised every day, could it? Chapter 39. It is said that the Muggle Prince is quite wealthy. Clearly, this sole magical school in Britain would not expel their savior. When Harry cheerfully entered the Great Hall that evening, Draco's demeanor worsened. How awkward. Alan thought. He didn't want the other to be expelled, and now his wish was fulfilled. Yet he found himself discontent. When he wrote to his father later, he must remember to ask about a psychologist. He simply could not comprehend this peacock. Look at that sour face. Harry paid no mind to Draco's foul expression and dashed straight toward Alan, dragging him to the Gryffindor table. Alan followed helplessly, finding himself sandwiched between Harry and Hermione, becoming a singular green amidst a sea of red. Hermione's face flushed crimson as she nervously fidgeted with her robe, wrinkling the fabric. Harry attempted to lean closer to whisper in Alan's ear, but upon receiving a glance from Alan, sheepishly retreated, only to become animated once more as he whispered, "Your Highness, I've been chosen as a seeker." Alan chuckled. "Congratulations. I recall that first-year students cannot participate in Quidditch. How extraordinary that you have managed to secure an exception from Hogwarts. Truly remarkable talent." Harry blushed slightly, his bright green eyes sparkling. "It's really not that impressive. I remember Professor Dumbledore mentioning that your father was also quite skilled at Quidditch." Indeed. Harry beamed even more, his smile nearly reaching his ears. This was decidedly ungraceful. It seemed Alan's month of subtle influence had been entirely eclipsed by Gryffindor's exuberance. Alan, resigned, listened as Harry excitedly whispered, "My father was also a seeker. I even saw his medals in the trophy room." Alan, intrigued, adjusted his robe and inquired, "What prompted you to suddenly visit the trophy room?" Harry felt a bit embarrassed, recalling how he had longed for his father's trophies. However, Hogwarts was simply too fascinating, and the coursework was overwhelming, leaving him stretched too thin. It was only thanks to Hermione's reminder that he eventually found the trophy room. Alan was momentarily at a loss for words. He recalled Quirrell and Voldemort from earlier that day, then turned to regard the savior before him, momentarily unsure of who might prevail. Though Voldemort had been reduced to parasitizing others, the savior before him possessed an expansive heart. He glanced at the blushing Hermione beside him and smiled encouragingly. "I remember you. Miss Granger. You are an exceptionally diligent and intelligent young witch." At this, Hermione's neck flushed even deeper. She buried her face in her arms, not lifting her head again until Alan departed. Alan turned back to Harry, asking, "So you will be participating in Gryffindor's Quidditch practices next?" Harry nodded vigorously, puffing out his chest with pride. Fred and George approached, calling, "Hey there, little prince." They stood beside him, one on each side, Gryffindor beaters. "Fred, George, greetings to you." Alan observed them with interest. "Greetings, Gentleman Weasley." Fred and George exchanged glances, nudging Harry aside and positioning themselves on either side of Alan. "Oh, little prince. Your Muggle ointments are incredibly effective. I had a massive bruise from a bludger, and it vanished in no time. Could you spare us some?" The kind little prince would surely not refuse, right, Fred? "Of course, George. We would like a bit more. Our father is absolutely fond of Muggle products." Alan had been listening with a smile, but upon hearing their words, he lifted an eyebrow, genuinely scrutinizing the pair of twins. He nodded along with their lively banter. "Certainly. Is Mr. Weasley particularly fond of Muggle products? I can arrange to send some to him." "That would be splendid," Fred and George exclaimed in unison, leaning against Alan's shoulder. "By the way, it is said that the Muggle Prince is quite wealthy, isn't it? I heard that Hogwarts has a new Muggle governor, and all Muggle-born little wizards received an additional 10 galleons in sponsorship." Alan cleared his throat lightly. Having spent considerable time with Harry, he immediately sat up straight, discreetly whispering to Fred about the etiquette regarding royal family members. Fred and George exchanged glances, raised their eyebrows, and returned to converse with Alan. This time, they refrained from leaning on him. It seemed these twins, though lively, possessed a commendable character. Or perhaps it was merely respect for their future benefactor. Returning to the scene, George continued, "How about investing in us, Your Highness?" Fred produced a bunch of candies. "These are all our creations and inventions. You must give them a try. We assure you, you'll discover surprises." They grinned mischievously. Alan inspected the assorted candies, their vibrant exteriors, sweet aromas, and diverse shapes piquing his curiosity. The flavors appeared delightful. Given that the desserts crafted in the Hogwarts kitchen are sweet without being cloying, they are quite to Alan's liking. He decided to sample one. Harry looked on in terror at the pile of candies, unable to fathom what mischief Alan, with his princely burden, might unleash if he were to be pranked. As Alan reached for one to taste, Harry immediately seized his hand, gathering all the candies to himself, casting a reproachful glance at the laughing twins. "Fred! George!" Harry shouted. "If you dare let His Highness eat even a single sweet, you can forget ever receiving his sponsorship." Only then did Fred and George cease their antics, pondering with a hand on their chin, reluctantly conceding a little for the sake of the galleon. Alan, belatedly aware, gazed at the candies now nestled in Harry's arms, which seemed to grin knowingly at the Weasley twins. The twins, draping their arms around Harry's neck, pulled him before Alan, grinning mischievously. "Well then, young prince, let your dear assistant introduce you to Weasley sweets. George, quickly fetch the tongue-tying toffee. At your service, clever Fred." George mockingly performed a less-than-standard bow. Alan watched as Harry's tongue drooped down to his chest, even his calm demeanor cracking slightly. He could scarcely imagine that he had nearly consumed such a thing. "All right." He raised a hand to halt the twins from further tormenting Harry. "Let us discuss sponsorship." This statement effectively reined in the unruly twins. They promptly abandoned Harry, standing on either side of Alan, their eyes sparkling. "Have you made your decision?" Alan glanced at Harry, inquiring, "This candy, oh, when will it revert?" "In 5 minutes." The twins declared nonchalantly, gesturing outward with their fingers. "Do not worry, Harry Prince. He is the chosen one, after all. We wouldn't dare harm the savior." They gently nudged each other's elbows, displaying triumphant smiles. Alan looked at them helplessly. He was not adept at handling such exuberant personalities, and inquired once more. "You assure me the candy poses no harm to the consumer?" "Of course," Fred and George replied solemnly, "in the name of the spirit of jokes. Moreover, we shall both sample the experiments ourselves before release." Alan nodded thoughtfully, finally stating, "Very well. How many do you require?" Fred and George poked each other, testing the waters. "Any amount. Below 5,000. No more," Alan retorted without mercy. Seeing the twins stand dumbfounded, he furrowed his brow. "That is the maximum. No more." Fred and George gazed vacantly, murmuring, "Oh, Fred." "I'm here, George. Is this the princely authority? Below 5,000. They mimicked Alan's tone, tears welling in their eyes. "Oh. The wicked wealthy." Chapter 40. An invitation from the Muggle-born wizards gathering. Ultimately, Fred and George secured a sponsorship of 500 galleons, promising Alan 30% of the profits. In their words, "The princely one, untouched by worldly affairs. 5,000 galleons would suffice for us to open a shop in Diagon Alley." Alan could only reply, "If you need investment for your shop, you may also seek me out." The Weasley twins, for once, were not as boisterous. Exchanging knowing glances, they looked at Alan, almost tenderly shaking their heads. "Let us respect a mountain of gold, especially one so generous. The spirit of joke salutes you." The twins departed with light steps, drifting back to their seats, laughing as they teased their older brother Percy. The first-year Muggle-born Gryffindors seized the opportunity, crowding around Alan to show him their numerous bruises. Alan patiently examined each one, praising their self-control. "Is there a reward?" one of the little lions boldly asked. Alan chuckled, retrieving chocolate and macarons from his pocket. "This is all I have. Share it amongst yourselves." A buzz of excitement arose from the Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff tables. Even the older Muggle-born Gryffindors cast envious glances. Unbeknownst to Alan, a Ravenclaw lady exchanged glances with 2 gentlemen from Hufflepuff and Gryffindor. Soon, a tall upperclassman from Gryffindor approached, casting a somewhat fierce look at the first-year wizards. He stood impressively tall, over 6 feet, with curly brown hair cascading onto his forehead, and sharp, eagle-like brown eyes. The Muggle-born lions seemed quite intimidated, one by one bidding farewell to Alan, reluctantly returning to their seats to eat their dinner. The upperclassman performed a surprisingly standard bow before Alan. "Algernon Philip, at your service, your highness." Alan recognized him. A 6th-year student who acted as a liaison for Muggle-born correspondence within Gryffindor. Faced with such a reliable and competent individual, Alan was in a remarkably good mood, nodding kindly to indicate Algernon could sit beside him. Algernon hesitated briefly before crossing the bench to take a seat. He appeared somewhat bashful, pressing his lips together. "I apologize, Your Highness. I have not managed these children well. They always cause you trouble." Alan gently shook his head, wearing a perfect smile. "You need not feel guilty, Mr. Philip. I appreciate your efforts." Algernon's face flushed slightly, and after clearing his throat, he continued, "Today is Friday, and Miss Diana Sharp asked me to inquire when we might hold a gathering. Perhaps fearing Alan's reproach, Algernon quickly added, "Please do not take offense. Everyone is simply eager to see you." Of course, he discreetly gauged Alan's expression, "If you have arrangements in mind." In a moment of clarity, Alan recalled Sir Albert's golden retriever. Speaking of which, Sir Albert also bore the surname Philip. He inquired, "Is Sir Albert Philip your—" "My father." Algernon Philip immediately replied. Alan understood. It was a case of a pet resembling its owner. He chuckled, "I remember your golden retriever. It is quite endearing." Algernon's face suddenly turned crimson. Though he quickly suppressed it, "It is an honor that Eddie has won your affection." He cautiously ventured, "If next time you are to meet with us, we could bring Eddie along." Alan nodded, "Of course." Algernon silently celebrated, having successfully secured an audience. And his father would be overjoyed. He visibly relaxed, asking, "So, what time for the gathering?" "Saturday," Alan responded, "Saturday afternoon and evening. I shall keep my schedule open for you. Please arrange a location." "Certainly," Algernon quickly replied, eager to avoid any reconsideration from Alan. "You shall receive our letter before bedtime." This upperclassman lion comfortably settled beside Alan, taking a deep breath to muster his courage. "Would you prefer steak or lamb chops?" The poor lion's voice trembled with nervousness. Alan chuckled, glancing at him, not wanting to burst his bubble of desire to dine with him, nodding, "Lamb chops please, and kindly pass me some fried potatoes, thank you." Algernon diligently attended to his needs, hesitating to inquire about Alan's drink preference, thus subtly maneuvering various beverages before him. By the time Alan looked up, there were no fewer than 10 different drinks arrayed before him. "That will suffice, Mr. Philip." Alan raised a hand to halt yet another drink being offered. "I prefer lightly sweetened black tea, thank you." Algernon looked immensely relieved, promptly handing him a cup of black tea, and clearing away the array of drinks. "Relax, Mr. Philip." Alan smiled at him. "We shall be spending time together frequently from now on." Algernon nodded stiffly, gazing at Alan's warm smile, his voice trembling as he replied, "Yes, Your Highness." Alan gently sipped his red tea, exclaiming, "The sweetness is just right, thank you, Mr. Philip." Arger finally summoned his courage and quickly stated, "You may call me Arger, Your Highness." The rapidity of his speech, reminiscent of Sherlock Holmes, momentarily caught Alan off guard, prompting him to confirm, "What?" The poor little Philip took a deep breath, striving to temper his voice. "You may call me Arger." Alan lowered his gaze with a smile, gently nodding, "Very well, Arger." Chapter 41. Let me see, whose weekend is fully booked. Ah, Friday, a delightful day. What a splendid word, praise the goddess of love Frigg. Alan strolled through the castle, knowing that the evening would entirely belong to him, though he had an engagement with the Muggle Studies group tomorrow afternoon, and another with the Saviors Haggard the day after. None of that mattered. At least he had 2 mornings that were entirely his own. Ah, such is the humble wish of a crown prince. After all, isn't contentment a source of joy? Alan slowly made his way toward the cellar. Suddenly, a blaze of crimson flames erupted before him, and as the flames dissipated, a magnificent golden-red bird materialized in front of him. This bird, as large as a swan, beat its fiery wings against the air, its golden-red crown strikingly regal, with a long beak and talons that gleamed like gold. Most captivating was its resplendent golden tail feathers, swaying gracefully with its movements. A singular word flashed in Alan's mind. Phoenix. Alan stared at the tail until the majestic bird, growing impatient, flapped its wings dramatically, pulling him back to reality. "My apologies," Alan instinctively murmured, finally noticing the note clutched in the bird's beak. Once he took the note, the bird vanished in another burst of flames, just as it had arrived. Alan gazed at the spot where the phoenix had disappeared, recalling the descriptions in History of Magic regarding the Dumbledore family. It was said that whenever a Dumbledore was in need, the phoenix would be by their side. Legend has it that the first Dark Lord had a Dumbledore with a phoenix by his side during his reign of terror in Europe. Alan slowly lifted his gaze, suppressing these thoughts, and focused on the note which read, "Alan, would you be available to discuss matters in the headmaster's office on Sunday morning? By the way, my favorite is lemon sherbet. Albus Dumbledore." Alan's expression fell. Well, there went his only morning of true solitude during this splendid weekend. He found himself devoid of any inclination to wander the castle now. To his dismay, returning to the common room proved no sanctuary either. As soon as his left foot crossed the threshold, a small peacock, perched with its legs crossed while sipping pumpkin juice, let out a derisive huff and exclaimed, "Oh, look who it is. The Muggle Prince. I thought someone had forgotten which house he belonged to." Alan thought to himself that he simply had to write a letter for his father to consult a psychiatrist. Taking a deep breath, he gazed at the small peacock, suddenly realizing, oh, this little peacock was upset about his visit to the Gryffindor long table? perhaps, in the next couple of days. He could alternate visits to Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff? Alan dismissed this somewhat childish notion. At least for the first week, he should synchronize with Slytherin. What's the matter, Draco? Alan inquired as he settled beside Draco, offering him a box of macarons. This delightful French pastry successfully silenced Draco's snarky remarks, and he snatched the box, taking a fierce bite of the sweet treat. Alan glanced over at Crabbe, who cautiously leaned closer, whispering, "Malfoy just heard that Harry Potter has been chosen as the Seeker for Gryffindor. He's furious right now." He gestured towards Draco's direction. "Ah, that explained it." Alan rubbed his temples. No wonder Arger scoffed at Wood's, the Gryffindor Quidditch captain's secrecy. Yes, Hogwarts harbored no secrets. Clearly, the arrogant white peacock was incensed by this outcome. Harry Potter faced no repercussions and had instead become the youngest Seeker in history. Moreover, this result could be said to have been indirectly crafted by Draco himself. Alan studied him intently for a moment before rising and declaring, "Come with me to the headmaster's office." Draco flung the macaron box aside, letting the colorful confections scatter across the floor. His voice edged with a hint of tears. "I'm not going." Alan patted his shoulder. "Don't cry. You can also become a Seeker." Draco wiped his face with his hand, erasing the tears that had escaped, and looked up. "You really think so?" "Impossible. Old B1T allow first years into the Quidditch team." Alan sighed in resignation. How could Lucius Malfoy, such a shrewd politician and businessman, have raised such a naive and awkward child? He couldn't even analyze the situation properly. He explained originally, it was indeed impossible, but now, Harry has paved the way. Draco regarded him, seemingly realizing something, his gray-blue eyes gradually brightening. He sprang up, grabbing Alan and sprinting towards Snape's office. "Mr. Cornwall." The professor in black robe strolled alongside Alan, his deep, silky voice resonating like a cello. "You need to provide some substantial rationale for your sudden whim, so that your poor headmaster can make an appropriate judgment. Not everyone like you has spent years mingling with those in high positions, thus immune to the venom of the Serpent King." At this moment, Draco was watching Alan warily, already feeling a twinge of regret. However, he was quite conspicuous. His platinum hair slicked with gel glinting in the dim cellar, leaving him no place to hide. Alan displayed a perfect smile. "Professor, Quidditch matches are a grand event at the school, and our house team is quite enthusiastic. However, it is said that Harry Potter has been exceptionally promoted to Seeker for Gryffindor, due to catching a memory ball during a flying lesson from an altitude of 50 feet. He noticed Snape pause, sensing he was on the right track. After all, it was well known that the professor's disdain for Harry was far from superficial. He would invariably find a reason to deduct points whenever he laid eyes on him. He continued, "Clearly our current Seeker, Terrence Higgs, has been somewhat distracted due to examinations, and cannot fully commit to training. Therefore, injecting fresh talent into the team is a most prudent decision, as Mr. Cornwall believes." Snape shot Draco a glance, noticing the small peacock's tail had drooped, and raised an eyebrow at Alan. "Mr. Malfoy is suitable?" "Indeed, Professor." Alan did not hesitate to meet his gaze. Draco's understanding of broomsticks is no less than someone who has merely touched one for a single lesson. Snape remained silent. Alan carefully observed the expressions of the black-robed professor, recalling Dumbledore's words. Harry resembled his father exactly, save for his eyes, which bore an uncanny likeness to his mother. Confident in his stance, Alan allowed a sly smile to creep across his face and raised his eyes. "It is not only the Potter family that possesses a gift for flying." "Very well, Mr. Cornwall." Snape narrowed his eyes dangerously, swiftly scribbling a note before handing it to Alan. "From now on, every Monday, come here for a small potions lesson." He raised an eyebrow subtly. "To help you overcome some difficulties." Alan's expression stiffened. He had yet to forget the previous encounter with the sticky slug. He quickly snatched the small parchment from Snape's hand and dragged Draco away in haste. Draco, momentarily dazed, was pulled out of the potions office, only to find a note thrust into his hands, stating, "I, Severus Snape, agree to allow Draco Malfoy to participate in the selection for the Slytherin Quidditch team ahead of schedule." He leaped into the air, abruptly embracing Alan. "You're amazing." Alan expressionlessly pushed him away, already envisioning the bright future of squeezing slugs. The little peacock beside him was in a state of ecstatic delight. The blonde prince could not help but smile wryly. Just as he was about to suggest taking a break, the exuberant Draco whisked away to find Flint. Draco, with an animated flair, exclaimed, "Let that pompous fool think he's the best. Just because he's a Seeker? I refuse to believe that a fellow raised in the Muggle world could surpass me." As for Alan, he lamented the loss of his precious Friday night. "No worries. No worries," he reassured himself, reminding himself that he still had the morning ahead. That was until Flint informed Draco that the selection for the team would take place the following morning. Draco, patting Alan on the shoulder, insisted he must attend. Alan allowed a smile to grace his lips. Splendid. Now there wasn't a moment to call his own. Chapter 42. A heist at Gringotts? In high spirits, Draco's buoyancy allowed Alan to remain in the common room, receiving a flurry of letters. Among them was a correspondence from the Muggle-born Wizarding Liaison Committee, this time enclosed in a golden envelope adorned with black stripes, sealed with wax as per tradition. His slender fingers deftly opened the letter, revealing elegant script inked in deep green. Dear His Royal Highness, we the undersigned, write on behalf of the Liaison Committee. After deliberation, we have designated the meeting venue for tomorrow at Hogwarts in the Room of Requirement, located on the 8th floor, opposite the tapestry of the troll being bested by the giant. I, Diana Sharp, shall await your arrival at the 8th floor entrance. Furthermore, we have established the following agenda. 1. Introduction of yourself and the committee's objectives. 2. Reading of the committee's provisional rules. 3. Discussion of the official committee seal. 4. Dinner together. We eagerly anticipate tomorrow's gathering. Yours faithfully, the Liaison Committee. Alan chuckled softly. It appeared that Miss Diana Sharp had secured a position of leadership within the administration. Look at this letter. Succinct and to the point, the agenda laid out clearly. Far more efficient than the often convoluted and procrastinating Parliament. Sharp. Could she be the daughter of that esteemed Earl? Alan pondered, folding the letter thoughtfully before returning it to its envelope. Clearly, even as young wizards, the populace's reverence for the royal family remained steadfast. Nevertheless, having such a loyal and capable committee chair was undoubtedly a stroke of fortune. He found himself eagerly anticipating the meeting ahead. Tita perched on the arm of the sofa, calling out twice before retrieving the newspaper he had yet to read, tilting her head to remind him. Alan laughed softly. Thank you, my dear little girl. He hastily composed his daily report for Edward, ensuring to fold a separate letter inquiring about a psychologist into a royal envelope, sealing it with wax before handing it to Tita. Good girl, I appreciate your efforts. Tita nuzzled against his slender fingers, grasped the envelope, and flew out of the common room. Finally, Alan had the time to peruse the newspapers. Perhaps he should have Tita deliver these to the breakfast table instead of his dormitory? He opened the Daily Prophet and his expression hardened. Gringotts robbery? The investigation into the illegal incursion at Gringotts on July 31st is ongoing. It is widely believed that this was perpetrated by unidentified dark forces, male wizards and witches. The goblins of Gringotts reiterated today that nothing was stolen. The underground vaults that had been searched were, in fact, emptied earlier that day. A spokesperson for Gringotts stated this afternoon, "We cannot disclose what was stored in the vault. It is best not to interfere in this matter." The blonde prince smirked slightly, a hint of derision in his smile. Is this the definition of security in the magical world? The Dark Lord infiltrated Hogwarts, and Gringotts was ransacked without a trace of the culprits. One may be unaware, while another chooses silence. Alan keenly sensed that perhaps the Ministry of Magic was even more ineffectual than Number 10. Though Gringotts is the realm of goblins, it is the wizard's property that is threatened. Look at this significant social event. Number 10 knows to issue a notice and promptly launch an investigation, yet the ministry hasn't even offered a statement. He realized he should not have any expectations of these politicians. After all, there is a distinct difference between doers and orators. Regrettably, the majority in Parliament are mere speakers. According to the law, they are only permitted to sign their names on the appointments of these fools. Alan's dissatisfaction grew. He quickly scanned the other sections of the newspaper, ignoring an array of advertisements and trivial matters. He folded the paper, marked the date, and placed it in the newspaper clip, storing it within his portable magical library. Chapter 43. Alan's initial exploration of magical theory. The next day, Alan awoke with the rhythm of his biological clock, gently rubbing his forehead. The correspondence from the previous night was not extensive. He hadn't needed to stay up late, yet his weekend was fully scheduled. Muggle studies, theoretical learning, spell practice, and a serpent ancestor urging him to accept private tutoring. Alan was eager to embrace Salazar's teachings. Thus the coursework he intended to complete over the weekend needed to be advanced. Moreover, he had prearranged potions and transfiguration classes next week. The schedule was tightly packed. But Alan had managed time effectively over the years, allowing him to juggle these demands. He lay in bed for a while, alleviating a slight dizziness, before finally sitting up and drawing back the curtains to rise. Alan typically woke up at 6 o'clock sharp. While in the castle, he would first wash up, dress meticulously, and then, amidst Tilly's reports, organize his day's tasks and studies. After an hour of morning classes, He would change into his training attire for a jog, before returning to don a formal suit to dine with Edward. Subsequently, they would either attend events together or retreat to their studies. This routine had remained unchanged for decades, and Alan's biological clock had become inflexible. Even though life at Hogwarts was more relaxed, with little to occupy his time, he still found himself waking at 6. The proud young Malfoy, on the other hand, typically rose at 7, spending a considerable amount of time ensuring his hair was perfectly styled, before joining Alan for breakfast at 8, and arriving at class by 8:50. Alan had grown accustomed to completing his morning lessons before stepping out with Draco. However, today was an unprecedented occasion. Draco had risen remarkably early. As Alan emerged from the washroom, he witnessed Draco leaping from his bed in excitement, greeting him warmly. "Alan, good morning." Before the blonde prince could finish his greeting, the white peacock had already dashed into the washroom. Within 10 minutes, Draco had groomed himself and rushed out, donning the training attire he had selected the previous evening. Observing Alan, who was seated at his desk in a shirt and trousers, Draco urged, "Alan, what are you waiting for? Let us go." Alan took a delicate sip of milk and reminded him, "It's still not 7. Glancing at his watch, he added, "To be precise, it's only 6:42. I recall the selection starts at 8:30? Oh." Draco furrowed his brow, pacing anxiously, muttering, "Lazy Flint." He darted back into the washroom, meticulously attending to his hair in front of the mirror, quickly emerging again to change into his school robes. "I absolutely cannot let that pompous fool discover me before I succeed." Alan chuckled at his frantic antics, pleased that the little peacock had finally learned to temper his exuberance. Though perhaps it was merely fear of embarrassment at not being selected, it still marked significant progress, did it not? As Draco rambled on about the origins of Quidditch, famous teams and gameplay rules, Alan found it difficult to concentrate. He briefly considered casting a silencing charm, and then quickly dismissed the thought as the little peacock would surely notice. Reluctantly, he abandoned his morning studies. After listening for a considerable duration, Alan, who harbored no interest in Quidditch, resolved to divert the attention elsewhere. As if suddenly struck by a thought, he inquired, "Have Crabbe and Goyle risen yet?" This inquiry successfully shifted Draco's gaze. The little peacock, filled with ire, stormed out towards another dormitory. With a flick of his wand, he opened the door and began cursing as he called for the two to awaken. Alan breathed a sigh of relief, cherishing the rare tranquility and the reclaimed time for study, and resumed his diligent perusal of magical theory, a formidable tome. Professor McGonagall's assignment had already been completed the previous week during the early class, and he had dispatched it with Tita. Many of the essays assigned by professors posed no challenge to him, and were long since finished. Through Salazar's lessons on spatial spells, Alan astutely discerned that a robust theoretical foundation is crucial for the successful casting of spells. Furthermore, the cutting-edge research in the Muggle world bore a striking resemblance to the theoretical constructs of the magical realm, evoking a sense of parallel paths converging. For instance, that seemingly unremarkable spatial spell could essentially be elucidated through the principles of relativity, which describe the folding and traversing of spatial energy fields. One could create a mundane spatial ornament, a trunk, or a tent, or employ it to sever an enemy's head in battle. Alan simultaneously resolved to explore similar temporal spells. The speed of casting, he concluded, hinges upon one's theoretical conviction and proficiency. The adept application of spells tests the caster's theoretical acumen. For example, Alan noted that the simplest household spells in the wizarding world essentially involve controlling objects to perform specific actions. If one were to draw a comparison, it would resemble programming in the Muggle world, where a segment of code or incantation instructs software or objects to operate according to predetermined patterns. Further contemplating, if the most elementary household spells could be enhanced, might they not also be applied to individuals? For instance, the Tarantaligris spell compels a person to dance incessantly until the magic dissipates or is countered by the subject's own magical energy. This revelation led Alan to ponder the emergence of dark wizards. If ordinary, unprohibited spells could achieve such effects, why then pursue dangerous and disruptive dark magic? The blonde heir arrived at a tentative conclusion. Perhaps these wizards lacked a solid grounding in theoretical principles, rendering them incapable of mastering the flexible application of spells. Thus, Alan resolved to mention this discovery during his meeting with Dumbledore the following morning, hoping to receive guidance from the venerable headmaster. After all, the elder with the white beard exuded an air of reliability, did he not? Moreover, Alan harbored doubts regarding Dumbledore's unawareness of Quirrell's peculiarities. The headmaster had directly scheduled a meeting with him, conveniently timed after the Muggle Studies Assembly. Such coincidences seemed too convenient to be mere happenstance. Edward had taught Alan that to discern the true intentions of politicians from subtle clues, one must never overlook such coincidences. The voice of the little peacock grew increasingly clear, prompting Alan to retract his thoughts and stow away his incomprehensible notes into the drawer. Chapter 44. Draco's Quidditch Selection. Breakfast was consumed in a hurried manner. Alan managed to eat only a slice of bread smeared with cranberry jam and a solitary fried egg, washing it down with a sip of milk before Draco pulled him out the door. Fortunately, on Saturday mornings, the breakfast hall was typically devoid of patrons. Otherwise, even Draco's mere disruption of Alan's meal could have subjected the platinum peacock to considerable embarrassment at the hands of the Muggle-born wizards. The early September morning was ideal, not too cold, nor too warm, with a gentle breeze that invigorated the senses. Alan was pulled along by Draco, his neatly arranged suit and wizarding robes becoming somewhat disheveled. Upon finally reaching the Quidditch pitch, he wrenched his arm free from the little peacock's grasp and smoothed his attire. "Why are you so particular?" Draco's features contorted in dismay. This was the remark that greeted the members of the Slytherin Quidditch team as they approached. Merlin's lace garters. Such was the level of Draco's fastidiousness that it elicited an exclamation of disbelief. The team members immediately regarded Alan with a newfound reverence, instinctively distancing themselves. Noticing the gathering of onlookers, Draco refrained from further commentary and instructed, "You shall sit by and observe my Quidditch skills." As he spoke, the little peacock proudly tugged at his collar. Today, even Weasley would not be able to dampen his spirits. He would simply tolerate the fellow who had aided his entry into the selection process. Flint greeted Draco, hesitating momentarily before nodding at Alan and saying, "Hurry and change, Malfoy. We shall commence shortly." Draco nodded emphatically, his face tight with nervousness, and hurried into the changing room. Before long, Alan found himself astonished at Draco's swiftness in donning his training attire. The little peacock emerged from the tent astride his broom. At the sound of the signal, he propelled himself into the air. 7 brooms soared through the sky, while Alan sat in the stands, squinting to discern the action below. Flint hovered in midair, clutching a magical recorder. The remaining 5 players hurled balls from various angles, with Draco tasked with catching them. The smallest green figure seemed to blur, performing flips that resonated with Alan, further solidifying his resolve to discover a flying spell. Flint, observing the data on the recorder, noted that Draco had caught 91 of the 100 balls. It is worth mentioning that the current seeker, Terrence Higgs, had only managed to catch 80 during his selection. Flint's interest piqued. He opened the Quidditch box and grasped the golden snitch, calling out to Draco Malfoy, "Give it a try. Catch the golden snitch." As he released it, the snitch unfurled its wings and vanished into the air in an instant. Simultaneously, Flint pressed the timer. Alan merely glimpsed a flash of gold before it seemed that only 7 brooms remained in the air. Draco's expression became serious as his sharp gray-blue eyes scanned the field. In that moment, he radiated an aristocratic gravitas and demeanor. Within mere minutes, the smallest emerald figure sprang into action. Draco shot forth like an arrow released from a bow, resembling a missile guided by satellite navigation, swiftly pursuing the golden snitch across the field. Alan's vision blurred as he focused intently on Draco, honing his dynamic visual acuity. Time seemed to stretch, and just as Draco leaned forward, his broom slowed, and he grasped the golden snitch. The little peacock triumphantly raised his arms, the 6 brooms converging around him. Flint immediately halted the timer, revealing a record of 9 minutes and 53 seconds. He joyfully clapped Draco on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Well done, Malfoy. You were simply magnificent. Congratulations on joining the Slytherin Quidditch team." The 7 brooms landed, and the atmosphere among the onlookers was harmonious as they descended, showering Draco with praise. Draco's eyes brightened upon spotting Alan, and he rushed over, his head held high. "Alan, did you see? I caught the golden snitch in a mere 9 minutes and 53 seconds. Do you realize how impressive that is? Indeed, a record unparalleled in the field." Alan replied with a smile, nodding in agreement, pleased with the headmaster's astute decision. The other players glanced at Alan, their smiles dimming slightly as they hesitated in their demeanor towards him. Flint appeared somewhat awkward, giving a brief nod before saying, "Oh, Cornwall, thank you for bringing the headmaster to discover such an exceptional seeker." Alan's smile remained understated, fully aware of the underlying sentiments of these little serpents. It was merely that they dared not offend him due to their association with Malfoy, yet also wished to maintain a distance from him as a pure-blood Muggle. No matter. After this year, the entirety of Slytherin would no longer harbor such foolish notions. The blonde heir's smile was impeccable as he gracefully replied, "You are too kind. As a member of Slytherin, it is my duty to bring glory to our house." Flint's complexion had noticeably improved, and his compliments flowed more freely. It was said that you had recently added numerous points to Slytherin in class. Do continue this commendable endeavor, for Slytherin acknowledges strength. Alan leaned slightly forward and expressed his gratitude. Once Flint departed, Draco nudged Alan's arm, raising an eyebrow. How is it? The Malfoy name serves you well, doesn't it? Alan chuckled helplessly and nudged back. Am I not useful? Draco took the handkerchief he offered to wipe away sweat and, with a haughty lift of his chin, turned away, declaring, time to return the broom. Alan sighed, following him, listening to his incessant chatter. I must write to my father. I want the latest model, the Nimbus 2000. This time, I'll make Gryffindor regret ever crossing us. Chapter 45. The Platinum Peacock finally realizes that the Muggle Prince can indeed get angry. During lunchtime, the young wizards of Hogwarts bustled about once more. In light of Flint's Quidditch strategy, the little peacock sat quietly in his seat, consuming his meal without rushing to boast before Harry. Indeed, they planned to utilize Draco as a secret weapon, disrupting Wood's tactical arrangements. A potential conflict dissipated without notice. Thanks to Flint. Alan sighed inwardly, smiling gently at the expectant Muggle students as he served himself a portion of fish pie. He had specifically returned to the common room for a short nap, and had meticulously selected a deep gray suit. This color was Edward's favorite, and suited Alan remarkably well, lending him an air of gravitas. The golden-haired prince carefully smoothed out every wrinkle, selected a 3-finger-wide dark green silk tie, and meticulously fashioned it into a bow. He complemented his shirt with a pair of emerald cufflinks. The enchanted mirror exaggeratedly exclaimed, How perfect you are, noble little prince. Your golden hair shines like the summer sun. Behold this impeccable demeanor. This deep gray suit is utterly splendid. Look at this crisp tailoring. It accentuates your tall figure beautifully. Of course, if you were to adorn yourself with a gemstone brooch on your chest, today, none would rival you. You would capture everyone's attention. Draco finally chuckled. Alan rubbed his forehead and retorted, I meant the mirror. I'm not attending a banquet. He paused before the jewelry stand and ultimately retrieved the royal emblem, placing it properly on his chest. The little peacock scrutinized him up and down, reluctantly nodding, though quite nice. Isn't it a tad understated? Alan sighed, Dear Draco, I'm not off to a banquet. He explained under the little peacock's puzzled gaze. There are many royal regulations concerning attire for members under various circumstances. If I dared to appear in banquet attire before my subjects, I would be left without pocket money for the year. Draco burst into laughter. Your father is too much. Just a bunch of mudbloods, and he thinks it worthy of punishment? The sea blue eyes darkened immediately. Draco, mind your words. Draco, infuriated, fell silent and turned onto his bed. Moments later, the little peacock sat up again. Alan Cornwall. Get out. Alan smirked coldly. Mr. Malfoy, I believe you need to comprehend my boundaries. In this regard, you ought to learn from your father. Strive for the glory of the Malfoys, not squander it. What did you say? How dare you? Draco shot up, his gray-blue eyes ablaze with fury. After a moment, he gritted his teeth. The glory of the Malfoys will endure forever. No need for the Muggle Prince to concern himself. You should focus on those foolish mudbloods. Alan's expression remained impassive as he advanced toward him, exuding an imposing aura. Under this pressure, the posturing peacock involuntarily retreated, until he stumbled onto the bed. Alan cast his gaze downward at the platinum-haired boy now seated on the bed, bent slightly, and somewhat roughly grasped his collar, lifting him halfway up. The gray-blue eyes brimmed with panic, the platinum peacock gazing at the menacing Alan with trepidation, as if confronting a stranger. This stranger spoke coldly, his voice heavy, rendering Draco powerless to resist. Why can you never learn your lesson? Have potions and flying class not been humiliating enough? I told you, necessary calmness and appropriate courage are far wiser than brawling. Now I tell you this again, before provoking others. Be clear about your own capabilities. Draco, remember your true purpose. Like during the Quidditch tryouts, do not let your emotions lead you astray. Right now, you cannot even be deemed a competent Malfoy, let alone a proper Slytherin. Today it is I who holds your collar. Next time, it may not be me. The golden-haired prince's demeanor remained impassive as he tossed the platinum boy onto the bed, adjusting his cuff with a cold voice. Excuse me. This was Draco's first encounter with such a side of Alan. It was because he had insulted his people. The platinum peacock finally recognized that the Muggle Prince could truly become enraged. He listened to the sound of Alan shutting the door, feeling utterly drained as he collapsed onto the bed, gasping for breath, his heart racing in panic. So, had he been capricious in front of such a person all this time? Draco closed his eyes, raising an arm to shield his face, a profound sense of defeat washing over him. Every word Alan had spoken left him no room to counter. He pounded the bed in frustration, sitting upright, tears falling from his gray-blue eyes. The glory of the Malfoys would never be tarnished by him. He, Draco Malfoy, would undoubtedly become the most outstanding head of the Malfoy family. Chapter 46. The Future Lady Sharp and Minister Valentine. This minor episode did not affect Alan's mood. After all, he had long been aware of the Malfoy family's reputation. To be candid, in such a family, to have raised a naive young master like Draco was already a source of great satisfaction for Alan. Just think, if Draco had truly been raised by Lucius, how much trouble would he have caused at school? Thus, he did not mind tolerating the young master's frequent caprices, nor did he hesitate to teach Lucius's son a lesson. If successful, Draco would be a tremendous asset. He would provide an impeccable source of intelligence and strategy within the pureblood camp. If unsuccessful, he would incur no loss. Alan ascended to the 8th floor step by step, requiring no effort to locate the tapestry depicting the giant troll beating the foolish Barnabas. Upon his arrival, a boy and a girl, both upperclassmen, approached him briskly. They straightened themselves before Alan, placing a hand over their hearts. 6th year Ravenclaw, head girl Diana Sharp. 6th year Hufflepuff, Valentine Lister. We have the honor of meeting your highness. Alan nodded warmly. I apologize for the wait. Diana Sharp and Valentine Lister both noted Alan's meticulous attire, which elicited a sense of delight and admiration for the importance he placed on them. Alan, of course, also observed their ensembles. They generally adhered to the student guidelines, yet subtle details revealed their careful consideration. Miss Diana Sharp sported a light touch of makeup. Her golden hair shone as brightly as the moonlight, cascading in long curls over her chest. Her right side hair was secured at her ear with a silver feather hairpin. Droplets of sea blue teardrop-shaped gemstones dangled from her exposed right ear, casting shimmering reflections on her fair neck, rendering her ethereal as a moon goddess. Clad in the Ravenclaw robes, the collar of her shirt featured elegantly pointed double-button peaks, complemented by a dainty sapphire necklace. Her delicate hands were folded before her in a standard noble gesture, and her height of approximately 1.7 meters gave her an otherworldly presence. The family crest ring adorning her left pinky easily indicated her identity as the only daughter of Count Cyril Sharp. Indeed, Alan nodded pleasantly, shifting his gaze to the Hufflepuff gentleman beside her. Valentine Lister possessed a chiseled face reminiscent of a Greek statue. He wore the Hufflepuff robe neatly, yet his height of 1.8 meters added a striking flair to the uniform. The gentleman adorned himself with minimal embellishments, merely grooming his soft gray hair with care, allowing it to cascade gently over his forehead. Despite possessing a cool-toned mane, Valentine List's demeanor was anything but frigid. He embodied the loyalty and kindness characteristic of all Hufflepuffs. His smile radiated warmth, tinged with a hint of shyness that instantly endeared him to others. The personalities of the two individuals complemented each other quite well. Alan quickly discerned their roles. Miss Diana Sharp commanded with calm authority, while Valentine List facilitated communication with the outside world. Coupled with the steadfast loyalty of Gryffindor's Algie, the arrangement was impeccable. He sighed inwardly, escorted by the two of them toward the open door of the room of requirement. Simply whisper your desires in your heart, and walk back and forth 3 times before the tapestry to open the room, Miss Sharp murmured, her voice as ethereal and cool as the moon itself. Alan smiled steadily, the atmosphere reminiscent of a secret sanctuary. Indeed, Valentine interjected, his smile warm as he slightly bowed to accommodate Alan's height. We have considered that if you are willing to hold regular gatherings, we might designate this location. Oh, Mr. List, Alan chuckled, and here you are, assigning me tasks even before we've truly met? That was not my intention, Valentine replied respectfully, lowering his head slightly before discreetly lifting his gaze to meet Alan's. We simply hold you in great esteem. Alan was momentarily at a loss for words. He had always been aware of the British populace's unwavering support for the monarchy, and it was this very foundation that had led to numerous plans and strategies. Yet for the first time, he felt the profound significance the royal family held in the hearts of the people, so significant that loyalty could be pledged even without having met him. With a gentle smile, he led the two of them inside. As the trio advanced, the interior of the room of requirement unfolded magnificently before Alan's eyes. He was nearly overwhelmed by the illusion that he had returned to Buckingham Palace, as if he had stumbled into a royal press conference. The room transformed into a vast circular hall, its pristine white marble floor adorned with exquisite golden carvings, radiating opulence. Opposite the grand entrance stood a fan-shaped platform, its elegant burgundy wallpaper intricately woven with gilded lines, while the walnut floor exuded warmth and stability, supporting both the podium and a set of sofas to the side. Facing the platform was a tiered seating arrangement capable of accommodating 300 individuals, the walnut framework supporting an array of plush burgundy seats. At that moment, the seats were already filled with young witches and wizards of varying ages. To facilitate social interaction, Valentine guided them to sit according to their age groups, creating 7 fan-shaped sections from left to right, with the colors of the 3 houses beautifully intermingled, resulting in a vibrant atmosphere. As the golden-haired prince gracefully stepped through the doorway, his robe billowing, a perfect smile blossomed on his face. He walked down the center aisle, softly declaring, "Gentlemen, together we shall forge the future." Valentine stood momentarily stunned, gazing at the radiant prince before him. In that instant, the cheers of the Muggle-born young witches and wizards surged toward Valentine's very soul, echoing like the roar of the sea. "Your Highness, Crown Prince," they shouted in unison. A companion, resembling a lunar deity, swept past him, her cool voice gently reminding him to regain focus. With a momentary lapse, Valentine made a decision that would shape the course of his life. Chapter 47. It is an honor to share this occasion with all of you. The Room of Requirement had never been so lively. A millennium ago, Hogwarts was established as a bastion in the struggle against Muggles. Salazar Slytherin contributed this family castle, collaborating with 3 like-minded friends to provide a sanctuary for young witches and wizards across all of England. The countless secret passages, hidden chambers, and the Slytherin dungeons within the castle stand as testaments to that era of conflict. 1,000 years later, the blood and fire of those times had long since faded. The Room of Requirement, once a refuge for survival, had gradually transformed into a repository for discarded remnants. While some clever young witches and wizards utilized it for study and training, the number of attendees at any one time remained quite limited. The founders could never have imagined that one day, this space would become a gathering place for Muggle-born young witches and wizards. They cheered for the Crown Prince, akin to the way witches and wizards had once celebrated Hogwarts a millennium ago. Alan stood upon the platform, with Miss Sharp, Valentine, and Algie standing beside him. He opened his arms wide, bowing deeply with a hand on his heart, his long fingers gracefully swirling as he rose, flowing down to his sides. He stepped back 2 paces, positioning himself behind the podium, and pressed his hands downwards. The young witches and wizards blushed with excitement, their eyes sparkling as they gazed at the prince so near to them, shouting hoarsely with enthusiasm. Their applause was deafening and unending. The golden-haired prince smiled tenderly, nodding slightly to all corners of the room. Miss Sharp cast a glance at Algie, who dutifully executed her directive. He stepped forward, casting a sonorous charm, and proclaimed, "Now, let us welcome His Royal Highness to the stage. Everyone please maintain order." The lion's expression was serious, showing no sign of discontent at being cast in a supporting role. Gradually, the young witches and wizards quieted, holding hands as they looked up at Alan on the stage. Alan smiled gently, nodding slightly to Algie. "Thank you, Algie." He stepped forward, standing before the podium, and with a light flick of his wand, efficiently replicated the sonorous charm. "Ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure to see you all in this magical realm." The golden-haired prince gazed at them with warmth, extending his arms wide, and continued, "As young witches and wizards, we come to Hogwarts to learn to harness the power within us, ensuring it does not harm others or ourselves. How enchanting is the word magic! Which child has not yearned for it in bedtime stories? And we, most fortunate of all, have become the young witches and wizards of those tales. Thus, we have glimpsed another facet of this world." Alan spoke softly, his renowned eyes shining like stars. "Before entering the magical realm, you anticipated and yearned for it. Yet I know that within your hearts lies unease and fear. We have arrived in a completely foreign world, inhabited by its native people, governed by an entirely different system. Our parents are unable to send us to school, waiting for our return from afar, unaware of the knowledge we are acquiring. Moreover, the pureblood wizards of this world scorn our origins, deride our bloodlines, and even reject those of their kind who extend kindness towards us." A hush fell over the audience. Alan gently clasped his hands behind his back, speaking softly. "During my investiture, I swore an oath of eternal loyalty to the king, the law, and my people. Today, in the name of the Crown Prince, I pledge my life to safeguard the people who have come here, to protect your lives, to defend your rights. I shall advocate for equal rights for us alongside the purebloods as a member of the Board of Governors. At all times, under all circumstances, I will be your staunchest ally, until death itself beckons me." The prince stood resolutely before them, merely a first-year student of 11 years, yet exuding a conviction that was truly compelling. A moment of silence enveloped the hall before thunderous applause erupted, resounding endlessly. Alan smiled gently, embodying a warmth far more palpable than any media portrayal. who could claim that the cameras only capture performance. The young witches and wizards mused, fully believing in their prince's solemn vow. Harry clapped fervently, recalling how Alan had soothed his apprehensions about the unknown, listened to his woes over the years, and then taken him to Balmoral. Alan was indeed his beacon of salvation. A light. This light shone equally upon all, and for this he felt both regret and pride. He believed that the prince would lead them toward a brighter future. Hermione, seated among the first-year cohort, clapped with all her might, her palms reddening yet unrelenting. Indeed, there exists an intricate tapestry of anticipation, yearning, anxiety, and trepidation. She made the bold choice to depart from the familiar confines of her previous existence, stepping into the long-desired realm of magic, whereupon she ardently devoted herself to rigorous study, perusing countless tomes, lest she find herself lacking in knowledge, and be looked down upon by the indigenous inhabitants of this magical domain. How wondrous is magic! Yet how perilous it can be. In this world, a single misstep could exact the ultimate price, one's very life. However, the appearance of their prince offered a glimmer of hope, as he assured them that, regardless of the circumstances, he would stand resolutely by their side, safeguarding their lives. What a magnificent promise! It reverberated through the souls of all the young wizards present. I arrived with a mission to bridge the chasm between Muggle-borns and purebloods, ultimately striving for our world, for the wizarding community to progress in a tranquil and harmonious manner. Alan gazed earnestly at them, proclaiming that if they could unite with him, together they would overcome every obstacle. We are willing. We are willing. Alan bowed deeply before them, placing his hand upon his heart, expressing his profound honor to share this moment with them. The spirits of the young wizards quivered, while the three figures standing on the stage felt an even deeper resonance. Before them, on the elevated platform, 300 chairs were filled to capacity, all cheering for those in front of them. The thunderous applause seemed akin to the glory of a coronation. Alge observed the enamored expressions of the young wizards, and could not help but step forward. The promises made were of monumental significance. He exchanged a glance with Valentine, both recognizing the ambition and determination reflected in each other's eyes. Having entered the wizarding world 6 years ago, they were acutely aware that this realm did not welcome those of Muggle descent. The offspring of pureblood families exuded an air of superiority, as if they were mere insects, insignificant and inconsequential. If they could truly obtain dignity, if they could secure respect for those who would come after them, they would willingly face death. Diana Sharp fixed her gaze upon that figure, gripping the family crest ring on her left pinky finger, slowly and resolutely removing it. This was the steadfast protection she had sought her entire life. For this, she was willing to fight tirelessly. Chapter 48. The Communication Badge. This assembly progressed meticulously according to Miss Sharp's carefully crafted agenda, with everything unfolding flawlessly. As Alan elevated the atmosphere to its zenith, Miss Sharp seamlessly took the stage, announcing the provisional rules of the Communication Committee. First, every young wizard must diligently study, with monthly selections held, allowing those who pass to join Alan's Knights. Second, every young wizard must cherish and respect themselves, adhering to moral and legal principles. Noble character and loyalty are also criteria for selection. Third, whenever a young wizard encounters difficulties, they may seek assistance from the Communication Committee, whether it pertains to financial hardships, life challenges, or academic struggles. Fourth, each young wizard may write to Alan, with their letters to be deposited into the Communication Committee's mailbox at the 3 colleges. The appointed officials will collect them and relay them to Alan each Friday. The letters will be categorized with red, green, and blue markers. Red for urgent matters, green for related suggestions, and blue for ordinary correspondence. Of course, pink letters require no such designation, Valentine jested. The young wizards erupted in laughter, the young witches blushing profusely, while Alan merely smiled gently, offering no reply. Miss Sharp gently folded the papers, her expression impassive as she regarded the young wizards. Once their chatter subsided, she continued. Fifth, every young wizard may propose suggestions to the Communication Committee, and the officials will confer with Alan, announcing the approved regulations at bi-monthly meetings. Upon adoption, the young wizard who proposed the suggestion will receive a gift from His Highness as a reward. Alan smiled warmly, sitting upright in his armchair, watching as Miss Sharp calmly articulated the rules. Now he required a magical oath. Alge and Valentine activated the magical projection, displaying the organizational structure of the Communication Committee. The committee is directly under Alan's purview, responsible to him, and includes the heads of the 3 colleges: Ravenclaw, Diana Sharp; Hufflepuff, Valentine Lister; Gryffindor, Alge Phillip. Each head is supported by 5 secretaries, beneath which lies Alan's Knights. These positions remain unfilled, awaiting next month's selections. The young wizards rubbed their hands together, their enthusiasm for learning unprecedented. Miss Sharp stepped back, positioning herself behind Alan. Valentine spoke gently. Now we arrive at the segment we have all been eagerly anticipating. I know everyone has brought forth their own heraldic designs. Young wizards with confidence, please present your drawings to the front. Excellent, excellent, thank you. He accepted the designs from the young wizards, observing Miss Sharp levitate the papers into the air, raising his voice. The official selection of the Communication Committee's emblem is now underway. Alan chuckled, watching nearly 100 papers float gracefully in the air. The first round of voting whittled it down to 20 emblems. The second round yielded the top 3. Valentine explained, splendid. We now have the finest 3 emblems, all circular, perfectly suited for wax seal carving. The first is a grand shield, adorned with blooming roses. The second is a crown diadem, flanked by gleaming stars. The third is? Alan gently covered his face, unable to bear the sight. It was his likeness, as if stamped upon a pound note. The young wizards burst into laughter indeed. They had done so intentionally. His Highness is so gentle, wouldn't he hold it against them? Alch stifled a laugh, his face contorting strangely. Alan coughed lightly. The first 2 are wonderful. Shall we consider merging them? With a subtle wave of his wand, the magic in the air responded to his will, conjoining the 2 designs into one. Within the elegant circle, a misty blue shield gradually emerged, atop which rested the crown diadem, flanked by 6 golden pentagrams. At the very bottom, inscribed in uppercase letters, were the initials of the Muggle-born Young Wizards Communication Committee. This emblem was exceedingly beautiful, the young wizards thought. It would surely be etched into history. The golden-haired prince rose, addressing the assembly with a warm smile. Please grant me some time to craft the communication badge for everyone. Excellent, thought Alan. He needed to delve into the knowledge of alchemy. Chapter 49 House Elves. This assembly was nearing its conclusion. Under Valentine's orchestration, Alan reclined in his armchair, patiently answering a myriad of questions from the young wizards. These inquiries spanned royal regulations, Alan's daily life, and the authenticity of various intriguing rumors. After all, opportunities to engage with the prince at such proximity were exceedingly rare. The young wizards, brimming with energy, felt no weariness despite many having foregone their afternoon naps. Alan indulged their curiosity, content to satisfy each of their inquisitive minds. Does His Majesty dine with you regularly? Indeed, sir. We share every meal together. Are the letters you receive subjected to scrutiny? Naturally, dear. Especially after the Hogwarts owls revealed my precise location. The young wizards erupted in laughter. Has His Majesty ever visited Diagon Alley? Yes, the king has savored the sights of the wizarding world, and expressed great interest in various magical tomes. How did you suddenly become a school governor? My father is concerned about everyone's learning and living conditions in this otherworldly realm, thus requesting Professor Dumbledore to facilitate his appointment as a governor to gain some influence. Have you never attended a regular school? What do you study? After completing the foundational knowledge at 9, my father arranged for numerous professors from various disciplines to educate me. Do you have any leisure activities? Alan, who had previously answered effortlessly, fell silent for a moment, contemplating deeply, and regretfully replied, not really, unless you count combat training. In the midst of a lively question and answer session, dinner time swiftly approached. The room of requirement transformed into a quaint replica of the Hogwarts Great Hall. The young wizards gathered joyfully around Alan, inquiring about his culinary preferences. Although I am the heir to the throne of this realm, I cannot in good conscience extol the virtues of British cuisine. Amidst the uproarious laughter of the surrounding young wizards, Alan chuckled. However, the desserts at Hogwarts are truly delightful, sweetened to perfection. Alas! If only I knew who the chef was, I would certainly offer a handsome sum to recruit him to the palace to craft sweets. Miss Sharp cast a glance at Valentine. Indeed, the Hufflepuff boy eagerly interjected, it's the house elves, your highness. They assist in preparing the students' meals and clothing. Seeing Alan's gaze upon him, he puffed out his chest, his eyes darting. The kitchen is right next to the Hufflepuff common room. If you scratch the pair depicted in the painting, a hand will appear. That's the entrance to the kitchen. One Hufflepuff chimed in. Alan smiled kindly at him, noticing Valentine's slight dismay, and casually remarked, Mr. List? Might I trouble you to escort me to the Hogwarts kitchen shortly? Valentine's face lit up with delight as he touched his flushed ears. Just call me Valentine, your highness. It would be my pleasure to assist you. The banquet concluded in a joyous atmosphere as Alan watched the young wizards depart reluctantly, turning back to the 3 individuals standing behind him. I am immensely grateful for all your assistance, especially Miss Sharp's organizational prowess, which has alleviated much of my burden. Diana bowed slightly, her aquamarine earrings gently swaying. There is no need for thanks. It is our honor to serve you. Miss Sharp reminded him. Please remember to contact us with your badge. It would be splendid if you could present it before next month's selection. Alan sighed and nodded. Indeed, and the magical contract, is it not? The cool young lady paused, her lips curling upwards ever so slightly. Their Highness acknowledged their allegiance. Both Algie and Valentine could scarcely contain their excitement, bowing respectfully with hands over their hearts, exclaiming, "Your knights are at your service." As they exited the room of requirement, they parted ways at the stairway on the 8th floor. Alan strolled leisurely, listening to Valentine nervously recount tales of secret passages and rumors within Hogwarts, occasionally engaging in the discussion. At length, they arrived at the Hogwarts kitchen. Valentine scratched the vibrant green pear, which transformed into a door handle, reminiscent of a finely crafted wooden mechanism. Alan mused. Upon entering, they were met with the sight of hundreds of tennis ball-sized green eyes gazing at them. Alan halted momentarily, imperceptibly leaning back, realizing that he was surrounded by a multitude of house elves. They sported large, bat-like ears and elongated noses akin to the character Pinocchio from the tales. Almost all the house elves were clad in tattered pillowcases, with only a few donning one or two socks. Valentine expertly greeted them. "Hello. Allow me to introduce our royal heir." The multitude of bulging green eyes blinked in unison as the house elves turned their attention to Alan, erupting into a cacophony of excited shrieks. They clamored toward Alan, only to be halted by Valentine, who inquired with a high-pitched voice, "Esteemed wizard, what do you require?" Alan seated himself on a small stool, instinctively smiling. "A cup of red tea, please." "Thank you." The house elves hurriedly set about preparing the tea, each holding a cup as they approached him. "This is Assam tea, sir. Here. Here. This is Ceylon tea. This is Lapsang Sochong. And here is Earl Grey tea, sir. Which would you prefer?" Dozens of freshly brewed cups were presented before Alan. He discreetly tucked his legs beneath him to avoid burns. Addressing one of the house elves, he said, "Ceylon tea with little sugar, please." The elf's large eyes brimmed with tears. Oh. The wizard is thanking Coco. "You are truly a wonderful man, sir." Alan gently tugged at the corners of his mouth as he accepted the fine white porcelain cup. "Would you like milk, sir? Or perhaps lemon? And sugar cubes?" The house elves enthusiastically piled dishes onto the small table. Alan declined their offers and inquired, "Could I have a portion of mango pudding, please?" "Of course, sir." They scurried about in a frenzy to prepare the dessert. Valentine, feeling somewhat awkward, coughed into his fist. "They are always like this. I hope you don't mind." Alan shook his head with a smile. "Not at all." He beckoned one of the house elves, who promptly vanished from his spot and reappeared beside him, bowing respectfully. "Esteemed wizard, what is your command?" Alan squinted, glancing at where the elf had initially stood, and asked, "How did you arrive so suddenly? I recall that Hogwarts prohibits teleportation magic." The elf shrank back, replying, "Oh, sir. Belle just wished to come quickly to fulfill your command. It is a talent of our house elves." "Spatial spells? Bloodline talents?" Alan raised an eyebrow. "Can you accomplish whatever I request?" Valentine regarded Alan with a puzzled expression, unsure why he posed such a question. Who, after all, comes to the kitchen without the intent to eat? The house elf proudly puffed out its chest. "Indeed." Alan chuckled softly, leaning slightly forward, his deep blue irises glimmering, his dark gray suit showing minor creases. "What if I were to ask you to go to Buckingham Palace and fetch me a suit?" Belle hesitated, stammering, "But we cannot leave Hogwarts." Suddenly, it covered its eyes and began to wail, pounding its head. Belle is a bad elf. Belle cannot fulfill the wizard's task." This unexpected turn of events left Alan momentarily bewildered. He quickly raised his hand. Stop. Belle." He straightened in his seat, his voice dropping to a commanding tone. "I order you to cease." Belle sniffled, wiping tears and snot on its pillowcase, pouting silently. Valentine offered reassurance. "Go prepare the desserts." Alan watched as the elf dashed back toward the stove, shaking his head gently. The brief, superficial introduction to house elves in history of magic suddenly darkened. For millennia, they had been enslaved, never treated with kindness. The keen vigilance of the authorities loomed suddenly in Alan's mind. He narrowed his eyes. For how long would wizards escape the repercussions of their treatment of house elves? Much like the worker uprisings of the Industrial Revolution, the house elves hurriedly brought forth various types of mango pudding, the air filled with their shrill cries, and the kitchen descended into chaos. Valentine furrowed his brow, thinking Alan might be on the verge of anger. Yet Alan calmly accepted a dessert from a house elf, savoring it thoughtfully and praising their craftsmanship. The golden-haired prince gazed warmly at them, asking, "May I take some desserts to go?" "You've done splendidly. Especially the pudding." The house elves were overjoyed. They merrily packaged the items, even stuffing assorted cookies and cakes into Alan's hands, saying, "If you need anything, you can call for us directly in the dormitory." Alan nodded gently, placing the brown paper bag prepared by the house elves into his pocket. Chapter 50. The completely frustrated little peacock. Crabbe and Goyle were perplexed. Malfoy had remained in the dormitory the entire afternoon without emerging. This was highly irregular. Under normal circumstances, Malfoy, having passed the Slytherin Quidditch team tryouts, would be boasting in the common room for all to hear. Today, however, it was unnaturally quiet. Pansy Parkinson and Blaise Zabini knocked on Malfoy's dormitory door for quite some time before he finally appeared. The pallor of Draco's already colorless face deepened as he half opened the door to the dormitory, his steel blue eyes fixated on them with an icy demeanor. "Is there something you need?" he inquired coldly. "Oh, Draco," Pansy exclaimed with concern. "Do you want something to eat?" Draco furrowed his brow, dismissing her with a curt "leave me alone," and slammed the door shut with a resounding thud. Blaise sighed dramatically, truly lacking in the art of cherishing the delicate. He turned to Pansy, striking a pose. "Beautiful lady, why must you always offer your warmth to a cold shoulder? How about you spend some time with me instead?" Pansy kicked him sharply, retorting, "Blaise Zabini, if you wish to flirt, do not cast your revolting glances my way." She shot him a venomous glare before storming down the stairs. Blaise's expression darkened as he watched her retreating figure, scoffing softly. Did she truly believe she could become Mrs. Malfoy? What a delusion! Just then, Alan entered the common room, colliding with Pansy as she strode out. The short-haired girl halted, crossing her arms and lifting her chin defiantly. She regarded Alan as if he were an unsightly insect. "Cornwall, have you angered Draco? He hasn't left his room all afternoon. He hasn't even had dinner." Despite passing the Quidditch team tryouts this morning, Alan smiled coolly. "Miss Parkinson, my affairs with Draco seem to bear no relevance to you. So you did provoke him?" Pansy retorted, brandishing her wand from beneath her robes. Alan calmly regarded the wand pointed at him, as if it were merely a withered twig. "I believe you ought to clarify that it is he who has angered me. Now if you dare to point that at me again, I shall snap that little twig in two." Pansy trembled with fury. "You..." "Excuse me," Alan interrupted her, striding past her toward the dormitory. He had numerous matters to attend to and no time to indulge this pure-blooded aristocrat's childish antics. Draco sat at his desk, glancing at the enchanted mirror. Was he truly cast aside over a mere word, over a bunch of inconsequential mudbloods? Alan was indeed clever enough to leave him utterly speechless with every remark. You can hardly be called a competent Malfoy, let alone a worthy Slytherin. The weight of those words bore down upon him, almost shattering the delicate feathers of the white peacock. Draco suppressed his indignation, snapping the fifth quill of the day. The platinum peacock took a deep breath, his focus returning to copying the Slytherin code for the 10th time. Silence enveloped the room. In such tranquility, the sound of the door creaking open was particularly pronounced. The platinum peacock's ears perked up, yet he stubbornly refused to turn his head. Familiar footsteps approached, accompanied by the soft rustle of fabric. Draco bit his lip, resolved to show this insufferable mudblood his true colors. Alan emerged, carrying a paper bag filled with pastries, shedding his wizarding robes and suit jacket as he approached Draco. The bag in hand, the little peacock's ears perked up, and his quill resumed its motion after a moment's pause. The change was subtle, Alan mused. Well, perhaps not entirely absent. Was he not diligently transcribing the Slytherin code? Alan chuckled lightly, placing the bag of sweets on the young peacock's desk. "Why haven't you eaten dinner?" The quill faltered, the tip curling under pressure. "Sweets will have to suffice for now." As his words trailed off, Alan swiftly sidestepped a paper bag hurled at him by the young peacock. Draco glared at him, his chest heaving with anger, articulating each word with deliberate venom. "What do you mean by that?" Alan's brow furrowed slightly, casting a regretful glance at the puddings that had tumbled from the bag, conjuring his wand to tidy them up before discarding them in the bin. He then turned to Draco, his tone nonchalant. "Well then, esteemed young Malfoy, it seems you shall have to endure a hunger pang." "What?" Draco's previously pent-up anger faltered as he processed the audacity of the remark, his lips quivering, unsure of how to respond. Alan's expression grew colder, the joviality of the afternoon fading into weariness. "I hope your transcription of the Slytherin code proves beneficial." Draco instinctively covered the parchment on the desk, only to quickly realize the foolishness of his action, his ears reddening with embarrassment. He struggled to maintain his noble composure. Merlin's beard. "I shall not let this mudblood perceive me as an inadequate Malfoy." Yet Alan paid him no further mind. The golden-haired prince sat at the desk, unfurling a tome before him. Draco seethed. "Alan Cornwall, what do you mean by that?" Alan frowned, raising his wand and casting a silencing charm. The surrounding area falling into an abrupt hush, his expression relaxing. He had long wished to do so. His current priorities lay in ensuring his studies across all subjects while formulating a simple yet effective magical contract, gaining a basic understanding of alchemy, and selecting a reliable alchemist to craft a communication emblem. The theory of magical contracts could be discussed with Salazar, while alchemy Alan contemplated. Given the headmaster's keen interest in him, it was likely he would allow that Nicodemus to extend some assistance. Draco called out to him, exasperation evident. Yet the figure before him remained unresponsive. What was unclear about this? This mudblood had cast a silencing spell. Draco, now both hungry and aggrieved, snatched up his outer robe and stormed out, slamming the door behind him. The golden-haired prince remained absorbed in his thoughts regarding scheduling. The resounding crash of the door was muffled by the silencing charm, failing to distract him. He waved his wand again, casting an obliviate charm, then approached the bed draped with emerald silk curtains, drawing back the bed hangings. The handsome, charismatic serpent ancestor looked impassively at this descendant, remarking, "Ancestor, upon meeting with the headmaster tomorrow, you shall likely receive the small lesson arrangements from each subject's instructor. At that point, you can schedule your magical classes." Salazar's expression remained composed, and he scoffed lightly at the implication. "Those descendants? Where are my classes in earnest? You, child, are losing sight of what truly matters, and shall come to regret it in due time." Alan smiled faintly. "I appreciate your leniency. However, you would not wish for that headmaster to discover your whereabouts, would you?" The serpent ancestor smirked slightly, but did not engage further. "How did your time with those mudbloods fare today?" "Quite well," Alan replied, his smile indicating he had no intention of elaborating. "I must make a trip to the library." "Do you plan to retire early?" Salazar scoffed. "What are you intending to research?" "You should trust in the bloodline of Ancestor Slytherin," Alan responded with a grin, then deftly drew the curtain closed. Upon reaching the library, Madame Pants glared at him coldly, as if fearing he were a careless giant who would mishandle the books. "We close in an hour." Alan appeared unfazed by the underlying warning, smiling obediently. "Very well, madam. I am in search of introductory alchemy texts. Could you guide me?" "I assure you, they shall return without a single corner bent." Madame Pants scrutinized him, seemingly assessing the veracity of his words. Observing the scholarly aura and noble bearing he exuded, she reluctantly nodded, trusting his promise. "The 13th shelf from the left, second row from the bottom. All the alchemy books are there." Alan graciously bowed in thanks, following her guidance to locate the relevant texts. Then, under Madame Pants's watchful gaze, borrowed all the foundational theories. Without demonstrating a passion for learning, how could he expect Dumbledore's attention? Chapter 51 He could not integrate into the lives of ordinary people. The next day, Draco resolved not to speak to that mudblood. However, the haughtiness of the Malfoys could not shake the golden-haired prince's focus as he faced the obstinate aristocrat all day. The prince remained entirely unaffected by the atmosphere, diligently attending to his morning lessons before departing for breakfast promptly at 8. Draco felt a profound sense of defeat. Did this fellow truly intend to ignore him entirely? It seemed as though he had committed a grave error. Alan sat at the dining table, his plate instantly brimming with an array of food. The house elves, in their exuberance, had prepared a generous selection of puddings and red tea for him. However, their wizard master only indulged in a modest portion of bread, fried eggs, and milk. They quickly discerned his breakfast preferences and, with cleverness, whisked away the post-dinner desserts, replacing them with some mashed potatoes. Alan graciously sampled a bit before ambling toward the headmaster's office. Climbing to the 8th floor right after breakfast was certainly not the wisest of decisions. With a sigh, he opted for an empty classroom, retrieving fundamentals of alchemical theory from his pocket to peruse. After some time, he felt the food in his stomach had digested somewhat, and he set off again for the headmaster's office. The office was easy to locate, situated beside the room of requirement. Having visited once before, Alan quickly spotted the gargoyle at the entrance. He addressed it Lemon Drop. The two stone guardians promptly leapt aside, and the wall behind them split in two, revealing a slowly ascending spiral staircase. How intriguing, Alan mused. This truly was magic. As he ascended the staircase, he felt its leisurely momentum and remarked, "Not as swift as an elevator." To his delight, he discovered that, in this respect, Muggle machinery was indeed more efficient. As the staircase halted, seemingly aware of Alan's thoughts, he had no choice but to continue on foot. The room was spacious and beautifully circular. At its center stood a long-legged table, adorned with an assortment of peculiar silverware that rotated and emitted wisps of smoke, accompanied by whimsical sounds. Flanking either side were towering bookshelves, teeming with countless volumes of magical literature. On a nearby shelf, a golden-red phoenix resided next to the sorting hat. The walls behind them were festooned with portraits, and Alan recognized the figures as former headmasters, both male and female, gently snoring in their respective frames. Regaining his focus, he noticed an elderly gentleman with a white beard, clad in a gold and red robe, slowly descending the stairs. Dumbledore, with a twinkling smile, settled into the chair behind the table and waved his wand, summoning a chair that danced over to him, halting before the table. "Good morning, Alan," he greeted. Alan smiled as he took his seat in the armchair, replying, "Good morning, Professor Dumbledore. Have you had breakfast?" Dumbledore waved his wand again, and an array of food appeared before them. "I have, sir," Alan nodded. "You should know I dine promptly at 8 in the morning." Dumbledore raised an eyebrow, his long white hair cascading down his back like a lioness mane. He waved his wand once more, and 2 cups of red tea materialized before them, accompanied by a plate of small pastries. The elder praised, "A well-structured routine. So, young prince, how are you finding your first week at Hogwarts?" Alan set down his teacup and replied with a smile, "Hogwarts is splendid. The workload is light, and I find it quite easy. Of course, the magical texts are immensely fascinating." Dumbledore chuckled. "I know. Professor McGonagall has spoken highly of your talents. It must seem rather simplistic for you at this level, yes? Perhaps we should enrich your experience, such as by making more friends?" His implication was clear. Alan shook his head. "You know, I have always been reticent in socializing with my peers. Yet you seem to get along quite well with Mr. Malfoy." Dumbledore winked. "I understand that the royal family is held in high regard among Muggles. Why not cultivate friendships with those of Muggle descent?" Alan leaned back slightly, refraining from responding, and instead stated, "I do not require many recreational activities. The ease of life at Hogwarts is already a departure from my accustomed routine." The old man gazed at him with his cerulean eyes, seemingly regretting this reality. It was evident that the royal family's frequent engagements and their high-caliber educators had distanced their young prince from the ordinary, leisurely life. To put it more bluntly, Alan found it challenging to integrate into the lives of common folk. As Professor Sprout had remarked, Mr. Cornwall was a quick learner, his techniques precise. While other children still grumbled about the dirt, he had already begun tending to mandrake seedlings. However, Alan sensed that he did not possess a genuine passion for herbology. Once he completed his classroom tasks, he never again approached those plants. Although other children might initially resist, they would soon engage in play, but Mr. Cornwall merely performed the necessary work, as if it were his duty. Dumbledore regarded Alan before him and let out a soft sigh. "So, young prince, would you be willing to learn a bit more?" Chapter 52. The Art of Subtle Enticement. The preferences of the blonde prince were quite evident. Dumbledore could tell at a glance that the allure of learning far outweighed that of entertainment for this royal heir. Alan leaned forward imperceptibly, his cerulean eyes intently fixed upon Dumbledore. "Oh, do enlighten me," he said. Dumbledore winked and cheerfully handed him a parchment. Alan accepted it and saw inscribed, "Monday evening, 6 to 8 p.m., Potion Special Training with Severus Snape. Tuesday evening, 6 to 8 p.m., Transfiguration Special Training with Minerva McGonagall. Wednesday evening, 6 to 8 p.m., Charm Special Training with Filius Flitwick." Perplexed, Alan tilted his head slightly. "Sir, why is there no defense against the dark arts class?" The elder focused on breaking off a piece of lemon drop. "As far as I know, the children are not fond of Professor Quirrell's lessons. Allen seid in Exasperation. If you taught his class, you would not make such statements." He inquired. "After I became a governor, Hogwarts operational funds increased by a full 50,000 galleons. Is it still impossible to hire an outstanding defense against the dark arts professor?" Dumbledore chewed on the candy, his azure eyes glinting with curiosity. The inquisitive young prince should be aware of the curse surrounding this position. "Yes?" Alan nodded. "Indeed." He crossed his arms, stating matter-of-factly, "Surely someone would come for a higher salary?" "Oh, it was once the case," Dumbledore replied, his shoulders sagging slightly, even pausing his chewing, conveying a sense of resignation. "However, ever since the past 40 or so professors have met with various unfortunate fates, whether through death or disappearance," the elder shrugged, casting a helpless glance at Alan. "To still have a defense against the dark arts professor is already a stroke of luck." Alan nodded reluctantly. "But this subject is crucial, is it not? You have also stated that the Dark Lord will inevitably return." "Indeed," Dumbledore replied softly, fiddling with the lemon drop, seemingly resolved to let Alan speak first. The patience he had cultivated over the years was certainly beyond what Alan could match, yet he did not intend to yield. Alan gazed quietly at him, lowering his eyes, and sighed. "How unfortunate. I fear that in the forthcoming battle, the students may struggle to protect themselves." Dumbledore paused, taken aback by Alan's unorthodox response. he asked. So Alan, do you have any plans regarding this subject? Alan gently shook his head. I merely intend to practice spells diligently with my textbooks. Personally, I find alchemy far more intriguing. The azure eyes behind the half-moon spectacles regarded him sharply, brimming with inquiry. The elder asked, so the inquisitive young prince, what are your thoughts on alchemy? Yes. I found some alchemical theories quite fascinating yesterday, Alan replied with a light smile. You may not be aware, but alchemy has also developed within the Muggle world. We now refer to it as chemistry. Dumbledore sat up straight in surprise. Chemistry? He echoed. Indeed, the blonde prince nodded. Contemporary science regards alchemy as a scientific technique for transforming base metals into gold. Of course, mystics believe alchemy to be exceedingly complex and mysterious, and thus cannot be defined so superficially. They steadfastly believed that the purification of alchemy mirrored death and resurrection. Thus, alchemists could create the Philosopher's Stone to attain immortality. A heavy feeling settled in Dumbledore's heart. Immortality. Such a similar pursuit. Even those with nothing still harbored delusions, let alone a crown prince standing at the pinnacle of the world. He casually inquired, Alan, are you also intrigued by immortality? Surprisingly, the golden-haired prince shook his head with a smile of lamentation. Immortality? Alan echoed, a hint of mockery lacing his tone. That contravenes the laws of natural science, sir. Dumbledore remained silent. His old friend could never have imagined that one day, noble alchemy would be cast aside due to Muggle theories. He pondered, however, that the wizarding world indeed possessed the Philosopher's Stone, which could indeed produce, yes, the elixir of life. I trust you are familiar with Nicholas Flamel? Alan nodded hesitantly, seemingly not grasping his words. Yes, but what of it? If I may speak plainly, do not mind my disrespect, but Mr. Flamel's health seems to be in decline? The azure depths of his eyes were gentle and composed. This is precisely due to the limitation of human cellular division. The elixir of life cannot alter the essence of the human body. Thus, the Philosopher's Stone is merely a superfluous product. In comparison, the creation of alchemical artifacts is far more intriguing, is it not? Dumbledore found himself at a loss for words once more. For a fleeting moment, the elderly man, who had nearly reached the pinnacle of magical theory, found himself contemplating whether he should seek wisdom from a Muggle professor. The same talent, the same yearning. Yet, Alan effortlessly rejected immortality simply because it contradicted the so-called natural sciences. Though this child's understanding of alchemy was indeed precise, Dumbledore mused that perhaps he should write a letter to Nicholas? No, more pressing was the need to understand Alan's other thoughts. For this, he ought to engage with the boy more frequently. This child had become embroiled in political affairs far too early, mastering the art of concealing his emotions at a tender age, having been caught in the whirlpool of power struggles since childhood. Such a person, once they tread the path of darkness, could be far more terrifying than Tom. Dumbledore gently clasped his hands together. Little prince, perhaps you would be willing to join me in studying the dark arts for defense, set for Friday evening? How does that sound? Alan appeared somewhat surprised. He had not anticipated achieving his goal so easily, and he lowered his gaze in contemplation. In the eyes of the elder, this hesitation transformed into deliberation. Dumbledore playfully winked. In fact, during my teaching years, I instructed precisely in the defense against the dark arts and transfiguration. The old man wishes to relive the joys of teaching, especially with such an exceptionally bright student before him. Alan finally lifted his head, smiling as he nodded, leaning in to say, it would be my utmost honor. Chapter 53. Dumbledore's Reflection and Relentless Pursuit. Dumbledore began to take an interest in Muggle science. Indeed, the Muggle sciences that could nurture such a prince were worthy of the wizarding world's attention. However, the wizarding community had not undergone transformation for far too long. In the summer of 1899, in Godric's Hollow, he encountered the unutterable delusions of his life. At that time, they rationally and lucidly recognized the stagnation of wizarding society. He regarded that individual as a slender thread to escape from that little village, having genuinely considered leaving his brother and sister behind. The existence of that person embodied his ideals and freedom. Thus, he completely overlooked the dangers lurking behind that brilliance. They were mutually infatuated, daily engaging in endless discussions, debating ideals, magic, and how to transform the decaying wizarding world. Their ambitions collided, astonished by their harmonious agreement. Yet this beauty came to an end with Ariana's death, and was further eroded in the boundless warfare ignited by that individual. His brother and sister were no longer burdens, as one had perished, and the other had dropped out of school, no longer requiring his support for the family. Dumbledore's widely acknowledged contributions include the defeat of the dark wizard Grindelwald in 1945, The elder sat quietly behind the desk in the headmaster's office. Now adorned in fine robes and renowned, his spirit had long shattered in the summer of 1899, and had completely dissipated on the battlefield in 1945. After that, he could have taken the reins of the Ministry of Magic, wielding power to summon the winds and rains, yet he hesitated. Outsiders could not comprehend, perhaps not even Aberforth himself. Yet he indeed concurred with Grindelwald's initial propositions. The wizarding world ought to change. Those unpalatable ideas even bore portions of his own contribution. He dared not. Perhaps this was contrary to Gryffindor's courage. However, he truly lacked the courage to wield power, to enact change. Fearing he might lose himself in the pursuit of authority, fearing he might become as radical as Grindelwald had once been, causing devastation in the wizarding world. Most of all, he feared the emergence of another like Grindelwald. Thus, he scrutinized the inherently indifferent Tom Riddle, and paid heed to the exceptionally gifted Alan. Merlin above. May he be absolved of his sins. Regardless, he must persist, combating wayward students and steering this one firmly onto the right path. The half-moon spectacles filtered the light, accentuating the sharpness of his cerulean eyes. The elder reached for a quill, touched a piece of parchment, and began to write, "Dear Nicholas." On the other side, having achieved all his objectives, Alan descended the stairs with light footsteps, the hem of his black cloak swaying elegantly with his stride. Dumbledore had bestowed upon him textbooks for all 7 years, accompanied by copies of notes and the list of spellbooks Alan had requested. The elder's exact words were, "The learning speed of a genius should not be underestimated. Rather than continually adding to your books, it is better to provide them all at once." Meanwhile, any subtle probing about yesterday's gathering from the other party was effortlessly deflected with the phrase, "Forever protecting my subjects." This was a universally applicable excuse. Even in the wizarding world, it was understood that Muggles harbored a fervent obsession with their kings. This conversation consumed far too much time, and drained much of his energy. Although it was only 11 o'clock, his stomach was already protesting. Alan thought to himself that today he must indulge in 3 mango puddings. Even though he did not have a sweet tooth, he did not mind replenishing his energy with some sugar at this moment. Alas, Hogwarts lacked elevators. Alan felt regret once more as he restrained his pace toward the Great Hall. Even death could not diminish the prince's grace. After all, it was merely a fleeting hunger. Thus, by the time he arrived at the Hogwarts Great Hall, the minute hand had already swept from 12 to 2. And many late-rising young witches and wizards were already seated, feasting heartily. Alan sighed softly, smiling and nodding at the Muggle-born students, as he made his way toward the Slytherin table. Today, Slytherin was unusually quiet, as Malfoy wore a sour expression. Alan finally grasped the weight of the Malfoy family. They were akin to the uncrowned kings among pureblood wizards. No, such a description was perhaps inaccurate. He was acutely aware of how these aristocrats recognized the tides of fortune. Given sufficient profit or threat, they could readily cast aside the glory of the divine, and endure the tarnishing of their family crest. The moment the golden-haired prince appeared, the entire Slytherin table subtly glanced in his direction, their gazes filled with indifference, mockery, derision, and schadenfreude. They seemed to have concluded that Alan had offended Draco, and would pay the price for it. Alan chuckled softly and sat directly beside Draco. Chapter 54. The Unsteady Cold War of the Platinum Peacock. This action drew the attention of all Slytherins. They involuntarily displayed hints of astonishment, shocked by the audacity and composure of this Muggle-born. Draco cast a cold glance at Alan before pretending not to see him. This encouraged Pansy immensely. Indeed, Draco has finally come to understand the sordid nature of this mudblood, and is willing to return to embrace the nobility of pure blood. She cooed in a feigned sweet voice. "Oh, Draco, there is a mudblood sitting beside you. Could you possibly rid yourself of him?" Her tone was excessively shrill, prompting the nearby Gryffindor long table to fall into an uneasy silence. Subsequently, Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff also ceased their chatter. The eyes of all the Muggleborns were ablaze with fury. How could this self-righteous pureblood so brazenly humiliate Alan in public? What must he be like in private? In an instant, dozens of Muggleborns from various houses stood up in indignation. Miss Sharp, Valentine, and Algie swiftly took action, not to confront Slytherin, but to soothe their own Muggleborns. They rose, extending their arms with elbows bent, palms pressed down to waist height. "Sit down." This military gesture conveyed their intent. They proclaimed loudly. The already risen Muggleborns glared fiercely at Pansy, some even taking turns to cast venomous looks at each Slytherin. It was not until Alan raised his gaze, calmly mimicking the same gesture, that they reluctantly settled back into their seats. These actions unfolded almost instantaneously. For the first time, the oppressed Muggleborns revealed their solidarity. In the face of such oppression, not a single pureblood could remain indifferent. Pansy was drenched in cold sweat. The Slytherin snakes could no longer maintain their composure, glancing nervously at the conspicuous blonde, wondering how this situation would resolve. Perhaps they should carefully assess the value of this Muggle prince. Undoubtedly, these Muggleborns had rallied because of him. To everyone's astonishment, it was not Alan who reacted first, but the platinum-haired youth. Master Malfoy, with an impassive expression, directed his gaze towards the perspiring Pansy and coldly declared, "Pansy Parkinson, apologize for your inappropriate words." The fury of the Muggleborns suddenly stilled, their heads snapping towards the platinum-haired boy, who then clutched their necks in disbelief. Even the usually stoic Diana Sharp raised an eyebrow. They all recognized Draco. Frequently seen in Alan's company, he was undeniably the quintessential pureblood supremacist. Had Malfoy lost his mind? The Muggleborns pondered in confusion. Harry and Ron exchanged incredulous glances. Was it not the hypocritical White Peacock who despised Muggles? Their astonishment was shared even among the Slytherins, who found it difficult to uphold their usual air of superiority. Had Malfoy truly changed? As Malfoy's heir, did his words signify a shift in allegiance? Was he still representing the interests of purebloods? Had Lucius already betrayed the pureblood cause? Leaning towards Muggleborns, they collectively thought it necessary to report back to their families. The three heads of the liaison committee exchanged soft laughter, observing that the prince's strategy was already bearing fruit. Pansy trembled, staring at him. "What? Draco, you want me to apologize to a mudblood?" She realized what she had said as she slowly bit her lip under Alan's almost smug gaze. The usually unyielding Platinum Peacock frowned, mercilessly delivering a sharp retort. "Parkinson, I don't believe we are on such familiar terms as to address each other by our first names." Pansy shuddered violently, gazing at him in disbelief, yet she dared not exhibit any further reaction. She remained the center of attention. Until this matter was resolved, the gazes of the Muggleborns would remain fixated on her. Alan picked up a napkin to wipe his lips, displaying gentlemanly decorum. "Miss Parkinson, there are currently 483 students at Hogwarts, of which 304 hail from the world of ordinary people. If I were you, I would not be so foolish as to publicly provoke their prince." The Muggleborns collectively raised their eyebrows, inadvertently puffing out their chests, suppressing their smiles. Their protector had acknowledged them. They were the loyal knights of the prince. Draco's expression was somewhat peculiar. He always felt as though he was being subtly mocked. The little peacock cleared his throat, gazing coldly at Pansy, and frowned. "Do I need to ask you again, Parkinson?" Pansy, as if struck by an invisible blow, felt her eyes welling up, yet she managed to murmur, "I'm sorry." Draco impatiently pointed at Alan. "You should apologize to this blonde imbecile." Pansy gritted her teeth, turning towards Alan with restrained composure. "Cornwall, I apologize." As soon as the words left her lips, it seemed she could no longer bear the weight of the invisible pressure, covering her face and hastily fleeing. The Muggleborns silently returned to their seats, slowly reaching for their food. It seemed, perhaps, that no one dared to bully Prince Alan. Alan cast a light-hearted glance downwards, lifting a hand to support his chin as he observed the little peacock beside him, who was fidgeting uncomfortably. After a moment, he turned and selected a portion of lamb chops for both of them. Draco cleared his throat softly, frowning as he muttered, "I am not on your side. Damn it." He grumbled as he angrily sliced into his lamb chop. Why did that phrase come out so quickly? His words held no conviction. He was devouring the lamb chop that symbolized friendship with great fervor. He shot a glare at the laughing Alan. "What are you looking at? I'm still in a cold war with you." Chapter 55, Hermione's Breakdown. Perhaps the Malfoy family crest should not be a white peacock, but a dead duck, Alan mused. The stubbornness was truly incomprehensible. Well then, young Master Malfoy, the golden-haired prince continued slicing his lamb chop. "Harry invited me to visit Hagrid's hut later. Would you like to join?" Draco furrowed his brows. "I never knew your kindness extended not only to Muggleborns but also to half-giants." Alan chuckled lightly. How could one explain the reasons in such a public setting? He pressed on. "You merely mentioned visiting Hagrid, who is the keeper of keys and grounds. Perhaps you could inquire whether he has seen a unicorn in the Forbidden Forest." Draco scoffed. "I'm not a little girl. Why would I like such animals?" Half an hour later, Draco and Ron were grumbling as they walked ahead, one by Alan's side and the other beside Harry. Although Ron had developed a slightly improved opinion of the white peacock, due to Draco's reprimand of Pansy, it was evident that the long-standing feud between Malfoy and Weasley would not dissipate easily. Almost reflexively, they turned their faces away from each other upon meeting, and unconsciously began to retort each other's remarks. Harry looked at them in exasperation. Hermione covertly rolled her eyes behind Alan's back. Alan, with a mischievous glint, deliberately slowed his pace, allowing the little peacock, engrossed in banter with Ron, to squeeze in beside Harry. Perfect. Now Harry was the only filling in a sandwich made of 2 slices of bread. The platinum and red-haired boys jostled the savior between them, causing his glasses to be knocked askew several times. Alan watched their playful antics with amusement, and gradually retreated to Hermione's side. The 3 boys had entirely forgotten their gentlemanly duties towards the ladies. He gently inquired of the blushing girl, Miss Granger, "Are you adapting well to life here? With the ever-changing staircases at Hogwarts, are you managing to keep up?" Hermione took a deep breath, striving to calm her excitement, and replied, "Of course, Your Highness. I memorized the route to my classes by the 3rd day." Alan praised her. "An excellent memory. It seems your observational skills regarding details are quite sharp." The girl blushed deeply, "But I always learn magic slowly. I still cannot turn a matchstick into a needle. Yet you can already transform a podium into a wardrobe." As she spoke, her voice faltered slightly, and she gently dabbed at her eyes. "Your Highness, do I lack magical talent? What a studious girl. Intelligent yet sensitive. A top performer in the Muggle world." Alan gently reassured her. "Would you like me to speak frankly, Miss Granger?" Hermione's face was partially obscured by her voluminous hair, which swayed slightly as she nodded. Alan gently remarked, "In truth, I perceive you as the most astute little witch in your first year. You have swiftly memorized the ever-changing staircases of Hogwarts, which requires a keen eye for detail. You have diligently prepared your textbooks, showcasing remarkable self-discipline, and your ability to adhere to school rules and complete assignments with care reflects your virtues of integrity, respect for teachers, and a thirst for knowledge. Additionally, you not only possess a commendable foundation of skills and moral character, but also exhibit significant magical talent. I distinctly remember during our first transfiguration class that you were among the few students capable of transforming a matchstick, one being Draco, whom I was guiding, and the other being Harry, with whom I had studied prior to the term." Hermione, overwhelmed by the praise, buried her face in her hands but, encouraged by Alan, proudly lifted her head. Upon hearing the final statement, she suddenly turned towards him. "You studied with Harry? Just before the term? How long did you meet? What did you teach him?" The young witch exclaimed in despair. "I've fallen so far behind." Alan, perplexed and deeply shocked, pondered, "Didn't one learn in order to live more gracefully? Why must one endure such anguish for the sake of education?" Even with some understanding of psychology, he struggled to comprehend this behavior, momentarily at a loss for words to console her. Hermione's unusual outburst clearly attracted the attention of the 3 boys ahead. Draco looked on in confusion, while Harry and Ron exchanged a knowing glance, shrugging their shoulders. Moments later, Harry suddenly realized, grabbing Ron with one hand and Draco with the other, and hurriedly ran toward Hagrid's hut. "We must hurry, it will be too late otherwise." Chapter 56. Hagrid is a big leaky bucket. Alan made considerable efforts to calm Hermione. He could not invite an ordinary citizen into the palace as a guest, nor could he halt the future shaping of the savior. Furthermore, he could not devote himself to teaching someone of little utility, wasting his precious time. However, the golden-haired prince pondered and soon recalled his 3 house heads. He smiled gently and said, "Miss Granger, do not fret. Although I cannot study with you, I can recommend a great teacher." The little witch nodded eagerly. Alan chuckled and continued, "Do you remember Miss Diana Sharp? She is the head of Ravenclaw and also one of the heads of the liaison committee. Would you like her assistance?" Hermione nodded numbly, murmuring, "Of course." She understood that only exceptionally gifted students could become heads. That Miss Sharp, serving as a head in the academically rigorous Ravenclaw, must be quite remarkable. Alan nodded with a smile and said warmly, "Then during dinner, I shall take you to meet her, shall I?" Hermione's eyes sparkled as she cheered. "Thank you, Your Highness." The little witch trotted happily towards Hagrid's hut, only to suddenly recall her earlier outburst in front of Alan, and she covered her face with her hands in embarrassment. Alan kindly knocked on Hagrid's door, pretending not to have noticed. The affable half-giant opened the door, welcoming them inside. The small wooden hut contained only one room. Hanging from the ceiling were hams and game birds, a copper kettle boiling water in the hearth, and a large bed made of patchwork quilts in the corner. Harry and Ron sat at the bedside, while Draco occupied a massive single armchair, appearing like 3 life-size dolls against the backdrop of oversized furniture. To create some semblance of modesty, Alan subtly shifted aside to let Hermione enter. Hagrid gently patted Hermione's head, saying, "Oh, hello there. Harry has told me about you, Hermione. Hasn't he?" The initial fear of the enormous giant quickly faded as Hermione smiled at Hagrid and bounced over to sit beside Harry and Draco on the bed. Draco, with a hint of disdain, shifted away, saying, "Keep your distance, Granger. Hermione, adopting a slightly grown-up demeanor, replied, "Oh, don't be like that, Draco. I know you are not one of those pure-blood elitists." Ron and Draco simultaneously stiffened, as if they had swallowed 1,000 slugs. "Oh, Alan. Come in." Hagrid beckoned. Alan smiled and produced a gigantic box of Muggle snacks, handing it to Hagrid. "I brought you a little something, Muggle treats. I hope you enjoy them." Hagrid wiped his hands on his clothes, accepting the exquisite box with delight. "Oh, this looks delicious." The half-giant was astonished to discover that the cookies and chocolates were also oversized. He excitedly thumped his chest. "You are so thoughtful, Alan. You know, regular food is usually too small for me." Harry leaned in for a glance, then quietly withdrew his gaze. Those snacks were, in fact, family-sized packages. Alan smiled with composure, leisurely taking a seat beside Draco on the single armchair. Although it was designed for one, it could comfortably accommodate 3 first-year students. Of course, Hagrid's seating arrangements were limited as well. Draco shot him a glare and muttered through clenched teeth, "I shouldn't he have agreed to come here?" Alan glanced at him, subtly signaling with his eyes, "Do not speak like that in front of Hagrid." Draco raised an eyebrow. "Oh, it seems Alan also feels that this place is not quite like a normal room, so he can endure it for now." Indeed, such a room was something Alan had only glimpsed during visits to the Third World, where all living spaces were confined to a single room. Even an orphanage in England would not have such a situation. Alan thought helplessly that perhaps he should suggest to the busy headmaster to increase the salaries of the professors and school staff. Surely, the 50,000 galleons he brought could sustain them for 3 years. "Don't be shy, Alan," Hagrid enthusiastically insisted. Offering a plate of rock cakes and a cup the size of a rugby ball filled with tea, Draco turned to Alan mouthing, "If I were you, I wouldn't foolishly attempt the food here." Alan glanced at him with exasperation, took a bite of the rock cake, and felt as though he had bitten into a stone. He contemplated the boulder-sized cake in his hand before silently placing it back down. Draco stifled a laugh. A low growl echoed from the door, followed by persistent scratching sounds. Ron, with a face of dismay and a tight throat, exclaimed, "What is scratching at the door?" The other 3 young witches held their breaths, and Draco subtly inched closer to Hermione. At that moment, he no longer minded her Muggle heritage. Alan's wand had slipped from his sleeve, and was held firmly in his palm. Hagrid chuckled. "Oh, don't be alarmed." He rose and walked toward the door. "It's just Fong, my hunting dog." As soon as he opened the door, a massive black hound bolted into the room, barking loudly. Seeing the frightened expressions of the young witches, Hagrid, embarrassed, patted his head and grabbed Fong by the collar. "Oh, Fong. Bad dog." Hagrid patted Fong's head with his palm, which was as large as a frying pan. The black hound lay down, rolling its eyes and sticking out its tongue. Only then did Hagrid smile. "Now that's more like it. Good boy." The group stared at the panting Fong, still somewhat apprehensive of Hagrid. Hermione frowned with concern, suggesting, "Hagrid, perhaps you could be a bit gentler with him." The 3 boys nodded in agreement. Alan cleared his throat, gently sliding his wand back into his sleeve. "Hagrid, why don't we sit down and chat? I'm sure Harry has many things he wants to share with you," he suggested. "Good idea." Hagrid thumped his chest, bringing over a backless stool to sit by the hearth. "In fact, Harry just told me about his exciting adventures, didn't he? Alan, and what about your gathering?" "Oh, you are truly remarkable." Alan gently averted his gaze, his sea-blue eyes reflecting a certain depth. "Oh, is that so?" he murmured softly. Hermione, clearly misunderstanding his intent, cheerfully chimed in. "Of course, Your Highness. All the upperclassmen from our world hold you in high regard. You cannot fathom how remarkable Senior Philip is. Senior Lister is incredibly gentle, and Miss Sharp is formidable as well. Though she may appear a bit aloof, her talents are truly exceptional." "I mean," the little witch exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with urgency. "You mustn't be aware that they handled a plethora of matters with remarkable efficiency before our gathering. They were like royal staff." At the mention of this, Harry's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Indeed, Miss Sharp is extraordinarily capable, just like Sister Trelawney." Alan nodded with a smile, affirming, "Yes, Harry. They are all exceptionally outstanding individuals, and it is my privilege to have their assistance." "Oh, can you share more with me?" Hagrid inquired with evident interest. Alan's expression darkened momentarily. On the day when Dumbledore had come to usher him into the magical realm, he had pondered why Hogwarts would send a half-giant to escort a young wizard. While Hagrid was a gentle and kind half-giant, it did not negate the brutal and bloodthirsty nature of other giants, nor did it alleviate the concerns of parents regarding giants transporting their children. This question was soon resolved. Upon arriving at the little tea house, both Alan and Edward discerned Hagrid's deep respect for Dumbledore, who reciprocated that trust. Therefore, Alan had already drawn a conclusion. If Hagrid were to learn of something, there was at least a 60% probability that Dumbledore would become aware of it. Should the matter be of considerable significance or related to the Savior, the likelihood of it reaching the ears of the White Wizard soared to 90%. Not out of arrogance, but given Dumbledore's peculiar attention towards him. If Hagrid were to truly grasp the full scope of the situation, Alan could very well abandon his studies in alchemy. The blonde prince interjected briskly. What is there to discuss? He lowered his head slightly, his hand resting above his forehead, as if shy. I am merely the prince of ordinary muggles, and they adore me for that. Nothing more. Hermione wished to add something further, but found herself caught in Alan's sidelong glance. His expression was as tranquil as water, devoid of any shyness. She hesitated, and by the time she looked back, Alan had already averted his gaze. Meanwhile, Harry was interrupted as Draco tossed him a rock-hard biscuit. Hey, try this, big guy. Harry stumbled as the biscuit struck him, quickly grasping the stone-like treat. The platinum-haired boy casually glanced at Alan, condescendingly picking up a teacup the size of a bowl, rising to hand it to Harry, conveniently blocking the view of the three little lions. Though somewhat reluctant, he indeed performed the gesture. Ron stared in astonishment. Harry, taken aback, accepted the teacup. Oh, thank you, Draco. Hermione felt a swell of satisfaction, proclaiming, I told you Draco is different from those purebloods. On another note, Hagrid chuckled warmly, understandingly patting Alan on the shoulder. Oh, Alan, I noticed how the Muggle folk adore you when we picked you up. They all listen to your words. Draco casually turned his head, raising an eyebrow at the blonde prince. Alan, engaged in conversation with Hagrid, nodded gently in acknowledgement, forming a small gesture with his lips. The little peacock was pleased. The little peacock proudly lifted its tail. He was certainly not a brainless lion or a half-giant. Just as the peacock's tail rose, Hermione gleefully pressed it down between Harry and Ron. What are you doing, Granger? Draco sneered, glancing around in disgust. Oh, a snake has fallen into the lion's den. What a disgrace for Slytherin. Harry, cradling the enormous teacup, hurriedly set it on the table, silently rubbing his burnt hand. Clearing his throat, his emerald green eyes sincerely declared. All right, Draco. I admit I may have misunderstood you before, but you are not entirely blameless. After all, you mocked Ron when you saw him. And me too. Amidst the awkwardness of the gray-blue eyes, the Savior added through clenched teeth. Draco scoffed, retorting with an air of entitlement. As if I ever looked upon you with kindness. Oh. Hermione, with an air of maturity, shook her head. If you truly wish to be friends, you should put away your bad tempers. Who wants to be friends with him? Ron and Draco shouted in unison. Hagrid beamed at them. All right, Draco. I admit you are not like your father. You are not like those detestable purebloods. Don't be shy. Boldly make friends. Gryffindor and Slytherin can have friendships, can't they? Just like Lily and Professor Snape in the past. The half-giant chuckled, bending down to pat the head of the little one. Chapter 57. Beneath the Savior's Radiance. This statement elicited quite a reaction from the children. Professor Snape? The group stared in astonishment. Even Alan turned his head in surprise. By Merlin's beard. By Merlin's lace suspenders. By Merlin's floral trousers. Who would have thought that the dark old bat had a friendship that transcended the divide between houses? It should be noted that the Gryffindors were known for their enthusiasm. Perhaps overly so. They were also known for their integrity, as the Sorting Hat described them as possessing courage, spirit, and chivalry. However, at times, their integrity could be overly simplistic, leading them to view matters as either friends or foes. The Slytherins, on the other hand, were notoriously cunning. Notoriously calm and restrained. Always looking out for themselves. Some little snakes would prioritize self-preservation to the point of disregarding ethics, especially among pureblood wizards. Snape was undoubtedly a quintessential Slytherin. He was sharp-tongued, quick in action, and did not appear to be a good person, resembling a snake to a T. And Lily. Wait, who is Lily? Harry's eyes widened, as if he were just realizing something, and he struggled to speak. Hagrid, was that my mother? Hagrid, munching on the biscuit, looked at him in confusion and mumbled, of course. Who else could it be? The glimmering green eyes quickly filled with tears. At that moment, the resemblance between mother and son was striking, causing Hagrid to feel as if he were gazing upon Lily herself. Hermione and Ron comfortingly patted Harry on either side. They understood him, and even Draco could empathize. By Merlin. That was Professor Snape. Just look at his hatred for Gryffindors. Who would believe he could have a Gryffindor confidant? Indeed, a confidant. The two little snakes present simultaneously arrived at the precise definition. Given Slytherin's emphasis on bloodlines and houses, Snape, being a half-blood, would undoubtedly have faced considerable adversity during his student years. Such a lowly half-blood aspiring to befriend Gryffindors would have made his position in Slytherin quite precarious. Thus, Lily could only be his confidant. Naturally, with the little snake's perceptiveness, this matter would not remain concealed for long. Draco frowned, recalling, "I remember my father telling me that he helped Professor Snape in the past, which is why he gained the professor's friendship. Could that be the reason?" He exchanged a knowing glance with Alan, both aware they were likely correct. Hagrid, holding the teacup in one hand and the biscuit in the other, waved his hand dismissively. "Who cares about that? I mean..." Harry, feeling somewhat anxious, rushed to Hagrid's side. "Hagrid, please tell us about my mother." Hagrid finally realized, guiltily setting down the cup. "Oh." He furrowed his brow, contemplating, and gazing at the eager little faces, he began to recount. Back in those days, Snape and Lily were acquainted by the time they enrolled. They were inseparable and very good friends. However, one was sorted into Gryffindor, and the other into Slytherin. Hermione softly interjected, "Yes. As you all know, Gryffindor and Slytherin have never been on amicable terms." Hagrid shook his head and set aside the rock cake. "Can we not discuss this?" the half-giant inquired. The four children responded in unison. Hagrid, feeling somewhat guilty, shifted in his seat and began, all right. Back then, Harry, your father fell head over heels for your mother. He had a certain disdain for Snape, viewing him as a rival, which led to frequent clashes between the two. You know, love can cloud one's judgment." Hagrid nodded slightly. "Yes, indeed. During that period, Lily and Snape boldly disregarded the rifts between their houses, remaining steadfast friends, scarcely apart except during classes." The half-giant clapped his hands in frustration, striving to uplift the mood. "Yes, that's the gist of it. So if you wish to forge friendships, do not heed the derogatory remarks of those rascals." Draco furrowed his brow. "It can't be that simple. So how did Harry's mother and father end up together?" Hermione astutely queried. Harry gazed intently at Hagrid, his emerald eyes unwavering, stubbornly seeking answers from his large friend. "Well," Hagrid relented once more. "James pursued Lily relentlessly, performing many foolish antics to capture her attention. Harry, you must believe that your parents were deeply in love, and they adored you immensely." Harry nodded briefly, wiping his eyes. His voice hoarse. "I have always believed that, Hagrid. I have always believed they loved me." In a rare moment, Draco refrained from mocking Harry, his gray-blue eyes gazing calmly at him, as if suddenly enlightened. So this was the price the chosen one had to pay. If the glory of Draco Malfoy were to be exchanged for the lives of his parents, he would rather remain a concealed waste beneath the splendor of the Malfoy name, even if it meant being criticized for not being a proper Malfoy. Chapter 58. He would forever remember that Lily. And then what happened? Harry eagerly pressed on, pleading with Hagrid, "Please, Hagrid, tell me their story." Hagrid gently stroked his head. "Well, they got married right after graduation, and soon after you came along. Until the Dark Lord discovered them." Harry fell silent. Hermione softly asked, "And what about Professor Snape?" "Do we even need to ask, Hermione?" Ron shrugged. "He must have done something wrong and was cast aside by Aunt Lily." Draco hesitated, asserting, "The headmaster wouldn't so easily forsake his friendship." Alan quietly lifted his gaze, observing the half-giant surrounded by children. He recalled Dumbledore's evaluation of Snape. He was a brave and honorable man. Snape indeed possessed unparalleled talent in potion-making. Yet he also exhibited extreme bitterness and bias. If this potion's master had maintained Lily's friendship, it shouldn't have come to this. Hagrid hesitated. "It's because Snape developed an affinity for the dark arts, being a Slytherin and all. But that shouldn't have been enough for the brave and kind Lily to abandon their friendship." "Why was that?" Harry suddenly looked up. "What did Professor Snape do?" Hagrid sighed in exasperation, his voice gruff. "It was because of the dark arts that Snape and Lily had a fierce argument, during which Snape inadvertently said." Harry interjected immediately. Hagrid clamped his mouth shut, unable to sit still. "Hagrid, please tell me," Harry urged, shaking his hand. Hagrid rubbed his palms together, looking troubled. "All right." He referred to Lily as a mudblood. Thus, he completely severed ties with Lily's friendship. His tone was so faint, yet everyone heard it. Hermione and Ron gasped in shock. Alan slightly raised his eyes, his deep azure gaze unwavering. Draco averted his face, feeling somewhat ashamed. "What does that mean?" Harry asked, confused. Hermione rolled her eyes. "Harry, haven't you ever wondered why everyone was so upset when Parkinson used that term to mock the prince?" Ron added, "That term is vile. It means..." Even the usually careless red-haired boy hesitated to articulate it. Hermione took a deep breath, seemingly offended. "It means dirty blood. It's an extremely derogatory term aimed at Muggleborns or half-blood wizards." He slowly sat down on the single armchair, gazing gently at Draco. The little peacock hung its head, too intimidated to look him in the eye. So he lost my mother's friendship. But he has repented, Harry exclaimed. Hagrid attempted to lighten the atmosphere. You see, Dumbledore trusted him immensely. So Professor Snape wouldn't harm you, Harry. He forever remembers that lily. Harry bowed his head in silence. Hermione and Ron comfortingly patted his back. Hagrid was on the verge of losing his mind. He looked up at the rough wooden beams of the ceiling, and then down at the drool left by Fong, continually rubbing his knees with his palms. Alan sighed and rose, moving towards Harry. Thus the chosen one, like a helpless little bird, found solace in Alan's embrace. The golden-haired prince was remarkably adept at offering comfort, even though he was reluctant to engage with outsiders, and could be said to resist it. He gently patted Harry's back, having already paid the price for his misguided words. Harry nuzzled against Alan's robes. Alan smiled. Harry, you know your father should actually be grateful for this turn of events. If it weren't for Professor Snape's blunder, who knows whom your mother would have married? You might have ended up with the surname Snape. Harry's head shot up. The trace of sadness instantly washed away. Draco appeared as if he had suddenly lost his crown, looking dazed. Ron looked as though he had just eaten 1,000 slugs. The red-haired boy wrinkling his nose. Everyone burst into laughter, which relieved Hagrid's tension. The half-giant finally thought of a good topic to divert attention. He turned to the red-haired boy, asking, "Oh Ron, how is your brother Charlie? I've always liked him. He has a way with animals." Ron, clearly eager to change the subject, replied eagerly, "Oh, he's in Romania researching dragons. Mum says it's a dangerous job. He got burned by dragon fire, and has a shiny big scar on his arm." Dragons? Everyone present looked intrigued. Ron cleared his throat awkwardly, his freckles reddening. "Yes. Charlie studies all sorts of dragons, Norwegian ridgebacks, Chinese fireballs. Once, when we visited him, we even saw a Hungarian horntail." The sudden attention made the red-haired boy a bit giddy. He began to boast about Charlie's various dragon-taming skills. Alan keenly noticed this and subtly leaned back. Hagrid and Draco listened with rapt attention, occasionally asking questions, primarily our half-giant friend. Harry used this time to ease his emotions. He sat on the arm of the single chair, intending to pour himself a cup of tea. The chosen one strangely discovered a small piece of paper wedged beneath the brown-black teapot cozy. He curiously moved the teapot aside, and found it was a clipping from the Daily Prophet. It was an article about the recent break-in at Gringotts. Harry stared at the printed words, suddenly recalling something, and exclaimed, "Hagrid, the day of the Gringotts incident was my birthday. We could very well have been there." The half-giant's gaze shifted nervously, pretending not to hear, as he loudly inquired about Ron's dragons. Alan cast a glance at Hagrid, pretending not to notice the half-giant's unease, and lowered his head to peel a piece of chocolate for himself. Harry had no choice but to read the article again. The underground vault that had been breached had, in fact, been emptied earlier that very day. If the filthy little bag that Hagrid took is indeed all that resides within the vault, then what exactly is this small parcel? Why would intruders dare to risk so much to rob Gringotts? Chapter 59. The Saintly Attributes of the Muggle Prince. Over the course of an afternoon, the rapport among the three boys significantly improved. To be precise, they were now able to engage in normal conversation. The savior came to a profound realization regarding Malfoy's contradictory nature. Trusting in Alan, he firmly believed that Draco was merely a pitiable child influenced by his family's reputation. Ron, tightly closing his mouth, reluctantly acknowledged his prejudice against Malfoy after receiving several pointed glares from Hermione. Once the little lions made up their minds, they would not waver, and suddenly, Draco found himself bestowed with the companionship of the trio. This left Draco caught in the middle, furrowing his brow in irritation. However, the trio remained unfazed, reasoning that a Slytherin's thought process must surely differ from theirs. They surrounded Draco, chattering away with an array of questions, causing the perturbed peacock to ruffle his feathers in agitation. Alan, trailing behind them, listened with a bemused smile as their discussion unfolded. "Is your home truly filled with dark artifacts?" Ron inquired. The little peacock retorted, "If that were the case, would I have lived this long? Do pureblood families actually possess an abundance of magical tomes?" Hermione asked. The peacock pouted, "Of course. Have you never seen the world, you Muggleborn? That's the legacy we've accumulated over a millennium." "Legacy? Do you understand? There are only 3 of you at home, living in such a vast castle. Do you never see each other?" questioned the red-haired Weasley. Draco, exasperated, stomped his foot. "With so many in the Weasley family, do you all sleep piled on top of one another?" Harry watched his friends jostle about, laughing heartily. He quietly retreated to Alan's side and whispered, "Your Highness, I feel that Hagrid is concealing something from me." "You mean the Gringotts incident?" Alan glanced at him, clearly understanding indeed Harry. However, perhaps this is something for the adults to concern themselves with, no? Hesitating, Harry ultimately decided to confide in Alan. Your Highness, in fact, when we visited Gringotts on my birthday, we not only retrieved some galleons I needed, but we also ventured to Vault 713. Vault 713, Alan paused. Isn't that the vault that was robbed? Harry nodded thoughtfully. Yes, Hagrid took out a filthy little package from there, no larger than my palm. Alan smiled with a hint of satisfaction. So the thief aimed to steal that little parcel? Gaining his approval, Harry eagerly nodded. The dark-haired boy scratched his head in contemplation. But the question remains, what could be inside that small package? Alan chuckled and remained silent. As they neared the castle, he finally spoke. Harry, let us set this matter aside for now. Go have something to eat, and then return to rest early. We do have Transfiguration class in the morning. Harry's attention was immediately diverted. Yes, having been late for the first class, Professor McGonagall always wore a stern expression upon seeing them. He could not afford to be late again, otherwise, she would surely have his head. Hesitating, he mentioned, but that small package. Alan cheerfully interrupted. Do you remember how Sherlock Holmes solves his cases? He always finds ample clues. Therefore, we must simply wait patiently for the thief to reveal himself, correct? Harry nodded emphatically, bidding farewell to Alan as he hurried back to his friends. The trio of little lions playfully made their way to the Great Hall, ready to banish the tea lingering in their bellies with a lavish dinner. Draco strolled over at a leisurely pace, scoffing as he muttered, "What a dreadful afternoon." Alan said nothing, observing the three little lions turn a corner, refraining from reminding Hermione about seeking Diana. Once the trio had completely vanished from his sight, the expression on the blonde princess' face suddenly grew somber. He turned to the little peacock. Draco, what did Harry say before I arrived at the hut? The platinum-haired boy gulped under his cold gaze, clearing his throat as if stifling a laugh. Oh, he mentioned how a certain prince shines brilliantly, commanding respect. And how he promised to protect the little muggle-born wizard with a glorious vow. Was that all? Draco shook his head, frowning in distaste. Then the half-giant began exclaiming loudly, saying how competent you, the Muggle Prince, are. After that, the savior began boasting about his studies and life at your royal palace. Oh, Alan, you truly are a saint. The little peacock replied weakly, evidently no longer resisting the saintly attributes of the Muggle Prince. How could anyone allow outsiders to reside in their castle, and to share family tutoring sessions so openly? Alan pondered this and smiled relaxedly. All right, I understand. He turned to the little peacock. Dear Mr. Malfoy, are we not going to have dinner? Chapter 60. Hermione's teacher, Diana. Hermione bit her lip in frustration. How could she have forgotten such an important matter? She should have waited for His Highness. The two boys were bewildered, wondering what the fuss was about. Your Highness has a splendid temper. He will come looking for you soon. Oh. The little witch, exasperated, raked her fingers through her hair. Harry Potter. Ronald Weasley. Could you not be more polite? His Highness is supposed to take me to meet Miss Diana Sharp. Her voice nearly cracked as she lamented. What have I done? I've forgotten His Highness. The two boys, suddenly called out of the blue, exchanged bewildered glances, attempting to comfort the little witch. They stood there, helpless, until Ron, growing impatient, remarked, How many times must I say it for you to understand? Alan won't mind this small oversight. What oversight? A familiar voice chimed in. As the blonde prince and the platinum peacock approached slowly, one wearing a gentle smile, the other crossing his arms as he regarded them. Hermione buried her face in her hands, trying to suppress her sobs. Alan's gaze quickly turned to her. Hermione? What's the matter? He walked over with a smile. Who has upset our little witch? Hermione clutched the hem of her robe, remaining silent. Harry hastily chimed in. Hermione said you were supposed to take her to find Miss Sharp for dinner. He glanced at the quiet little witch. But we just forgot about it. Alan chuckled. Is that all? He looked back at Hermione, gently offering her his handkerchief. Oh, do wipe your tears, dear Miss Granger. You wouldn't want to meet your teacher Diana with a sorrowful face, would you? He feigned a threat. What if the cleanliness-loving Miss Sharp refuses to teach you? Hermione quickly wiped her face clean, calming her emotions, and nodded apologetically. Ron and Harry exchanged dumbfounded glances, unable to believe how easily the formerly guilt-ridden little witch had been soothed. The red-haired boy in disbelief murmured, Wow. The five children regrouped, chatting and laughing as they walked into the great hall. This peculiar assembly drew the attention of many, though they soon returned to their own conversations. Malfoy returned to the Slytherin table, wearing a sour expression, while Potter and Weasley returned to Gryffindor. The golden-haired Muggle Prince escorted the little witch toward the Ravenclaw table. Uncertain, they glanced back once more. Alan remained indifferent to the gazes, but the little witch clearly did not. He subtly signaled. And the Muggle-born wizards silently turned their eyes away, also pulling along their pure-blood and half-blood friends. Diana Sharp raised her eyes gently, the long feather adornment at her ear glinting. She stood and placed a hand over her heart. Your Highness, how may I serve you? Oh, Alan smiled down. Allow me to introduce, this is Miss Hermione Granger, a first year from Gryffindor. Diana nodded at Hermione and invited the two to take a seat. Alan graciously invited the two ladies to take their seats before settling beside Diana. Before he could utter a word, Diana inquired, Shall I take care of Miss Granger? Alan paused, a delighted smile gracing his lips. Indeed, Diana. However, that is not entirely accurate. In truth, I would like you to provide Miss Granger with suitable guidance in her studies. Diana nodded gently. Very well. Alan glanced sideways. You do not inquire about my reasoning nor seek clarification on the specifics? One can surmise, she replied. This girl, as serene as the moon goddess, possessed an ethereal radiance. With a subtle glance at the young witch beside her, she turned back to Alan. You wish me to devise a study plan for her and address her queries, do you not? Alan smiled at her, suddenly exclaiming, It is an honor to receive your assistance, Miss Sharp. He then looked at Hermione. However, Miss Granger is quite astute. In fact, she would also thrive in Ravenclaw. Hermione's cheeks flushed crimson, yet under Alan's gaze, she quickly retorted, Yes, Miss Sharp. I have already memorized the first-year textbooks. I have also read numerous supplementary books, including those on the history of magic and comprehensive science. The young witch hurriedly recounted the titles of the books she had perused, her anxiety evident. Diana bestowed a slight smile, nodding in approval. Excellent memory skills. She turned to Alan. Rest assured, Your Highness, I shall teach her well. After all, she is quite intelligent. Hermione finally breathed a sigh of relief. Diana then invited, Let us dine here, Your Highness. And with you, Miss Granger. The young witch was eager to engage in conversation with her future mentor, while Alan reluctantly rose. I must return to Slytherin. Diana lifted her gaze, instantly understanding. Draco still needed to be courted. She watched Alan depart and began to assess Hermione's grasp of the first-year curriculum. Alan marveled at Diana's perceptiveness as he took a seat beside the sulking little peacock. Why was this child always in such a foul mood? The golden-haired prince, exasperated, offered a portion of fried fish. I am acutely aware of my identity as a Slytherin. Did I not return immediately? Chapter 61. Young Master Malfoy, step into my world. Draco quietly accepted the fried fish, murmuring, You certainly have a knack for charming people. Wasn't he that Muggle-born soothed right away? Alan took a sip of red tea, gently replying, That is merely gentlemanly etiquette, which young Master Malfoy should be well acquainted with. Draco silently chewed on the fried fish. Initially, he desired to befriend Harry Potter. However, the blatant mockery from Weasley cost him that friendship. Subsequently, he sought to capture Harry's attention, yet his taunting of Longbottom squandered those opportunities. Later, in Potions class, he aimed to caution Harry about Snape's strictness, only to once again falter through ridicule. It was only after he refuted Pansy that he inadvertently gained Harry's approval. TSK. What a brainless lot those Gryffindors are. He would never admit to his own faults. Yet he recalled how, due to a single derogatory remark about mudbloods, Professor Snape lost Lily's friendship. Did Alan truly not care about his words? Slytherin would never easily relinquish their friendships, but what if a friend chose to abandon him? They finished their meal in silence and returned to their dormitory. Alan softly closed the door, casting a silencing charm and an ignoring spell at the threshold before asking, May we speak now? A faint flush graced the Platinum Boy's pale cheeks as he clasped his hands behind his back, lowering his head to conceal his expression. All right, Alan. Listen. The little peacock pressed his lips tightly, struggling to articulate a few words. I apologize for my previous inappropriate comments. Alan blinked in surprise, questioning his own hearing. What? The gray-blue eyes flared with indignation. You heard me perfectly well. Indeed. Alan quickly reassured him. I heard you. The Platinum Boy felt both angry and embarrassed, turning his body awkwardly. So we're still friends, right? The golden-haired prince regarded him quietly before breaking into a sudden smile. You worry that I might discard you like Lily did with Professor Snape? He gazed into those conflicted gray-blue eyes, smiling gently. Oh, Draco, you are my first friend. As for other matters, I trust the esteemed young Master Malfoy is a quick learner, is he not? The Platinum Boy seized the opportunity, crossing his arms. You found a prefect for Granger. You must find one for me as well. Alan stood elegantly, his long right hand sweeping across his chest, resting lightly before the Platinum Boy. I shall be an excellent teacher. Young Master Malfoy, step into my world. Those gray-blue eyes were entranced, fixated upon Alan's renowned azure gaze. The golden-haired prince whispered, "By following me, you shall witness the truth of the world for the first time and attain your freedom." That night, a pact was forged between the pureblood aristocrat and the Muggle prince, diverging from the path tread by the Malfoy family for a millennium. Meanwhile, his former nemesis, now a new ally Harry Potter, experienced a tumultuous night. The trio had been indulging heartily at the Gryffindor long table, before leisurely ascending to the Gryffindor tower, their bellies full. Merlin knows, what they yearned for most was to return to the Gryffindor common room, and comfortably nestle into the soft sofa for a chat. However, the staircases at Hogwarts were unyielding. As they climbed from the 3rd floor to the 4th, the stairs abruptly shifted, depositing them into an entirely unfamiliar corridor. To avoid being whisked away to another location, they hastened up the stairs, watching as the staircase slowly moved away, showing no signs of returning. Ron grumbled, "This damned staircase." The young witch clutched the railing beside the landing, standing on her tiptoes, appearing quite anxious. "What shall we do now? If we get lost in the castle, how will we make it back to the common room before curfew?" At that moment, one should admire the bravery and fortune of the chosen one. Or perhaps their recklessness and ill fortune. Harry gazed intently down the corridor, suddenly exclaiming, "This appears to be the corridor on the right of the 4th floor that Professor Dumbledore forbade us from entering." Hermione looked as if she might cry, "Goodness! If we are discovered, we will surely lose points for our house." Ron swallowed hard and suggested, "Guys, perhaps we should take a look." "Ronald, don't even think about it," Hermione exclaimed loudly. Harry turned to Hermione, attempting to persuade her. "But Hermione, opportunities for exploration like this don't come often. We can't just pass it by." The chosen one earnestly followed Alan's example. "Don't you want to see what secrets this place holds?" Hermione steadfastly refused, appearing thoroughly exasperated. "Why do you boys always want to break the rules?" Ron impatiently retorted, "Oh Harry, don't mind her. That's just how she is. The two of us will go." The red-haired boy said to Hermione, "If you're too scared, just wait here for the stairs. Don't mind me and Harry." He pulled Harry forward, striding confidently as if he were a general about to explore the unknown. Hermione bit her lip but ultimately followed. She trailed behind the boys, chattering away, "I'm not doing this for you. I'm merely protecting Gryffindor's points. Oh, you should know, Slytherin has won the House Cup for 7 consecutive years. We should strive for Gryffindor as well, shouldn't we?" The 3 little lions finally reached the innermost room. They stood at the dusty doorway, scrutinizing the lock. "Oh, for heaven's sake, it's locked." The red-haired youth adjusted the doorstopper. "It's only natural, Ron." Harry whispered, "It's a bit perilous here, isn't it?" Ron shrugged, "So, how do we open it?" Hermione glanced here and there, unable to suppress an eye roll. "Oh dear. Haven't you both ever read a book?" The little witch drew her wand, pointing it at the keyhole, and softly incanted, "Alohomora." With a click, the door creaked open. Harry and Ron stared in awe at the now partially open door, exclaiming, "Wow. You're amazing, Hermione." Harry admired. Hermione, hands on her hips, reprimanded the 2 boys. Chapter 7 of Standard Spells. "I dare say neither of you have read it." Ron shrugged his shoulders, grasped the doorknob, and pulled the door wide open. The 3 children stood transfixed before a monstrous 3-headed dog. The beast filled every inch of space from floor to ceiling. Each of its colossal heads was larger than their entire bodies, glaring at them with menacing eyes. Its enormous jaws dripped with viscous saliva, glistening as it hung from its yellowed fangs. The 3 young lions, terrified, shouted and hastily closed the door, securing it with a lock before sprinting back in panic. Just an hour prior, Hermione could hardly fathom that her spirits could plummet so drastically after having a Ravenclaw prefect as a teacher. The trio, drenched in sweat, collapsed onto the couch in the common room, gasping for breath. Trembling, Hermione, on the verge of tears, exclaimed, "Now do you understand why entry is prohibited there? It's utterly dreadful." The 2 boys were not faring any better. Their expressions reflected regret. Harry, trying to calm his racing heart, apologized, "I'm sorry, Hermione. We were indeed too reckless." Ron's freckles flushed crimson, whether from exertion or embarrassment was uncertain. What were they thinking, locking such a creature in the school? Hermione finally regained her composure. "You too. What are your eyes for?" she asked sharply. "Did you not see what it was standing on?" Harry, perplexed, replied, "Hermione. It has 3 heads. Who could possibly focus on its feet?" Hermione stood up, glaring at them in anger. "Well then, careless boys. Let me enlighten you. It was standing on a trapdoor. Clearly, it is guarding something." Harry perked up. "Guarding? Hogwarts is safer than Gringotts." The half-giant had spoken with such confidence. Excellent. It seemed he had discerned the whereabouts of that little bundle. Chapter 62. The Wizarding Version of the Summoning Charm? The young lions endured a thrilling night, yet arrived punctually at their transfiguration class the following day. They exchanged glances throughout the lesson until Professor McGonagall handed each of them a wand. The curriculum mirrored that of the previous session. Due to the prevalent poverty in the wizarding world, as Alan believed, every teaching tool was utilized to its fullest. The familiar matches lay on the desk, and the young wizards sighed as they waved their wands. Professor McGonagall beckoned Alan to stand aside, requesting him to oversee the young wizards. However, the strict witch managed splendidly on her own, taking excellent care of the little sorcerers. Alan ambled around the classroom, slowly assessing the capabilities of this batch of young witches and wizards. Beginning with Slytherin, the most outstanding were Draco and Blaise Zabini, followed by Theodore Nott, a taciturn boy who exhibited a sense of weariness even while casting spells. Pansy Parkinson's magical prowess was surprisingly commendable, while the rest were somewhat lacking. As for Gryffindor, the Savior's transfiguration speed outstripped all his peers. He had already transformed the matches into wooden needles. Following him were Hermione and a tall, brown-haired boy whom Alan recalled was named Cormac McLaggen. Having already studied the material once, their speed was naturally quicker. The performance of the others was rather unremarkable. Alan struggled to comprehend why. Given that all one needed to do was channel magical energy onto the object, they were unable to achieve it. Could it be that they could not find the path to their magic? The blonde prince observed McLaggen thoughtfully, a bold idea springing to mind. Could he perceive the magical pathways of these young wizards? He closed his eyes, standing with his feet apart, calming himself through meditation. The magical particles in the air became increasingly distinct. Like stars twinkling against a deep black sky, they emerged, growing clearer in the darkness. Alan attempted to draw them into himself. The warm lights danced near his body but were repelled. The blonde prince abruptly opened his eyes, swiftly withdrawing his wand and repeatedly casting the transfiguration charm at a vacant desk at the back. Sofas, benches, wardrobes, and a watch cabinet materialized. The young wizards halted their spells, staring in awe at this display of mastery in transfiguration. It was their second encounter with the overwhelming prowess of a prodigy. Just as the young lions were about to express their astonishment, Professor McGonagall silenced them with a charm. With a serious expression, she raised her finger to her lips, signaling for them to remain quiet. What a rare talent, Professor McGonagall mused, having bypassed the guidance of incantations to perceive the magical particles. This was something she had barely touched upon at the age of 20. Harry, Hermione, and Ron huddled together, quietly approaching Draco and mouthing words silently. What are they doing? Draco shook his head, fixating intently on Alan, lost in thought. The Slytherins wore complex expressions. For them, the more exceptional Alan became, the more difficult their own situations grew. The older students could attribute their aloofness towards Alan to infrequent interactions, but they had no such excuse. Should this prince choose to revisit the past, they would undoubtedly face the consequences. Alan, oblivious to their thoughts, was completely immersed in his own world, rapidly depleting his magical energy. Once he felt he had consumed enough, he closed his eyes again, gently guiding the glowing lights closer to himself. This time, as the magical particles approached him, they joyfully dove into his body. Alan attentively sensed their flow within him. Perhaps due to the high frequency of spellcasting exhausting his magic, the lights surged towards him like a galaxy. Soon his limbs, weakened by magical depletion, swelled with newfound strength, yet brought with it a feeling of excess tension. Alan frowned slightly. If the body were likened to a container and the magical particles to water, then his vessel could no longer hold even a drop. The magical particles seemed somewhat dissatisfied. Abruptly rushing into his body, Alan let out a soft grunt, his eyelashes fluttering, and exhaled gently. His right hand, gripping the wand, trembled slightly. His muscles were sore and fatigued, yet he acutely sensed it. His magical energy appeared to have intensified. The blonde prince gazed at his wand in bewilderment, taking a moment before raising his head to seek out his reliable mentor. Mr. Cornwall? Professor McGonagall called softly. Alan blinked. Yes, Professor. How do you feel now? The stern witch moderated her pace, seemingly wary of startling him. Alan fully regained his composure and replied, My body feels somewhat fatigued, my muscles are sore, but it seems my magical energy has increased. Professor, what does this mean? He furrowed his brow in contemplation. So, does high-frequency consumption of magic promote its growth? Professor McGonagall nodded excitedly. Oh, yes. Have you already begun to absorb the magical particles into your body? Alan nodded gently. The witch joyfully patted his shoulder. Oh, do not worry, Mr. Cornwall. In the short term, the sudden influx of magic can indeed be somewhat overwhelming. Please, take a moment to sit and rest while I fetch you some chocolate. Alan, pressed into a chair by her, quickly responded, "Professor, I brought my own." He extracted an individually wrapped chocolate bar from the pocket of his outer robe. "Then do indulge quickly," Professor McGonagall exclaimed, barely able to contain her delight, even lifting her heels slightly off the ground in excitement. The young wizard stared at them, bewildered. "It's as if I know every word. Yet together they make no sense." Chapter 63. We should trust the Crown Prince's sense of responsibility, Albus. The three little lions had originally intended to share their discovery from the previous night with Alan. However, it was evident they had no opportunity to do so. As soon as class was dismissed, Professor McGonagall joyfully whisked the golden-haired prince off to see Dumbledore. Draco gathered his belongings, slapping his backpack onto Crabbe and Goyle's shoulders, instructing them to head to the dining hall first, before folding his arms and watching them. "Looking for Alan for something?" Harry hesitated before nodding. "We can discuss it later." They were still unaccustomed to sharing their privacy with Draco. With Malfoy's sharp tongue, he could easily ridicule them from head to toe. Draco squinted in displeasure, his gray-blue eyes coldly scrutinizing them. "Is this what you Gryffindors call friendship?" The three little lions flushed red, and after a moment, Hermione sincerely apologized to Draco, stammering out something about the three-headed dog. As anticipated, Malfoy lived up to expectations. The platinum-haired youth, arms crossed, raised an eyebrow slightly. "I assume your brains are a tad larger than a troll's. If you possessed even the slightest capacity for thought, you would know to avoid danger rather than recklessly approaching it." Merlin's beard. Malfoy lamented. "Even a troll wouldn't be this foolish." "Hey." Ron's face turned crimson. The little witch stomped her foot in indignation. "I warned them." Draco scoffed. "Yet you still went, didn't you?" Harry took a deep breath. "Listen, Draco. I'm not here to argue with you. That three-headed dog is guarding something from Gringotts Vault 713. For a fleeting moment, the gray-blue eyes were calm. The platinum peacock slowly replied, "Oh, I shall inform Alan." This statement, both overt and covertly friendly, caused the savior to narrow his eyes, simmering with unexplainable anger. How absurd, Harry thought. He was the one who had spent a month living with the prince. Why did it seem as if Malfoy was closer to him? The bridge of friendship painstakingly built between the savior and the pure-blood aristocrat was teetering on the brink of collapse in less than a day. Fortunately, the little witch inadvertently interrupted their strange atmosphere. "All right. Since the prince has already left, what are we still doing here?" Ignoring Draco's reluctant gestures, she tucked the two boys towards the classroom door. "It's time for a meal. You boys." Meanwhile, in the headmaster's office on the 8th floor of the castle, Professor McGonagall sat upright, hands gripping her wand, animatedly discussing something across a table laden with sumptuous food. The white-bearded elder listened calmly to the witch's praises of the golden-haired prince. At the center of their conversation, Alan was elegantly and leisurely partaking of his lunch. As Professor McGonagall finished her compliments, Alan had nearly finished his meal as well. He gently wiped his mouth, then took another napkin to meticulously clean each finger. Dumbledore turned his gaze toward him, his azure eyes exceptionally serene. "Young prince, can you feel the magical particles in the air? This is a topic students seldom contemplate. When did you develop such an inclination?" Alan answered candidly, "This experiment has been quite successful, hasn't it? The magic flows toward me like water from a great height." He extended his hand, gesturing toward the air. "I can even feel them, they seem to like me." Dumbledore's smile faltered. Appropriate talent is admirable, but excessive talent can be somewhat daunting. The elder mused. "You mentioned wanting to sense the flow of magic from your classmates. Did you feel it?" Alan gazed into his eyes, his heart gradually sinking. Professor McGonagall interjected, "Oh, Albus." After feeling the magic, Alan was nearly exhausted. He hardly had the energy to sense anything else. It appeared the cat professor misunderstood Dumbledore's intent. She thought the old headmaster was anticipating the genius's achievements. Alan pressed his lips together. After a moment, he gently shook his head. "No, Professor. I tried to sense it, but I couldn't." McGonagall patted his head. "You are already remarkable, Alan. Do not push yourself." The golden-haired prince lowered his eyes subtly, seemingly disheartened by the final failure. Those deep-set eyes held a storm known only to him. He truly had not had the opportunity to perceive the magical flows of the little wizards. Yet, he needed to reassure the elder. Therefore, no matter what he might achieve in the future regarding magical perception, he felt he had gained nothing. Dumbledore observed him for a while and softly said, "Oh, Alan, do have some mango pudding. You like this, don't you?" Encouraged by the cat professor, Alan devoured 2 whole pieces of mango pudding. Had he not pretended to be unwell, Professor McGonagall would have insisted on giving him another piece. This kind of nurturing from a maternal figure was something Alan had scarcely experienced. He indulged somewhat helplessly, savoring the pudding until his stomach was completely filled. Dumbledore finally seemed to relax, smiling as he waved his wand, packing a large bag of desserts for him, and shrinking it to fit in his pocket. "Oh, young prince, do not forget about Friday's lesson." The elder playfully winked. "Remember the mango pudding." Alan smiled, bidding farewell, and leisurely exited the headmaster's office. The moment he stepped out, his expression swiftly turned cold. This vigilance and suspicion were truly tiresome. Perhaps Voldemort was indeed correct. Alan glanced back at the door of the headmaster's office, taking deliberate steps down the staircase. Inside the office, the stern witch glared at Dumbledore in frustration. "Oh, Albus, you should not push this child too hard. What first-year wizard could possibly sense magical particles?" Dumbledore replied softly, "Indeed, Minerva. What first-year wizard could sense magical particles?" Professor McGonagall gradually fell silent, realizing the elder's implication. Angrily, she closed her mouth but could not restrain herself from speaking again. "You very well know that child has always been earnest and studious. As a prince, he takes his responsibilities seriously. I would say there is no one more reassuring than him." Dumbledore wearily nodded, soothingly responding, "Yes, yes, Minerva. If it weren't for Voldemort's emergence, I would indeed take great joy in such a prodigy and impart all my knowledge to him." The headmaster's office fell into silence. Professor McGonagall trembled slightly. "Oh, I should have realized. The Dark Lord was once a student at Hogwarts." Dumbledore quietly remarked, "Do you not think, at times, this young prince bears a striking resemblance to Tom? An extraordinary talent, a charisma that commands attention, a tactful manner in dealings, and a favorable rapport with Malfoy." The elder seemed to sag slightly. "Minerva, I apologize for my thoughts, but the magical world cannot withstand a third upheaval." Professor McGonagall rose, pacing in the headmaster's office, her wrinkled hands constantly caressing the wand's handle. Finally, she stated, "We should trust the Crown Prince's sense of responsibility, Albus." Chapter 64. This group of lagging wizards will surely meet their demise. Following that day, Alan did not exhibit any unusual behavior, nor did he concern himself with the developments regarding the three-headed dog, immersing himself wholeheartedly in his studies. Professor McGonagall was truly sincere. In the Transfiguration class, she imparted nearly all her experiences regarding the magical energy factors to Alan. "Mr. Cornwall, do not be overly greedy for the embrace of the magical energy factors. They will swarm into your body all at once. At this moment, you are not equipped to bear such an immense influx of magic. You must endeavor to control the switches of your body. Indeed, we may use this metaphor. Before you can manipulate the switches of your body, allow it to naturally recuperate its magic, and refrain from attempting to absorb more." Alan dutifully noted each piece of advice, feigning ignorance of the witch's subtle scrutiny and restraint. He then proceeded to engage in his second-year transfiguration studies under Professor Cat. This witch, renowned for her strictness, was once again left astonished. Yes, although Alan had previously claimed he could transform a teacup into a mouse, she watched in disbelief as Alan, with a stiff expression, pointed at a beetle, which then morphed into a golden button without the utterance of a spell. She glanced at the button and saw that it bore an exquisite relief of a handsome man's profile. Professor Cat felt a pang of regret. "Indeed, I should have had you use a larger animal." She summoned her owl and apologetically said, "Oh, Herman, please stand here for a moment." "Oh, good boy. Alan, can you turn it into a goblet? Just like this." The witch raised her wand, astonished as she beheld Alan effortlessly transform the owl into an intricately designed goblet. She had been poised to demonstrate for him. Moments later, the wand she held aloft was gently lowered. Minerva McGonagall gazed at Alan, as if he were some kind of monster. "Oh, Alan, you do not require a spell?" Alan gently shook his head. "In fact, I am familiar with the incantations, Professor. I have perused the textbooks long ago. Following the theory of silent spells, I can cast using merely the thoughts in my mind. Cannot I?" Professor McGonagall sighed in relief, lightly patting her chest. "Merlin. Alan, splendid work. An excessive genius can indeed be somewhat intimidating, cannot it?" The golden-haired prince keenly sensed this, lowering his gaze with a smile. The wizarding world is truly quite conservative. In the palace, when he showcased these talents, everyone rejoiced with unrestrained enthusiasm. A prince endowed with exceptional talent and good looks is far too suitable for promotional purposes. He would become yet another symbol of the royal family. In private lessons, he unabashedly displayed his gifts. His teachers, ecstatic, devoted themselves to elucidating cutting-edge topics and exploring further possibilities. Alan understood that their unpretentious attitudes were entirely the result of Edward and the royal family's careful selection. Yet, he could not help but draw comparisons. In the wizarding realm, why had his talents become a source of envy? Professor Flitwick, however, was more accommodating. The charms class had yet to conduct practical lessons, so when Alan's wandless magic first emerged, Professor Flitwick was so astonished that he toppled from his pile of books. This professor, with fairy lineage, was elated by his brilliance. When Alan swiftly advanced through the spells of 3 grades, Professor Flitwick was equally delighted. He thoughtfully compiled a list of supplementary reading for the 3 grades, encouraging Alan to delve deeply into the theory. It must be said he made a wise decision. Alan wondered if this professor would later change his mind, fearing his pace of learning. Oh dear. Why can't these wizards emulate his father? Edward had never contemplated having Alan learn in a step-by-step manner. The king had, upon discovering Alan's genius, summoned all the textbooks from every grade, allowing his son to peruse them at his leisure. Only when Alan's pace slowed did he hire teachers according to his stagnation. How wonderful, Alan thought. Feeling both exasperated and angry, these backward wizards would surely meet their doom. The most normal among them was Severus Snape on Mondays. After all, even with strong comprehension, potion-making required meticulous timing. On Thursday evening, when Alan finally found time to enjoy dinner, he was at last free to deal with the savior. Your Highness. The savior silently squeezed between Draco and Alan, subtly nudging the platinum peacock aside, before asking with a hint of amusement in Alan's eyes. As Draco mentioned anything about the 3-headed dog, he lowered his voice, leaning closer to Alan. Harry Potter. Draco exploded in frustration. Alan chuckled, all right, Draco. Harry is merely seeking an excuse to talk to me. The savior's face flushed crimson. Draco scoffed, oh Potter. What, do you think of Alan as your mother? Harry's face turned a mix of red and white as he snapped, shut up, Malfoy. Alan decisively shoved a macaroon into each of their mouths. The two exchanged glances, silently chewing on the sweet treat. Harry, regaining his composure, awkwardly cleared his throat. Your Highness, aren't you curious about what's in that little package? Alan shook his head. Harry, perhaps you do not understand, but silence can also be a form of preservation. Draco lifted his chin, the unique demeanor of Slytherin. Understand that, Potter? Alan, exasperated, turned Harry's face towards him. Harry, a secret can only be best protected when no one knows of its existence. Please do not expose this secret to any risk, all right? Harry nodded, half understanding, as he watched Alan and Draco walk side by side out of the Great Hall. No one knew, but how could one protect this secret when no one knew? The savior scratched his head in confusion. Chapter 65. I have always known where my heart belongs. The platinum peacock observed the golden-haired prince growing busier by the day, feeling a tug at his heart. He awkwardly remarked, has the busy person forgotten he promised to tutor a certain Malfoy? Alan chuckled, I have already prepared a list of assignments for you. Draco paused, looking at him uncertainly, repeating a list of assignments? The prince, raised in a high-pressure environment, saw no issue with this. Alan nodded, I took some time to observe you. I believe I have grasped your learning pace. Rest assured, I will not assign work beyond your capabilities. The Malfoy heir, skeptical, followed him back to the dormitory, where he witnessed the golden-haired prince unfurl a parchment scroll. A parchment scroll. Draco's eyes widened in shock as he slowly took it, painstakingly breaking the wax seal and gently shaking it, watching as the parchment unfurled and cascaded to the floor. Draco raised his arm, staring blankly at the 10-inch-long sheet trailing on the ground. The faint script was barely visible through the parchment. It read, Transfiguration Class. 1. Understanding the essence of transfiguration. 2. Documenting your experiences with the flow of magical energy over the week. 3. Analyzing how wands channel magical energy to objects. Alan nodded lightly. Fortunately, it's not too much. The little peacock suddenly looked up, his lips moving as he struggled to find words, perhaps overwhelmed by too many thoughts to articulate. After a long pause, he finally mustered a question. How long is this assignment for? Alan looked at him quizzically. A week. The golden-haired prince observed Draco, who appeared as if turned to stone, and tilted his head in confusion, explaining, this is all tailored to your level and absolutely within your scope. Well, except for any necessary extracurricular work. Draco swallowed hard. What if I cannot complete it? Then it continues into next week. Alan took the assignment list from his hands, carefully rolling it up and placing it back in his grasp. However, failure to complete it will result in a punishment. Draco stared at him in shock, then glanced at the parchment in his hand. Are you serious? Alan nodded, affirming the point. Indeed, however, if you awaken at 7 in the morning, you may attend the early class for half an hour and subsequently manage your time wisely after dinner. Naturally, do not indulge in slothful mornings over the weekend. You possess ample time to accomplish these tasks. The little peacock gazed at him. Have you forgotten that I still have class assignments? The golden-haired prince regarded him. Yes. Thus I permit you a full 10 days to complete these tasks, Draco. Might I request a fortnight for completion? Draco grimaced. Alan pondered. Well, focus on your work first. And allow me to observe your progress further. The platinum peacock was filled with profound regret. How had he acquiesced to this individual teaching him? How could someone who so effortlessly traversed the stages of learning comprehend his sentiments? Alan gently patted his shoulder, smiling as he leisurely pulled out his desk chair. Very well, if Master Malfoy has no further inquiries, I shall cast the silencing charm. Draco sluggishly turned to him. An indignation surged within him. You'll just disregard me like this? Alan halted his wand and turned to face him. If you have questions, feel free to ask me at any moment. Are you truly prepared to commence now? The golden-haired prince cast a glance at the parchment in his hand. Draco immediately concealed the scroll behind his back. I shall begin over the weekend. Let me have a respite. Alan nodded nonchalantly. Next Sunday evening. I shall assess your progress. If you have not completed it. He mused, waving his hand lightly. Then you shall practice standing on your head. Malfoy sighed in relief but then heard the continuation. Stand on your head for an hour. If you fall, the time resets. Draco. He wished to protest, but it was already too late. With a slight flick of his somewhat worn wand, the golden-haired prince's world fell into silence. Alan hung Salazar's portrait on the wall before him, listening to the elegant and austere voice of the serpent ancestor, absorbing the teachings of dark arts from a millennium ago. Most magic transcends the dichotomy of light and dark. A millennium ago, it was merely a distinction between forbidden and ordinary magic. Aside from time-space magic and the 3 unforgivable curses, as well as soul magic, all other forms of magic could be wielded freely. White magic can also kill, and black magic can lift curses. Alas, future generations often harbor biases, artificially categorizing magic into light and dark, relegating all highly aggressive spells as black magic, and dismissing them entirely. Of course, some of these spells are indeed genuinely malevolent, and thus, one must learn to discern them. Correspondingly, the study of dark arts defense primarily teaches students to recognize dark magic in creatures, equipping them to resist such threats. Alan observed him. One must understand dark magic to conquer it. Shall we engage in some theoretical research on dark arts? Salazar was supremely satisfied. Indeed. I shall instruct you in identifying truly malevolent magic, and also teach you how to master your own mind. The study of these spells necessitates a resolute spirit, Alan. Find the anchor point for your soul. Alan chuckled softly. Ancestor, I have always known where my heart belongs. Salazar erupted in laughter. Excellent. Then, we shall simultaneously teach dark arts and defense. Every Thursday evening and all day on weekends, you shall dutifully accept my guidance. After all, that quarrel is utterly dreadful. A dreadful professor. Do not let him tarnish the talents of his descendants. Sunday is for you. Saturday is reserved for the Muggle crop gathering. Alan conceded. I must also hasten my studies in alchemy and draft another magical contract. The boy narrowed his eyes at Salazar. Ancestor, with your vast knowledge, you must surely be aware of the theoretical origins of magical contracts? Chapter 66. The location of treasures, the location of my heart. Having gleaned contract theory from Salazar, Alan felt elated. He suddenly realized that Salazar resembled a half-dead encyclopedia, the type that comes with commentary. In a bid to maximize the utilization of all resources, Alan tucked the portrait into the pocket of his outer robe, treating the serpent ancestor as his personal tutor. Wherever he was uncertain, he would inquire there. Salazar's mind seemed like a library, containing everything from a millennium ago. Although the serpent ancestor lacked new theories from the intervening years, his foresight had already allowed him to anticipate the future long ago. With his presence, Alan could compare magical theories and casting methods from a millennium past and present, thus enriching his own understanding. Of course, the consequence of carrying a teacher with him meant that Alan was constantly assessed and scrutinized for his learning outcomes. Consequently, his spellcasting abilities advanced at an astonishing rate. The Professor Flitwick, who managed to maintain a normal demeanor, would likely find it challenging to remain composed upon learning of Alan's progress. Everything seemed to be heading in a favorable direction, except for alchemy. Due to the innate prudence of those in power, Alan would never concoct alchemical instruments without the supervision of a teacher, just as he would never enter a chemistry lab without protective gear. Thus, his alchemical research currently remained entirely theoretical, starting from the premise of signing contracts. The golden-haired prince meticulously extrapolated every aspect of the communication badge. To control the movements of the holder and maintain a communication function, one must first absorb the holder's magical power, and ensure that only the magic of the initial contactor is drawn in. Here one may reference the golden snitch, which possesses bodily memory and can remember the first person to physically touch it. Secondly, a contract must be formed with the holder, allowing the badge to fully recognize its master. Finally, it must be linked to Alan's magical power, or the holder of the badge. In due course, Alan would become a communication hub, or rather, the core of a local network. All badges would be intricately interconnected. Thus, commands would be transmitted swiftly and discreetly. Wait a moment, isn't this akin to a network? The golden-haired prince seemed to grasp something, deeply contemplating the communication technology progress report previously submitted by the military. This new technology enriched the previously singular mode of communication, adding a text messaging function on top of it. Earlier at King's Cross Station, he had sent a message to Edward using precisely this technology. Perhaps he could integrate this technology with alchemy as a foundation? This topic was unprecedented. Even Alan found himself slightly at a loss. No, he still needed the guidance of a teacher. The prince's golden hair fell slightly, obscuring his azure eyes. He needed to take some action to persuade that suspicious elder to recommend him to that immortal friend. That evening, Alan ascended step by step to the 8th floor of the castle. He squinted at the water-dripping gargoyle and exclaimed, "Mango pudding!" Dumbledore was already seated at the table, awaiting him. Upon raising his gaze, Alan felt as though he beheld a Santa Claus. He inhaled sharply, trying to remain composed. Dumbledore was clad in a long crimson robe adorned with a white fur collar, festooned with numerous Christmas ornaments clustered together at his chest. He wore a nightcap embellished with pom-poms and tiny stars. His crescent-shaped glasses sparkled brilliantly. Perhaps it was Alan's psychological perception, but he felt those glasses shimmer under the light. Coupled with the long white beard and white hair, Alan endeavored to avert his gaze from the old man's beard, which was tied with a red and green bow. The old man beamed at him, waving his hand. "Oh, Alan, come here." The golden-haired prince hesitated unusually. Slowly, he stepped forward and took a seat across from the elder. Noticing several varieties of pudding laid out on the table, Dumbledore smiled broadly. "Oh, little prince, do you like my attire today?" The elder eagerly raised his sleeves to admire them, explaining, "I had this custom made at the elegant wizard's apparel shop, of course, for this year's Christmas. Do I not resemble Santa Claus?" Alan nodded with difficulty. In that fleeting moment, the pervasive melancholy he always felt in the presence of the elder dissipated abruptly, akin to a balloon that has been punctured. He took a deep breath, his voice feeble as he inquired, "Do you intend to wear this outfit this Christmas?" Dumbledore nodded with keen interest. "On Christmas Day, perhaps?" Before Alan could respond, he hastily added, "Oh, or maybe I should don it at the Christmas Eve dinner. That way, the children will eagerly anticipate the gifts I shall tuck into their stockings." Alan found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He glanced around, perplexed at the premature decision regarding Christmas attire. The elder, with a childlike spirit, replied, "Christmas. It always inspires excitement, does it not? It's just a pity that since my graduation, no one has filled my stockings with gifts." Alan chuckled softly and shook his head. "Since the day I was born, no one has bestowed gifts upon me in such a manner." Dumbledore paused for a moment, letting out a gentle sigh. "The burdens of being a prince, are they not?" Alan's smile grew tender as he replied, "Sir, perhaps you do not fully grasp the essence of royalty. Our existence is derived from this title, and we return everything to our nation. Though it may be so, I have never perceived it as a burden." The golden-haired prince's demeanor was gentle. "For the heart's inclinations invariably follow the treasures we hold dear, and my treasure is the entirety of this nation. I shall safeguard her until my last breath." Dumbledore's azure eyes glimmered with a hint of moisture, reminiscent of twinkling stars. He spoke softly, "Indeed, Alan, where the treasure lies, there too resides my heart." The elder's expression softened. "Come, my child, let us commence our lesson." Chapter 67, Nicholas Flamel. Subsequently, the white-bearded elder patiently and gently elucidated the intricacies of the defense against the dark arts. Of course, with the prodigious talent of the golden-haired prince, Dumbledore's patience would not be strained. He drew upon a wealth of knowledge to construct the framework of dark arts defense for Alan, guiding him to expand the branches of his understanding. Alan had to concede that the old man's erudition was indeed profound. Among all those he had encountered, perhaps only Salazar could rival him. Yet the serpent's legacy was a millennia behind. The golden-haired prince acknowledged that in the realm of education, Dumbledore was truly unparalleled. However, today's Dumbledore seemed particularly amiable, revealing little suspicion towards him. Alan was puzzled but pleased to witness this situation. Had the elder stood against him, many matters would have been difficult to advance, particularly the pressing studies of alchemy. Nevertheless, he possessed ample patience. Alan summoned the fortitude to contend with a certain befuddled prime minister, settling down to focus intently on the lesson. Time ticked by second, until the clock's hour hand pointed to 8. The elder leisurely sipped his sweet red tea, reflecting, "It has been quite a while since I taught a class. Alan, you truly are an outstanding student. Even among geniuses, you shine brilliantly." Alan chuckled lightly and shook his head, though the growth of a genius is rapid. It pales in comparison to the wisdom bestowed by time. "Professor, is it not only time's gift that endures eternally?" The elder appeared to hesitate, his azure eyes peering through half-moon spectacles, pausing for a considerable while. Dumbledore softly remarked, "Oh, Alan, I have a friend who possesses considerable knowledge of alchemy. He is quite interested in your ideas and wishes to meet you." Alan raised an eyebrow, feigning confusion. "Oh?" Before Dumbledore could reply, a quavering voice echoed from upstairs. "Oh, Albus." Alan gently lifted his gaze, the light illuminating his sea-blue eyes with a dazzling brilliance. A French accent. "Nicholas Flamel." He rose, standing respectfully as he regarded the frail old man descending the staircase. Frail, exceedingly frail. This was Alan's first impression of the alchemist. The elder's shoulders were narrower than the grandfather clock behind him, his hair and face were ghostly pale. It was difficult to ascertain whether he appeared more pallid, or if the adjacent white wall was merely whiter. Curiously, the elder donned a loose linen-colored robe, with thin wrists protruding from the sleeves, their muscles nearly non-existent, as if only a layer of bone remained. What could be discerned from dissecting him? In this age of biotechnology, could one truly unravel the secrets of immortality? Alan found himself hoping that Flamel could hold on a bit longer, at least until the advancements in biotechnology reached that juncture. He swiftly dismissed this dangerous thought. For now, he needed the alchemical knowledge residing in the elder's mind. Flamel trembled as he cautiously descended the stairs, each movement seemingly on the brink of collapse. Even Dumbledore rose to his feet. Alan hurriedly approached, taking large strides up the staircase, gently extending a hand to assist him. "Mr. Flamel, please be careful." Flamel chuckled, his chest emitting labored breaths, before starting to cough. Alan's expression was indescribable, a mix of concern, shock, and a hint of panic urging him to survive. He looked to Dumbledore for help. The elder blinked gently. "Do not worry, Alan. Nicholas has always been like this, at least since I met him in 1890. A century." Alan silently observed the alchemist, who gradually calmed his coughing fit. Suddenly, he understood why Dumbledore seemed so unconcerned. Chapter 68. Alchemy Apprentice. Nicholas Flamel, the world's greatest alchemist, the possessor of the Philosopher's Stone, one of only 2 beings capable of achieving immortality. This alchemist descended the stairs with labored coughs, swaying unsteadily with every step. Each motion seemed to be played in slow motion. Alan feared that he might perish on this short journey. Thank goodness. Thank Merlin. Thank the generous fates. The golden-haired prince proceeded slowly, matching Flamel's pace, fearful of any misfortune that might thwart all his plans. This patience was commendable to both elders and provided them solace. In every regard, this prince was truly a kind-hearted child. Flamel turned to Dumbledore, blinking with a hint of pride. "Had I not insisted on coming, I would have missed such a promising talent." Dumbledore nodded helplessly, stepping around the table to retrieve a chair for him. Alan hesitated, torn between speaking and holding his tongue. Ultimately deciding to voice his thoughts. "Mr. Flamel, why do you not create a magical wheelchair?" Flamel, in the process of slowly settling himself into the chair, paused at the suggestion, maintaining an awkward posture as he pondered. His expression fell, and with a sudden thud, he sat down, startling Alan. The alchemist looked around with a sense of grievance, as if searching for someone. Clearly he found no one, and thus sat there aggrieved, kicking his feet in frustration. "Oh, I never thought of that." He cast a reproachful glance at the nearby Santa Claus, indignantly exclaiming, "Dumbledore, you born in the 19th century, didn't he remind me? An ancient relic of the 14th century." Dumbledore, with a hint of exasperation, replied, "Dear Nicholas, you know how busy I am. So busy that Minerva manages all the affairs of Hogwarts." The alchemist showed no signs of yielding. The headmaster could only raise a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. "Have some respect in front of the students." Alan was astonished to discover that when Dumbledore encountered a more childish elder, he was compelled to adopt a more mature demeanor. He raised an eyebrow, suppressing a laugh. After Flamel had vented his frustration, he turned to Alan with a beaming smile. "Oh, child, I am very interested in what I previously mentioned to you. The limitation on the number of divisions of human cells is indeed a matter of significance," LeMay mused. 5 centuries have elapsed, and Muggles have transcended ignorance, embarking on a path towards a brighter future. Yet here we remain stagnant. He cast a sidelong glance at Dumbledore, a faint sigh escaping his lips, before uttering words that resonated like thunderclaps. Perhaps we ought to give serious consideration to Grindelwald's propositions. Albus? Dumbledore's countenance was as rigid as stone, his vibrant red Santa Claus attire failing to alleviate his demeanor in the slightest. His piercing azure eyes appeared sharp as a sword, yet seemed to crumble into dust. After a brief pause, he replied softly, "Nicholas, have you not considered the wishes of the apprentice you hold in such esteem?" LeMay chuckled lightly, as if reflecting on the swift passage of time. He had endured an eternity that felt boundless, a cycle of days and nights interminable. He had acquired a protracted existence, forsaken by death, stripped of eternal repose. His corporeal form withered with each passing moment, rendered frail as rotting wood, such that even a first-year wizard could easily snap his bones. The Philosopher's Stone, a divine boon, a devil's gift, the ashes of the Grim Reaper. He had once believed that no soul could resist the allure of this stone, thus safeguarding its creation method to spare humanity from such sorrowful fates. Yet the pursuit of immortality by mankind had been relentless, until he received Dumbledore's correspondence. A first-year wizard, a Muggle prince, effortlessly dismissed the temptation of eternal life through Muggle theories. LeMay's heart stirred, despite his reluctance to see the secrets of the stone's creation disseminated. This was the culmination of his life's work, the essence of his understanding of the mysteries of existence. A wealthy, rational prince, a prodigious talent, truly a gift tailored for him by Merlin. LeMay lifted his gaze, his visage illuminated by the light, resembling a skeletal figure, his pallid fingers akin to withered twigs. He inquired, "Alan, would you care to be my apprentice? To inherit my legacy?" The golden-haired prince stood before him, vibrant and resolute. The wisdom grounded in a vast knowledge base, the composure derived from his lineage and wealth, radiated a brilliance akin to that of Apollo, the sun god. He performed a gesture of homage under the light, akin to a curtain call, yet also reminiscent of a new beginning. The youthful voice replied gently, "My teacher. It would be a profound honor." Chapter 69. Draco and Salazar's Discontent. Nicholas LeMay was too frail. Both Alan and Dumbledore harbored concerns that their companion, traversing back and forth with the portkey, might succumb to the journey's perils. Even the warmth of Fawkes could not mitigate the hardships of international travel. Thus, the old headmaster cheerfully invited his old friend to stay for a couple of days in the headmaster's office. They agreed that every Sunday, Alan would arrive in France through the portkey, landing at the little house on Montmorency Street No. 51. Salazar, displeased, discovered that his instructional time was once again infringed upon. For instance, tomorrow on Saturday, this young one ought to be under his guidance, establishing the foundational magic of magical contracts. And on the following day, Sunday, this Slytherin, one of only 2 remaining of his bloodline, should be learning the underlying logic of dark magic from his ancestors. Now, all was usurped by this accursed skeleton. And this skeleton was incessantly prattling on to his junior. "Oh, Alan, the biological technology of Muggles is truly fascinating. Indeed, indeed. Why not observe human cells through a fairy's lens?" LeMay's face remained expressionless, yet his eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. "Alas, it is unavoidable due to the side effects of the Philosopher's Stone. Or rather, it is the limitation on the number of divisions of human cells. The greatest alchemist in the world could no longer muster significant expressions." However, both Dumbledore and Alan could sense the alchemist's joy. Ultimately, Dumbledore had to remind him, "Dear Nicholas, I understand your excitement at encountering such a student." "Yes." The elder's hands gently came together, humorously observing Alan as he seized a moment to sip some tea, and remarked, "Our little prince ought to rest. Look, it is already 9 o'clock. LeMay's expression instantly drooped. "Oh dear, I should not have listened to your 2-hour lecture." The gaunt alchemist pressed his bony hands against the arms of the chair, rising slowly. Alan promptly set down his teacup and gently stopped him. "Please remain seated, my teacher. I shall take my leave now." LeMay reluctantly settled back down, gazing at Alan with a wistful expression. "Oh child, you must come tomorrow. Remember the time. Yes, 8 o'clock. Come here for breakfast." Alan obediently acknowledged this, and only then, at Dumbledore's gesture, was he able to extricate himself. Upon exiting the headmaster's office, Salazar, agitated, began to jump about in Alan's pocket. The prince's robes were in disarray due to the commotion. Alan gently patted his pocket, striving to moderate his pace. Should he move too quickly, the newly appointed alchemy teacher would surely create a fuss. Alan could scarcely imagine such a scene. Thus, it was best to remain with his ancestral figure, who, while not wishing to be discovered by Hogwarts faculty and students, was nevertheless eager to impart knowledge. Yet, only a concealed portrait remained. Alan maintained a steady, unhurried pace back to the dormitory, only to be met by Draco's disenchanted visage. The golden-haired prince halted at the threshold. "What troubles you, Draco?" The young peacock's tail drooped completely, and he gazed blankly at Alan. "Alan, what is the flow of magical energy?" Alan struggled to formulate a response. "Do you not feel it?" The golden-haired prince extended his hand to sense the magical particles in the air, confirming their jubilant dance around him. "Draco, can you truly not feel it?" The platinum peacock, seething with frustration, hurled the parchment he held onto the table. "This does not align with my situation at all. I refuse to accept this mound of assignments. I require a month." Alan could only helplessly nod in acquiescence. "Very well, a month it shall be." As soon as the words left his lips, the platinum peacock seemed to blossom like a plant nourished by water, gradually rising and adjusting his collar with a distinct Malfoy flair. "Excellent, Alan. You must realize that we are but first years." Draco furrowed his brow, pondering. What was that saying? Allow the children to unleash their true nature. Alan smiled wryly. "I believe that was a saying of Professor Dumbledore." The Malfoy heir raised an eyebrow, begrudgingly conceding, "Indeed, there are times when the old bee's words hold some merit." Alan ignored his disingenuousness, pulled out a chair, and casually inquired, "Have you completed your potion class essay?" The platinum peacock's tail feathers drooped once more. "Oh, Alan, tomorrow is the weekend. Why must you mention such dreary matters?" Alan feigned exasperation. "Because I will be in the headmaster's office all weekend." Draco nodded slowly, perplexed. "But you just returned." The sea blue eyes gazed steadily at him. The platinum peacock promptly closed his mouth and replied, "Do as you wish." His spirits lifted, he exclaimed, "Tomorrow, I shall be participating in Quidditch practice." Alan swiftly cast a silencing charm and an ignoring charm, watching as the little peacock immersed himself in his own world, before retrieving Salazar. The serpent ancestor crossed his arms in displeasure, demanding, "When shall my lessons commence?" Alan pursed his lips, sifting through recent arrangements in his mind. Ultimately, the golden-haired prince sighed. "How about from 8 p.m. to 10 p.m., Monday through Friday? Does that suit you?" Salazar nodded in satisfaction, disappearing from the canvas. Sitting at his desk, Alan found himself for the first time not contemplating magic or Muggle studies. The typically confident and composed prince began to harbor doubts about himself. Perhaps, likely, or maybe, he is truly ill-suited for the role of a teacher. Chapter 70. "Ah, my young friend, time is still on our side." Early the next morning, Alan made his way to the principal's office as promised. LeMay cheerfully tapped his silver cutlery against the plate, glancing at the Crown Prince who was seated beside him, hand on heart, acknowledging him. The old man struggled to suppress his desire to discuss Muggle studies. However, as Alan took his first bite of food, he could not resist inquiring, "Alan, I pondered all night on what you said about Muggles' high-powered microscopes being able to see the cells within the human body, even their composition. If there truly is a limit to the number of times cells can divide, what would my withered body look like under your microscope?" This alchemist was entirely unconcerned about making himself a subject of study, even contemplating slicing himself up for examination. He was evidently quite astute. For centuries, he had reigned as the uncrowned king of alchemy. Such honor did not burden his brilliant mind, while the endless years endowed him with unmatched wisdom. LeMay remarked, "My cellular division must have reached its limit, which is why my body continues to decay. And does the life force within the Philosopher's Stone prolong my existence? So, does cellular activity increase with the aid of life force?" Alan paused, gently lifting his gaze, the lines around his eyes flowing smoothly. This elderly gentleman had swiftly adapted to Muggle science, even more so than Dumbledore. It was indeed rare. A relic from the 14th century, decaying like a withered log. Just a step away from abandoning the elixir of life, and one could almost glimpse Merlin. Perhaps then, one could verify whether Merlin's wardrobe is indeed as colorful as the tales suggest. Yet, this mental acuity and openness overshadowed the entirety of the magical realm. In his time, LeMay, as a revered elder, had organized resistance against Grindelwald's fiery onslaught, defending Paris amidst the chaos of blue flames. No one would presume that this alchemist would support any of Grindelwald's notions. However, now Alan could believe it. Just like the disputes between factions, who could assert that the opposing views held no merit? It was merely that war had annihilated far too much. No one had a choice. Alan jested. "Shall I prepare the necessary instruments for you?" LeMay laughed heartily, only to be interrupted by a fit of violent coughing. Opposite them, the white-bearded old man tilted his head, then fell into deep thought. Perhaps he had indeed been too conservative. One should not shy away from trying new things, should they? The withered alchemist recovered, casting a fond glance at Dumbledore. "Wise child, Are you finally ready to step out of the shadow of that summer? You ought to be grateful to Merlin. Dumbledore had not succumbed to the shadows of that summer for a lifetime. Ah, my young friend. Time is still on our side. The golden-haired crown prince leisurely savored his meal, accompanied by the two elder statesmen. Had he finally become like a child? Not at all. As both were incorrigible old fools, and one was in such a pitiful state of health, it was 11-year-old Alan who bore the responsibility of a parent. Professor, you've already had 10 lemon sorbets. Please exercise some restraint. Teacher, you mustn't eat the lamb chops. You won't be able to digest them. And do remember to drink tea afterward, both of you. What baffled Alan was that the more he spoke these meddlesome words, the happier Dumbledore seemed to become. By the end, he was even laughing against the back of his chair. The golden-haired crown prince keenly sensed that Santa Claus appeared to have broken free from his shackles, finally able to gaze peacefully upon the world. Perhaps he should revisit Dumbledore's life story, then uncover the overlooked yet crucial issue. Chapter 71. Absolute Taboo. Nicholas Flamel's teaching was unexpectedly different. Perhaps it was the unique romance of the French. This alchemist's approach to teaching could be deemed casual. Yesterday, they spent an hour discussing Muggle science. This morning at breakfast, they devoted an hour to discussing microscopes in cells. Thus, at 9 o'clock, when the class formally commenced, Flamel unhappily realized he had forgotten to ascertain Alan's current level of alchemical knowledge. The frail, pale old man nestled in his armchair, somewhat embarrassed as he looked down. Dumbledore sat with a smile in his designated spot, occasionally casting eager glances this way, while continuing to manage a mountain of correspondence, as if childishly indicating to his friend, "Look, I am indeed very busy." Flamel ignored him, remaining immobile in his armchair, listening to the essentials of elementary alchemy that Alan had already completed. The alchemist was unconcerned about this. Even if Alan had no prior knowledge of alchemy, his innate talent would be sufficient for him to soar high. Until Alan mentioned that he had finished memorizing ancient runes. Nicholas Flamel sat up straight, incredulously confirming what? Over the past 5 centuries, Flamel had encountered countless prodigies. Yet, even those as brilliant as Dumbledore had never exhibited such astonishing speed of learning. If he recalled correctly, Hogwarts had only been in session for less than 2 weeks? And ancient runes seemed to be an elective for 3rd years and above? Dumbledore discreetly glanced at his old friend, calmly stroking his beard. What do you think? Why do you think I worry so much about this child going astray? One day, you and I shall grow old, perhaps even pass into the grave. And the new generation, pure-blood aristocrats adept at bending their knees, and Muggleborns revering their crown prince. What consequences might arise? Dumbledore scarcely dared to imagine. However, Nicholas's presence provided him with a new perspective. Why not attempt to merge magic with Muggle technology? These old men still had some bones left to burn for the magical world. Flamel looked at the golden-haired boy across from him, momentarily unsure of where to begin. His bony hands clasped together, nervously rubbing, he inquired, "Alan, what inspired you to study ancient runes?" The golden-haired crown prince chuckled softly. "I wish to understand the magic of a millennium ago. You see, I am rather adept at spells." He lowered his gaze slightly, appearing somewhat bashful. Today's magical incantations have undergone so many modifications. Many etymologies have been omitted. If one wishes to study the essence of magic, it can be quite challenging. I believe that although the magic of 1,000 years ago is obscure, the incantations may be lengthy, yet they should be easier to grasp in essence. Thus, Flamel nodded gently. He glanced at Dumbledore, suddenly comprehending his counterpart. Indeed, this prodigy was somewhat intimidating. In this light, the crown prince's early maturity was a blessing. Otherwise, he feared it might lead to his ruin due to such talent. As Dumbledore began his lecture, he decisively pushed aside the letters on the table. Observing the atmosphere on that side become somewhat tense, he quietly broke off a piece of lemon sorbet and asked, "Would you like some, Nicholas? As for Alan, you might as well forego it. You're in class." Alan. Ultimately, the class proceeded smoothly. Nicholas Flamel hesitated, unsure of where to begin. To explain the simple concepts would be an insult to this talent. To delve into the complex, he worried whether the other would grasp it. After pondering for a long moment, he finally leaned back in his armchair, deciding to start from the beginning. Thus, this old rascal declared, "I shall start from the beginning, but I will keep it brief. Let us treat this as a story. You shall simply listen as if it were a tale. And neither of us shall take it too seriously. Alan." The golden-haired crown prince appeared somewhat dazed, watching the frail old man begin to speak to himself. Alchemy was indeed too convoluted, with high demands on theoretical understanding. Without a solid and rich theoretical foundation, one could only grasp it in a half-hearted manner, lost in confusion. For instance, if Harry were to arrive here, He would only need 10 seconds to acquire a sleeping savior. If Hermione were to arrive here, the young witch would undoubtedly find herself utterly overwhelmed, subsequently plunging headfirst into a sea of books. As for the others, let them be. After all, the Platinum Peacock is exceedingly arrogant, and Alan genuinely fears he might flee in a fit of anger. Thus, the golden-haired prince truly regarded this esteemed alchemist's lecture as a mere tale. Leisurely sipping a cup of red tea, the prince's sole purpose seemed to be to utter, "Please continue." I am unfazed. Whenever LeMay hesitated, uncertain if he was comprehending the material. LeMay, for some reason, I feel an utter lack of the satisfaction that comes from teaching students. This made his years of diligent research appear rather foolish. Alan patiently awaited, even as LeMay expounded upon concepts that could be grasped at a glance. It was not until the latter finally broached the subject of alchemy's general applications, namely, alchemical arrays and instruments, that the discourse took a significant turn. The alchemical array, also known as a magic circle, although inscribed upon the ground, serves as a spatial support for casting potent magic. Different designs yield varied effects. Within arrays of differing attributes, a wizard's abilities can receive diverse enhancements, including the casting of spells, summoning of creatures, and temporal spatial transference. As alchemists, we view magic circles as transmutation arrays, utilized for the crafting of various alchemical objects. Of course, the ultimate principle of alchemy is equivalent exchange. Remember this, Alan. LeMay straightened his posture, solemnly informing his apprentice, even as the abrupt motion caused his spine to creak. He declared, "Remember, alchemy is equivalent exchange." The elder's gentle brown eyes suddenly gleamed with shrewdness, appearing remarkably sharp. "Do not recklessly attempt dreadful taboos, due to your talent. You may find the cost too great to bear. The creation of a magic array demands sacrifice. Some arrays require magical energy, others necessitate material components, while some demand life force." Dumbledore looked over calmly. The elder seemed to once again realize that Ariana's spirit had departed for the beyond, never to return. Alan nodded, reaffirming the perilous nature of magic. "Remember this, Alan," LeMay urged earnestly. "The 3 great taboos of magic are also the 3 unforgivable taboos of alchemy. The 3 unpardonable curses: soul magic and temporal magic." LeMay reiterated, "Alan, remember, these are absolute taboos. Do not dare to touch them." The golden-haired prince smiled gently. "Why would I wish to touch upon taboos? Teacher, a prince adheres to all rules." This statement provided LeMay and Dumbledore with a measure of comfort. Ah, indeed. While this adherence stifles Alan's innate nature, it will also draw a final line for the boy. The old man with the white beard mused once again. He truly ought to observe the education of Muggles. Chapter 72, The Second Temptation of Voldemort. In ordinary circumstances, LeMay could hardly have imagined that the foundational theories of alchemy could be conveyed in a single day. Even he had spent over a decade grasping the fundamentals. The wisdom from Muggles should not be underestimated. The 2 elders recognized this once more. The theoretical constructs painstakingly elucidated by LeMay were often distilled anew by Alan through Muggle theories. Alchemy necessitates a precise understanding of the quantities of each material to achieve a delicate balance. The golden-haired prince nodded. "Yes, I comprehend chemical proportions. During the crafting of alchemical instruments, steadfast conviction is equally paramount." Idealistic applications of magic? Alan pondered, nodding. "Simultaneously, we require exceedingly meticulous materials, enabling the magical factors to accelerate their fusion. Refined division of labor?" Dumbledore silently observed the exchange between the 2, his gaze subtly shifting towards the nearby fiery phoenix. Perhaps he should join in on the Sunday lectures in France? Alan's Muggle theories were indeed robust, providing ample ground for discourse between magic and technology. The clock ticked with unwavering precision. A lunch, followed by dinner. The golden-haired prince once again took his leave amidst LeMay's reluctant gaze. Stepping out, escorted by the stone gargoyle, Alan delicately popped a piece of chocolate into his mouth, the rich aroma enveloping his senses, allowing him to unwind. He slowly made his way towards the Slytherin dormitory, emptying his mind to relax after a day of rapid thought. "Oh, Alan?" A somewhat familiar elegant tone, unmistakably that of Quirrell. Alan looked up expressionlessly, encountering the typically timid Quirrell lurking in the shadows, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. His slender brows furrowed slightly. After all, he truly lacked the energy to deal with this individual. "Dark Lord, do you require something?" the boy asked coldly. The other party seemed unaffected by his chill, responding with a cheerful laugh. "What's this? Has the suspicious old bee caught on? For the past few days, you have been ensnared in the headmaster's office." Alan chuckled, a hint of weariness tinging his features with sarcasm. It appears even the Dark Lord can misjudge. Or perhaps he was merely indulging in subjective conjecture. However, this mockery led to further misunderstanding. Voldemort sighed, Alan. Behold how the foolish light blinds every eye that yearns for it. Come to me. Darkness treats everyone equally. Alan smirked. Are you suggesting that I, as part of a privileged class, relinquish my power? Such a folly. Voldemort burst into laughter. Indeed, you and I are of the same ilk. He enticed. Those like us command wherever we go. The dark will bow before us. The formidable dark powers will serve as our allies. Open your eyes and see, Alan. Only in darkness can you truly wield life and death. Alan lowered his gaze, softly replying, I am well aware, Voldemort. Quirrell's expression contorted momentarily before quickly regaining composure. Voldemort spread his arms wide, coaxingly saying, Then come, Alan. Join me. We shall forge a dark empire, and you will remain the unshakable prince. Alan found this notion rather amusing. He restrained the impulse to laugh heartily, instead displaying his usual impeccable smile. Your Highness, the Dark Lord, truly intends to share power with me? What leads you to believe that a prince would be so naive? He raised his gaze. His sea-blue eyes as cold as pure ice, feeling rather fatigued after a long day. I beg your pardon, but I must decline your invitation. As the golden-haired prince began to walk away, Voldemort called out, with your magical talent, I presume you grasp spells swiftly? You will soon discover that the truly powerful incantations reside within the embrace of darkness. Should you wish to learn them, seek me out. I shall unveil true power. Alan halted, seemingly intrigued. My schedule is quite full. I fear I may not have time to spare for you. Voldemort chuckled lightly. Quirrell will apply on your behalf. The golden-haired prince wore an odd smile, his golden locks shimmering even under the dim light of the castle. Then I shall await your good news? Voldemort nodded in satisfaction. See, you truly are of my kind. I shall mold a dark prince through dark magic, making that old be witness my correctness. Regret your errors, Dumbledore. Chapter 73. An apology from Dumbledore. Alan strode towards the dormitory in high spirits. Excellent. He had acquired an exceptional dark magic instructor without cost. Although Salazar was impressive, he was, after all, a figure from a millennium ago. Alan required the most contemporary insights. Upon entering the Slytherin dormitory, he discovered a slumped little peacock. Draco, clad in Quidditch training attire, lay sprawled on the sofa. Seizing the moment while the other was oblivious, Alan discreetly waved his wand, casting a freshness charm to dispel the faint scent of sweat lingering nearby. Draco. The little peacock emitted a noise from his nostrils, indicating he was indeed alive. Alan chuckled softly, shaking his head as he removed his outer robe and hung it aside. Is Quidditch training truly that arduous? He inquired. Draco weakly waved his hand, taking a moment to respond. I feel as though my body no longer belongs to me. Alan retrieved a medicine chest from the wardrobe, extracting 2 anti-inflammatory tablets and 2 painkillers, placing them on the coffee table before him. With a flick of his wand he tapped the surface, and a house elf abruptly appeared. Sir Bebe is at your service. Alan offered a gentle nod. A glass of warm water and a cup of hot milk, please. Bebe swiftly vanished, and almost simultaneously, the 2 cups materialized on the table. Alan called softly, Draco, rise and take your medicine. You'll feel better soon. The little peacock lazily lifted his eyelids, groggily spotting the yellow and red tablets. With a feeble grunt he protested, I refuse to take Muggle medicine. Alan leaned back against the sofa, his smile unwavering. Yet, you rather enjoyed the healing ointment last time. If memory serves, you kept half of it after distributing some to the first years. Draco shot upright, indignation flaring. Shut up. He seized the tablets and hastily swallowed them with a gulp of warm water. Alan raised an eyebrow, lifting the hot milk, cradling it in his hands, and took a delicate sip. The warmth enveloped him, and the tension that had gripped him throughout the day suddenly eased, inducing a hint of drowsiness. Mimicking him, the little peacock reclined on the sofa and asked, Why is there no milk for me? Alan replied, eyes closed, you cannot drink milk immediately after taking your medicine. If you still wish for it in half an hour, you may call upon the Hogwarts house elf. Rising, he sighed, I apologize, Draco. I must freshen up. You should retire early. The little peacock glanced at the weary Alan and then at himself, feeling a wave of consolation wash over him. Look. This fellow was far worse off than he. The dark green bed curtains were drawn apart, and the golden-haired prince lay neatly ensconced in the bedding. His thoughts danced between clarity and muddled confusion, tinged with a sense of semi-consciousness. He pondered that perhaps he should not be overly impatient. The theoretical concepts discussed today were too intricate and vast, even for him to fully grasp. Lemay had focused on the core theories and their results, leaving other branches and deeper fields yet untouched. Alan mused that he ought to allocate more time to alchemy. His mind adeptly categorized the day's theories into his memory palace. And the golden-haired prince's breathing gradually slowed, soon surrendering to slumber. The following day, Alan awoke promptly at 6, opting to forego the morning classes. Rubbing his slightly aching head, he began to meditate, reminding himself to proceed with caution and not to be overly ambitious. The golden-haired boy made his way to the headmaster's office, prepared to face the onslaught of theoretical knowledge awaiting him. However, the two elderly gentlemen within the office were quite astute. The two old foxes exchanged knowing glances at Alan, chuckling as they waved him off. No classes today. After all, you are still young. There is no need to rush. Alan felt a twinge of embarrassment, casting his gaze downward with a smile. I suppose I overestimated myself. Yet he hesitated, raising his eyes in curiosity. Is it that obvious? Dumbledore replied with a twinkle in his eye, continuing to sip his overly sweetened tea. Lume shook his head, responding with a smile. You appear as you always do. Yet today you speak almost not at all. The frail old man's hand gently ruffled Alan's hair. It seems I taught too much yesterday. Even this old man has grown impatient. No need to rush, Alan. I have been saving my elixir of life for many years. It is sufficient to teach you all of alchemy. Alan's perceptive gaze narrowed, frowning as he inquired, is there a problem with the Philosopher's Stone? Is its vitality insufficient? No. Has it been destroyed? The two elders exchanged a furtive glance, avoiding the topic. The golden-haired prince's gaze flitted between them before he straightened his posture. The Philosopher's Stone is in Hogwarts? Is it that little cloth pouch? Is that why the Dark Lord has come? His azure eyes sharpened as he asked, Alan, how do you know that person is at the school? Alan pressed his lips together, feeling a pang of frustration. He exhaled slowly, because of Professor Quirrell. He attempted to lure me into darkness. Dumbledore leaned forward, resting his hands on the table. Oh, and what was your response? It was evident. Alan frowned. I rejected him. His sea-blue eyes fixed sharply on Dumbledore. Sir, I am aware of your concerns regarding my potential missteps, but I assure you, I will not lean towards Voldemort. Dumbledore regarded him quietly, his body relaxing slightly. Oh, Alan, I have always believed you would not stray towards him. Alan gazed at the elder across from him, and after a moment, lowered his eyes gently. Rising, he declared, I have always known of your occasional scrutiny and vigilance. However, I intend to prove to you that this is merely a prejudice in need of re-evaluation. As he turned to leave, Dumbledore softly called after him, Alan, I apologize. Yes. My child, the elder said kindly, please forgive my actions. I have witnessed a brilliant youth standing on the precipice, and another student straying from the path. Both were exceptionally talented, yet brought great calamity to the world. Indeed, please pardon my momentary lapse in judgment. Alan slightly turned back, catching the sincerity in the elder's gaze. He tilted his head, thinking some elders truly excelled at evoking sympathy. Lume chuckled heartily, quickly retrieving a vial and swallowing the ruby-red liquid within. The sounds of anguish subsided, and his burdened body regained a modicum of vitality. Nicholas forced a smile. I am truly pleased to see Albus emerge from the shadows. Alas, my body is but a shadow of its former self. Lume regarded Alan with a resigned expression. My child. Let us make the most of our time and commence our lessons. Chapter 74, The Dumbledore Owl. In the headmaster's office, under the watchful eyes of portraits of former headmasters, esoteric knowledge permeated the air. Yet it seemed everyone present could effortlessly command it. To ease Alan's burden, Lume slowed the pace of his explanations. Yes, even the swiftest comprehension of overwhelming information could be daunting for an 11-year-old child. In this cozy setting, two elderly men and a child engaged in lively discussion, exploring whether alchemical theories could be further refined and attempting to merge them with Muggle science. This was indeed audacious. The statute of secrecy would not permit such occurrences. Should that arrogant, weak, incompetent minister of magic discover this, he might even accuse Dumbledore of abusing Muggle items. Speaking of which, Alan chuckled softly. Dumbledore, unwrapping a piece of candy, asked, what has the little prince recalled? Alan responded, I made a promise to Fred and George. Oh, the Weasley twins. They left quite an impression on me. Those mischievous little lions are particularly gifted at pranks. Dumbledore continued, indeed. Lume chimed in, perhaps Albus. But I can hardly believe the mischief you speak of. To you, as long as they do not tear down the castle, they are all good children. Dumbledore ignored his friend's interruption, continuing, so, did the two Weasley gentlemen and Alan make any agreements? Alan nodded gently, yes. They asked me if I could procure some Muggle products for Mr. Weasley, their father. The prince wore a curious smile. Incidentally, this Mr. Weasley is the head of the office that prohibits the misuse of Muggle items. Dumbledore shrugged. Arthur has always had a penchant for those. Alan nodded slightly. Previously, I wrote to the king, requesting him to assemble a collection of Muggle products to send over. It should be ready by this afternoon. Dumbledore straightened in his chair. Oh. Shall we clear the room? Alan gently shook his head, contemplating. Perhaps there are simply too many items. My father has only one owl. I need to send a few more owls over. Dumbledore leaned in with interest. Oh, I dare say Arthur will be absolutely delighted. By the way, Nico, why don't you head back first? Alan and I will take a look at those Muggle artifacts at the palace. LeMay's face fell as he stomped his feet in frustration. Dumbledore, are you truly delaying a genius's study time for your own whims? Dumbledore replied sternly, Oh Nico, I am merely assisting in the transportation of Muggle items to the palace. You know the king has but a single owl. LeMay retorted indignantly, slapping the armrest of his chair. Then let the owls from Hogwarts do it. Great White Wizard Dumbledore, are you an owl? With a playful glint in his azure eyes, he mischievously replied, Professor, why not? The golden-haired prince raised his teacup and turned to Dumbledore. Which owl would dare to perform the shrinking charm and apparition? It would be the least conspicuous owl imaginable. Just moments ago irate, LeMay suddenly burst into laughter, eager to indulge his students' wishes. Oh, you're absolutely right, Alan. The Dumbledore brand owl. Off you go to bring joy to your beloved members of the Order. The elderly man across from him took their teasing in stride, chuckling as he stroked his beard. Well then, Nico, hurry and take Fawkes away. Alan and I are about to set off. LeMay's expression fell once more. He wished to say something, but before he could, the fiery phoenix appeared at Dumbledore's summons, and in a flash of flames, LeMay had vanished from sight. The Lion King, resembling a Santa Claus figure, emerged from behind the desk, extending his hand towards Alan. Little Prince, are you ready to embark? Alan pressed his hand against his full stomach, hesitating before grasping the elder's arm. Chapter 75. Alan's report on duties. A familiar sensation of squeezing enveloped him, leaving Alan disoriented as he landed, desperately covering his mouth to prevent an untimely display in the palace. After a moment, the young master of the palace finally regained his composure and glanced at the castle's elegant exterior. The golden-haired prince inhaled deeply several times before speaking. Sir, perhaps I was not clear. This is Windsor Castle. He forced a smile. I mean, His Majesty the King is currently at Balmoral. Dumbledore tilted his head, resembling a foolish cat, nonchalantly extending his hand to Alan. Ah, I recall the owl from Balmoral has been there. Alan gazed silently at the elder, sighing as he extended his hand once more. At last, Alan recovered, staring at the familiar grey castle, nearly moved to tears. The golden-haired prince resolved firmly. He must find the incantation for the flying spell. In September, this castle was not open to the public. Thus, their people would remain unaware that the prince stood alone with an elder outside Balmoral Castle. What a stroke of luck. Alan mused, pulling the ring of the Board of Governors from his pocket. He deftly pressed the gemstone button at its center and vanished from Dumbledore's sight. The elder closed his eyes to feel the magic, quickly detecting a magical orb before him. It was his first time locating someone in this manner, leading him to an unexpected yet logical conclusion. This orb radiated a pure white light, approximately the size of an adult, with pearlescent glimmers sliding across its surface. Countless magical particles danced joyfully around the orb. It is known that the size of a magical orb is proportional to a wizard's magical power. So, has Alan already acquired the magical strength of a seventh-year student? Dumbledore opened his eyes, hearing Alan's voice call, Professor, hurry. Watch out for the cameras. The elder stroked his beard, casting the disillusionment charm upon himself, and following the magical orb toward the castle. Alan skillfully located Edward's study, placing one end of his wand against the door while pressing the other to his ear. And indeed he heard voices within. Dumbledore chuckled at Alan's stealthy demeanor, gently knocking on the door. Alan stood stiffly, hastily stowing away the second-hand wand. Soon, a faint sound of the lock was heard. The elderly but sprightly butler, Wolfran, opened a narrow slit of the door. Though nearing his 70s, he appeared vigorous and upright. At that moment, he scrutinized with narrowed eyes, his right hand concealed behind his back, exuding a palpable sense of authority. Alan greeted him with a smile. Good day, Uncle Butler. The old butler's demeanor softened instantly, as he tucked something back at his waist, opened the door, and inquired, Your Highness, what brings you back so suddenly? He turned to glance at Edward, the king seated upon his throne, and bowed slightly, respectfully announcing, Your Majesty, the prince has returned. Edward paused, raising his hand. Quick, let him in. The king sat in his high-backed chair, observing as Wolfran thoroughly inspected Alan, touching the child's face and squeezing his shoulders. The old butler murmured, Let us see if he has lost weight. What brings him back so suddenly? Surely he wasn't expelled. The king cleared his throat in exasperation, but the old butler, lost in his doting mode, paid no heed. The king was left with no choice but to rise and clear his throat loudly. Reluctantly, the old butler stepped aside. Edward ruffled Alan's hair, asking, "What brings you back so suddenly?" Alan took a step back, placing his hand over his heart in salute, and replied with a smile, "Your Majesty, and Professor Dumbledore is here too." The elderly gentleman stood at the door, having observed them for some time, and upon hearing this, tilted his head gently. Smiling as he knocked on the door, Edward nodded politely. "Professor Dumbledore, please come in and take a seat." They settled into the reception area opposite the study. The old butler efficiently brewed 3 cups of tea, standing rigidly behind Edward, his tailored suit resembling that of a sentinel. Edward looked at Dumbledore. "Professor, did you bring Alan back for a specific purpose?" Dumbledore smiled brightly, explaining his intentions, feeling in no way childish. Alan had already closed his eyes, tightly pressing his lips together. "Oh, this does seem rather juvenile." Indeed, the king appeared somewhat stupefied, glancing between the two before raising his teacup and taking a sip, allowing himself a moment before saying, "Of course, that is permissible. I mean, Wolfran, please show Professor Dumbledore around." The old butler bowed respectfully, moving beside Dumbledore and gesturing. "Professor Dumbledore, please." Dumbledore playfully shook his head, signaling to Edward, and cheerfully followed the old butler out. It was only then that the king could turn his attention to conversing with his son. "Are you still adapting well at Hogwarts? I know you have a lot more magical coursework. Can you manage it?" Alan replied with a smile, "I found a very approachable alchemy teacher. The one who is modifying my governor's ring." "Oh," Edward inquired with interest. Alan nodded. "Yes, he is quite renowned in our legends. His name is Nicholas Lamay." Edward straightened his back, unable to hide his surprise. "Nicholas Lamay?" the king repeated. The presence of a legendary figure in the real world felt oddly disjointed. Well, Edward thought, it is after all a good thing, isn't it? He quickly regained his composure, resuming his royal duties. "Alan, I have reviewed your daily reports. Please elaborate further. I have some questions." Upon hearing this, the golden-haired prince immediately sobered, commencing his report on duties. The king and his son engaged in a serious discussion, initiating a small inquiry session. Chapter 76. Arthur Weasley's Exuberance. While the king and his son conducted their small inquiry session, on the other side, Dumbledore appeared to have fallen into a pile of sweets. The old butler made an effort to maintain his composure. In a warehouse approximately the size of a playground, an array of ordinary items belonging to everyday individuals is meticulously categorized and neatly packed into exquisite suitcases. At this moment, all the packed suitcases are reopened and arranged in 2 lines, allowing this whimsical old gentleman to embark on a tour. Before the suitcase filled with bathroom supplies, the headmaster of Hogwarts lingers for quite some time, silently pilfering a small yellow duck. Clad in a vibrant red velvet wizard's robe, the headmaster glides along on a skateboard. He gazes at a pile of repair tools, sighing in disinterest before moving on. Ultimately, he halts in front of the women's items, adorning himself with a fluffy cat ear hairpin. As for Wok-Frong, will he, in due course, also transform into something akin to this? The old butler's expression falters. Absolutely not. That throng of media would undoubtedly swarm, tarnishing his lifelong reputation as an elite steward. At last, the old headmaster has satisfied his curiosity. With a twinkle in his eye, he turns to Frong and inquires, "Good sir, may I take these diminutive items with me?" "Indeed, I am here to transport these treasures." Frong bows slightly. "Might I confirm this with His Highness?" "Of course." Dumbledore nods, once more holding the small yellow duck, gently pressing it. Soon, Frong completes his verification and bows, inviting Dumbledore to proceed as he pleases. Thus, under the watchful gaze of a pure-blood Muggle, the headmaster of Hogwarts reveals the marvels of magic. The 10 substantial suitcases effortlessly shrink to the size of a palm, subsequently being delicately stowed away into his pocket. Frong's demeanor remains stoic, his expression unchanging as he leads Dumbledore back to the king's study. Coincidentally, matters concerning Edward and Alan have also concluded, with Alan even recording a few greeting videos for media use. Upon the headmaster's arrival, the blonde heir bids farewell to the king and operates to the wondrous Weasley household. They materialize beside a dilapidated garage, surrounded by a small courtyard. Alan surveys the house with quiet curiosity, revealing a hint of peculiarity. It appears to have once been a large pigsty constructed of stone, subsequently adorned with additional rooms to form several crooked stories, seemingly erected by magic. The red roof boasts 4 or 5 chimneys, and a sign leans askew in front, declaring it a humble abode. Beside the entrance lies a pair of high-top boots and a rusted cauldron. A few brown, plump chickens are pecking about in the yard. A red-haired little girl is rolling up her pant legs, squatting in the yard to catch a gnome. The sudden appearance of the elderly man and the boy startles her. But she quickly recognizes the white-bearded Dumbledore. Clearly well acquainted with the Weasley family, Dumbledore greets her warmly. "Ah, little Ginny, good afternoon. Where is your father, Arthur?" Ginny gestures toward the backyard, responding, "He's working on that Muggle car." Dumbledore smiles. "What a good child. Could you lead us to him?" The girl glances at Alan, nodding, as she hurls the gnome away and guides the two towards Mr. Weasley's workshop. Curiously, Ginny observes Alan, who seems out of place. His polished shoes and meticulously tailored attire, along with his immaculate hair, set him apart. He resembles that insufferable Malfoy, yet his demeanor is gentle. He even offers her a warm smile when she glances his way. Ginny feels reassured and inquires, "Who are you?" Alan gently inclines his head, smiling as he replies, "I am Alan Cornwall, a first-year student at Hogwarts." Ginny hesitantly asks, "Do you know Harry Potter?" "Yes, in your year, isn't he?" Alan also smiles slightly, responding, "Oh, him. I know him well. We are quite good friends." "You like him, don't you?" Ginny's face flushes as red as her hair. With a playful smirk, Alan adds, "Oh, Miss Weasley, you could write him a letter. I assure you I will deliver it." Ginny rises on her toes, her eyes sparkling. "Really? I'll go write it right away." The girl seems eager to dash off but restrains herself to lead them to Mr. Weasley, then quickly rushes back into the house. "Arthur?" Dumbledore gently knocks on the door. "Oh, Molly. Let me take another look. I'm just about to figure it out." Mr. Weasley's voice emerges from beneath the car, muffled. Moments later, seemingly unable to defy his wife, he hastily slides out from under the vehicle. Arthur Weasley possesses a head of iconic red hair, and wears a patched gray hat, his wizarding robe in tatters. Having just risen from the ground, dust-covered, he enthusiastically greets Dumbledore with open arms. "Oh, Albus. What brings you here?" He turns to Alan, "And who is this child?" Dumbledore beams, nudging Alan forward, allowing the cleanliness-loving heir to receive a warm, albeit grimy, embrace. The elderly wizard introduces, "This is Alan Cornwall, the Muggle heir. The twins informed Alan of your fondness for Muggle artifacts, so the young prince has prepared some gifts for you." Alan coughs softly due to the dust, casting a resigned glance at Dumbledore upon hearing this. "Oh no," Arthur exclaims, covering his face in exasperation. "Those two children. How could they?" Alan interjects, "No, sir. They did not request gifts. I simply enjoy their prank candies and heard that you are quite adept with Muggle products, so I thought to offer you some convenience. Of course, it would be splendid if you could share some of your findings with me." Arthur breathes a sigh of relief, fearing that the twins might truly behave in such a manner. They are indeed quite mischievous. He quickly becomes animated, rubbing his hands together. "And what of the Muggle products?" "Albus?" Dumbledore does not disappoint. With a flick of his wand, 10 splendidly crafted boxes line up in front of Arthur. Soon, the enthusiastic Mr. Weasley resembles a runaway stallion. He crouches down, eventually sitting on the ground, exclaiming, "Oh, bathroom supplies, a little yellow duck? Why would one keep a duck in the bathroom?" Alan silently points to a small notebook wedged atop the box. "Mr. Weasley, that is the manual for all the supplies." "Oh, this is splendid." Mr. Weasley cheers. "Molly." Mrs. Weasley strides quickly from the other end of the yard. She is a plump woman, appearing kind-hearted, but at this moment, she resembles a fierce tiger. "Arthur Weasley, put down that Muggle car and look." "Oh, Dumbledore." Spotting the white-bearded elder, she extends her arms for a warm embrace. "How delightful to see you." "Hello, my dear." She embraces Alan as well, then turns to Dumbledore, asking, "Have Fred and George caused any trouble?" "Certainly not, my dear." Dumbledore chuckles. "The Weasley twins are remarkably lively and creatively gifted. Isn't that splendid?" The warmth and acceptance of the matriarch almost make Alan forget to shy away. Dumbledore laughingly explains Mr. Weasley's Muggle products while introducing Alan to her. Mrs. Weasley clasps her heart, embracing Alan once more. "Oh, what a lovely, well-behaved child. If only Fred and George were a bit more like you. I can't imagine how much easier my life would be." The kind lady enthusiastically invites them to stay for dinner. Alan looks to Dumbledore for help. "We should depart. Back to Hogwarts." Dumbledore seemingly ignores Alan's plea, responding with a smile. Consequently, the blonde heir navigates a torrent of Mr. Weasley's endless questions while simultaneously fending off Mrs. Weasley's continual offerings of food. Ultimately, he leaves with a stomach full to bursting and a hand-knit scarf from Mrs. Weasley, firmly declining Dumbledore's suggestion to apparate. "You can use Floo powder, dear." Mrs. Weasley enthusiastically suggests, shooting a disapproving glance at Dumbledore. "Oh, Albus. Alan was still quite young. He shouldn't be subjected to the complexities of apparition so frequently. The lady enthusiastically instructed him on the use of flue powder. Alan blinked, hesitating as he grasped a handful of the powder, casting a glance at Dumbledore. The old headmaster mischievously winked, reassuring him, "Fear not, Alan. Should you lose your way, I will come to your aid." Alan chuckled softly, feeling a modicum of comfort. He bowed his head slightly and sprinkled the flue powder into the fireplace, which had reignited with flames, and then stepped into it, clearly and accurately proclaiming, "Hogwarts." A swirl of emerald flames engulfed him, and despite the lingering discomfort in his bloated stomach, he adeptly steadied himself. Upon raising his gaze, he beheld Fawkes perched high above in the headmaster's office. Frustrated, Alan thought, "Why can't I summon Fawkes?" Grasping the phoenix would certainly be more dignified than merely tossing a handful of dust. Blast that Dumbledore. As Chapter 77 unfolds, a world where only Quirrell was injured comes to fruition. Upon stepping out of the fireplace, Dumbledore had already apparat back to his office. The portraits of former headmasters adorned the walls. Hearing their voices, a female headmaster opened her eyes gracefully, saying, "Oh Albus, Quirrell just came to see you." Dumbledore squinted at Alan and remarked, "Child, he likely came to see you." Alan shrugged, indifferent. He had undergone 3 instances of apparition that day and felt utterly exhausted, too weary to concern himself with some dark lord. Upon returning to his dormitory, Alan found Draco still absent, presumably still training for Quidditch. Salazar, unable to contain his excitement, floated out of Alan's pocket, urging quickly, "You've returned early today. You'll still have 3 hours of lessons." Alan smiled and with a flick of his wand, ensnared his ancestor in a silencing charm. Salazar's face twisted in irritation. Alan made a gesture of prayer, batting his eyelashes at Salazar. Regardless, he was determined not to engage in any intensive studying for the day. Life thereafter settled into a tranquil and smooth rhythm. Everything finally fell into place. The Weasley children made a special trip to express their gratitude for Alan's gifts, with even Percy reluctantly approaching the Slytherin table. Fred and George chimed in unison, "Oh Alan, you have no idea how grateful we are." "Indeed, our father is absolutely thrilled," George added. "He is always so madly in love with Muggle inventions." Ron blushed, exclaiming, "Oh, you've given too much, Alan." He was promptly silenced by his twin brothers. Percy glared at his unruly siblings, striving to maintain his composure. "Oh, Mr. Cornwall, we are exceedingly grateful for your gifts. Yes, if you require any assistance, please do not hesitate to contact me." The Weasley twins shouted in unison, "Sirius Percy! Prefect Percy!" Alan found this manner of speaking rather agreeable, nodding happily as he replied, "I am well here. Should Mr. Algephalip seek you, please extend your assistance." Percy's face flushed slightly, evidently unaccustomed to such formal discourse. "Of course." He restrained himself. "Then I shall take my leave. Prefects are always burdened with many affairs." The Weasley twins shook their heads in exaggerated disbelief, mimicking Percy's tone, only to be met with a swift punch from him. Ron leaned closer, his freckles slightly flushed. "Oh Alan, Mum said you visited my home yesterday?" Alan smiled and nodded, exclaiming, "Yes, your house is truly magical. Mr. Weasley is quite amusing. He even showed me his modified Muggle car. Mrs. Weasley was delightful. Your mother warmly welcomed me, and her smoked bacon was exquisite." Harry enviously remarked, "I would love to see it. I've never seen a wizarding family before." Ron, clearly unprepared for such praise, wore a sheepish grin. The red-haired boy shyly replied, "If you ate like this every day, you wouldn't feel that way." Alan shook his head. "No, Ron. I believe you possess a once-in-a-lifetime family. A patient father, a responsible mother, and a multitude of caring siblings." The golden-haired prince spoke with a hint of wistfulness, perhaps even a touch of unrecognized envy. Harry nodded vigorously in agreement. Ron attempted to add something but was forcibly shoved aside by Fred and George. "Little Ronnie, kindly step aside. We have delightful things to show our investor." The twins showcased their constipation sweets, fever fudge, and vomit-flavored beans, absolutely elated. "We plan to create a series. We'll call it Quick Acting Skipping Class Sweets. Would you like to try some?" Alan quickly declined their offer, responding with restraint, "I shall continue to provide funds for you. Please do not use them to torment me." He curiously inquired, "Do people truly buy sweets to skip classes? What becomes of their lessons?" Fred and George looked at him, shaking their heads. "Poor little prince. He has never even tasted the thrill of skipping class." George concurred. "The god of jokes weeps for you. Let us report back, little prince. We have already earned 2 galleons, 10 sickles, and 3 nuts. This is your share." Alan rejected the paltry sum, stating, "Let us settle once a month, Mr. Weasley." Fred and George cheered for this generous gold mine. leaving behind a handful of sweets as they linked arms and joyfully departed. True to his word, Alan handed Harry the pink envelope addressed to Ginny, and he indeed witnessed the savior turn beet red. Harry's emerald eyes cast a reproachful glance at Alan. "Oh, Your Highness." This situation was soon discovered by the Weasley twins, who returned hurriedly, intending to join the savior's commotion, only to find their little sister's name. The red-haired boy wore a smirk, pulling Harry away by the neck. The savior's helpless protest echoed, "It's not my fault. I haven't even met her." Regardless, Alan finally had the opportunity to experience a semblance of ordinary school life. Each day was busy yet fulfilling. Salazar persistently seized every opportunity to impart knowledge. Alan absolutely could not believe he was incapable of becoming a teacher for ordinary individuals. Thus, he resolutely continued to guide Draco. The platinum peacock's tail drooped. His eyes devoid of life. "Alan, just assign me to the Bookworm Academy with Diana Sharp." Draco could no longer withstand this torment. Why would anyone assign homework so swiftly? Just as one mountain of assignments was upon them, another was already prepared. The platinum peacock had nearly lost all joy in life. He could scarcely fathom that this golden-haired buffoon had endured such a life for a full 9 years. He would rather memorize textbooks in the Bookworm Academy. Alan, in exasperation, finally acknowledged the oppressive sense of teaching. Draco, however, remained oblivious to the magical elements. He was best guided to seek out Diana. This cool companion rarely displayed a hint of amusement, gently advising, "Your Highness, you should not impose your standards upon Mr. Malfoy. This is a challenge for most." Draco protested. "It is for the vast majority." Diana nodded subtly. "Indeed, Mr. Malfoy." Alan sighed as he pinched the bridge of his nose. During this period, not only was the little peacock tormented, but so was he. Teaching Draco was perhaps the most frustrating endeavor of his life. Diana bowed politely. "Your Highness, rest assured, I will ensure Mr. Malfoy's coursework is well managed." Alan hesitated. "If Draco exhibits any arrogance, please guide him." "I understand," Diana responded, her pale irises possessing a divine quality that seemed to see through all. "Your Highness, do not forget, I too am the daughter of a count." Miss Sharp harbored no qualms. She was of noble birth and adept at dealing with such duplicitous young lords. Friends exchanged delightful anecdotes of their lives, and the teacher's lessons progressed seamlessly. Professor Flitwick noticed Alan's remarkable advancement. This professor of Fey lineage gazed at Alan, and with a startled shriek, tumbled from his book. However, he quickly regained his composure, and excitedly climbed back into his chair. "Oh, Alan, you must progress swiftly, for then I can teach you the art of dueling. Merlin knows I yearn for a duel more than anything. In my youth I was the champion of dueling, but alas, since becoming a professor at Hogwarts, opportunities have been scarce." Naturally, Alan was eager to engage in some practical training. Thus, the blonde prince wholly relinquished his restraint, no longer concealing his talent before the professor. Professor McGonagall also appeared considerably calmer. It was evident that she had received the latest news from Dumbledore, and her previously anxious heart had finally found solace. A glaring talent placed before one and left untaught would vex Merlin himself. Yet, Alan's progress was astonishingly swift. Professor McGonagall had little choice but to impart more theoretical knowledge, hoping to solidify the boy's foundation. She certainly did not wish for her student, who could erect a towering edifice, to collapse due to a weak base. Snape's formerly cold demeanor had somewhat thawed. Previously, he had been perturbed by Alan's reluctance to handle potion ingredients. How could that foolish and delicate little prince comprehend the wondrous allure of touching potion materials? The sensation of merging one's magic with them can evoke the most exquisite aromas. Until Snape, with a stoic expression, beheld Alan concocting perfect potions batch after batch. The professor in black robes finally begrudgingly acknowledged Alan's undeniable talent. However, he did not harbor any fondness for Alan. It was apparent to any discerning observer that Alan was merely following the curriculum, showing no inclination towards becoming a master of potions. Such a lack of creative ambition was indeed displeasing to a purely academic researcher. Unbeknownst to Alan, he had unwittingly borne the brunt of criticism. His reluctance to innovate stemmed from the fact that nearly all his remaining energy was consumed by alchemy and Salazar's demands. Kara seemed to be the most discontent of all. He had yet to secure any of Alan's instructional time, and each time he spotted the blonde prince during defense against the dark arts class, he wore a face of despair. The worldly wise Dumbledore was far too astute, while the long-forgotten Dark Lord was excessively volatile. In recent days, Kara had endured several torturous moments without access to Alan's lessons. Alan could only respond with an air of helplessness. What a jest! Having finally ensured that Alan would not stray from the path, how could Dumbledore possibly falter and thrust him into the territory of the Dark Lord? Alchemy with LeMay was also progressing well, as Alan had begun crafting communication badges. Perhaps by the end of the month, during the selection assembly for knights, he would be able to unveil the badges. The enthusiasm among the young wizards for their studies was unprecedented. The end of the month was approaching. It must be noted that the assembly at month's end would select the first cohort of the prince's knightly order. Each was eager and resolute, with good friends assisting one another, studying magical theories, and practicing spells, all hoping to be chosen for Alan's knightly order and share in the prince's glory. Life at the academy was indeed vibrant and diverse, was it not? If only one could disregard the presence of the Dark Lord. Chapter 78. I await the brilliant flames of your lives. Amidst the fervent anticipation, the final Saturday of the month finally arrived, heralding the commencement of the nightly selection assembly. That afternoon, the room of requirement was abuzz with excitement. Adorned in resplendent decor reminiscent of Buckingham Palace, it felt more akin to a coronation ceremony than a duel. Indeed, it bore some resemblance. The interior of the room of requirement had undergone slight alterations. The previous podium had vanished, replaced by a luxurious golden throne, its wine-red velvet cushion exuding opulence, and its tall back adorned with an array of gemstones. 10 feet in front of the throne lay a dueling platform protected by enchantments. Before the platform was an amphitheater-style seating arrangement accommodating 300 spectators. As far as the eye could see, a rich red carpet embroidered with golden thread sprawled beneath, offering an extraordinarily comfortable experience underfoot. These Muggle-born young wizards had mostly witnessed Alan's crowning glory only on television, never having experienced such luxury firsthand. They were left in awe, exclaiming in astonishment, their voices buzzing with discussion. Alan sat upon the central throne, flanked by 3 heads of the academy. He gestured for them to take their seats, then rose to address the assembly. Standing atop a walnut dais, the prince opened his arms wide, his warm smile radiating unyielding conviction. Before him, the cheers of 300 Muggle-born young wizards surged like a tidal wave. Alan offered a heartfelt salute to the left, center, and right, stepping back as he proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the room of requirement." His resonant voice carried the words to every young wizard's ears, prompting them to quiet down and gaze at the resplendent prince on the dais. First and foremost, I extend my gratitude for your enthusiastic participation in the nightly selection assembly. I, Alan Cornwall Windsor, thank you all for your love and support of the royal family. He bowed once more, then continued, under your eager anticipation, the nightly selection assembly, along with the selection for the Secretary Council, is now officially underway. He slightly turned, nodding to the left and right rear. I appreciate Miss Diana Sharp's diligent efforts in structuring this event, as well as the meticulous arrangements made by Mr. Algie Phillips and Mr. Valentine List. He then stepped back, a smile on his face, eagerly awaiting the participants' impressive performances. The honor of the knightly order lies with you all. The cool and aloof witch stepped forward, crossing paths with the prince. She respectfully awaited Alan's return to the throne, then advanced to stand in front of his right. Her slender, delicate fingers unfurled the parchment, her cold voice resonating throughout the assembly. I will now announce the rules for this selection assembly. I implore everyone to listen attentively. Firstly, this selection assembly comprises both the Secretary Council selection and the Knightly Order selection, with each academy selecting 5 secretaries and 15 knights. Secondly, the selection process will involve theoretical examinations and practical duels, with a total score of 200 points, requiring a minimum of 160 points for acceptance, with no subject falling below 90 points for those with a specialty. Thirdly, any form of cheating is strictly prohibited. If detected, the individual will be permanently disqualified from the nightly selection process. Fourthly, His Highness the Prince has personally crafted the communication badges, made of gold and adorned with gemstones, which currently possess protective and communicative functions. Valentine approached with a tray, and a grand magical projection displayed the exquisite badges in midair. The dazzling golden base, lavishly set with red and blue gemstones, captured everyone's attention. Valentine explained, "These badges are fully functional, boasting a beautiful design. They can serve as brooches or pendants. What you behold is gold and pure gemstones, for the prince considers you all his eternal treasure." Alan gazed at them gently, raising his hand to signal Valentine to continue. "As you all are aware, the badges possess protective and communicative capabilities. The protective magic will activate naturally in times of danger, capable of withstanding 3 full-force attacks from an ordinary adult wizard. As for the communication function," Valentine held the badge in his palm. The badge hovered in midair, appearing quite large, yet in reality, it was only slightly larger than an adult thumb. He demonstrated, "If any of you wish to contact someone, Simply press the shield on the left and state the name of the person you wish to reach. The corresponding badge will warm up. Certainly. One may also configure the music or allow it to display the colors of Ravenclaw. Should anyone wish to send a message, kindly press the shield on the right. Upon pressing the shield, a somewhat translucent, resilient screen promptly materializes, measuring nearly 6 inches in size. He stated, inscribe your thoughts upon it, and remember to specify the contact. The corresponding badge shall emit Hufflepuff hues. As for the crown in the center, it is exclusively for the Academy head. By sequentially pressing the crown and the left shield, one can communicate with the Academy head. Pressing the crown and the right shield in succession allows one to send messages to the Academy head. We shall consolidate all these messages and relay them to His Highness every Friday. Algie stepped forward, somewhat stiffly declaring, the Knight's badge can directly connect to the Secretary. The Secretary's badge can directly connect to the Academy head, and the Academy head's badge can directly connect to His Highness. The lion's eyes glimmered with a fierce determination. For the glory of the Knights, for the dignity of the office, unleash all your might. The cheers and cries of the little Muggle wizards resonated, while the prince sat regally upon the throne, observing the fervent, confident, and composed assembly before him. For our dignity and glory, for a brighter future, I await the radiant flames of your lives. Chapter 79. Selection of the Knights. The theoretical selection was rather mundane. Many young wizards appeared timid, scratching their heads in a bid to conjure answers. Young wizards from the 1st to 7th grade faced varying levels of theoretical questions, all crafted by Diana. Alan had participated in question formulation, but was politely invited for tea by the 3 heads. Ultimately, the customized questions from the prince only appeared in the 6th and 7th grade assessments. Alan, meanwhile, was not idle. He was contemplating the assignment LeMay had left for him. This time, the communication badge was crafted by royal artisans under Edward's arrangement, with LeMay guiding Alan in inscribing the magical arrays and various spells. Naturally, the core magical array was inspired by Alan, with LeMay himself engraving it. The ancient alchemist, inspired by communication technology, intricately linked 64 alchemical arrays, each interlocking with one another. The largest array was directly connected to Alan's bloodline. As long as Alan wielded magical power, he could sense the badge's activity and autonomously choose which individual's messages to receive. The badge's positioning feature, within Alan's magical perception, appeared as numerous cerulean dots, akin to a shimmering starry sea. In the past, Alan might have deemed alchemical products somewhat exorbitant. However, after genuinely participating in the badge's creation, he could only acknowledge its value. It was indeed a labor-intensive endeavor. Of the 64 interlocking magical arrays, Alan had only completed 13, with the remainder crafted by LeMay. Even so, those 13 had repeatedly drained his magical power. Although the magical factors rapidly coursed through his body, enhancing his capacity, it was undeniably exhausting. Each exertion of magic left him nearly depleted. He gently closed his eyes, his elongated fingers gliding through the air, tracing peculiar runes. The magical factors he stirred gathered swiftly at the points his fingers traversed. Just as a magical array was about to take shape, the golden-haired prince gently opened his eyes, his azure gaze sweeping across the examining subjects below, ultimately retrieving a tome on history of magic to pass the time. This interval was fortuitous, allowing him to ponder the inconsequential yet crucial dilemma of Dumbledore. Before long, the bell signaling the end of the examination resonated throughout the respondent room. The prince closed his book, smiling as he regarded the young wizards. The Ravenclaw had calmly waved his wand. All the examination papers floated from the young wizard's hands, swiftly landing on a small table that had been prepared nearby. 7 grades, 7 stacks of papers. Some young wizards exhibited triumphant smiles, starkly contrasting the size of the others. However, as the practical duel commenced, the previously despondent young wizards became animated, while the theoretical giants donned expressions of concern. It appeared that everyone had their own areas of expertise, or perhaps they simply wished to witness the spectacle. This was Algie's domain. Diana retreated behind Alan, settling into an armchair. A Victorian-style side table glided silently towards them, bringing the papers along with it. The Ravenclaw had commenced grading the papers in full view of everyone. The young wizard suddenly became tense. Valentine, smiling, observed Diana, straightened his posture, and turned to the young wizards, declaring, "The examination has concluded. No regrets in your submissions." He clasped his hands before him, presiding over the proceedings, stating, "The long-anticipated dual examination is about to commence. The practical examination is not mandatory. Those wishing to enlist in the Knights may register, while others can take their seats in the back to observe. Except for those with severely lacking spellcasting abilities and the first-year students, who could hardly cast spells, nearly everyone registered. Thus, a singular duel arena proved insufficient. The respondent room graciously expanded the duel arena, partitioning it to accommodate 2 groups of duels simultaneously. Algie pursed his lips, maintaining a serious expression, stating, teams may be formed, or one-on-one duels may occur. Team members will ultimately engage in an intra-team duel. That is how it shall be. The young wizards buzzed with discussion, each pulling their teammates. The first-year young wizards bounced back to their seats, indulging in various sweets delivered by house elves, gleefully observing the older students floundering about like headless chickens. Hermione anxiously regarded the duel arena ahead, nudging Harry beside her. Oh Harry, I am truly worried. What if I cannot be selected for the Knights next year? Harry grinned, saying impossible. You have the guidance of Sister Diana. Hermione pursed her lips, acknowledging yes, but we rarely practice spells. You must have practiced a lot with Senior Philip. Harry, somewhat bashful, scratched his head, replying, you know I dislike theory, it's far too dull. Duels are much more engaging. While the 2 little lions conversed, everything before them fell into orderly arrangement under Valentine's direction. Finally, everyone took a deep breath. The duel was about to commence. Chapter 80. I am honored because of you. According to the discussions among the 3 academy heads, presented to Alan, this duel selection would proceed from the lower grades to the higher. For the little ones possess a limited repertoire of spells. Valentine worried that if they witnessed the competitions of the upper grades, they might be reluctant to take the stage. Practical exercises at Hogwarts were inherently few, largely relying on students' private practice. Should the young wizards refuse to take the stage, the committee would be unable to assess their mastery of spells. How then could they assist them moving forward? Alan wholeheartedly agreed, holding the warmth of Hufflepuff in high regard. Therefore, the 2nd grade was the first to take the stage, using spells such as the Tarantaligra and the Tooth-Removing Charm. Alas, Quirrell was truly inept. The 2nd grade young wizards each made a spectacle of themselves. Some were pursued by a flock of birds, ending up with numerous bumps on their heads. Others had their front teeth dangling down to their chests, causing them to drop their wands in fright. Some laughed uncontrollably while dancing, nearly tumbling off the duel stage. Fortunately, the 3 academy heads possessed commendable magical skills. Otherwise, these little ones would be left to weep. The young wizards in the audience were nearly beside themselves with laughter. Even Algie, who had been focused on grading scores, had to descend to assist Valentine and Diana in counteracting the spells. Even so, the number of young wizards requiring de-spelling was overwhelming. Alan, both amused and exasperated, waved for the 3 heads to attend to their tasks. His wand slipped from his sleeve, gracefully caught by his elongated fingers, spinning elegantly at his fingertips. The golden-haired prince gently waved his wand, casting a powerful charm that enveloped the unfortunate 2nd-year students. Under the gaze of the crowd, the comical appearances of the young wizards swiftly vanished, their attire and hairstyles smoothed by the formidable magic, restoring them to their pre-performance state. The older students could hardly contain themselves. Just moments ago, they had been laughing at the pitiful little first years, noting their limited repertoire of spells and their amusing antics. Yet, in an instant, they found themselves utterly defeated by a first-year student from their own ranks, who had employed a silent spell. Such an incongruous pairing should not have been possible. Furthermore, it was a large-scale charm. Comparing the individual unbinding spells of the 3 heads, they fell into a contemplative silence. However, their spirits soon lifted. They were in the presence of such a prodigy. With fervent gazes directed at Alan, the older students nudged one another until a brave little eagle stepped forward and inquired, Your Highness, might you share the secrets of silent casting with us? Alan paused, uncertain, and asked, Is there truly a need for a secret? Diana closed her eyes in disbelief, unable to expect her prince to possess any accurate self-awareness of his own talent. She had heard of His Majesty's educational policies. Both Algie and Valentine had already covered their faces in exasperation. Alan hesitated. If you truly wish for it, I can offer my insights on my learning experience. How splendid! The young wizards cheered, and even Diana coughed lightly, reminding them not to forget her as their diligent head. Alan chuckled. Give me some time. I will compile my thoughts into a booklet this evening and hand it over to Miss Diana, who will distribute it to all of you, if that is agreeable. The older students erupted in excitement, anticipating the prince's handwritten manuscript. They were about to obtain the insights of a genius. Valentine took a deep breath to calm his exhilaration and smiled. Your Highness, your talent is truly astonishing. You must treat us to afternoon tea. Alan naturally obliged. The young wizards finally settled down as Valentine announced. The dueling selection continues. The 3rd-year students fared no better, but they had at least learned some combat spells. The red beams from their wands flitted about the arena, with 8 out of 10 missing their targets. Soon. Their magical energy was nearly depleted, and Algie shook his head, awarding them a score of 60. The 4th and 5th years engaged in an advanced free-for-all, with red and green lights flying chaotically, a sight almost too painful to behold. Alan could hardly bear to watch. The reality was that the defense against the dark arts curriculum was far too disorganized. Each year a different teacher, each year a different method, most of which were unreliable. The golden-haired prince's heart sank. Given the current state of affairs, the Muggle-born young wizards would struggle to mount any resistance when Voldemort returned. He resolved to seek out Dumbledore and propose the establishment of a dueling club. Finally, it was the 6th year's turn. These young wizards stood confidently, their chests puffed out, seemingly bolstered by the disarray of the preceding years. Indeed, they were stronger than their inexperienced peers. Their spellcasting was more proficient, with 6 or 7 out of 10 spells striking true, though that was largely due to their opponents dodging. Alan observed their movements, noting that their footwork was not particularly nimble. They often fled in a panic when avoiding spells. A few young wizards even exposed their backs to their adversaries. Yet there were surprises. One little eagle creatively substituted a disarming spell with a burst of red sparks, then deftly defeated their opponent with the actual disarming charm. The badgers and lions followed suit, and the dueling selection finally began to gain momentum. By the time the 7th years took their turn, the competition had reached a fever pitch. Levitation charms combined with disarming spells, fire sparks coupled with stunning spells, and summoning charms paired with paralysis spells. An endless array of unimaginable combinations emerged. Alan quickly categorized these battle pairings in his mind. The golden-haired prince smiled from his throne, delighted by the unique ingenuity of the young wizards. In comparison to them, he felt somewhat rigid, did he not? Algie diligently recorded scores. Diana had nearly finished grading her papers. Valentine compiled the statistical results into a table, unsurprisingly spotting several familiar names at the top. They were the strongest contenders for the positions of heads, and had recently been fulfilling the role of secretaries. The badger head raised an eyebrow with a mischievous grin and stepped forward, standing before the throne's right side. "Ah, what an unprecedented dueling selection," he exclaimed, shaking his head in wonder. "Now may I invite His Highness to address us?" Alan rose with a smile, opening his arms wide. "What a spectacular duel! Truly marvelous. I witnessed a plethora of remarkable combinations, indeed." The golden-haired prince raised an eyebrow slightly. "I have taken note of these. I shall compile them into a booklet this evening, and present it to Miss Diana for everyone's reference regarding spell combinations." He descended from the platform, laughing as he joined the young wizards. "I know you are nervous. I am here to accompany you," he said. "Do not despair if you are not selected. I have created simplified badges. While they do not allow for communication, they do possess protective functions." The young wizards were moved to tears, particularly the 1st years. They had thought they would have no badges this entire year. Could there truly be a simplified version? Alan smiled at the 3 heads on the platform. "Valentine, do announce it." The young wizards cheered, eager to see who would receive the first batch of knightly badges. Those few high-achieving young wizards glared at the platform, as if to say that if Valentine dared to waste a moment, they would promptly toss him out of the room of requirement. Under such scrutinizing gazes, the badger head decisively cleared the space. "Without further ado, may I invite Miss Diana Sharp to read the list of selected candidates?" Thunderous applause erupted from the audience, with cheers and whistles echoing throughout. Some impatient young wizard shouted for her to hurry up. Under the eager anticipation of the crowd, Diana took the parchment and stood before the throne on the right, stating, "Before I announce the list, I shall repeat the rules." The young wizards obediently fell silent, evidently intimidated by the stern Miss Sharp. Each house of the knights was to recruit 15 students, totaling 45. The secretariat was to recruit 5 from each house, which was revised to 3 after discussion, making a total of 9. Diana was clearly well versed in these figures. Her pale blue eyes scanned the young wizards below now. "I shall announce the list of selected candidates." Gryffindor secured 9 spots, Hufflepuff 11 and Ravenclaw 12. Beneath her cool tones, the eyes of the young wizard sparkled increasingly bright. The golden-haired prince returned to the throne, bestowing the honor badges upon each knight. "These badges are glorious because of you," he proclaimed. "I am honored because of you." Chapter 81. A Halloween Transformation. Soon Halloween arrived and Hogwarts Castle buzzed with excitement. Hagrid had carved enormous pumpkins, and many young wizards spun around inside them, often accompanied by young couples on dates. Lanterns adorned the ceiling, and bowls of candy were scattered everywhere, filling Hogwarts Castle with a festive atmosphere. Draco gifted Alan a pointed wizard hat in exchange for a prized watch from Alan's collection. At Alan's behest, The Muggle-born young wizards wore their badges on the outside of their robes, with some even donning chains to hang the badges around their necks. Thus, without drawing excessive attention from Dumbledore, Alan had begun to coalesce the Muggle-born influence under the guise of the dueling club. During that day's charms lesson, Seamus once again caused an explosion, and Hermione and Ron appeared somewhat displeased. After class, the four of them walked together, and under Alan's inquiring gaze, Harry briefly recounted the earlier spat between Ron and Hermione. Ron retorted, "You have no idea how peculiar she is. It's Leviosa, not Leviosa. No wonder she lacks friends." He was nudged by Hermione, who hurriedly walked ahead, seemingly wiping away tears. Alan cast a disapproving glance at Ron. Harry interjected, "Ron, she seems to have overheard you." Feeling somewhat uneasy, Ron replied, "It shouldn't matter, should it?" Draco scoffed. "Perhaps Weasley is unaware of what constitutes gentlemanly conduct." Alan sighed softly, "Ron. Hermione merely wishes to assist you, albeit in an inappropriate manner. You know how much she enjoys discussing knowledge." Ron's freckles flushed as he fell silent. Harry observed the two of them, and quickly pulled Ron away to bid farewell to Alan. The Halloween feast at Hogwarts was particularly sumptuous. Draco forcibly placed a pointed hat atop Alan's head and stuffed a handful of handcrafted candies from Narcissa into his pocket. Though Alan had no fondness for sweets, he graciously popped one into his mouth. The atmosphere was filled with merriment as everyone relished the feast, when suddenly, the doors swung open with a resounding crash. Quirrell rushed in, his scarf askew and his face a mask of terror as he shouted, "A troll! In the basement!" He abruptly halted, seemingly petrified, and muttered, "You ought to know." With that, he collapsed onto the floor. Alan's eyes darkened as he glanced towards the staff table. The young wizards panicked, shrieking as they fled from the dining tables, turning the hall into chaos. Draco screamed in panic, and Alan shoved a piece of chocolate into his mouth to silence him, pressing him back into his seat with a calm demeanor. "What are you panicking for?" Perhaps it was Alan's steady voice and hands, coupled with the sweetness of the chocolate on his tongue, that helped Draco to quickly regain his composure. He opened his mouth to speak, but found himself still chewing on the chocolate, so he angrily began to crunch it. Dumbledore raised his wand, producing several sharp explosions of fireworks, which commanded silence. "Head boy," he said in a low voice, "immediately escort your house's students to the dormitories." Dumbledore glanced in Alan's direction before leading the professors to hunt for the troll. Out of the corner of his eye, Alan saw Snape curse under his breath before turning to exit through the back door. Alan's gaze darkened. Where would Snape go now, having left the group? It was painfully obvious. Could it be that Quirrell had targeted something the three-headed dog was guarding? He turned to Draco and instructed, "Stay close to the group. Back to the common room." With that, he pivoted to leave the group. "Draco," shouted Alan, "where are you going?" That blonde buffoon. The golden-haired boy paid him no heed as the crowd surged past them. In an instant, when Draco looked again, the golden head was nowhere to be found. The platinum peacock was infuriated, but had no choice but to follow the group back. Meanwhile, Alan hurriedly ascended to the 4th floor. Although he knew that the sweet-toothed old man must have had a contingency plan, it was the Philosopher's Stone at stake. If Quirrell succeeded, Voldemort would surely return. The golden-haired prince, his face set in determination, cast an acceleration charm upon himself. Even if the odds were slim, he would never allow such a dangerous entity to exist unchecked. Chapter 82. The Unimposing Troll and Voldemort. Alan was eager to ensure the safety of the Philosopher's Stone, moving swiftly as the wind. Unfortunately, fate did not align with his desires. His cold gaze swept across the 3rd floor, where he spotted two familiar heads. His azure eyes suddenly halted, and the hem of his robe, previously trailing behind, now clung to his slender legs. His golden locks fell gently, partially obscuring his pale forehead. He paused, resting a hand on the staircase railing, waiting with a stern expression for the two oblivious Gryffindors to walk into his trap. Harry and Ron were engrossed in a heated discussion as they ran forward, ultimately reaching a consensus. They needed to find Hermione quickly. As the two little lions looked up, they were startled to see the icy Alan, instinctively shrinking their necks. Ron, coming from a pureblood family, felt that Alan was outside his jurisdiction. So he turned to a sheepish Harry and asked, "What are you two doing here?" The prince's voice resonated with authority, a demeanor never before displayed in front of his subjects. This version of Alan was terrifying, causing Harry and Ron to lower their heads in guilt. Harry whispered, "Hermione wasn't at dinner, she was in the restroom." Ron prodded Harry, interrupting his words. But Alan had already deduced the truth. These two had certainly not gone to speak with or apologize to Hermione. Hence she remained unaware of the troll's presence. The golden-haired prince took a deep breath, attempting to temper his anger. "Then which restroom is Miss Granger in?" Harry hurriedly replied, The one on the far right on the third floor. Alan commandit. I will go rescue her. You two return. Harry and Ron had more to say, but before they could utter a word, a foul stench filled the air, followed by a low, rumbling murmur, and then the sound of massive feet dragging across the floor. The three turned to look. At the end of a corridor to their left, an enormous creature was lumbering towards them. Alan exchanged glances with Harry, and the three retreated into the shadows, watching as it slowly stepped into a pool of moonlight. The sight was utterly horrifying. It stood 12 feet tall, its skin dull and lifeless, its enormous and clumsy body contrasting with its small head, and its stout legs resembling tree stumps, ending in flat, coarse feet. Of course, the most prominent aspect was the repugnant odor emanating from it. It clutched a hefty club, dragging it along the ground due to its long arms. The troll paused at a doorway, peering inside, then lowered its head and began to crawl into the room. What an opportunity! Let's lock it inside, Harry and Ron exclaimed. The golden-haired prince's jaw clenched momentarily. He now believed Draco's assertion that Gryffindors were a bunch of foolish lions. He struggled to restrain his choice of words and replied angrily, "That is the girls' restroom." With that, Alan cast another acceleration charm on himself and swiftly made his way towards the room. Harry and Ron exchanged glances, finally realizing the gravity of the situation. Ron turned pale as a wall. "Hermione!" they shouted, sprinting towards the room. As they reached the door, they heard a piercing scream from a terrified girl. They saw the troll swinging its club at Alan, while Hermione cowered beneath the sink behind him. The wooden door and sink were both damaged, a testament to the earlier peril. Alan, at the epicenter of the storm, was furious, mainly at the two mindless Gryffindors. Wand in hand, he glared at the grotesque troll, the echoes of Hermione's frightened screams behind him. The troll's weakness lay in its head, while its body was impervious to harm. The somewhat worn wand in his hand moved gracefully, as if conducting a grand symphony. Colorful spells erupted from the tip of his wand, each attack spell pushing the troll back. The creature roared in fury at the sudden onslaught and charged towards them. Seizing the moment, Alan leapt onto the sink, using it as leverage to propel himself upward, racing along the troll's arm as he hurled a flurry of spells at its head. The troll staggered, its clumsy body swaying unsteadily, timing his jump perfectly. Alan leapt off just as the troll swayed in the opposite direction, using his left hand to brace himself on the overhead rail of a stall, landing safely. Simultaneously, the troll, disoriented, collapsed to the ground. Harry and Ron stood in stunned silence. The two of them stared foolishly at Alan, who effortlessly subdued the giant, their minds devoid of any coherent thoughts. The golden-haired prince furrowed his brow and quickly rose to his feet, his sea-blue eyes reflecting his disdain. He incessantly cast a dozen cleansing charms upon himself, barely managing to tolerate the lingering stench that clung to him. The two little lions, nuzzled against him, but the prince paid them no heed. Having briefly cleaned himself, Alan promptly stepped over the giant's legs and slowly approached the trembling and screaming Hermione beneath the sink. The young witch's eyes were red-rimmed, as she had nearly believed her life was at an end until Alan, like a tempest, stood before the monstrous creature and vanquished it with a spell. "Hermione? It's all right now, come out," Alan said gently. Hermione, reduced to a small ball of fear, soon burst into tears. Alan smiled warmly, extending his arms as he coaxed, "Don't cry. Come out, it's filthy here." Slowly he drew her out, her robe soiled and tattered. Alan swiftly cast a cleaning charm on her. Hermione threw herself into his embrace, sobbing, "Your Highness, I thought I was going to die." The golden-haired prince, somewhat helpless, allowed her to cling to him, softly patting her back. "All right, brave little Gryffindor, We've overcome the ordeal." At that moment, Harry and Ron arrived. The two little lions looked pale as they regarded Hermione's disheveled state, their faces filled with remorse. At Alan's gesture, they kept silent. After a while, the sobbing in Alan's arms transformed into laughter. Hermione seemed to realize something. Her face flushed as she withdrew from his embrace. Alan sighed in relief and gently nudged Hermione towards Harry and Ron, urging, "Miss Granger hasn't eaten yet. You should take her back to the common room." Ron, his face a mixture of white and red, stepped forward. "I'm sorry, Hermione. I shouldn't have said that. You were just looking out for me." He hesitated. "But please don't do that again in the future." Harry offered a charming smile. "Hermione, don't be angry. We won't act like that again." The three little lions exchanged glances and burst into laughter. It was evident they had become good friends. Henceforth, no matter how terrifying the adversities they faced, they remained unbreakable. Alan cleared his throat, drawing their attention back. "We must hurry out before the giant awakens." Hermione blinked. Although she felt that the giant might never rouse again, she obediently followed her prince's command and walked out with her friends. Alan lagged behind, casting a final glance at the collapsed giant before turning his gaze away. His expression somber. Just then, a loud commotion echoed through the corridor. The four of them looked up, unaware of the ruckus they had created. Clearly, those below had heard the violent clashes and the giant's roars. Moments later, Professor McGonagall rushed into the room, her lips pale with fright. Snape followed closely behind, with Quirrell timidly trailing at the end. The assistant of the Dark Lord feigned weakness, casting a fleeting glance at the giant before emitting a feeble whimper, collapsing onto a toilet and clutching his chest. Alan's expression was somewhat inscrutable, but he quickly adjusted his demeanor, inquiring with concern, "Professor, are you all right?" Quirrell's sobs halted momentarily as he warily assessed Alan before him. The golden-haired prince silently indicated the stone. Quirrell shook his head in terror, signaling he had not obtained it. The voice of the Dark Lord echoed in his mind, furious yet gleeful, commanding, "Use him, obtain the Philosopher's Stone." After 2 months of repeated failures at Dumbledore's hands, Voldemort had lost his patience. Alan's indifferent attitude only fueled his ire, as if the Dark Lord were merely a pebble on the prince's path. After multiple outbursts, Voldemort finally calmed, recognizing that acquiring the Philosopher's Stone was now his utmost priority. Once he was resurrected, he would swiftly clip this prince's wings. What genius! What prince! Merely a worthless child who had yet to mature, destined to bow before him. Chapter 83. Can a cup of Murtlap essence win the heart of the professor in black robes? The exchange between the golden-haired prince and the timid professor lasted but an instant. He quickly turned his gaze to the arriving professors. The moment he saw Harry, Snape's expression contorted in an almost grotesque manner. He swiftly scanned Harry up and down, then glanced at Weasley, confirming that these two foolish lions bore no stains on their clothing and appeared quite well before his sullen expression shifted away. He then scrutinized Alan, whose hair and attire were disheveled, an unusual sight. After confirming Alan was unharmed, Snape crouched down to examine the fallen giant. Alan was somewhat surprised. While Snape was not particularly fond of him, he was still half his apprentice. In such circumstances, was it not peculiar that the professor's first concern was Harry? Lily. Alan averted his gaze, just in time to notice the tattered, bloodied hem of Snape's robes, as if it had been bitten by something. The golden-haired prince instantly realized that Snape was Dumbledore's contingency plan. Therefore, Snape must be protecting Harry. Yet, why did he not want the other to know? Wouldn't it be better for him to know and have a loving family? This was indeed contrary to the Slytherin instinct for self-preservation. Just then, Harry turned to look at him, signaling towards the injury on Snape's leg, his green eyes filled with wariness and suspicion. Alan thought, "Look, this is the price of not speaking the truth." Snape shot a glare at McGonagall. Being a Gryffindor student, he still had to show some respect to this former teacher. Professor McGonagall regarded Ron and Harry. Harry had never seen her this angry. "What on earth were you doing?" she demanded, adding Potter and Weasley. Harry and Ron lowered their heads as they listened to McGonagall's voice, cold and trembling as she reprimanded them. "Consider yourselves fortunate that you were not killed. Why didn't you stay in your dormitory like you were supposed to? Do you think you are Alan?" Harry and Ron exchanged a glance, saying nothing, and kept their heads bowed. They had just witnessed Alan's abilities. "Please, Professor, they were looking for me," Hermione interjected. All eyes turned to her. Alan calmly replied, "Professor, regardless." Harry and Ron left the group in search of Hermione. This demonstrates their valor and commitment to friendship, does it not? Snape shot Alan a glare. Alan promptly donned a compliant smile. One must show humility when necessary. Professor McGonagall regarded Alan with a stern look. "Alan, you speak too highly of them. This is not a trivial matter." She turned to the 3 Gryffindors, 5 points deducted from each of you. "Now back to the common room quickly." She glanced at Alan, her tone softening. "Alan, for leaving the group without permission, Slytherin loses 5 points. But for defeating the giant and saving your classmates, Slytherin earns 20 points. Now, off you go." Snape held Alan back. "Minerva, I will take him back." Quirrell sobbed, dutifully playing the role of a timid fool. Alan, unable to bear it any longer, offered him a chocolate. Quirrell hesitated, trembling as he accepted it, stammering his thanks. Snape narrowed his eyes and let out a cold snort. "If there are no further issues, I shall escort this little giant back to the dormitory." He pressed his hand on Alan's shoulder as they walked out, his pace somewhat languid, seemingly in sync with Alan's movements. Only Alan was aware that the hand was firmly bearing down on his shoulder. The golden-haired prince remained silent, serving as a crutch for someone else. He lifted his gaze and said, "Professor, I seem to have forgotten the preparation method for Murtlap essence. Could you accompany me to the office for a quick review?" Murtlap essence, A remarkable healing potion that works wonders on cuts and abrasions, alleviating pain. Snape's expression relaxed slightly as he glanced at Alan, who was astoundingly clever for a young giant. Moments later, the professor and his black robes silently redirected their course. In Snape's office, Alan brewed enough Murtlap essence to last half a month, meticulously portioning it into small bottles before rising to take his leave. After his departure, Snape surveyed the neatly arranged bottles, letting out a soft hum through his nostrils, his demeanor softening considerably. The striking golden hair made its way toward the Slytherin common room. Outside the door, Alan recited the password, Glory. Almost all the Slytherins from various years were gathered in the dungeon. The little snakes greeted him with unexpected enthusiasm. Upperclassmen flocked to him, eager to hear how he had vanquished the troll, clearly attempting to forge a closer bond through such a significant event. Alan graciously accepted this flattery, humbly deflecting, the troll's weakness lies in its head. I merely seized the opportunity to cast a spell at its cranium. The crowd responded with good-natured hisses, all too aware that the reality of the situation had been far from simple. If there had been any lingering jealousy regarding Alan's prowess and talent, it had dissipated entirely. How many students in their first year could defeat a troll? Simply standing firm could be considered an achievement. Such talent would likely leave even the Dark Lord in awe. Yet he possessed an impeccable environment for growth. Even as a newcomer to the magical world, he had swiftly mastered magic. Who would be foolish enough to oppose someone like him? The little snakes exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with newfound respect. Theodore Knott, seated beside Draco, observed the Muggle Prince basking in the limelight, commenting tersely, "Weren't you worried before? Now that he's back, why not approach him?" Draco scoffed, sipping his pumpkin juice. "Not. Mind your own business." Theodore's face paled. He fell silent for a moment before distancing himself from the illustrious young Malfoy. Draco quietly watched the bustling crowd, noticing the prince's gaze finally land in his direction. He slammed his cup down on the table and turned to head back to the dormitory. Alan paused, uncertain of what had ruffled the little peacock's feathers. He continued to engage with the older Slytherins, who seemed to have finally recognized him, introducing him one by one. The long-absent female prefect also appeared, nodding with haughty approval. "Well done, Cornwall." The golden-haired prince's expression remained somewhat aloof as he replied softly, "Thank you for the praise." Seeing that the crowd wished to say more, he smiled and added, "Dealing with a troll can be rather exhausting. Please enjoy your meal. I must take my leave." Had Edward been present, or the perceptive Harry, the astute Diana, and Hermione, they would have discerned Alan's cool demeanor. Given his princely status, none would dare speak to him with condescension. Edward, though strict, had always been a source of reminders rather than actual reprimands. The earlier flattery from the little snakes had done little to evoke any joy of acceptance in Alan. Rather, it felt akin to an affront. Slytherin was a unique house. Here, the children were either wealthy or privileged, fostering an intricate web of interests that complicated genuine friendships. Once the core of the older Slytherins settled down, all the little snakes fell silent, watching as the golden-haired prince calmly traversed through their midst without a word. Chapter 84. The Surrender of Purebloods. Theodore, concealed in the shadows, hurried to catch up. In the dimly lit corridor, the golden-haired prince seemed oblivious as he made his way to the dormitory. Theodore hesitated, clasping his hands behind his back. After a moment of contemplation, just as he prepared to turn away, he noticed the prince gently pivoting to face him precisely. "Which one are you? Do you have business with me?" Theodore fell silent for a moment before stepping forward. "Mr. Knott?" Alan tilted his head slightly. "Do you seek me for something?" Theodore took a deep breath, raising his gaze with determination. "Your Highness, I request your protection." Alan glanced sideways. "I recall you are the heir of the Knott family." Implicitly, "It seems you do not require my protection." Theodore forced a smile. "Your knowledge is profound. My father is a Death Eater." His voice bore a tranquil despair. Though he had used the excuse of the Cruciatus curse to absolve himself, he remained fervently loyal to the Dark Lord, coercing him to learn dark magic, drink excessively, and assault both him and his mother. Alan observed him quietly for a moment before asking, "How will you prove your loyalty?" Theodore inhaled deeply, realizing this might be his only chance to escape his family's clutches. He spoke calmly, an unbreakable vow. "I am willing to forsake the glory of pureblood status and join your Muggle faction, provided you rescue my mother." The golden-haired prince's expression was obscured in the dim light. After a moment, Theodore heard him say, "What I require is a nail driven into the heart of pureblood society, is it not, Mr. Knott?" Theodore pressed his lips together tightly, struggling to articulate, "Yes, but I believe a prince with grand aspirations should not reject the surrender of a pure blood." The golden-haired prince stepped toward him, standing briefly in the light. Alan replied, Rescuing your mother will require timing. Theodore was taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. Eagerly stepping closer to Alan, yes, that's fine. I can wait. If it pleases you, shall we go to your dormitory? Alan suggested. Theodore calmed himself, nodding. My dormitory is currently unoccupied. He led Alan a short distance forward and invited him into his room. Theodore hesitated. The unbreakable vow requires witnesses, does it not? Alan chuckled softly, retrieving Salazar from his pocket. Theodore's expression grew complex. I didn't know you would carry an ancestor's portrait with you. You're a Muggle-born. The little snake fell silent under the prince's gaze, assuring him, I saw nothing. The two extended their hands, intertwining their arms. The slightly worn wand pointed at the backs of their joined hands, resembling a fiery chain tightening like a serpent. Alan softly asked, Theodore Knott, do you wish to betray the Knott family and the Pureblood camp, henceforth belonging to the Muggle faction under the leadership of Alan Cornwall? Theodore inhaled deeply. Ido. Are you willing to provide internal information regarding Pureblood families, ensuring not to engage in any actions that would harm him or the Muggle faction? Theodore nodded earnestly. I am. Will you endure temporarily, executing the orders given by Alan Cornwall, until the necessary moment arises for your mother's rescue? Theodore affirmed resolutely, I will. As long as you save my mother, I can betray everything associated with it. Salazar's portrait wore a stern expression as it proclaimed, the contract is established. Theodore stared in astonishment as the portrait rolled itself up and flew into Alan's outer robe pocket. Rest well, Theodore. The golden-haired prince stood beneath the light, softly declaring, from tomorrow onward, hope will prevail, and all hopes shall manifest into reality. Theodore stood frozen, unsure of when Alan had departed. He suddenly snapped back to reality, gently covering his face, a sound escaping his throat that was both a laugh and a cry. He bent down, a mixture of joy and sorrow flickering across his countenance. Once he regained his composure, the small serpent, who had seldom witnessed this side of Alan, could not help but marvel. Who would be foolish enough to stand against such a person? He gazed at his right hand, still tinged with the lingering pain of the enchanted chains, and resolutely clenched his fist. This prince had yet to find an agent within Slytherin. He, Theodore, must seize power and ensure that the foolish old Knott pays the price. Chapter 85. Draco's doubts. Alan returned to the dormitory with an icy demeanor, gently closing the door behind him. The platinum peacock let out a soft hum. You seem to be enjoying yourself, returning so early? Alan momentarily paused, realizing that the comment referred to the spectacle in the common room. You know full well that was merely a charade. Draco lifted his gaze. Am I not included? What? Alan hesitated, incredulity written across his face. It was hard to fathom such words coming from the usually proud Malfoy. Draco regarded him. You taught me to be direct when speaking to friends. The golden-haired heir appeared somewhat hesitant, nodding affirmatively indeed, but why ask such a question? Draco pressed his lips together, seemingly reluctant to confess his jealousy, yet he begrudgingly admitted, you went to rescue Granger alongside Potter and Weasley, did you not? Alan hesitated, gently nodding, then shook his head in confusion. That's not quite accurate. The golden-haired prince raised a hand to his forehead, slowly moving to sit beside the little peacock, explaining, it was not like that, Draco. I encountered those two halfway. I was on my way to investigate something of great importance, which posed some danger. Hence I did not intend to bring you along. I had heard them mention that Hermione was in the bathroom, and was planning to escort her back to the common room when I stumbled upon the troll. I was compelled to join the fray. Draco's pale face suddenly flushed crimson. How embarrassing. To accuse you without knowing the full circumstances, fearing the loss of friendship. Young Master Malfoy nearly wished to vanish into a crack in the ground. Alan gently cleared his throat, suppressing the laughter that threatened to spill forth. Very well. Young Master Malfoy, I am grateful for your friendship which I have always cherished, is that not so? The flush on Draco's face receded like the tide, leaving him pale once more as he looked at the golden-haired prince. Alan, I am uncertain if this is merely my delusion but... He hesitated. I feel as though you do not regard me as a friend. Alan fell silent. His golden hair fell slightly, obscuring his azure eyes, rendering his expression inscrutable. The little peacock continued to wrestle with his feelings. I cannot quite articulate it, but you seem to treat everyone the same. You are indulgent with me. Yet you are equally so with Potter, Granger, and even all the Muggleborns. Draco raised his eyes to meet his. It seems as if you are merely, as Professor Sprout would say, fulfilling your duties? Alan regarded him quietly, lifting a hand to tuck his golden hair behind his ear. The golden-haired prince appeared somewhat anxious, leaning forward, fidgeting with his fingers, hesitating. Draco, since my birth, I have been under constant scrutiny from the world. Every move I make could incite widespread discussion. He gently shook his head, fingers clasping and then parting. All right, I admit I am uncertain how friends ought to interact. Alan tilted his head slightly, a hint of regret flickering across his features. If I have given you such an impression, I sincerely apologize. But please believe me when I say that I truly cherish our friendship. His sea blue gaze was profoundly sincere, and the typically composed individual was momentarily rendered flustered, shattering Draco's turmoil in an instant. Young Master Malfoy, thought Merlin, what a cursed misunderstanding. How could this golden-haired fool possibly not consider him a friend? Alan sighed softly, allowing his hair to fall and obscure his eyes. Forgive me, Draco. Until the task is complete, please pardon my perceived insincerity toward our friendship. Chapter 86. Quidditch season. As November set in, the weather turned bitterly cold. The mountains surrounding the school were shrouded in a gray haze, blanketed in ice and snow, while the lake's surface was encased in a thick layer of ice, both frigid and unyielding. Each morning, the ground was frosted over. From the upper windows, one could observe Hagrid, bundled in a long moleskin coat, donning rabbit fur gloves and enormous beaver fur boots, de-icing the brooms on the Quidditch pitch. The Quidditch season had commenced. After nearly a month of training, Draco was set to participate in his first match on Saturday. A seventh-year student had sustained an injury, breaking his leg, and thus withdrawing from the game. Therefore, our little peacock was to officially take the field as a seeker. The little peacock was brimming with excitement, incessantly chattering into Alan's ear about Quidditch, the techniques, the renowned teams, and Slytherin's strategies for this match. His broom was the latest model, the Nimbus 2000, a gift bestowed upon him by Lucius in recognition of ancestral manuscripts. Draco firmly believed that this broom carried the blessing of his forebears, and would undoubtedly safeguard him, and lead him to victory. The platinum peacock was filled with unshakable confidence. This time, he would surely surpass Harry Potter. Alan, however, held no passion for brooms or Quidditch. Nevertheless, he graciously listened. Draco gesticulated wildly, prompting Alan to remind him of the decorum befitting a nobleman on several occasions. This match was between Gryffindor and Slytherin. Should Gryffindor emerge victorious, they would ascend to second place in the House Cup standings. Conversely, a Slytherin win would elevate their score above Ravenclaw's by a full 200 points. Thus, they could once again claim the House Cup, an immense honor. On the morning of the match, excitement filled the air as everyone anticipated a thrilling Quidditch game, chattering animatedly. Alan urged the exuberant Draco to eat a sandwich, watching in exasperation as he and Flint rambled on. Simultaneously, he kept an eye on Harry, who, as the savior, seemed particularly lacking in appetite. However, he noticed something unexpected. He truly did not anticipate Snape would approach Harry, seemingly saying something to him. Seeing the expression on Harry's face, Alan sighed, realizing it was yet another awkward and veiled concern. He wanted to tell the professor that Slytherin-style concern was lost on the Lions. They only understood straightforward kindness. He turned to Draco, saying he would head over to the Gryffindor table. The Muggle-born witches and wizards at the Gryffindor table spotted him and greeted him warmly. Alan responded to each one as he approached Harry. Harry, Hermione turned around, her serious demeanor melting into a wide smile upon recognizing him. Your Highness. Alan inclined his head gently, expressing concern. I did not have the chance to ask last time. You were not injured under the troll's grasp, were you? No, Hermione replied, her eyes sparkling as she shook her head. Your badge was quite effective. The troll's attack was thwarted. That is good to hear. Alan noticed Ron staring at him and nodded kindly, then smiled at the nervous savior beside him. Harry, though today marks your first Quidditch match, I believe you will achieve an excellent result. The blood of the Potters flows with the gift of flight, does it not? A faint smile broke across Harry's face. A warm surge of courage flooded his chest, dispelling the debilitating tension. Alan encouraged, make sure to eat well. I hear Quidditch matches can be quite lengthy, and you will need your strength. Harry nodded, casting a glance at Hermione, seemingly hesitant to speak, but was halted by Alan. Right now, Quidditch is more important for Gryffindor. Any words can wait until after the match. I sincerely wish you victory. The three little lions appeared somewhat dazed. Harry cautiously inquired, if we win, won't His Highness be displeased? After all, you are a Slytherin. Alan shook his head, asserting that the competition was a test of skill, and as long as everyone gave their best, that was what mattered. He handed Harry a piece of bread and bid him farewell with a smile. Ron, gazing at Alan's impeccable silhouette, exclaimed, Alan is truly remarkable. Hermione and Harry exchanged a glance, tinged with a hint of pride. I told you so. Harry mumbled words of certain victory, devouring another slice of bread, and even refilling his cup with pumpkin juice, which eased Hermione and Ron's worries considerably. This brought a sense of relief to Dumbledore, who had been observing the scene, and a faint smile graced his lips. Alan is indeed a responsible prince. Oh, our savior should be well taken care of. The elderly gentleman calmly retrieved a piece of candy, humming a little tune as he unwrapped it. Chapter 87. Our hearts achieved victory. At 11 in the morning, the Quidditch pitch was teeming with spectators. Almost the entire school faculty and students had gathered, creating a veritable sea of bodies. The seating in the stands seemed to soar into the air, yet at times it remained challenging to discern the unfolding match. Many students had thus brought binoculars. Alan was among them. He had no desire to strain his eyes in the biting cold wind. From the Board of Governors' seats, he spotted a striking platinum head of hair. Lucius Malfoy had arrived as anticipated. The golden-haired prince, adorned in a Slytherin scarf and warm leather gloves, allowed his golden locks to flutter in the breeze. Naturally, the prince maintained a warming charm around himself to preserve his poise. Alan adjusted his binoculars to confirm that Quirrell was present, and then he spotted Snape ahead of him, feeling reassured as he lowered the binoculars. The Slytherin side began distributing dark green and silver-striped flags to each little serpent, and with great fanfare, they unleashed massive green fireworks, chanting slogans such as, "Slytherin will prevail. Glory belongs to Slytherin." The affluent little snakes looked down upon the lions with disdain. Their banner, made from a bedsheet, displayed the words "Potter for the win," alongside a large depiction of a Gryffindor lion. The paint on the banner shimmered with various hues, an impressive blend of magic and cost-effectiveness. Finally, as the announcer delivered an impassioned opening statement, the players from both teams took to the field with fervor. Alan sat upright in the stands, surrounded by a warming charm. Below, 14 broomsticks soared into the sky. With the release of the quaffle, the match commenced. Excellent. Gryffindor's Angelina Johnson immediately seized the quaffle. What a remarkable player she is, and so beautiful too. Lee Jordan began his commentary, and his opening remark caught Alan's attention. "Jordan, please." Professor McGonagall's watchful gaze was fixed on him, but it seemed futile. She flew across the field like a comet. Oh, what a splendid pass. She relayed the ball to Johnson and then, oh no! The Slytherin team has claimed the quaffle. Now in the hands of Slytherin's captain, Marcus Flint, he aims to score. No. Gryffindor's keeper Wood, yes, splendidly done. Wood intercepted the ball in a brilliant maneuver. Now Gryffindor possesses the quaffle. Slytherin snatched it back. Devereux was charging towards the goalpost. Oh, splendid. He was taken down by a bludger. One of the Weasley twins had sent it flying. Well done, brother. Now the quaffle was back in Johnson's possession, and the goalpost was tantalizingly close. Slytherin's keeper Blatch dove towards her. Did he stop it? No. Gryffindor scores. The cheers of Gryffindors echoed through the frigid air, mingled with the roars and groans of Slytherins. The little snakes closely monitored the match, gasping or sighing as the score fluctuated. Even Alan, who had previously shown indifference to the game, found himself slightly captivated by the biased commentary. With his azure eyes suppressing fury, he cast a glance at Jordan. Professor McGonagall's occasional reprimands towards Jordan did little to quell his anger, not to mention the other little snakes. The golden-haired prince lowered his gaze slightly. Indeed, Gryffindor and Slytherin are sworn rivals. In the air, Draco appeared clearly incensed by the commentary, his gray-blue eyes burning with fury as he searched for the golden snitch. Gryffindor scored the first goal. Harry leaped with joy, then resumed his search for the snitch, finding Draco's golden hair far too conspicuous. Several times he mistook that head for the elusive snitch. Momentarily distracted, he narrowly avoided being struck by a bludger, as one of the Weasley twins sent the ball back towards Flint. However, Flint used a bludger to take out Gryffindor's captain and keeper, Wood. Slytherin regained possession. Lee Jordan lamented, Slytherin cheers. Alan helplessly pressed his forehead, feeling a wave of powerlessness wash over him. This was hardly a fair and friendly competition. Foul. The Gryffindors shouted. Madame Hooch, visibly enraged, flew to Flint's side and appeared to reprimand him severely. She turned to Wood, announcing that Gryffindor would be awarded a free shot at the goalpost. Lee Jordan found this infuriating, declaring that no one could remain impartial. Thus he exclaimed, after that blatantly despicable act of cheating, Jordan. Professor McGonagall shouted angrily. I meant after that overtly and extremely distasteful foul. Jordan, don't blame me for not warning you. All right. Let the match continue. Now the quaffle is back in Gryffindor's hands. In the stands, Alan heard a Gryffindor shout, send him off, red card. Observing with a dispassionate eye, Alan deemed this an utterly tedious and farcical event. Were it not for Harry and Draco's sentiments, he would never have come here. Chaser Pewes ducked to evade a bludger. Oh, and managed to dodge the Weasley twins flying towards. Wait, is that the golden snitch? Harry spotted it. He felt a surge of excitement and dove down, pursuing the glimmering golden light. However, Draco had also seen it. The two raced side by side towards the snitch, while the other players seemed to forget their own responsibilities. Hovering in the air, transfixed by their duel. Both Harry and Draco, riding their Nimbus 2000s, matched each other's speed, flying side by side ahead. They focused intently on the tiny orb, its wings fluttering as it darted ahead. The lion and the snake exchanged a glance and then surged forward with renewed vigor. Suddenly, Harry's broomstick seemed to malfunction, violently shaking and nearly causing him to fall. Thus, the savior abruptly vanished from Draco's line of sight. The platinum-haired boy surged forward, seizing the golden snitch. Lucius wore a satisfied smile, then cast a knowing glance at Harry. Alan furrowed his brow, keenly observing the teacher's seats. Snape was fixated on Harry, muttering incantations under his breath. Quirrell, behind him, was also intently focused on Harry, his hands clasped over his mouth, his body hunched low as if intimidated by the scene. Alan frowned slightly, decisively rising to head towards the teacher's area. Meanwhile, a brave and perceptive Gryffindor which stealthily approached from the other side. The two crossed paths beneath the stands. Alan raised an eyebrow, poised to inquire further. Hermione interjected urgently, "Your Highness, there's no time for explanations." The young witch brandished her wand and, right beneath Alan's gaze, set fire to Snape's robes. Alan glanced upward, spotting a toppled Quirrell through the wooden gaps. Ah, the effects of misfortune. He turned to Hermione, offering an encouraging smile to the confidently spirited young witch. "Well done, Hermione." She chuckled softly, shrugging her shoulders. "The match is over, and congratulations to Slytherin for their victory." Alan chuckled as he retrieved a box of chocolate from his pocket, remarking, "As for the broom issue, we should actually petition for a rematch." He gazed towards the arena, exhaling a gentle sigh. Perhaps Draco would pursue that, but Slytherin's internal dynamics would not permit it. Hermione nodded with understanding. "Yes, I know Draco is different from the other Slytherins. I mean, as long as we're aware of that, isn't it enough?" Harry shares this sentiment. He has always been lenient towards his friends. The savior, clutching his Firebolt 2000, dashed over to the frowning Draco, exclaiming, "Draco, congratulations." The platinum-haired peacock responded coolly, "Thanks. But I don't require your pity. This victory wasn't earned through my own merit." "All right, Draco." Harry, unfazed by his words, seized him and ran off. "The prince has prepared a celebration for us both in the room of requirement." The savior dragged the reluctant peacock all the way to the 8th floor, nearly exhausting the long unexercised young noble along the way. He seemed like a headless fly, radiating a buoyant excitement, as he paced back and forth in front of the tapestry, pulling the unwilling little peacock inside. The golden-haired prince awaited within, waving to Hermione and Ron, with an abundance of sumptuous dishes laid out beside them. Alan chuckled. "Congratulations to both of you on the victory of the youngest seeker in a century. You have embodied the nobility of the match, and thus deserve such commendation. Our hearts have triumphed." The golden-haired prince lifted his pumpkin juice, as if raising a toast to the fragrant air. After simple yet fervent congratulations, the young wizards transitioned into a tea party mode. Hermione hesitated before speaking. "Harry, perhaps your broom didn't go haywire suddenly. It might have been Professor Snape casting a spell on you. The book states that if one intends to cast a dark curse, one must keep their eyes fixed on the target." Harry pursed his lips, replying, "Isn't he a friend of my mother's?" The savior shook his head, self-deprecatingly stating, "Perhaps he has long since given up on my mother's friendship. I told you, on Halloween, Snape invaded the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor. Perhaps you don't know that Snape was bitten by the three-headed dog. He must be the one who attempted to steal from Gringotts." Alan remained non-committal, inquiring, "Why would a Hogwarts professor with prestige and wealth resort to such actions?" Harry hesitated, shaking his head softly. "I don't know. I thought he was my mother's friend, so I briefly believed he could be trusted. But perhaps I shouldn't have been so naive." The savior pondered this. Ron frowned. Why would anyone need so many reasons to do something bad? Some people are simply born villains. Is there anyone at Hogwarts who appears more villainous than Snape? Draco couldn't help but retort, "That's merely appearance, you foolish lion. Use your brain." If the headmaster truly intended to harm Harry, would he so openly fixate on him? Alan sighed gently, suggesting, "Perhaps Professor Snape is simply inept at expressing himself. Yet he has always been protecting Harry?" This left even Draco momentarily speechless. Merlin's lace stockings. How could that dark old bat possibly be a selfless and enduring protector? Just look at his acerbic demeanor. The platinum peacock could hardly fathom it. The three lions evidently accepted their ineptitude. Alan raised an eyebrow, lifting his teacup. "It's merely a conjecture, after all." Such possibilities do exist, do they not? The 3 lions and 1 snake exchanged awkward smiles. Harry swiftly changed the subject. Oh, by the way, Hagrid had invited me to his place for a visit. Hermione and Ron immediately agreed. The 3 little lions nimbly bid farewell, and dashed out of the room of requirement. Draco pouted, glancing at Alan. See, your goodwill has been wasted again, Holy Prince. Alan chuckled lightly. Draco, I speak the truth. Draco paused, silently rising. Oh, perhaps I should go visit the half-giant as well. I'll take my leave. Alan glanced at the half-empty cup of red tea, incredulous at how unlikable Snape truly was. The golden-haired prince tilted his head in confusion as the room of requirement gradually transformed. The floor became rough and non-slip, and 4 steel effigies emerged on one side of the room. Salazar himself floated in. Spell training, foolish child. Alan, gripping his teacup, looked helplessly at the now entirely transformed room of requirement. He had no choice but to rise, gently placing the teacup down. Now, even the armchair he had been seated in had vanished. Salazar urged, you've learned so many attack spells, yet the practice remains insufficient. Don't be arrogant just because of your talent. Alan suppressed his emotions, respectfully bowing, then produced the slightly worn wand. At the moment he assumed his stance, the 4 effigies charged forth. They attacked from all sides, encircling him. The golden-haired prince calmly lifted his gaze, seamlessly combining Muggle combat techniques with silent magic. In an instant, as the 4 effigies launched an assault from 3 directions, Alan stepped back, evading the effigy that approached from 2 o'clock. His wand danced fluidly, casting a stunning spell that sent the effigy staggering 10 feet back. Just then, another effigy's iron fist was already upon him. The golden-haired boy leaned back, his wand unleashing a beam of white light that severed the arm. Following the arc of his wand, he executed 2 successive shattering spells that caused the effigy to explode. He seemed to waltz through the chaos. The wand moved gracefully like a conductor's baton, while the owner's footwork shifted with agility. One silent spell after another was unleashed at will, whether conjuring localized iron armor to withstand the iron fists or timing his movements to defeat the effigies. Salazar's expression turned serious. Increase your speed. Don't hesitate. Allow yourself more reaction time. No sooner had he spoken than 20 effigies appeared out of thin air, moving even faster than before. Alan barely had time to respond before he was forced to confront the relentless effigies. His internal magic began to wane, and his limbs grew fatigued from the diminishing power. A thin sheen of sweat formed on the boy's forehead. This is unsustainable. He exhaled softly. He needed to reduce his magic expenditure. He also needed to absorb the magical particles in the air. A bold thought struck the golden-haired prince. Could he directly harness the magic in the air to manifest his attacks? In that fleeting moment of contemplation, he took several punches. Alan cast a speed enhancement spell on himself, swiftly maneuvering outward, his wand continuously releasing a kaleidoscope of spells. The effigies were shattered repeatedly, only to reform anew. Salazar's training was nothing like that of a royal tutor, who would worry about his fists striking the ground and causing injury. To the serpent ancestor, as long as one survived the training, that was sufficient. Alan gasped in pain, yet he found himself oddly relieved. Thankfully, he hadn't been struck in the face. For a brief moment, the golden-haired prince felt utterly irrational. He strived to draw upon the surrounding magical particles. Luminous green orbs coalesced into a galaxy. Some surged into his body, while others he condensed into a magical sphere and hurled at the relentlessly pursuing effigies. The swirling mass of magical energy rapidly pierced through all the puppets along its trajectory. The force was so formidable that both Salazar and Alan found themselves momentarily frozen. The incessantly approaching puppets came to a halt. The serpent ancestor floated before Alan, pondering whether to directly utilize external magical energy. Let us temporarily set aside today's training and explore this possibility. An armchair reappeared, accompanied by a small table bearing suitable potions. As the golden-haired boy uncorked a potion bottle, he was greeted by a familiar scent. This was the batch of Mortella rat juice he had concocted. He gazed at the test tube with an indescribable intensity. Giving Professor Snape a potion for injury treatment was one matter. Consuming such a brew himself was another. Ultimately, he replaced the cork and returned the potion bottle to the small table. Indeed, the ingenuity of Muggles offers a sense of reassurance. Salazar cleared his throat emphatically, urging Alan to hasten the discussion since he had no intention of drinking the potion. A wave of reluctance surged within Alan, nearly provoking a rebellious reaction against the serpent ancestor's insistence. Fortunately, the Crown Prince's rationality prevailed. He swiftly articulated his thoughts, striving to control the magical factors under Salazar's guidance, molding them into orbs of varying lethality. A target appeared 10 feet away from him. Alan directed the magical orb toward the target, only to find that an orb too small lacked any impact, dissipating midway. Conversely, an orb too large possessed excessive destructive power, leaving unmistakable traces of magic in its wake. As Alan contemplated, the essence of the magical orb's attack suddenly crystallized in his mind. Much like a rocket requires fuel to ignite, he deftly shaped orbs of varying sizes, streamlining them into the forms of rockets and needles to minimize air resistance. To ensure the orb's velocity, he even fashioned a rounded mass of fuel at the rear of the needle, enabling it to attain acceleration akin to that of a rocket. Consequently, the target was pierced by countless invisible needles, leaving it riddled with holes. He further altered his attack strategy, consolidating the magical energy into a longsword mid-flight before dispersing it into numerous shields. As the boy paced, an almost ludicrous idea sprang to mind. Could he not control all the magical factors in the air, perhaps even those within an opponent's body, thereby achieving victory without conflict? The golden-haired Crown Prince revealed a hint of mischievous glee. He named his future research endeavor Zeus, the deity of omnipotence. Salazar laughed heartily, marveling at the brilliance of his protégé's creativity. The successors he nurtured would ultimately become the crownless kings of the magical realm. Chapter 89. The Progress of Zeus. The concept of Zeus is nothing short of extraordinary. Should this research come to fruition, Alan would find himself unrivaled within the wizarding world. The serpent ancestor clung tightly to his protégé, firmly anchoring him in the room of requirement, and compelling the boy to practice relentlessly, striving to uncover the governing principles of Zeus. Meanwhile, Dumbledore insisted that Alan complete the 7th grade spell coursework before Christmas. The old man playfully winked, asking, "Don't you wish to wield magic freely during the holidays?" Alan found himself reluctantly swayed. The elderly headmaster, confident that Lamy would not disrupt matters, dispatched Fawkes with a note, suspending Alan's alchemy class until after the Christmas holiday. The alchemist was incensed, promptly plucking the last feather from Fawkes's tail. The phoenix returned, tail featherless, angrily pecking at Dumbledore. Even with his unparalleled learning speed, Alan was beset by the pressures from both sides, leading to persistent headaches. He had no choice but to rise earlier and extend his nights to delve further into the application of Zeus. Since he had begun to harness the magical energy in the air to achieve various spell effects, Salazar had procured living creatures for him to practice on, specifically, a horde of 8-eyed giant spiders. Initially, they were the size of thumbs, and Alan effortlessly controlled the magical energy to flip the unfortunate spiders back and forth, repelling and summoning them at will. Gradually, their size increased to that of his palm, which posed no challenge for Alan. Leaning back in the armchair, he waved his wand almost carelessly, manipulating the hapless spiders at will, repeatedly sending them scuttling away only to bring them back again. Before long, the spiders had grown to his height. Seated in the armchair, Alan faced the menacing mandibles of the 8-eyed giant spider, yet it posed no threat to him. The magical energy enveloped the spider like a sealed bag, and with a mere thought and a lift of his wand, Alan effortlessly caused the creature to float in the air, helplessly scrambling with its legs. Salazar beamed with admiration. Alan anticipated a compliment from his mentor, only to be met with a new task. Excellent. Now it is time to abandon the wand. Manipulate the magic with your fingers and thoughts. Rather than relying on an easily discarded tool, Salazar instructed solemnly. The wand shook in discontent, and Alan could almost sense its struggle to burrow into his sleeve. He chuckled wryly and, complying with the wand's wishes, tucked it back into his sleeve. The golden-haired prince declined the serpent ancestor's proposal, sporting an enticing smile. "Ancestor, if I complete my Hogwarts coursework first, then I shall be free to use my wand during the Christmas holiday." He chuckled softly, his eyes shimmering. "Just think. We could continue our experiments in the palace training grounds. But if I cannot use my wand, you will have to teach me the theory first." Salazar faltered. The exploration of Zeus had little to do with theory. Reluctantly, he conceded, allowing his protégé to pursue the seemingly futile courses taught by the professors. At last, Alan was granted some personal time. He cheerfully ambled to class, inquiring about Draco's recent academic progress, receiving a rather satisfactory response in return. The platinum peacock feigned a smile, insinuating that Sharp was far more reliable than a certain self-important individual. Was he not, Alan? Alan chose silence, observing the 3 approaching Gryffindors with a gentle wave of his hand. Harry hurried over, breathless, and asked, "Draco, did you ask?" The platinum peacock awkwardly tilted his head, clearing his throat and replying, "Not yet." Harry fell silent for a moment and then spoke up, "Your Highness, are you familiar with Nicholas Flamel?" Alan raised an eyebrow slowly. "Of course I know him. He is my teacher." He mused, "I've heard of him. Why do you suddenly wish to seek out Nicholas Flamel?" Harry, somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head and stammered, "It's about that little bundle." He hesitated, as Alan had repeatedly warned him not to pursue the matter further. Hermione pushed the timid savior aside, clarifying the situation. "Oh, it's Hagrid again?" Alan found himself at a loss for words, resolutely deciding not to divulge any secrets. He pondered momentarily before saying, "Nicholas Flamel is a legendary figure, rumored to have been born in the 14th century. The three young lions and Draco gaped in astonishment. Ron murmured, "Hagrid wouldn't he be lying to us, would he?" Hermione frowned. "No, Hagrid doesn't he seem like the type to deceive. He must have let something slip." Harry contemplated, "Is it possible that Nicholas Flamel is still alive?" Alan glanced at him sideways, acknowledging that Harry indeed possessed a certain savior-esque talent. The golden-haired prince chuckled lightly, continuing, "The charms class is about to begin." The Gryffindors' attention was successfully diverted. They entered the classroom, quickly captivated by Professor Flitwick. And until the end of the lesson, the topic was forgotten. However, the Platinum Peacock was not so carefree as the Gryffindors. It could be said that Draco maintained his position as the leader of the pureblood families, due to his exceptional ability to read between the lines and make decisions. He refrained from mentioning this matter. Until the evening when they returned to the dormitory, Alan had believed that the matter had completely slipped Draco's mind. However, Draco inquired, "Alan, are you acquainted with Nicol LeMay?" Alan smiled with delight, encouragingly gazing at him. "How did you discern that?" The Platinum Peacock scoffed. "I am not one of those foolish lions." "So, do you know about LeMay's exploits?" The golden-haired prince subtly confirmed. Draco rolled his eyes. "If I knew, would I need to ask you?" Alan felt a wave of relief wash over him and chuckled softly. He gently remarked, "This is a perilous undertaking. One that poses a grave threat to your life and the Malfoy family." He gazed into Draco's pale blue eyes, which flickered with a hint of fear, and coaxed, "Do not involve yourself in this matter. Leave it to Dumbledore." Draco remained silent. Chapter 90. The Christmas Monument. Christmas was fast approaching. One morning in mid-December, the young wizards awoke from their dreams to find the school blanketed in several feet of snow. The lake's surface solidified into a hard sheet of ice. Harry excitedly informed Alan that the Weasley twins had been punished for magically enchanting several snowballs to chase Quirrell, pelting him on the back of his turban. Alan couldn't help but feel sympathy for Quirrell. After all, a person chosen by the Dark Lord must have once been a prodigy. Now reduced to being pelted with snowballs by a few students, forced to act timidly, unable even to retaliate. A few owls flew through the stormy sky, undoubtedly enduring great hardships to deliver their messages in such weather. They would need to recuperate under Hagrid's care before taking to the skies again. Everyone was eagerly anticipating the holiday break. Meanwhile, Alan remained in the headmaster's office, undergoing evaluations from the various professors, ultimately earning the privilege to assist the Ministry of Magic in dismantling the trace. The golden-haired prince counted the days, yearning to return to Edward's side and showcase the knowledge he had acquired over the past half-year. In this frigid weather, the common rooms and the great hall of each house blazed with roaring fires, even warmer than in spring or autumn. Yet the drafty corridors became unbearably cold, the glass windows of the classrooms rattling under the onslaught of the biting wind. The young wizards had been requesting batch after batch of cold remedies from Alan. The worst part was that Professor Snape's classes were held in the underground classrooms. As they exhaled, clouds of white mist formed before them, forcing them to huddle close to their steaming cauldrons. Upon entering, Alan spotted a group of shivering lions and snakes, all nearly curled into tiny balls. The golden-haired prince chuckled softly, his fingers flicking, and a warming charm instantly enveloped the entire classroom. The young wizards quickly noticed the change in temperature, cheering as they removed their heavy gloves and scarves. The potions classroom had grown warm. How unusual. Had someone brought a temperature-regulating crystal ball in? The young wizards chattered excitedly. A certain individual, concealing his talents, strode forward and took the seat that Draco had already reserved for him. The Platinum Peacock complained, "I've been looking for you for days." One might think the Muggle Prince had fallen into a giant's belly. He continued, "Slytherin holds a Christmas ball every year. Will you attend this year at my family's estate?" Alan, rummaging through his pocket for a book, inquired, "Will all Slytherins be attending?" "Yes," Draco replied, somewhat lacking confidence, aware that Alan had never quite gotten along with that group of little snakes. "My father also wishes to ask you something. He insisted I invite you." At this, Draco awkwardly furrowed his brow. "I didn't mean it that way. I meant Malfoy Manor is beautiful, filled with many magical artifacts you have yet to see." Alan chuckled lightly, opening his notebook, and replied, "Of course I shall attend." He raised his gaze, his sea blue eyes sparkling like stars. "I wish to observe the life of the wizarding aristocracy." Speaking of which, will you come to my castle next Christmas? I can show you Muggle weaponry. Draco breathed a sigh of relief, his spirits lifting at the mention. Really? Muggle weaponry? Is it the one you mentioned? The little peacock exaggeratedly spread his arms wide. Just then, Harry and Ron entered through the door. Naturally, they sidled up to Alan and asked, "Why is the potions classroom so warm today?" Alan did not respond, instead countering, "Harry, have you made your decision?" Harry appeared somewhat hesitant. Alan encouraged, "The Christmas residence is at Sandringham Palace. You've never been there. They have a new shooting range, and Professor Smith will be there too." Draco interjected, "Is our saintly prince about to share his family's private tutoring lessons again?" Harry replied, "Does that mean he plans to rise early and study frantically on Christmas?" The savior promptly declared, "I want to stay at Hogwarts." Alan responded, "What suddenly made you so resolute?" He hesitated before nodding, "All right. Professor Dumbledore will also remain at the school. You can go find him to entertain yourself." The obedient savior looked at Alan uncertainly. "Your Highness just said to find Professor Dumbledore to play, correct?" Draco pouted. "Who knows what that old bee is thinking? Doesn't he have anywhere else to go? Why does he always linger at Hogwarts?" Alan fixed him with a steady gaze. The platinum peacock immediately felt a pang of guilt. He remembered the last time Alan had looked at him like this was when he had uttered the term mudblood. Alan shook his head in admiration. "Draco, you truly are a genius. How could he have overlooked it? 99% of the world's population derives their underlying issues from family. Dumbledore is just another person, isn't he?" With this new realization, Alan spent the entire potions class poring over significant magical events of the 20th century, great wizards of the 20th century, major discoveries in modern magic, and history of modern magic. Snape passed by him multiple times, enduring his irritation, and finally, considering the batch of Murtlap essence, he spared the little prince this time. When Alan returned to the Hogwarts Great Hall, he was too distracted to observe the decorations. He gazed at Dumbledore, seated at the center of the staff table, as if looking upon a solitary grave. It was unimaginable. His father imprisoned for avenging his sister, passing away in prison, his mother dying shortly after graduation, forcing him to abandon his aspirations to care for the family. The death of his sister during childhood, followed by a near rupture with his only remaining relative, Aberforth. What a torment it must have been. Albus Dumbledore was no longer viewed as a person. He had become merely a monument. It seemed as though fate had thrust him into such a state to achieve great deeds. The hall appeared beautiful and grand. Against the backdrop of the Christmas decorations on the walls, Dumbledore, dressed as Santa Claus, looked so benevolent, quietly anticipating the happiness of others. Alan gently lowered his gaze, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips. The king and the prince, were they not much the same? Chapter 91. Who tampered with the king's memories? Harry indeed signed his name on the list to remain at school. The savior wore a look of genuine enthusiasm, declaring, "This will undoubtedly be the most splendid Christmas I have ever experienced." Ron also chose to stay. He expressed his regret that his parents were traveling to Romania to visit his older brother Charlie, who was studying dragons. Alan smiled and nodded, saying, "Well, you can take this opportunity to search for Nickel Lamay. Keep them occupied. Just be careful not to let them wander off to the three-headed dog." "Oh, your highness. You reminded me." Hermione suddenly realized something, looking at the boys on either side. "Harry, Ron, we still have half an hour before dinner. We should head to the library." "Oh, you're right," Ron replied, reluctantly tearing his gaze away from Professor Flitwick, who was enchanting golden bubbles and hanging them on the newly relocated Christmas tree's branches. Alan bid farewell to the trio, wishing them the gifts they desired for Christmas. The little witch suddenly realized what a formidable ally Alan was and inquired, "Might you accompany us in searching for Nicodemus?" Alan wore a look of regret. "Oh dear Miss Granger, I would be delighted to assist you here. Alas, I have an appointment with Professor Dumbledore." Ron and Harry appeared more despondent than Hermione. If only Alan could lend a hand, they could afford to be lazy. The three little lions obediently departed. Alan exited the hall, making his way step by step toward the headmaster's office, once again lamenting the absence of an elevator at Hogwarts. "I wonder if the other governors would accept a Muggle elevator?" Dumbledore smiled at him. "Ready?" Alan flashed a perfect smile. "Of course." The elder emerged from behind his desk, guiding Alan toward the fireplace. "Well, young prince, I know you are not fond of this, but you dislike apparition even more, do you not?" He handed Alan a silver dish filled with flue powder, watching as the golden-haired prince grasped a handful with deliberate slowness. Flames erupted in the fireplace. Alan tossed the flue powder into the fire and stepped in, articulating clearly, "Ministry of Magic." A dizzying whirl ensued, with countless fireplaces rushing past his vision, and upon seeing rows of fireplaces on the opposite side, Alan mistakenly believed he was still in transit. Dumbledore gazed at him with a smile. "Oh, Alan. Welcome to the Ministry of Magic." The golden-haired prince, as if regaining his senses, stepped out of the fireplace, lowering his gaze. Before him lay a dark corridor constructed of black bricks, flanked by rows of fireplaces, all adorned with golden engravings, exuding an air of grandeur. Every few seconds, with a soft pop, a wizard would suddenly emerge from one of the fireplaces on the left. Meanwhile, on the right, several individuals queued before each fireplace, waiting to depart. What a peculiar mode of transportation, Alan mused. He followed the elder forward, listening to Dumbledore's adept introduction, and entered the grand hall of the Ministry of Magic. They stood at one end of an elongated, resplendent hall, the floor gleaming with polished dark wood. Alan was taken aback. Some designs of the ministry bore a striking resemblance to those of the Nazis. The peacock blue ceiling was inlaid with shimmering golden symbols, constantly shifting and changing, resembling a colossal bulletin board suspended in the air. At the center of the atrium stood a circular pool, with a group of pure gold statues at its heart. A male wizard raised his wand, pointing skyward, surrounded by a beautiful witch, a centaur, a fairy, and a house elf. The centaur, fairy, and house elf gazed up in boundless admiration at the two wizards. The arrogance of the wizards. Alan narrowed his eyes subtly, striving to suppress the thoughts of the ordinary people standing in this place. His gaze swept past the monument to magical might, and the large portrait of an individual. Alan, with a mere flick of his toes, recognized that it must undoubtedly be Minister Fudge. The golden-haired prince began to piece things together in his mind. This minister was exceedingly specialized yet conservative, adept at navigating such individuals. To his astonishment, he noted the name Evangeline Opington among the list of past ministers of magic. This lady was a friend of Queen Victoria. The azure of her eyes held a certain obscurity. He could ascertain that Edward had previously known nothing of the wizarding school. Otherwise, he would not have reacted as he did when the owl delivered the letter. Yet, since Queen Victoria had a witchly friend, did Her Majesty truly remain unaware? Or perhaps someone tampered with his father's memories? Chapter 92, Minister of Magic. A surge of murderous intent almost overwhelmed Alan. He clenched his fists, striving not to reveal any sign of disturbance to Dumbledore. The elder cleared his throat gently, reminding him, "Alan, look who has come to greet us." Alan raised his gaze, instinctively revealing a perfect smile, gracefully inclining his head. Three men approached, the one in the middle being slightly shorter and plumper, extending his arms toward Dumbledore. "Ah, Albus, you have arrived." His small eyes turned toward Alan, a mix of surprise and scrutiny evident. "Is this the Muggle Prince? I could tell by that golden hair, and those azure eyes." He approached Alan, shaking his hand warmly and amiably. "To be honest, Your Highness, there was no need for Albus to introduce you, was there? We frequently liaise with the Muggle Prime Minister. Although your Prime Ministers change rather frequently, every one of them holds you in high regard. The current one often mentions you too." Alan's hand was tightly gripped, and he reciprocated with an equally measured grasp, his smile seamlessly transitioning into pleasantries. "Indeed, indeed. Minister, your name is renowned. I never expected to meet you on my first visit. You are exceedingly gracious and so amiable. It is no wonder you manage the ministry so well." He paused, his smile deepening. "Did the Prime Minister truly mention me to you?" Fudge nodded. "Indeed. This current Muggle Prime Minister is evidently not as capable as the previous ones. You have grown so much, yet you haven't arranged for me to meet you." Alan chuckled, his crescent-shaped eyes concealing all emotions. He inquired, "Have you met King Edward?" Fudge naturally nodded. "Of course. During that tumultuous period, the king assisted us immensely. Were it not for the refuge he provided, who knows how many wizards would have perished. He is indeed a decisive and capable individual." The golden-haired prince felt as though lead filled his heart. The king's memories had indeed been altered. He inadvertently remarked, "Oh, my father seldom speaks of the magical world. I was quite startled when I saw the Hogwarts acceptance letter." Fudge laughed heartily, patting his shoulder. "Do not worry, young prince. We have assigned Aurors to protect you and your Muggle elite in secret. No one can breach our magical protections to harm you, not even dark wizards." Alan praised. "What outstanding governance, Minister. Under your astute leadership, how could any disorder arise?" With such high-level acknowledgement from the Muggle Prince, Fudge evidently developed a misperception of himself. He enthusiastically grasped Alan's hand, chattering incessantly about his achievements over the years. Alan smiled as he listened to Fudge's ramblings, casting a glance at the security checkpoint, intentionally steering Fudge toward it to avoid the wand inspection. The golden-haired boy was preoccupied with concern for his father, his mind entirely elsewhere, even neglecting to study the operation of the ministry's elevators. They descended to the 6th underground floor. A ministry employee stopped Fudge, requesting him to return and attend to a visit from members of the Wiesengemot. Fudge muttered, "Those bureaucrats." He shook hands with Alan warmly. "Relax, young prince. I never imagined someone could complete 7 years of coursework in just half a term." He shook his head in amusement. "Indeed, geniuses are different. Alan, you are undoubtedly the first in a millennium. I presume the removal of your trace is completely unproblematic?" Alan smiled and nodded. "Thank you for your kind words." Finally bidding farewell to the minister, Dumbledore led Alan toward the apparition testing center. Noticing Alan's silence, the elder smiled. "Ah, how do you find the warmth from the Minister of Magic?" Alan chuckled lightly, his expression somewhat pale. Yet that pallor seemed almost illusory. For the golden-haired prince instantaneously regained his perfect smile. He replied smoothly, "You, having worked alongside Minister Fudge for so many years, undoubtedly understand better than I." Dumbledore shrugged. "Look at that, how unfortunate to stifle natural charm. Children of this age should be more delightful." The apparition testing center lay just ahead. Dumbledore smiled. Taking a seat in a high-backed chair amidst the gathering crowd, observing the forthcoming test, Alan remained exceptionally composed. His golden-haired princely presence casting a silent spell that stirred a group of idle Ministry of Magic officials into action. It is worth noting that many of these officials struggled to conjure even a decent ironclad charm. As the evaluations progressed, their demeanor grew increasingly amiable. Who would dare offend a figure so resplendent, even among geniuses? Alan flawlessly excelled in all his academic courses, as well as the examination on apparition. Surrounded by the officials' attentions, he savored his tea and unabashedly requested a plate of desserts for Dumbledore. The officials introduced themselves: Doris Jones, John Davis, Benjamin Foster. "Should His Highness require anything in the future, please do not hesitate to seek our assistance," they offered eagerly. Alan lowered his gaze and smiled graciously. "Of course. I shall remember your kindness. You are all such warm-hearted individuals." The trio of officials beamed with relief and promptly fetched a selection of new desserts. All of it was relished by the old bee, who silently munched on sweets. Before long, the documents were ready for signing. Such efficiency was unprecedented for many wizards. This was due in part to Alan's Muggle princely status, partly because of his amiable rapport with Fudge, and largely due to his exceptional talent. All the officials were eager to cultivate a friendship with this prodigy. At the moment he received the documents, Alan felt as if the invisible shackles that had bound him since leaving Hogwarts had finally vanished. His magical prowess could be wielded freely, just as it had been during his time at Hogwarts. Dumbledore gazed at Alan with a sense of nostalgia, as if he were witnessing a long-lost acquaintance from years past. He chuckled softly and shook his head. That individual had been too brash and unrestrained, lacking in both love and moderation. Yet Alan was different. He epitomized a worthy prince. Gentle and tolerant, having learned the virtue of restraint in his youth. They were two entirely distinct beings. The elderly wizard regarded Alan with a mix of admiration and melancholy as he bid farewell to the 3 evaluators, leading this newly renowned prodigy towards the fireplace. Chapter 93, Memory Magic. In the flickering light of the fireplace, the two returned smoothly to the headmaster's office. The familiar surroundings greeted their eyes. Alan softly inquired, "Sir, is there a spell that can alter a person's memory?" Dumbledore looked at him and slowly stepped out of the fireplace. "Have you discovered discrepancies in King Edward's memories?" Alan clenched his fists tightly, his jaw tightening. The elder sighed and extended his hand. "Step out first, Alan." The golden-haired prince remained silent as he stepped out from the remnants of the ashes. He spoke slowly. "The Ministry of Magic should have a liaison with the royal family and the upper echelons, yet I have never heard of such a connection. Fudge claimed he had met my father, yet His Majesty appears to have no recollection of it." Therefore Alan exhaled a breath of frustration, whispering, "My father's memories have been altered prior to my birth." He raised his gaze, the azure depths of his eyes darkening with a storm. "Is it truly the case that the auras of the ministry are merely for show?" Dumbledore placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "Calm yourself, Alan." The elder bent down slowly, his cerulean eyes sparkling with a myriad of stars. He said, "The ministry not only dispatched auras but also inscribed protections for the royal lineage and all high-ranking Muggles. After the first owl sent to the royal family from Hogwarts received no response, suspicions arose regarding an untoward event. Given your status and talent, it would have been customary to send a teacher to the palace for your education." However, Dumbledore looked at Alan with gentle compassion, brushing a hand affectionately through the prince's hair. "In light of these circumstances, the only option was for you to attend Hogwarts." Alan was unconvinced, his eyes cold. "Yet my father's memories have still been tampered with." Dumbledore sighed softly. "Alan, given the protective enchantments surrounding the royal family, If the king's memories have been altered, there is but one possibility. His azure gaze slowly lifted, awaiting the elder's revelation. He did so willingly. Alan frowned, instinctively rebutting, "That is impossible." Dumbledore shrugged lightly, "Perhaps?" But at the very least, His Majesty was aware. Alan shook his head gently, his pupils resembling a tranquil sea. "Sir, my father is not an emotional man." He inclined his body, bidding farewell to the quietly standing elder before departing the headmaster's office. The golden-haired prince strode forward, his countenance resolute as iron. If His Majesty is aware, all the better. Should he uncover any hidden machinations, he would not hesitate to take decisive action. He restrained his expression. Yet within a few breaths, he regained his usual warmth and serenity, a swift transformation that seemed almost illusory. Alan discreetly glanced at the portraits lining the castle corridors before returning to the Slytherin dungeon. Draco was animatedly directing the house elf to tidy up, and upon seeing Alan's return, he raised an eyebrow. "Have you completed your business?" Alan nodded gently, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Are you taking all these books back with you?" Draco wrinkled his nose. "It's all your fault. Father thinks I am too far behind you, so he hired a tutor for me, and I have to attend remedial lessons over Christmas." Alan genuinely found this amusing. "Isn't it beneficial to learn more?" The golden-haired prince sighed lightly, loosening his outer robe and gesturing toward the wall of books. "I haven't completed half my coursework this year, so I too must catch up." With a graceful flick of his wand, his luggage elegantly soared over, lifting the lid on its own. An entire wall of books floated from the shelves into the trunk, leaving the nearby little peacock in awe. Draco questioned, "Didn't you finish half of it already? Why are you packing everything away?" Alan replied, "I will complete the remaining half of my coursework over the Christmas holiday, and bring back a fresh batch when I return." Draco exclaimed, "Why would anyone be so fervently devoted to such tedious studying?" He watched as Alan cheerfully completed his packing and resumed his place at the desk, silently averting his gaze. The formidable Muggle Prince. However, he was mistaken this time. Having just learned of the memory issue concerning his father, Alan was in no mood to indulge in theoretical pursuits. He took out a sheet of stationery and began to write to His Majesty the King. "Your Majesty, today was quite leisurely. I accompanied Professor Dumbledore to the Ministry of Magic, where I successfully passed the apparition test. After returning home, I will no longer be bound by location, and can freely use magic. Tomorrow marks the beginning of the Christmas holiday, so you need not send anyone to the station. I shall apparate back to Sandringham Palace and pay my respects to you. Additionally, I have already packed my belongings, so please do not worry. Yours obediently, Alan." December 15th. 2100 hours sharp. By 9 o'clock in the evening, Hogwarts had already enforced its curfew. Students were engaged in socializing or studying within their respective common rooms. Alan cast a disillusionment charm upon himself and stepped out of the common room, cloaked in the night's embrace. This was the rule-abiding prince's first foray into defying regulations. He made his way to the library, quietly seeking tomes related to memory magic. The most commonly known memory spell was Obliviate. Wizards were generally aware that the ministry frequently employed this incantation to erase Muggle memories. There exists a corresponding countercharm, yet it invariably comes with side effects. Particularly, the longer the time elapsed since the Obliviate was cast, the more arduous the recovery becomes. Alan stood silently among the shelves, gently closing the book as if his heart were laden with lead, aching painfully. Edward had forgotten for 11 years. He could not ascertain whether he possessed the capability to successfully counter the spell, nor could he dare to attempt it on the king. Even the slightest possibility of error was unacceptable. He would never allow Edward to face such peril. And concerning such critical memories, he would never permit anyone else to try it either, for the risk of harm to His Majesty's mind was too great. Eliminating those responsible would serve no purpose. That was his father. That was his only family. If anything were to happen to Edward, he would lose everything. How could he dare to take such a risk? The golden-haired prince stood in the library, resembling a statue of marble. After a moment, he silently traced a cross over his heart, beseeching God's mercy. He could only trace the cross over his heart, imploring divine compassion. Chapter 94, Homecoming. On the following day, a new collection of books concerning memory magic was added to the prince's trunk. He, along with Hermione and Draco, made their way to the train station. Alan was dressed in a sleek black suit today. The crisp white collar, secured by a tie pin, lent him an air of vitality. Over his suit, he wore a double-breasted dark gray overcoat, his steps measured and imbued with a reassuring sense of security that inspired unwavering trust. Perhaps it was due to their shared tutelage under Miss Diana Sharp that Draco and Hermione were getting along quite well. Or perhaps they felt a twinge of caution in the presence of their instructor. Diana awaited at the station's entrance, accompanied by the earnest Alger and the warm-hearted Valentine. Upon Alan's arrival, the three respectfully placed their hands over their hearts, while the two gentlemen took the suitcase from Hermione's grasp. Valentine deliberately lagged a step behind, allowing Alger the opportunity to display his gentlemanly demeanor. With a smile, he accepted Alan's carry-on, which earned him a word of thanks. Thus, in an act of camaraderie, he picked up young Malfoy's suitcase, unceremoniously passing it to Alger. With one suitcase in each hand, Alger thought, is this honey badger mocking my inability to articulate? Look at that behavior of greeting everyone, truly reminiscent of a social butterfly at a gala. Alger glared at their retreating figures. Valentine, sandwiched between them, followed closely, turning to stick out his tongue at Alger. Ignoring their antics, Diana walked alongside Alan and inquired, Your Highness, do you have any plans for Christmas? I shall visit Malfoy Manor on the 22nd, and the rest will adhere to royal custom. Alan replied with a slight nod. Diana discreetly glanced around, ensuring no one was paying them heed, and softly asked, Your Highness, do you carry a burden? May I offer my assistance? Such perceptiveness, Alan mused, before ultimately shaking his head. This matter I must handle myself. However, there is indeed something for which I require your help. Diana leaned in slightly, dutifully awaiting his command. Alan smiled, his spirits lifted considerably, and instructed, In these past 6 months, as I have just entered the magical realm, there is much I must learn, and I have yet to attend to this matter. I have long desired to understand the employment trajectories and current circumstances of Muggles who have graduated from Hogwarts. I would like you to compile a summary based on the relevant data from the past decade, as per the list in the admissions book. It may seem somewhat cumbersome, but I would appreciate it if you could provide me with an answer before the end of my 2nd year. Diana offered a gentle smile, rest assured. 6 months will suffice. Alan nodded appreciatively. You are truly remarkable, Diana. Individuals of your caliber should ascend to replace the foolish. Reigning at the pinnacle of the world with authority. Observing his purposeful stride, Diana resolutely followed suit. Who would wish to be confined to the household? Merely an ornament for a man's success? She would never submit to a marriage of convenience. Upon boarding, the reticent Alger was directed by Valentine to assist Hermione. He watched with a hint of jealousy as they accompanied the prince towards the Board of Governors' carriage. Curse that honey badger. That fellow had best practice his spells diligently to avoid being caught off guard in their next duel. Diana inquired about relevant matters until she noticed Valentine had something to say, and with a lowered gaze, called out to Draco, Draco, as the Christmas holiday approaches. I have arranged some coursework for you. She handed him a neatly folded sheet of paper, saying, These are some daily exercises that, if practiced regularly, can enhance your magical sensitivity. Upon unfolding it, Draco found only 3 essential items listed, and he let out a great sigh of relief. See, girls can be so considerate. Seizing the moment, Valentine sidled up to Alan, somewhat bashfully scratching his head. Your Highness, it's about that. Alan chuckled. Feel free to speak plainly. It's quite all right. Valentine cleared his throat. My parents have been eager to meet you ever since I became your knight. Alan understood. Unlike Diana and Alger, Valentine's father held no title, making their request somewhat awkward. He smiled gently. Do not worry, Valentine. I had intended to write to you upon my return to Sandringham, but it seems I can inform you sooner. I plan to invite you, your parents, and the 2 of you for a gathering at the castle on December 23rd. Well, it shall be a festive dinner among friends, shall it not? A gathering of friends. Valentine's eyes sparkled with delight as he took a respectful step back, placing his hand over his heart. Valentine Lister, forever loyal to you, my prince. Alan lightly assisted him up, gesturing for him not to be so formal. Meanwhile, Diana finished her instructions regarding Draco's assignments. The 2 paused outside the Board of Governors' carriage to bid farewell to Alan and Draco before turning to depart. Draco, feeling triumphant, waved the assignment list in front of Alan, purposely making it rustle loudly. See, this is what a proper assignment looks like. Alan chuckled, pushing open a compartment and settling inside. The train arrived swiftly, amidst the incessant chatter of the little peacock, and they disembarked, spotting 2 shining platinum heads in the crowd. Draco's eyes lit up, and he rushed over, throwing himself into Narcissa's embrace, whining, Mother, I've missed you so much. Narcissa tenderly stroked his hair. Alan paused for a moment before making his way over, respectfully greeting Lucius. Have the 2 of you been waiting long? Narcissa's platinum hair wove into lovely patterns as she smiled. It's Draco's first holiday, and we were somewhat concerned. Alan lowered his gaze with a smile, feeling a pang of envy. What a wonderful family. He bowed gracefully. Please excuse me. I must take my leave. Lucius, wearing the standard Malfoy smile, replied, Your Highness. Do remember the banquet on December 22nd? Alan nodded. Of course, I trust Draco will remind me. Draco smirked, tilting his chin at Alan. Remember to write back. After receiving Alan's 10th explicit promise, the Platinum Peacock finally followed his parents away from King's Cross Station. Alan watched their receding figures, gently pressing the gem at the center of his Board of Governors ring, concealing his presence as he exited the station. Subsequently, he found a discreet spot and, for the first time, actively performed apparition. The prince materialized directly in his room at Sandringham Palace, his coat and luggage silently drifting to their respective places. Alan tidied his attire and hair before heading to Edward's study. Now a competent wizard, Alan produced his wand and placed it against the door, listening quietly as Edward recorded his Christmas message, standing patiently by. It was only when the voice inside ceased, and he faintly heard the butler's voice, that Alan raised his hand to knock. Footsteps approached, and the elderly butler opened the door, exclaiming with delight, "Your Highness, you truly returned by magic." Alan smiled. "Grandfather Butler, you know I did not attend an ordinary school." The butler nodded happily, repeatedly praising, "Indeed. You cannot imagine how worried I was, fearing these wizards would lead you astray." He stepped aside to let Alan enter. The returning prince approached the seemingly oblivious king, taking deliberate steps before bowing respectfully. "Your Majesty." He smiled. "I have returned, father." Chapter 95. All hail His Majesty. Edward keenly sensed a change in his son. Although Alan's previous reports during the brief inquiry had been orderly and composed, there remained a certain youthful naivety. Yet now the king squinted. At this moment, Alan appeared to be enveloped in some profound anguish. His smile seemed dimmed by threefold compared to usual. The fleeting moments of pause and sorrow upon seeing himself pierced Edward's eyes. How could the child have changed so dramatically in just a few days? He beckoned Alan to sit beside him and inquired, "Have you encountered any troubles at school?" Alan, momentarily taken aback, realized that his father had sensed his unease, and a bitter smile crept onto his lips. "I hadn't intended to tell you." The old butler, reluctant to interfere, stood silently at the door, pretending to be a statue, yet straining to hear. What could have suddenly befallen the young prince? Wasn't everything fine just a short while ago? Edward gently ruffled his son's hair and softly reassured him. "I am your father, Alan. I have watched you grow. I can discern when something is amiss." He turned to smile at him, offering comfort. "Do not force yourself to bear it alone. Your father will always be by your side. Whatever the gravity of the situation, if the king can endure it, so can I." The boy's shoulders relaxed slightly, his lips quivering, tightly pressed into a thin line. The golden hair, tousled by the king, fell gently, obscuring the boy's vision. Faintly, it seemed, a tear slipped down his cheek. Edward observed the tears cascading down his son's face, his anger simmering as he ground his teeth. Alan had never cried before. He produced a handkerchief, turned Alan's face gently, and tenderly wiped away the traces of his tears. The king, seemingly losing his patience, restrained his anger and demanded, "Tell me, what has transpired? Which scoundrel dares to bully you?" Alan shook his head lightly, amused by his father's words. "No one dares to bully me. Hogwarts is filled with my knights." "It is the Ministry of Magic's people," Edward interrupted him. "What is their name?" Alan chuckled and shook his head. "It truly isn't, father. They are too busy currying favor with me to be a threat." "Is it my concern?" Edward interjected again, cutting off Alan's attempts to divert the conversation. Upon witnessing his son's sudden silence, the king realized he had guessed correctly. He smiled gently, tousled his son's hair once more, and said, "If it pertains to my memory, then let me assure you not to worry." Alan's eyes widened in astonishment as he stammered, "You know about this?" Edward chuckled softly. "It is merely logical deduction. My memory has a gap, leading to an inability to progress coherently." The inference of a memory lapse was easily drawn. Alan gazed at the composed king, his brow furrowing slightly as he struggled to articulate his conclusion. "But according to my deduction, it is the wizards." He hesitated, unsure how to express this conclusion. Edward replied nonchalantly, "Was it with my knowledge that the wizards were permitted to erase my memory?" Alan was nearly at a loss for words, staring incredulously at the king, who appeared so unfazed by the gravity of the situation. Edward, smiling, observed his son, "Worry not. Alan, you seem to have forgotten that I possess the same magical tomes and repository of knowledge as you do." The king remarked, unfazed, "Even though I cannot wield magic, I can certainly grasp the theoretical aspects. You should not question your father's intellect." Alan straightened his back abruptly. "I do not." A glimmer of amusement flickered in Edward's eyes as he reassured him. All right, your father knows that my dear Alan is the finest, does he not?" This rare moment of encouragement swiftly shifted Alan's attention. Or rather, the golden-haired prince, fully aware of his father's intentions, chose to descend the stairs with him. His cheeks flushed, unable to discern whether it was pride, shyness, or the rare direct encouragement from his father that stirred his youthful spirit. "Do as you please," the king remarked, orchestrating matters from behind the scenes, without revealing his deductions, leaving his poor son in a state of anxious uncertainty. Edward raised an eyebrow at the butler and inquired, "Whom has this child learned such sarcasm from? You never taught him, did you?" Vogfran exclaimed innocently, widening his eyes in defense. "You know me." Alan, suppressing a laugh, coughed lightly into his fist. "Ah, indeed it has nothing to do with grandfather the butler. This manner of expression is entirely the merit of that dark, brooding bat professor." The old butler appeared irked. He decided to find something to occupy himself. Adhering to the etiquette of a steward, he smiled with a hidden edge as he looked at Alan. "Oh, since you have returned, Your Highness, it would be prudent to record several videos and speeches. The previous stock must be cleared. Moreover, your recent schooling has kept you from participating in activities for quite some time. Many of the populace miss you dearly, and the inquiries have filled 2 briefcases with letters. Therefore you wouldn't mind fulfilling the public's requests, would you?" Suddenly dragged into the fray, Alan smiled without hesitation. "Of course not. However, I have just returned, and His Majesty must have many questions for me. Grandfather Butler, could you not indulge in our small wish to spend time together?" Vogfran found himself at a loss for words. Perhaps Alan himself was unaware. He had inadvertently voiced his deepest yearning, which the old butler had discerned clearly over the years. The butler sighed softly. After all, he was still a child, yearning merely to draw closer to his father. Chapter 96, Sweet Dreams Ancestor. Alan, however, could not escape the fate of recording videos. Under the auspices of the official media, he changed into 7 or 8 different outfits, and filmed over a dozen videos, preparing for the months following the start of term. The king's memory impairment was no trivial matter, and Alan was deeply concerned. However, after receiving the king's personal assurances and comfort, he felt considerably more at ease. At least he could prepare for Christmas according to the usual customs. Like ordinary people, royal family members must send greeting cards to family and friends before Christmas arrives. But unlike ordinary folk, they also have to engage in political affairs. Gift-giving for the royal family is an annual undertaking, fraught with the potential for diplomatic mishaps. Fortunately, there are established protocols each year, relieving the king and his son from worry. In the past, Alan had few friends, so he would only send cards to Edward, royal nobles, princesses and princes from other nations, and various political figures. Apart from Edward, the rest were merely social obligations. This year was different. He had forged many connections within the wizarding community. He now had 45 knights, 9 academy secretaries, and 3 capable coordinators. Over the past 6 months, numerous professors had generously imparted their wisdom, and Alan felt grateful, ensuring that the gifts for them were not to be overlooked. While the obligations to the general populace were a duty, Slytherin was a matter of mutual interest, and only Draco could be considered a friend. Nevertheless, since they had made acquaintances, greeting cards and gifts were still necessary. The politicians encountered at the Ministry of Magic also required gifts to cultivate goodwill. In this regard, he would have to manage it himself. After all, none of the staff had ventured into the magical realm, were unaware of its preferences, and knew nothing of each individual's tastes. If Alan were to direct them one by one, efficiency would suffer. Alan diligently selected cards for the professors, the 3 coordinators, the knights, the Malfoy family, and the Weasleys, as well as Harry and Hermione. Although he adhered to royal regulations in choosing from a few templates, he meticulously selected different inks based on the cards. The golden-haired prince personally crafted elaborate calligraphy, inscribing distinct congratulatory messages. As for the card intended for Quirrell, Alan wrote beneath the blessing, "An era shall inevitably culminate, yet life endures eternally." It served as a reminder. Having accomplished this, Alan felt he had fulfilled his obligations. Over the course of 5 days, he dedicated 2 hours each evening after dinner to pinning hundreds of cards. Salazar once again expressed his dissatisfaction with his descendants' benevolence. "Why expend so much time on such trivial matters?" Alan replied with a smile, "Because it holds practical value." This statement silenced the serpent ancestor, who chose to cover his own portrait with the king's grand depiction in the study. The painting is a grand oil portrait of Edward the Coronated. From a mere angle, one can glimpse the resplendent scene of that era. The shroud of Salazar looms there, precisely obscuring the golden scepter tightly grasped in the king's hand, as if it were devouring the monarch's right arm. This sight caused Alan to squint, the apprehension regarding his memories of Edward intertwined with the image before him, striking a raw nerve. He rose and unceremoniously summoned the serpent ancestor down, coiling it up and binding it with a ribbon. The serpent ancestor protested, writhing in discontent. Alas! Being merely an image, it could do little against Alan's grasp. The prince's lips curled slightly, as the realm of Zeus expanded, encasing his ancestor within a magical vacuum. Salazar struggled to unfurl, coldly glaring at Alan. "You little brat! Release me!" Alan composed himself and replied slowly, "Ancestor, perhaps I did not clarify this beforehand. In my study, there are 3 portraits. One of your majesty's coronation, one of your majesty's full-length likeness, and my portrait of knighthood. You may demean the latter at will. But if I discover you leaping onto the first 2, do not blame me for being uncivil." Salazar narrowed his eyes, his presence formidable. He coldly retorted, "Your weaknesses are too apparent, brat. As long as your Muggle father is under control, you will have no choice but to surrender." The azure depths of Alan's gaze darkened as he chuckled softly. "No matter. I shall transform the magical vacuum into an alchemical ring, to adorn your majesty. What wizardry is this? Once deprived of magic, what distinguishes them from ordinary folk? Under such circumstances, they couldn't even enter the castle, and would be dealt with by the royal guard. How could my majesty be in danger? Wouldn't you agree, ancestor?" The serpent ancestor gazed silently at the younger generation, a flicker of regret crossing his mind. A Muggle prince capable of wielding magic. A genius wizard whose thoughts and loyalties entirely belong to Muggles. Salazar murmured, "I have long warned that Mugglekind poses a significant threat." Those 3 simply refused to believe. Alan gently shook his head. "I shall always remember your kindness." Salazar scoffed, curling himself up. "Kindness indeed." Alan lowered his gaze, gently stroking his fingers. He was not entirely convinced by Salazar's words. A legendary wizard from a millennium ago, with only a single portrait surviving, was simply implausible. Thus, prior to uttering such displeasing remarks, he isolated the image from all external perceptions using a magical vacuum. In other words, Salazar had become an island unto himself. The golden-haired prince observed the sulking serpent ancestor, temporarily setting aside his plans for selecting gifts. He stepped into the newly arranged alchemical workspace Edward had provided for him, inscribing a magic circle within a delicate wooden box. Obscure runes spread across its surface, filling the box with a pattern brimming with magic, transforming it into a treasure that could block magical energies. Alan carefully rolled up the portrait of the serpent ancestor, sealing it with wax before placing it within the box. In a space devoid of magical sustenance, Salazar would gradually decay, ultimately becoming like an ordinary portrait, eroded by the passage of time. Eventually he would crumble into dust, dissipating completely. This was not Alan's intention. However, rather than the trouble caused by allowing the serpent ancestor to roam free, Alan preferred to be perceived as heartless. It was merely the loss of a dark arts mentor. He could easily find another. Those eager to usher him into the realm of dark magic were not limited to Salazar alone. The golden-haired prince stood before the opulent window, gazing at the snow-covered world. The red walls of Sandringham Palace loomed majestically, appearing even more dreamlike against the snowy backdrop. He softly murmured, "May you have sweet dreams, ancestor." Chapter 97, Christmas Gifts. Without Salazar's incessant nagging, Alan found himself somewhat unaccustomed. He reached for the magical box several times, only to replace it expressionlessly. Everything was for a greater good. How could he allow a twinge of compassion to disrupt that? He continued preparing the Christmas gifts to be given, though the space felt quieter than usual. On Christmas Eve, the young Muggle wizards within the liaison committee received royal exclusive pen gift boxes. Though Alan was not an elder, he hoped they would focus on their studies and make progress academically. The little snakes of Slytherin received silver-backed green gemstone pendants, each roughly 2 carats, barely qualifying as jewelry. As for the 45 loyal knights, Alan gifted them exquisite brooches adorned with red gemstones and diamonds, while 9 secretaries received splendid coronet brooches. These ornaments adhered to the royal guidelines for versatile use, serving both as brooches and pendants. Alan even thoughtfully included a long chain, alongside the royal crest. He was not concerned about his identity as a wizard being exposed. Knights ought to possess a sense of loyalty. Should anyone dare to speak out, in the next moment, Alan could invoke the knight's badge to make them vanish from the world. What of the 3 heads of state, his right-hand men? The luxurious gift box, adorned with white and gold, spanned 90 centimeters, lined with shimmering flannel, atop which lay an officer's longsword. The brass crossguards were intricately carved with the royal insignia, while a checkered Yuzupil tassel dangled nearby, and the hilt was wrapped in pearl fish skin, tightly bound with golden threads. The straight-edged blade was sharp and slender, its intricate etchings glimmering with brilliance. Beside the longsword, A resplendent coronet brooch lay in proximity, shining radiantly under the light. Alan chuckled softly. My loyal guards, I share with you the glory and trust of the Crown Prince, while promising the future of lordship and power. Be my most steadfast shield and my sharpest sword. The only thing I ask of you is your loyalty. Edward stood at the door smiling. Is this the gift for those 3 heads? Alan snapped back to attention, bowing respectfully with a hand over his heart. Your Majesty. He slightly puffed his cheeks, shifting his body to obscure the king's gaze. What brings you here so suddenly? The butler and Tress averted their eyes, keen to avoid provoking the young prince's ire. However, the king quickly sold them out. Edward chuckled lightly. Fran and Tress mentioned you prepared a rather special gift, so I came to see. This is an officer's longsword. Can those 3 handle it? Are they truly loyal? Alan nodded. Yes, I can assure you. He continued, Miss Diana is exceptionally talented. Her mind operates like a Turing machine, capable of independently constructing the organization's overall structure. I even believe she could simultaneously serve as both Prime Minister and Minister of Magic. Alge is not one for words, yet he wields a sharp sword. Valentine is amiable, skilled in soothing and coordinating. Alan smiled softly. Father, what do you think this resembles? The king graciously nodded, like a wartime army's decision-making, execution, and logistics, a perfect configuration. Alan gazed at the 3 gleaming longswords on the table, softly remarking, Hogwarts is akin to a military academy. Slytherin strategizes, Ravenclaw makes decisions, Gryffindor charges forth, and Hufflepuff manages logistics. He furrowed his brow gently before smiling again. Alas, a millennium has passed. The grand designs of your have long since faded. Edward nodded in satisfaction, unable to resist pinching his son's cheek. What about the professors? What gifts have you prepared for them? Alan turned, striving to conceal the corners of his mouth that had begun to rise, leading the king to the other side to showcase the gifts for the professors. Dumbledore had a great fondness for sweets, and Alan was disinclined to present him with a study on the dangers of sugar for Christmas. Ultimately, a collection of classic confections from various nations was assembled, with several exquisite gift boxes meticulously arranged within a grand cubic container, surely enough to keep the elderly occupied for several days. Naturally, Alan did not forget to include a comprehensive overview of Muggle science for both the recipient and LeMay, along with LeMay's magical wheelchair. Professor McGonagall received a remarkably intricate golden mechanical sphere, crafted from layers of lightweight alloy, a masterful imitation of the Eastern Ghost Ball, created by royal artisans utilizing their mechanical expertise, representing the pinnacle of Muggle craftsmanship at present. As for Snape, Alan procured a secret silver cauldron at a high price from the fairies, reputed for its stable properties that ensure the efficacy of potions. It is a well-known fact that Professor Flitwick possesses fairy lineage, rendering him of shorter stature. Alan recalled that in 1978, America developed a universal automatic, mechanical arm with minimal error margin. Consequently, he commissioned the Royal Development Team to create operable mechanical legs based on this arm. Professor Flitwick could stand on the platform atop this mechanism, using either manual control or magic to operate the mechanical legs. For Quirrell, Alan ultimately gifted him a bottle of the most classic Men-S perfume. In the presence of the king, the prince's cheeks flushed slightly as he gently clasped his hands behind his back and softly remarked, Father, I believe wizards hold many misconceptions about us. If we can allow them to witness our mechanical energies and our advancements, perhaps they might alter their perceptions, and our subjects would lead more stable lives. Edward nodded slowly, seemingly satisfied yet somewhat melancholic. You are becoming increasingly decisive. I should be reassured. Chapter 98. Dobby's request. On the evening of the 22nd, winter's snow drifted like willow catkins. On such a pitch-black winter night, Malfoy Manor sparkled with lights, resembling a fairy tale castle. The Lordess' residence exuded an air of grandeur, with its pale gray walls complementing the azure-tiled spires. Through the ornate wrought iron gates, a splendid fountain could be glimpsed, along with the enchanting gardens encircling the castle. Alan arrived at precisely 6 o'clock, holding the key sent by Draco, adorned with a beautiful gemstone cufflink. He was dressed in lavish evening attire, complete with a pleated shirt front and a velvet bow tie at the winged collar. A dazzling diamond brooch, set with an aquamarine, glimmered subtly beneath the cloak of his black wizard's robe. Raising his gaze, he spotted the familiar house elf, who bowed deeply, though it appeared to bear numerous wounds. Alan noticed its ears and hands were wrapped in bandages. A sharp voice rang in his ears. Dobby is waiting here for his highness on orders from his young master. Alan managed a gentle smile. Thank you, Dobby. Please lead the way. Dobby's large eyes filled with tears at the kindness. Oh, no one has ever spoken to Dobby in such a manner, as if treating him as an equal. Alan nodded sincerely, Wizards can be rather haughty in this regard. I apologize on their behalf. Dobby let out a high-pitched wail, quickly covering its face as it sobbed. You are truly a noble wizard. And you are a very special little elf. Alan regarded Dobby with curiosity, pondering how such a deeply subservient house elf could embody an ideal of equality. Dobby, evidently overwhelmed with emotion, dared not misbehave before the master's banquet. It could only bow deeply while guiding Alan, exclaiming, Dobby wishes for a paid job so much. But all the other elves think Dobby is dreaming. They believe Dobby is an outcast who deserves to be punished by his master. Dobby sniffled, clearly bearing many grievances. Alan gently patted its head, the leather glove bringing a chill in the winter night, yet igniting a glimmer of hope within Dobby. It looked up at Alan, hesitantly saying, Your Highness, Dobby knows the Muggle Prince is a good person, and Dobby does not want to trouble the prince. But could you request my freedom from my master? It endeavored to promote itself. Dobby would be a very attentive little elf. You only need to pay Dobby 10 nuts a month. Alan regarded it, nodding gently. Any endeavor for freedom and dignity deserves commendation. He pondered, I can certainly try, but I cannot guarantee that Mr. Malfoy will acquiesce. As Alan passed through the ornate wrought iron gates, it felt as though he traversed a veil of mist. The moment he crossed the threshold, Dobby fell silent, dutifully guiding him to the castle entrance. It cast a pleading glance before vanishing from sight. Alan smiled at the white peacocks tied at the castle's entrance, suddenly realizing what Christmas gift he should present. The young master of the Malfoy family, with sharp eyes, spotted Alan and almost sprinted over. He looked resplendent today, his platinum hair meticulously styled with hairspray, the banquet attire enhancing his regal appearance, exuding a subtle air of aloofness and weariness amid the crowd, truly resembling a nobleman. Alan smiled softly, watching him approach, extending a hand to steady him. Slow down, what's the rush? Draco huffed, I was just worried you wouldn't come. It's already 6:10. Alan cleared his throat gently, subtly complimenting. The Malfoy Manor is indeed beautiful and grand. Its size warrants a bit of time to traverse. Draco brightened considerably at this. You're just like the peacock beside you. Alan's gaze drifted between master and pet, tilting his head to suppress a smile. Draco pulled him inside. Come on. You're the last one. Alan remained noncommittal. Before these guests, he had no qualms about flaunting the prince's demeanor. Chapter 99. Lucius's test. As Alan entered, the previously lively banquet hall fell into a hush. The attitudes of the small serpents seemed markedly different from before. Where there had been cold indifference, now there was an air of hesitation, as if they were seeking conversation. Unfortunately, Alan paid them no mind. He listened to Draco boast about his vacation, deciding to shatter the little peacock's delightful illusions. Did Diana assign you some homework? Have you completed it on time? Draco's face fell. We just met. Alan smiled at him, because I believe the heir to the Malfoy estate should be exceptionally accomplished. I want you to stand atop the world. Pure ambition flickered in Draco's striking gray-blue eyes. He stared at Alan, awkwardly turning his head away. All right. I did my homework diligently. Alan praised. Excellent. Draco cleared his throat uncomfortably, aware that Alan struggled to fit in with this group of Slytherins. He suggested, let me take you upstairs, lest they start with their snide remarks. Thus, the group of small serpents, eager to ingratiate themselves, watched helplessly as their family task faded into the distance. Alan followed Draco upstairs, inquiring as the host, can you abandon the guests at the banquet? Draco scoffed. Then I'd take you to meet my father, and let you experience being asked about your homework right upon arrival. However, it was unnecessary for young Master Malfoy to fret. His father appeared just then at the top of the staircase, blocking their path. Lucius had been waiting for Alan's arrival, needing to confirm certain matters and clarify the princess' intentions. He was well aware of the ancestral manuscript's value to them. Yet the prince had generously offered the first page without any apparent ulterior motive. Lucius found it hard to believe that there were no ulterior motives. Even Merlin would not accept such a claim. Compared to the cunning Muggle prince, his own son seemed far too naïve, and this genuinely concerned him. The Malfoy patriarch politely stepped back, welcoming Alan, and then placed his hand over his heart. Lucius Malfoy, at your service, your highness. Alan inclined his head gently. Good evening, Mr. Malfoy. The Grand Peacock carried a trace of unspoken pride. Your presence at Malfoy Manor truly enhances its splendor. Draco endeavored to maintain his composure. Yet Alan adapted with remarkable ease, chuckling, you are too modest. The Malfoy Manor is hardly inferior to the Duke's residence. Naturally, it cannot rival the opulence of the palace. Lucius, with a subtle compliment, remarked, I have heard that His Highness once visited the Weasley household. Perhaps the Malfoy estate would afford you greater comfort? Alan, smiling, strolled towards the study. Indeed, I find the grandeur of Malfoy Manor quite delightful. However, the ambience at the Weasley home possesses its own unique charm. Would you not agree? Lucius chuckled awkwardly, deftly responding, that may be so, but an occasional visit for the sake of novelty suffices. True comfort lies in spaces reminiscent of one's upbringing. Would it not? The corners of the blonde prince's mouth gradually curved upwards. Oh, is the Dark Lord's right-hand man attempting to extend a friendly gesture? He nodded slightly, regarding the Grand Peacock with a hint of admiration. You are quite right. Alan exclaimed jovially, I wholeheartedly concur. He then added, I have long been aware of the Malfoy reputation, and today I discern that it is merely the foolish conjecture of the unenlightened. Am I not correct, Mr. Malfoy? Lucius bowed respectfully, replying, Indeed, Your Highness, your keen insight allows you to easily pierce through the veil of deceit. Draco furrowed his brow, clearly perplexed by their incessant banter. He wished to interject, but Alan interrupted him. The golden-haired prince halted, turning to Lucius, whose back was framed by the portrait of Abraxas Malfoy. A moment when 3 generations of Malfoys converged. The Muggle prince, who had stumbled into the realm of purebloods, unabashedly inquired, It is widely said that the Malfoys are purists. I am curious to know your opinion of a Muggle prince such as myself? 3 pairs of slate-blue eyes regarded him, each reflecting a distinct emotion. Abraxas was solemn and silent, Lucius was astute and shrewd, while Draco appeared innocent and bewildered. After a pause, the current head of the Malfoy family bowed. I presumed you had already discerned my stance. What a slippery and astute politician he is. Or perhaps a merchant would be a more fitting description. Whether it was once pledging loyalty to Voldemort or currently seeking his favor. It was all a gamble. A wager on whether this choice would usher in a glorious future for the Malfoys. A round of pleasantries ensued, rife with mutual probing. The young peacock's patience began to wane. Lucius sighed inwardly. He had intended for his son to witness the noble art of social networking. Yet it was evident that the boy had yet to grasp its nuances. No matter. After all, little Draco was merely in his first year, so there was no rush. Lucius turned to his son, inquiring, Draco, are you not going to attend to your guest? Draco, aware that this was an indication for him to leave, found himself perplexed. The once tedious conversation suddenly became intriguing. Father, may I not listen? He asked. Alan smiled at him, you may listen. I shall assign you some tasks to gauge your insights. Draco's expression shifted, and he immediately glanced at Lucius. Father, I must go attend to the guests. The young peacock dashed down the stairs, as if a giant troll were pursuing him. Lucius stroked his cane, casting a veiled glance at the Muggle prince's golden locks, his slate-blue eyes reflecting a complex and tumultuous array of emotions. Chapter 100, Psychological Warfare. The head of the Malfoy family could not comprehend why a mere mention of assignments could frighten Draco into attending to guests he typically disdained. He could only usher the prince into the study, offering the finest red tea, a display of the Malfoy family's sincerity and affluence. Alan's selection was Dahong Pao. During the Victorian era, maritime transport was fraught with difficulties, and tea from the east often failed to arrive intact, either spoiled or lacking aroma. Thus, the tea of that era was valued more than gold. Nobility later instituted afternoon tea not merely for enjoyment, but also as a means of social competition. After all, in that age, possessing the finest tea signified one's favor with the crown. Dahong Pao was discovered by the then curator of the Chelsea Royal Botanic Gardens, Fuchong, during his deep forays into the heart of the East, where he unearthed exquisite tea leaves in the mountainous regions of Fujian. To ensure their preservation, he utilized a plethora of glass cabinets to transport these precious tea varieties through Hong Kong to India. It can be said that Dahong Pao represents the splendor of the British Empire, a variety favored by the royal court. This tea embodies the glory of the empire upon which the sun never sets. Meanwhile, the botanic curator, Fuchong, though deemed a despicable thief by the international community, undeniably liberated Britain from its dependence on Eastern tea. Just as the Malfoy name, derived from Latin, signifies evil and sin, and in French, connotes bad faith and treachery. However, for the golden-haired prince seeking to penetrate the pureblood realm of wizards and potentially dominate it, this lineage proved to be immensely beneficial. It allowed your interests to become the impetus for the prince's entry into pureblood society. It transformed your avarice into a ladder for Muggle ascendants, and your treachery sculpted a new glory for the Malfoys. Henceforth, allegiance belonged to the camp of the Muggle prince. Alan gently swirled his teacup, observing the tea's exquisite hue against the pristine porcelain. He chuckled softly, acknowledging the subtle insinuation, Mr. Malfoy, you truly have gone to great lengths. Such splendid Dahong Pao. The royal family possesses but a scant reserve. Lucius revealed the quintessential Malfoy smile. You flatter me, your highness. If you desire, All the stock at Malfoy Manor is yours to claim. Alan gently shook his head, setting down his teacup. The delicate clash of the porcelain saucer and cup resonated through the air, prompting Lucius to straighten in his seat. The astute Malfoy had recognized the Muggle Prince's influence within the first week. This prince was no mere pampered child, but rather a prodigious talent, calm and insightful, with an understanding of human nature rivaling that of the Dark Lord of yore. A Muggle, one who had entered Slytherin, should have struggled within that environment. Yet he managed to coax Draco into uttering such favorable sentiments before a crowd within the first week. Consequently, by the following Monday, he was inundated with visits and inquiries from the heads of various families, all hinting at whether the Malfoys had betrayed the pureblood camp in favor of the Muggle Prince. Thankfully, Lucius, ever the diplomat, had long since turned words into weapons, and fortunately Parkinson, that coward, showed no inclination to defend his daughter. Otherwise, they might not have withstood the pressure. It is possible that the Malfoy family had already been compelled to align themselves with this golden-haired prince. Since that moment, Lucius began to harbor regrets. Why had he not informed the other heads of families at the start of the term? Now, the prince's perceptiveness might have already unveiled his dual allegiances. Fortunately, during the last Christmas holiday, a chance encounter at the station revealed the prince's vulnerability, his yearning for his mother. That unconscious envy, if only for a fleeting moment, could not escape the keen eyes of the Malfoys. However, Lucius did not intend to reveal this insight overtly. That would be foolish. He did not wish to make a misstep. The Grand Peacock chuckled lightly. "What is your intention, your highness?" Alan, smiling, reassured him. "What need have I for your red tea? Am I here as a guest or as a thief?" Lucius chuckled awkwardly, listening intently. "I came not only at Draco's invitation to attend the Slytherin Christmas ball, but also to uphold the honor of the Malfoys." Lucius leaned forward, all ears. The golden-haired prince scrutinized Lucius's expression, revealing a perfect smile. He stated, "The Dark Lord has returned." Lucius appeared frozen, like a statue, taking a moment to recover before cautiously asking, "What did you say?" Alan reiterated, "The Dark Lord has returned." The color drained from the Malfoy patriarch's face, his composure faltering significantly. He resembled a white peacock stripped of its tail feathers. Alan mused quietly. He had grown weary of witnessing the others' disarray and remarked, "The good news is, they are half alive." Lucius, momentarily at a loss for an appropriate expression, raised an eyebrow and quickly suppressed the upward curve of his lips, frowning as he replied, "Oh, such a versatile expression." Who could tell whether he was apprehensive about the Dark Lord's resurgence, or relieved by the Dark Lord's half-hearted state? Alan, with a smile, lifted his teacup and jested, "This Dark Lord is quite amusing. He always attempts to impart dark magic to me." Lucius gripped his wand tightly. The golden-haired heir delicately swirled his teacup, the clear red tea reflecting Lucius's countenance. He gazed into the cup as if genuinely admiring the hue of the tea. After a pause, he said, "Mr. Malfoy, I have heard that you were once a confidant of the Dark Lord." "That is utterly untrue," Lucius responded with unwavering conviction. The Malfoy family had maintained a staunch stance, asserting that after the infamous defeat of the Dark Lord by none other than Harry Potter, the Ministry of Magic had scrutinized them thoroughly. "Given your intelligence, I am certain you have perused the trial documents from that time. We were merely under the influence of the Imperious Curse." The Grand Peacock's expression was one of deep sorrow. "I sincerely regret the anguish I caused everyone. The Malfoys have also expended considerable resources to alleviate the scars of war." Alan raised a hand slightly. "You misunderstand. I am well aware of your innocence." Lucius felt a slight relief wash over him. It seemed this prince did not wholly align with the forces of righteousness. Alan chuckled. "I am merely curious to know if the Dark Lord left you with anything, perhaps his dark artifacts?" Lucius slowly raised an eyebrow. Alan nodded. "You see, I have been quite successful in alchemy, and thus, I am intrigued by the creations of this once mighty sorcerer." Lucius bestowed upon him the quintessential Malfoy smile. Smoothly he replied, "I was unfortunately under the sway of the Imperious Curse, your highness. How could I possibly know what the Dark Lord may have left me? If there were anything, it would have long been confiscated by the ministry, wouldn't it?" Alan regarded Lucius's shrewd grey-blue eyes, noncommittally nodding. What a pity. Lucius was evidently reluctant to further engage in this perilous topic. He merely needed to ascertain the prince's stance. The Grand Peacock lightly tapped his family crest ring. Suddenly, the study door was knocked upon, and Narcissa gently pushed it open, revealing a warm smile. She half bowed, curtsied, and entered while carrying a tray. "Your Highness, Lucius, I have brought you some refreshments, all of which I prepared myself. Do try some." Alan slightly tempered his demeanor, thanking Narcissa with a smile and graciously tasting a piece. The lady of the house had perhaps added a tad less sugar, for Draco knew that Alan was not fond of overly sweet confections. The golden-haired heir gently invited, "Please, take a seat, madam. You are in discussion, so I shall not linger." Narcissa gently shook her head, her gaze soft as she looked at Alan. As she exchanged a glance with Lucius and turned to leave, she closed the door behind her, with the sweet delicacies to soften the atmosphere. The tension in the study dissipated. Alan no longer maintained a confrontational stance. Lucius breathed a sigh of relief and quickly added, "Your Highness may wish to try this piece. It has a different flavor. Sissy is quite skilled at this." Alan indeed sampled another piece. He set down the silver fork, delicately wiped his mouth, and nodded in admiration. "It is indeed a rare delight." Lucius stifled a chuckle. Perhaps it was not the rarity of the flavor, but rather the fact that it was homemade that made it special. He would dare to say that even if this platter of sweets did not align with Alan's tastes, the golden-haired heir could still consume it all under Narcissa's persuasion. Alan casually wiped his fingers and softly remarked, "I have delivered the news, Mr. Malfoy. I trust you will make the right choice." Lucius resolutely stated, "The Malfoys will only stand on the side of righteousness. You can rest assured of that." The golden-haired heir stood and gently said, "Well then, I must descend to attend the banquet, mustn't I?" The Grand Peacock approached to open the door for him, bowing respectfully. Alan paused, glancing back at the teapot still exuding its fragrant aroma, and smiled gently. "Mr. Malfoy, the Dahong Pao is indeed excellent. You seem to enjoy it as well. Shall I have an owl deliver you a couple of packs?" Lucius smiled. "I would be most honored."